Chapter 1. The Ancient Divine Body Technique. Your Majesty, the Empress. This is too deep for me. I am not tall enough otherwise. Perhaps you should try it yourself. It's essentially the same. I need a moment to rest. Qin Feng panted heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his body, casting a furtive glance at his trembling legs. This is utterly exhausting. You useless wretch. This is the heavenly Yang sacred fish, the supreme embodiment of Yang in this world. How could you be so weak that you cannot cultivate the sacred Yang power? My earthly sacred Yin fish can indeed cultivate the sacred Yin power by merging your Yin and Yang. We can unlock the second to the ninth layers of the sacred fish space, granting you extraordinary power, ensuring you could dominate a star domain within a century. In Qin Feng's mind, the voice of the Empress echoed insistently. How about you cooperate? I could try from behind, Qin Feng suggested, straightening his back. Not from behind, the Empress exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. It would hurt terribly. This yin-yang sacred diagram must be cultivated according to the steps I have taught you. If your legs are too short, I shall simply draw them smaller for you should you reverse the order. My divine body would shatter into pieces. Within the sacred fish space, amidst a colorful vortex, there loomed an enigmatic and imposing figure. She appeared sacred and untouchable, and amidst the haze, the Empress was indescribably beautiful, far from the realm of mere mortals. It turned out that Qin Feng was once a renowned genius from the Tianmen mansion in the city of Qingyun, belonging to the illustrious Qin family. His parents had passed away early, leaving him and his sister to rely on one another. With his innate talent, he had acquired considerable resources from his family and had thus enjoyed a degree of glory. Since the age of 10, he had been seizing spirit mines for his family, and to date, he had procured a total of 28 spirit mines, allowing the Qin family to hold a dominant position in their conflicts with other families in Qingyun City. 3 days prior, during a dispute with the Tang family over a spirit mine, his martial veins had been shattered, rendering him powerless. After his cultivation was destroyed, his family coldly remarked, "The laws of the family dictate that the weak are prey to the strong." With no cultivation, even his training grounds had been seized by his arch-nemesis, Qin Xiaohu. His only blood relative, his sister, had also been abducted, and he was powerless to intervene. Fortunately, he had secretly retained a treasure from the spirit Manea, small white fish with a hook-like shape and black eyes. According to the mysterious powerhouse, this sacred object was exceedingly rare, containing 9 layers of space, and was an innate primordial sacred object, even difficult for sages to control. Since Qin Feng had acquired this item, even if they killed him, they would not be able to obtain it. Thus, the mysterious powerhouse had restrained the urge to crush him, seeking him out through the connection between the 2 sacred objects for his cultivation. This sacred object possessed a fatal flaw. The yin and yang fishes complemented each other, necessitating simultaneous cultivation of the same technique. Should Qin Feng perish, the powerhouse would also face calamity, and vice versa. What a pity that you are a man. I never thought you would be so inadequate. The Empress mocked with a smile. A man cannot be deemed inadequate. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. My martial veins are completely shattered. I cannot condense spiritual energy. You rushed into this without letting me clarify. Qin Feng felt despondent and helpless. Oh, no wonder you find it difficult to cultivate the yin-yang sacred diagram. You are separated by endless star domains. If you were before me, a mere flick of my fingers could restore your shattered martial veins. Distant and unattainable. Qin Feng felt a sense of defeat. He understood this principle. This is troublesome. Only you possess the cultivation to merge with the heavenly yang sacred fish. I have a technique that can aid you in continuing your cultivation, but its nature is rather peculiar, the Empress said, her tone tinged with a hint of strangeness. I'll give it a try, Qin Feng declared resolutely. After all, he had nothing left to lose. This was his only hope to save his sister. Clear your mind. The Empress was surprisingly straightforward, imprinting a technique called the Ancient Divine Body Technique into his consciousness, refusing to fade. Use your body as a furnace, refining all things. Qin Feng was taken aback. Does this mean I must sacrifice my martial veins? Is that feasible? The Empress replied, of course it is. However, This technique has diverged from the norm. You will no longer cultivate spiritual energy, but instead refine your divine body. Akin to forging a weapon, you must incorporate various materials into your divine body. The better the materials, the faster your cultivation will progress. Once your divine body reaches completion, you will command all treasures of the heavens and earth. All divine weapons and artifacts will be at your mercy. How extraordinary! Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement, almost unable to contain himself. Are you suggesting that I merge with the heavenly yang sacred fish using this technique? Qin Feng suddenly grasped the concept. You are quite astute. The Empress acknowledged the level of the heavenly yang sacred fish is difficult for me to articulate if all goes as planned. Your realm will undoubtedly soar. Qin Feng discerned the underlying implications in her words. Does that imply there are potential risks? The Empress replied, there is a possibility of failure in the refining process. Qin Feng's eyes widened. What happens if we fail? We both perish. The Empress' voice took on a somber tone. You cannot cultivate for decades in time. I would still meet my demise thus. We must take this risk now. For my sister, I shall fight. Qin Feng clenched his teeth. His sister was now his only kin, and he would not allow her to suffer even a moment of harm. He immediately sat down, silently reciting the incantation, holding the heavenly yang sacred fish in his palms. The ancient divine body technique. Whoosh! The heavenly yang sacred fish instantly melted into a molten, iron-like liquid, enveloping Qin Feng's body in flames, an overwhelming surge of yang energy pouring forth. Seeing this, the Empress quickly summoned her powers to shield most of the yang energy, else this alone could obliterate Qin Feng utterly. Ah! In an instant, Qin Feng felt as if his very eyes were about to burst. The searing pain coursed through him, causing every inch of his skin to feel as if it were ablaze. He was on the brink of melting his martial veins, merging with the liquid formed from the heavenly yang sacred fish, allowing it to seep into his skin. This process was excruciating. Thus, Qin Feng became engulfed in flames. Yet upon closer inspection, a corner of his skin began to jade, reflecting light as if polished to perfection. Just hold on. Once you endure until your entire body has fully transformed into jade, your cultivation will reach at least the 9th level of martial veins. The Empress encouraged. I will endure. Qin Feng's mouth contorted painfully, and after a day and a night, his entire body completed the transformation into jade, a resounding boom echoing throughout. The sacred fish space has merged with your dantian. The Empress exclaimed in astonishment. 9th level of martial veins. Fire blazed in Qin Feng's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. A tumultuous roar reverberated through his entire being, spiritual energy flooding his senses. Within his dantian, a small white fish with black eyes was joyfully swimming about. I am exhausted. I have absorbed too much yang energy and need to refine it. You handle your matters first. Tomorrow, I will return to assist you in the first yin-yang fusion. Your body has undergone a transformation, full of wonders. Experience it gradually. The Empress' voice grew hoarse, and she vanished fatigued. It is truly hard to fathom that this is what it means to reach the 9th level of martial veins. Qin Feng thought, disbelief washing over him as he exited the sacred fish space, finding himself in a thatched hut. After being discarded, his status within the family had plummeted. This intensity, Qin Feng felt an explosive power surging through him. A single punch could obliterate any 9th level martial veins. Cultivation realms, martial veins realm, Qi Si realm, Yuan spirit realm, myriad manifestations realm, celestial realm, creation realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. Before his downfall, he had also reached the 9th level, having diligently trained from the age of 7 to 17, investing a full decade. I must head to the training ground to rescue my sister. Qin Feng had no time to ponder further. Just as he was about to step outside, a loud voice called out. Qin Feng, stop lounging around. The Grand Elder has asked me to inform you to feed the horses. Chapter 2. Once in power, life is worthless as a dog. Feed the horses? Qin Feng's gaze flickered. Incredulous, are you joking? Even though my cultivation is ruined, I am still a distinguished contributor to the Qin family, a core disciple. Qin Ming sneered. Oh, how precious you think you are. The Grand Elder has long revoked your privileges, including training, spirit herbs, and monthly allowances. Moreover, your food supply has been cut off, and this thatched hut will be reclaimed. From now on, you can only reside in the stable you see. Your life is now as worthless as a dog. What? Qin Feng's fury ignited instantly. Very well. I have fought for this family for a decade, and now they can't even maintain the facade. Truly, it is rotten to the core. Then I see no reason to hold back. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, striding towards his training ground. As for Qin Ming, a mere pawn, unworthy of his attention. The training ground, once his own, was now occupied by Qin Xiaohu, who sat at the center of the spirit-gathering array, surrounded by several disciples. Qin Feng? Qin Xiaohu opened his eyes, a sinister gleam flashing across his face. I was just about to find you. You killed my brother in the spirit mine today. I shall crush you. Enough talk. Where's my sister? Qin Feng surveyed the area, searching for Qin Xiaohu, but she was nowhere to be found. You still dare to ask for your sister? Smack! A thunderous palm wind surged into Qin Zia's ear, resonating powerfully. Ah! Qin Xiaohu screamed, collapsing to the ground, his chest stained with crimson blood, half of his face nearly disfigured, terror gripping him entirely. Tell me, where's my sister? Qin Feng, frantic and desperate, sought only to locate her, uninterested in further conversation. I won't tell you. Qin Zia's expression hardened. Venomous, you will never see her again. In that case, you need not speak any further. Qin Feng retaliated with another palm strike. Bang! His head was nearly obliterated, leaving only a limp body convulsing on the ground. Qin Feng couldn't care less about his life or death. He casually grabbed another terrified individual nearby and coldly demanded, Tell me, where is my sister hidden? In the Tang family, that individual stammered, trembling as he pointed in a certain direction. Qin Xiaohu, in a bid to curry favor with the elders of the Tang family, has given your sister to his foolish son. The Qin family, the Tang family, the Zhang family, and the Lord's Manor are collectively known as the four paramount forces of Qinyan City. Indeed, Qin Xiaohu, just like your brother, is a traitor from within. He deserves to die. Qin Feng's fury erupted instantaneously, igniting a blaze of wrath within his heart. Take me to the Tang family. Yes, yes, yes. At that moment, the grand hall of the Tang family was festooned with colorful decorations, adorned with auspicious characters. The second elder's son, Tang Fan, who was a simpleton, was being forcibly compelled by an elderly woman to bow in a wedding ceremony. Tang Yuan, the grand elder of the Tang family, and Qin Baichuan, the grand elder of the Qin family, were engaged in polite exchanges and cordial greetings. My brother Qin, it is solely due to this young lady that we can set aside our grievances and form an alliance. She is indeed a suitable match for my foolish son. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, casting a satisfied glance at the veiled Qin Xiaohu. Haha, let them complete the ceremony first. The details of our collaboration can be discussed later. Boom! Before Qin Baichuan could finish his sentence, a resounding explosion shattered the Tang family's entrance into a flurry of splintered wood. Several gatekeepers were flung to the ground like discarded rags. Assassins. Panic erupted in the hall. Yet, Tang Yuan remained unperturbed, calmly responding, Brother Qin, did you not say he was crippled? That is why you sent his sister here. Pay him no mind. I have stripped him of all his privileges. He cannot stir up any trouble. Qin Baichuan's face darkened, and in light of the present circumstances, he could no longer concern himself with how Qin Feng had regained his strength. In a few exchanged words, the two had thoroughly sold out the Qin siblings. Seize him! With a command from Tang Yuan, several core disciples of the Tang family closed in. In the past, I could easily suppress you at the spirit mine. Now, I regard you even less. As Qin Feng's figure flickered, a single palm strike sent blood splattering in all directions. Thud, thud, thud. A row of Tang disciples fell lifeless. Brother, Qin Xiaohu cried out, Brother, you must flee. Don't worry about me, just go. Xiaohu. Qin Feng brushed aside the surrounding disciples and pulled Qin Xiaohu into his embrace. Brother, as the red veil was lifted, Qin Xiaohu appeared so haggard that it was heart-wrenching, her face as pale as a sheet. Rest assured, today, as long as I stand here, no one shall lay a finger on you. Qin Feng forcefully yanked aside the grinning Tang Fan. Crack! Has he bullied you? Qin Feng twisted his arm with brutal force, causing blood to spray forth. He merely gave me a beating, Qin Xiao replied, trembling, having never witnessed her brother's unrestrained violence before. Qin Feng, cease this at once. Do you not regard this elder? Qin Baichuan thundered in fury. Killing in my presence? Qin Feng turned, a cold smile gracing his lips. You old fool. How dare you speak? I have toiled for this family for a decade, only to have Qin Xiao seize my training ground and abduct my sister. Do not think I am unaware that you orchestrated this. Once I was deemed of no value. You offered my sister to the Tang family in exchange for familial gain. It is truly disheartening. Qin Baichuan's expression darkened as he retorted. The Qin family raised you. It is your duty to procure benefits for the clan. The Qin family is utterly corrupt. Qin Feng's disappointment in his family was complete. Boy, should you dare harm my son, neither you nor your sister shall escape the Tang family. Tang Yuan threatened. I dare. With a swift motion of his fingers, Tang Fan was rendered breathless. His throat and arteries violently ruptured. My son! Tang Yuan's rage ignited in an instant as he stomped the ground, causing it to shatter and dirt to fly, launching a powerful strike. I am not afraid of you. Qin Feng was no longer the weakling. He once was the ancient divine body technique, transformed his entire being into a torrent of spiritual energy. Boom! Tang Yuan's face shifted dramatically as an overwhelming force surged through his arm. The barely audible sound of cracking bones compelled him to retreat with lightning speed. Staggering back 3 paces, he gazed in disbelief. Youngster, what realm are you in? The entire assembly was left agape, astonished that the grand elder of the Tang family, who had reached the pinnacle of martial veins, was actually forced back. Are your eyes blind? Cannot you see for yourself? Qin Feng's voice was as chilling as a winter gale, fixing the gaze of his opponent with an icy stare. He then turned to Qin Baichuan, exuding dominance. I have killed now my sister and I shall take our leave. Do you dare obstruct us? Qin Baichuan's face turned an ashen hue, suddenly recalling something. He snarled, Qin Feng, half a month from now, my second son will emerge from the ancestral shrine. I demand a life and death duel between you both. You better accept, or you shall never hope to uncover any leads or relics regarding your mother from the family. Chapter 3. You enjoy. I take the initiative. Both Qin Feng and Qin Xiao were trembling with fear, turning their heads in unison. Indeed, the demise of my parents was not as simple as it seemed. Was it the family that caused it? Qin Feng's voice boomed like thunder, his hair standing on end. Qin Baichuan coldly remarked, Humph, after 15 days when my second son emerges, you can talk about surviving at his hands. Of course, you may also choose to storm the Qin family now, but I assure you, you will gain no information regarding your parents. Qin Feng glared at Qin Baichuan's aged visage, his anger nearly overwhelming him. Yet he understood that continuing this uproar might yield nothing. For the sake of clues about his parents, he could afford to bide his time. Very well, if it's merely a Qi Si realm. If you are confident he can kill me, then arrange it as you wish, Qin Feng declared, pulling Qin Xiao along without looking back. Upon returning to his training ground, Qin Feng meticulously examined his sister's injuries. Her body was bruised and battered, shattering his heart. After applying some ointment, he reassured her, Xiao, fret not. From now on, I shall never allow you to suffer again. This time, it was my fault for not taking better care of you. Brother, I miss father and mother. Qin Xiao cried, burying her face in Qin Feng's embrace. Tears streaming down her cheeks, that as she sobbed, she tightened her grip, saying, Brother, it's my fault. Since childhood, I've been a burden to you. Qin Feng's eyes reddened as he replied, How can you say that to your brother? You are the closest person to me in this world. Protecting you is my duty and my motivation for cultivation. He then spoke with determination. 15 days from now, I will definitely extract clues about our parents from these scoundrels. Brother, please be careful. Tang Rulong is not easy to deal with, she warned, but before she could finish, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen, and she vomited a mouthful of black blood. Her entire body curled up like a shrimp. Qin Feng's complexion changed drastically as he watched a violent black energy spread from her arms. Seemingly unable to find an outlet, torturing her internal organs relentlessly. "Brother, I was poisoned by the Tang family. You must listen to me. Do not worry about me. Did I feel a bit cold? Hold me tight." Qin Xiaoer gasped weakly. "Tang Yuan." Qin Feng roared. If possible, he vowed to annihilate the Tang family. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Qin Feng nearly shouted, filled with rage, that if he were at the Tang family, he could find the antidote. "I was afraid you would be in danger," she replied. While holding Qin Xiaoer, he frantically rummaged through a pile of medicine bottles, preparing to feed her various antidotes. "That you'll kill her if you feed her like that." Suddenly, the voice of the Empress echoed in his mind. "What should I do?" Qin Feng panicked, feeling completely at a loss. "Send her into the sacred fish space." "All right." Qin Feng steadied his mind, and in the next moment, he and Qin Xiaoer appeared before the colorful vortex. "The magic flower of the other shore." The Empress exclaimed in astonishment. How could such a spiritual flower exist in this humble place? "Is it troublesome?" Qin Feng asked nervously. "More than troublesome. Across the endless starry river, I can only use the connection between the yin-yang sacred fish to send a trace of my power, to delay the poison." As her voice faded, a wisp of silver mist emerged from the colorful vortex. Crack! It felt as if the extreme cold of the heavens descended, freezing Qin Xiaoer into a solid block of ice in mere moments. "Kid, this flower is quite special. The simplest method is that the flower itself is the antidote, but it cannot be directly ingested, that a male must consume it first, and then the two must unite. Besides that, in your meager place, it is impossible to find an antidote. Is there no other way?" Qin Feng's expression darkened, realizing that the foolish boy would have to consume it alongside his sister. A precaution against the Tang family's elder. Only after the two wed and consummated could his sister be saved. That there's an ancient pill formula, but in this place, it is impossible to obtain a fourth-grade spiritual herb. The Empress stated, imprinting a pill formula in Qin Feng's mind. "A fourth-grade spiritual herb." Qin Feng gasped in horror. Only the Tianmin mansion might have a glimmer of hope. That I in Qinyan City. Even second-grade spiritual herbs are scarce. "How long can this ice last?" Qin Feng inquired. The Empress's proud voice replied, "If undisturbed, it can last for 10,000 years. "That's good. I must hurry to Tianmin Mansion." Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Now that your cultivation has recovered, you can practice the yin-yang sacred diagram with me. As long as you cultivate a trace of sacred yang power, it can merge with my sacred yin power to unlock the second layer of the sacred fish space." Whoosh! The Taiji diagram suddenly appeared. "This time, you won't be soft-hearted, right?" Qin Feng chuckled, "But I still prefer to come from behind." Get lost. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Qin Feng's entire body felt as if it were being boiled. A torrent of heat coursing just beneath his skin. Logically, this trace of sacred yang power would be coveted even by beings of the Empress's caliber, sufficient to elevate Qin Feng's cultivation to the Qi Si first level. Unfortunately, due to his cultivation of the ancient divine body, he could not increase his power through conventional means, only refining various materials into his body. This was also the peculiar reason the Empress had previously mentioned this technique. As such, over the past 3 days, he had only raised his physical strength to the Qi Si level without any advancement in cultivation. The so-called yin-yang fusion, which the Empress had mentioned, was akin to a dual cultivation process, requiring an open mind and seamless unity, indistinguishable from one another. Once fused, the Empress would activate the sacred yin fish to release the cultivated sacred yin power, and he would control the sacred yang power. "I'll take the initiative, and you enjoy, understand?" The Empress's voice brooked no argument. Qin Feng nodded. "Understood." Boom! As soon as he spoke, a wave of pure yin power surged forth from the colorful vortex like a spring. Buzz! The colorful vortex twisted, revealing a mysterious, powerful, and awe-inspiring figure adorned in a dragon robe and phoenix crown, elegant yet alluring. She waved her hand. Roar! The sacred yin and sacred yang powers roared forth like an ancient azure dragon, intertwining around their bodies like twisted strands of hemp. "Hey, be gentler!" Qin Feng cried out as he felt a tearing sensation in his body. "That there's no way to be gentle." The Empress, like a full moon hanging high, clasped her hands. The two figures instantly merged into one. That moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire world fell silent, and all distracting thoughts vanished from his mind. An extraordinary sensation surged forth, a thrilling delight that shook the very core of his being. The shy voice of the Empress, reminiscent of a young maiden, caused Qin Feng's heart to tremble. Chapter 4. The Pillar of Heaven as a sword. Qin Feng and the Empress found themselves in a most delicate state, sharing a single body, with all sensations and even thoughts interconnected. However, the Empress was currently in control, while Qin Feng acted as an observer, yet he retained actual sensory perception. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread from his feet to his earlobes. It was the yin and yang powers devouring each other, giving birth to new strength, like countless ants crawling beneath his soles. Hunyuan power. Qin Feng suddenly grasped the concept. This was the new power generated after the yin-yang fusion. The Empress had once mentioned that this power was revered and admired in his world, seemingly the key to unlocking the second layer of the sacred fish space. Through the sensations in his body, he could clearly feel the Empress's immense pleasure and enjoyment. Evidently, this power benefited her greatly as well. Meanwhile, he could only mournfully sense the strengthening of his physical form, while his cultivation remained stagnant. It is time. The Empress suddenly snapped back to attention, eagerly controlling their body, seizing this trace of power, as she commanded. "Open for me!" Buzz, the white-eyed, sacred yang fish in Qin Feng's dantian, suddenly flicked its tail, while the Empress held a black-eyed fish in her hand. Upon their meeting, they fused into a swirling taiji diagram beneath their feet. Boom! At that moment, the entire space trembled as if the earth were collapsing. Qin Feng distinctly felt a hint of confusion and anticipation within the Empress's thoughts. Clearly, she too was unaware of what lay in the first layer. Ding! Amidst the chaos of collapsing mountains and roaring seas, Qin Feng faintly heard a clear sound of fusion. The first and second layers of space merged, making this place feel significantly heavier. Qin Feng, now merged with the Tianyang sacred fish, seemed to perceive something. The flow of time had accelerated. Indeed, it was a fourfold difference. Here, 4 days equated to a single day outside. The Empress's astonished voice rang out. Truly a rare occurrence in the world, a unique treasure. "We are about to soar." The Empress's voice quivered slightly. For someone of her cultivation level, such a loss of composure was indeed rare. Hiss. Qin Feng inhaled sharply, grasping the terrifying potential of this moment. He never expected that merely the second layer of space would hold such a monstrous opportunity. Furthermore, our brief fusion seems to allow us to tap into a portion of my original power. If you have something to accomplish, make haste. Time is limited. Once the Empress regained her composure, she urged him on. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng abruptly lifted his head. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but he didn't know the Empress's exact level of power. But it was undoubtedly formidable. "Save my sister." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng seized this opportunity to focus on rescuing his sister. "Well, your temperament is commendable. I'm quite gratified," the Empress replied. "However, the otherworldly demon flower is exceedingly unique, and there are but 2 methods previously mentioned." The Empress shook her head. "Then I shall grow stronger," Qin Feng declared with unwavering determination. Since he could not save his sister, he resolved to strengthen himself and then rescue her. "You have cultivated the eternal divine body technique, which grants you an extraordinary affinity with all things in the world. Why not pursue the path of the sword? Compared to others, you possess a nearly monstrous advantage." "Sword cultivator," Qin Feng exclaimed in shock. "But as far as I know, the lineage of sword cultivators has been severed, and even within the entire Heavenly Gate Mansion, there are no more than 50 such practitioners. Each one of them is a figure of utmost reverence, akin to being worshipped by the stars." The Empress fell silent. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at his lower body. The Empress gritted her teeth and said, "Your vision is too narrow." With a whoosh, before Qin Feng could comprehend, his figure vanished from the sacred fish space. "Attune yourself to my power. It will be of great benefit to you." The Empress's voice resonated as she appeared above the Qin residence. Strangely, no one seemed to notice her presence. "Prepare yourself. We are about to take flight." The Empress's voice had gained a touch of warmth, shedding its previous chill. That I end the next moment, Qin Feng felt an indescribably potent force surge within him. He heard the sound of air being sliced, and as his vision blurred, countless objects rushed past him. That is, Qin Feng turned back, astonished to discover that the Heavenly Gate Mansion, which nurtured and housed billions of lives, was gradually shrinking. Surrounding it was an even broader world, which must be the vast land of the divine continent spoken of by the elders. Countless empires and sects are rooted here, flourishing through generations. At the heart of this world stood a colossal entity shrouded in mist, resembling a divine pillar reaching towards the heavens at this moment. The Heavenly Gate Mansion appeared no larger than a farmer's rice paddy in his sight. It is said that at the center of the divine continent lies a heavenly pillar, towering billions of feet, supporting the earth and the sky. Oh, it is true. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with astonishment. I shall gift you a sword. The Empress's voice was calm as the sea. She extended her arms towards the sky, and in an instant, a tidal wave of spiritual energy converged. Crack, the heavens split open. And a pair of divine hands emerged from the clouds, awakening a violent power under Qin Feng's perception. With a resounding crash, the massive hands grasped the heavenly pillar of the divine continent. Dragging it without the slightest mercy, rumble, dust and debris erupted, stones tumbled down. The divine continent quaked, the void collapsed, and the rivers of stars reversed. It was as if countless powerful beings had awakened, wailing towards the heavens. Yet, the sacred pillar, which they revered and held as a symbol of faith, had now crumbled and vanished. This little trinket I bestow upon you must not be lost. The Empress's voice seemed to declare her dominion. In Qin Feng's hand lay a purple longsword, crackling with wind and thunder, surrounded by arcs of purple lightning, exploding with sound. Sturdy enough, firm enough. I like it. The Empress scoffed in response, far superior to someone else. Who would still tremble? At the same time, in the Qin family ancestral hall, Qin Baichuan asked in surprise, My son, why have you emerged from your seclusion so swiftly? Were you not to break through to the Qi realm? He glanced fearfully at the sky. Merely the Qi, a trivial matter. Qin Rulong remarked with surprise that I never anticipated that breaking through to the Qi realm would incite such a heavenly phenomenon, causing the rivers of stars to reverse. What? Qin Baichuan exclaimed, gripping Qin Rulong's hand tightly. Is that true? In Qingyun City, who else besides me possesses such talent? By the way, I heard you were to engage in a life-and-death duel with some insignificant waste. Qin Rulong frowned. Indeed, he has a cultivation of the 9th layer of martial veins. Yet he can stand against the grand elder of the Tang family. It seems a bit troublesome. Are you sure you can handle it? Qin Baichuan recalled, feeling somewhat uneasy. 9th layer of martial veins? That would be like crushing an ant. Qin Rulong replied confidently. Good, good. After receiving a positive response, Qin Baichuan left, a sense of inexplicable joy swelling within him. It turned out that his son was a once-in-a-million talent. A heavenly phenomenon? Qin Rulong, a dragon among men. He would lead the Qin family to sweep through Qingzhou City and ascend to the Heavenly Gate Mansion, advancing to even higher realms of cultivation. The entire Qin family erupted in jubilation, cheering. Gazing at the brightly lit Qin residence, Qin Rulong furrowed his brow and asked System, Did I truly cause the heavenly phenomenon? System, absolutely. You are the protagonist of the world, and everyone else is merely an NPC. You can confidently develop yourself. I will provide support, making you invincible. Ding. New system task. Go to the Tang family. They possess the demonic power you seek. Chapter 5. Are you serious? At this moment, Qin Feng was in an abandoned mine of the Qin family, wielding the burial heaven sword to cleave through the ore veins. The purple lightning on the sword provided illumination. Beneath his feet lay gleaming pieces of mysterious, or that the Qin family had previously been unable to mine due to their hardness. The sword was named by the Empress, who said that the heavenly pillar was meant to support a vast expanse. While Qin Feng was destined to break through the heavens, break the heavens sounded too crude, so a more poetic name was chosen. Burial heaven. Crunch. Qin Feng munched on the mysterious iron ores as if they were snacks. Strangely, as the ores were consumed, spiritual energy surged within him, and his previously stagnant cultivation showed signs of growth. While chewing the ore, he practiced the sword technique. The Empress had tossed him a heavenly-grade Great Wilderness sword manual before returning to her own cultivation. For the quadrupled flow of time in the sacred fish space was an irresistible temptation for her. Typically, cultivation methods are ranked from high to low as heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. The lineage of sword cultivators is exceedingly rare within the Heavenly Gate Mansion and even the entire divine continent. Yet it posed no issue for the Empress. Had Qin Feng's cultivation not been too low, she could have even brought forth higher-level sword techniques. Qin Feng's current path of cultivation was entirely unorthodox. The Eternal Divine Body technique, as the Empress stated, was of an unknown rank and unsuitable for her to cultivate or study. However, upon thorough examination, Qin Feng discovered that this technique was incomplete, with a section detailing material formulas missing. This would greatly enhance the speed of cultivation, unlike the current method of haphazardly consuming materials to boost his cultivation. Even so, Qin Feng was astonished to find that his cultivation speed was remarkable. In just 3 days, he exhibited signs of breaking through to the Qi Si realm. This would astound anyone in any place. To practice the sword technique, he needed to enter the sacred fish space, taking advantage of the accelerated time flow. Currently, aside from his physical body being enhanced to the Qi Si level by the holy sun power he cultivated, he had no other means of attack. So he needed to practice the sword technique. All of those mysterious iron ores were stored safely in the sacred fish space, far more secure than in a storage bag. Sister, I will hasten to the Heavenly Gate mansion. Wait for me. Qin Feng murmured as he touched the frozen mass of ice that encased his sister, silently gritting his teeth. One sword, severing the ages. Upon opening the sword manual, the first move that caught his eye was the ancient 4 characters. And Qin Feng immersed himself deeply into its arduous study. After 3 days of intense practice, he finally mastered this sword move, yet he dared not attempt to practice the second move, Void Sword. For the release of the first sword had drained a staggering 90% of his spiritual energy. At that moment, the Eternal Divine Body technique allowed him to meld all martial veins into one. And his spiritual energy reserves far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, yet he had still been utterly depleted in a single strike that, of course, the power of the sword move was equally astonishing. Ahead lay the main ore vein of the Qin family. With no hesitation, he decided to seize it all. After exiting, it had barely been a day. With newfound confidence, he plunged deeper into the mine. However, contrary to his expectations, the esteemed elders were absent. Only some ordinary disciples were guarding the place. After easily dispatching them, he began to harvest the ores on a grand scale. Crimson essence iron. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. The Qin family's 28 spiritual ore veins yielded several hundred tons of iron ore for him, all collected into the sacred fish space. The mines I have conquered are not for you. Qin family. Qin Feng coldly shook his head as he departed. This was sufficient for him to cultivate to the Qi Si realm. After exiting the mine, Qin Feng headed straight for the Tang family. At this moment in Qingyun City, after dealing with the Tang family, he planned to confront the Grand Elder of the Qin family, and then he would set his sights on the Heavenly Gate mansion. However, upon arriving at the Tang family, he was taken aback. The Tang family lay in ruins, corpses scattered, and rivers of blood flowed. It was evident they had been slaughtered, and he had intended to search for clues regarding the otherworldly demon flower, which, according to the Empress, was something exclusive to the demon realm. Only one person in all of Qingyun City could accomplish such a feat. Qin Rulong. He had emerged from his seclusion. Qin Feng hastened back to the Qin residence. He was now qualified to seek clues about his parents. Yet midway, he was intercepted by a striking woman in a red dress that a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes as she said, "You emit a sense of danger, despite only being at the 9th layer of martial veins. You must be the Qin Rulong, the one said to have caused the heavenly phenomenon. Indeed, you have the qualifications to join my Heavenly Gate sect. I am Yi Horror, and from this moment on, you may participate in the entrance examination for the Heavenly Gate sect." The Heavenly Gate sect. On the streets, some people covered their mouths in astonishment. Did I hear incorrectly? The Heavenly Gate sect is the foremost sect of the Heavenly Gate mansion. Anyone who emerges from it could easily annihilate everyone in Qingyun City. Moreover, every year, the Heavenly Gate mansion sends disciples from over 300 major cities to the Heavenly Gate sect. Unfortunately, aside from the Qin family, Qin Gang being barely accepted into the sect many years ago, no one from Qingyun City had qualified in a long time. Qin Feng was also momentarily stunned. The name Yi Horror was equally renowned, known far and wide. The renowned genius of the Tianmen sect, a woman of exceptional talent, had ascended to a higher realm of spiritual consciousness 6 months prior. None among the top 10 core disciples of the sect could match her in a single strike. Qin Feng shook his head and said, "You are mistaken. I am not Qin Rulongji." Yi Horror furrowed her brows and replied, Regardless of whether you are or not, you are still qualified to visit the Tianmen sect. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to in 2 hours. I shall accompany you to the Tianmen sect. Indeed, Qin Feng required a guide. 2 hours. Yi Hua stated calmly. I happened to pass through this place and heard of a prodigy causing disturbances in the world. Hence my interest in coming to see. Besides, I do not believe you possess the merit to have me wait, that I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she elegantly turned to depart. That moment, Qin Feng moved. With a swift step, he launched a powerful punch. Bang! Yi Hua effortlessly blocked Qin Feng's attack with a single finger, remaining utterly unperturbed. She suddenly turned her head, an expression of intrigue in her eyes. Remarkable. You possess the physical strength of the 2nd level of Qi Si, yet your cultivation is at the 9th level of Qi Si. Such dedication to honing the physical foundation is indeed commendable. Moreover, to dare strike at me at such a level reveals a rare fortitude and courage, which I find quite agreeable. I have little patience for those who are sycophantic and cowardly. A smile graced Yi Hua's lips as she added, Shall we meet at the Qin family to discuss further? I wish to engage with that prodigy. How fortunate, for I too intend to seek out that genius for a duel. It seems we are headed the same way. Qin Feng remarked with an amused expression. Thus, the two made their way to the Qin family. Upon hearing that the illustrious Yi Bufan had arrived, Qin Baichuan's face nearly split with joy as he rushed to summon everyone to welcome her. Eldest Elder Qin Baichuan and all disciples of the Qin family, we welcome the esteemed guest from the Tianmen sect. Yi Hua waved her hand dismissively and inquired, Where is Qin Rulong? He will be here shortly. Qin Baichuan hastily instructed a disciple to fetch him. Upon seeing Qin Feng, however, his expression darkened as he addressed Yi Hua, Esteemed genius Yi, why do you accompany this waste? He is of my Qin family. Possessing mediocre cultivation, stripped of his core disciple status by me, and cowering in a thatched hut, he is no match for my son, Qin Rulong. He is but a pool of stagnant mud. Yi Hua raised an eyebrow at these words and cast a glance at Qin Feng. A subtle sense of danger lingering in her heart. You claim he is cowardly, yet you also label him a waste, stripped of his core disciple status. Are you serious? Qin Baichuan clasped his fists and replied. Indeed, esteemed Yi, you are unaware. He clashed fiercely with others in our family's mind, resulting in the severing of his martial veins. When he returned, he was indignant and sought trouble with the Tang family. Whereupon I reprimanded him. Yi Hua gazed intently at Qin Feng, her expression curious, yet inscrutable. Yet she refrained from commenting further, for such matters were family affairs. That moment, Qin Rulong stepped forth, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the beautiful maiden before him. He straightened his attire, presenting himself with poise and charm, exclaiming, Greetings, Miss Hua, your name is one I have long admired. Yi Hua looked up, quickly shaking her head in disappointment. Ah, so you are merely a puppet controlled by the soul of a powerful being. Utterly useless. The so-called soul of a powerful being refers to remnants of a mighty entity spirit that lingers after their demise, seeking to manipulate the weak for the purpose of reincarnation. Yi Hua held such methods in contempt. With a piercing gaze, an aura of overwhelming presence emanated from Yi Hua. Qin Rulong felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of inferiority and cowardice overtaking him as he stumbled back. Collapsing to the ground, he inwardly screamed, System, 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 system. Yet silence reigned at why Yi Hua discerned that not only was Qin Rulong's cultivation superficial, but his character was also steeped in cowardice, revealing an essence of inferiority and cunning. In comparison to Qin Feng, he was worlds apart. Disinterested, she dismissed him without a word, turning to leave, her voice drifting back. Qin Feng, 2 hours hence, let us meet at the outskirts of Qinyan City. As the esteemed guest prepared to depart, Qin Baichuan grew anxious. Esteemed Yi, you have yet to take my son. He is a dragon among men, 1 in 1,000, he shouted. Moreover, my eldest son, Qin Gaing, is also at the Tianmen sect, soon to reach the realm of spiritual consciousness. I implore you to consider taking my younger son as well. Yi Hua continued to walk away, but her response echoed clearly in the ears of all present. Are all of you from the Qin family complete fools? Oh, except for Qin Feng, as her words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew, so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Qin Baichuan's complexion turned an alarming shade, nearly resembling that of a pig's liver. while Qin Rulong, who had just recovered from his fear-induced stupor, leaped up in a fit of rage and bellowed, "Qin Feng, I will kill you!" Frantic, he blamed Qin Feng for all his misfortunes, believing that had it not been for him, Yi He would not have looked down upon him. Qin Baichuan, his face turning from a pig's liver hue to a deep crimson, unleashed his pent-up fury upon Qin Feng, shouting, "My son, dispose of him!" Qin Rulong turned swiftly, advancing toward Qin Feng, summoning his maximum strength and unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! In the next instant, the crowd blinked in disbelief as Qin Rulong fell like a broken kite to the ground. Qin Rulong's face paled in shock as he inwardly roared, System! System! Are you mute?" Ding! The system, newly awakened from its upgrade, responded, "Host, what is your command? What is wrong with this kid? He is so strong. I must eliminate him." "Is there a way?" Qin Rulong exclaimed in ecstatic realization. "With the system at my disposal, the world is mine. Ah, this fellow possesses the physical strength of the second level of Qi Si. No wonder you cannot defeat him." Ding! The system implored, "Host, contribute 50% of your soul power to exchange for catastrophic strength to annihilate this blind NPC." Even as Qin Rulong hesitated, he saw Qin Feng move again. "That I will give. I give." Qin Rulong hastily agreed, no longer caring for the details, especially as Qin Feng's fist came crashing toward him. If things went awry, his head would likely burst like a watermelon. Ding! Suddenly, Qin Rulong felt as though something was being drawn from his body. From the depths of his mind, a power as dark as ink surged forth. "Ha! I am so powerful. I am invincible." Qin Rulong was engulfed in explosive strength, so much so that his entire body began to levitate. "My son is unrivaled. That so-called genius was truly blind." Qin Baichuan, witnessing this scene, burst into hearty laughter. "With a son like this, it won't be long before my Qin family dominates the world." However, Qin Feng merely took out the Zhongtian sword, giving it a gentle swing. A flash of sword light cut through the air. The remainder of Qin Baichuan's words lodged in his throat, his expression resembling that of one who had just consumed excrement. How could this happen? Qin Feng wondered, perplexed by the man's grandstanding. While his son had indeed been formidable just moments ago, it was foolish to not attempt to evade. That dark energy, no matter how strong, could not mask the fragility of the body that in fact, a mere sword strike sufficed to cleave through his flesh without effort. Thud. Qin Rulong's pupils constricted as he fell to the ground, a pitiful mess. Upon closer inspection, he was irrevocably dead. Only a black demonic flower emerged from his corpse, swirling with black smoke as it rushed into Qin Feng's mind. Ding. The system activated. Congratulations, host. You have completed the novice task and received a novice gift pack. Open it to acquire the power to annihilate the heavens and dominate the world. Ding. The system's prompt indicated that the host was the most formidable existence. Rest assured and develop boldly, for apart from you, all others are mere foolish NPCs. Just as the system was vigorously enticing Qin Feng, a sudden voice cut through the air. Who is the fool making such a racket? The system fell into a lengthy silence before reacting. Ah, the system shrieked in disbelief. How is it possible? How is it possible? How could such a small place harbor? You speak too much, the Empress interjected, as a terrifying force erupted from the colorful vortex. Pfft. The system's voice was abruptly silenced, leaving only the solitary black demonic flower floating in the void. Young man, you have thwarted my plans. Prepare to meet your end, the system coldly declared before vanishing. What on earth is this? Qin Feng's eyelids twitched, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. There are many things you must discover for yourself. The Tang family and Qin Rulong were merely a small part of their scheme, which you fortuitously stumbled upon, the Empress explained vaguely. This flower may not save your sister, but it can allow her to cultivate and live like a normal person. However, it is only effective for 1 month. Do you wish to unseal your sister? Qin Feng pondered. Let us unseal her. Keeping her frozen is not a solution. Bang! Another surge of power shattered the ice. Qin Feng hastily fed the demonic flower to Qin Xiaoer, who then slowly awakened. Brother, where am I? Chapter 7. Sister earns spirit stones, finding a woman for brother. Brother, did I not die? Qin Xiaoer inquired, her eyes filled with confusion. Fear not, with me around, you shall not perish. Though someone else is about to meet their end. Qin Feng indulgently sheltered his sister behind him, saying, "Be good and wait for me. I have some matters to attend to." "All right, be careful, brother," Qin Xiao obediently replied, hiding behind Qin Feng. Though facing the esteemed elder of the Qin family, a figure of great significance to her, she unconditionally trusted Qin Feng. With measured steps, Qin Feng approached Qin Baichuan. "That don't come any closer. I tell you, my eldest son, Qin Gaiying, is nearing the Yuanshan realm, and I have informed him about your situation." Qin Feng's footsteps echoed ominously, akin to the dread of a death knell. "Kill me, and you will find no respite even at the Tianmen sect. That it would be far better for us to sit down and negotiate. After all, you are still a core disciple of the Qin family." Qin Feng paid no heed to these words, seizing Qin Baichuan's arm and twisting it with a swift motion. Crack! Instantly, the white shards of bone protruded grotesquely from his arm. "It hurts, it hurts." Qin Baichuan howled like a slaughtered pig. "Confess the truth about my parents, or I shall cleanse the Qin family from top to bottom. Do you believe me?" Qin Feng's voice sliced through the air like a blade, causing Qin Baichuan and the elders behind him to turn pale. Qin Baichuan struggled to find his voice, bitterness etched on his face. Although his son was at the Tianmen sect, the sect's rules dictated that one could not leave until reaching the Yuan Shin realm. The distance between them was insurmountable. Qin Feng truly possessed the power to annihilate the Qin family. With a complicated gaze, Qin Baichuan glanced at Qin Feng, then relented, divulging all. "Years ago, your father, Qin Haoyin, returned from his travels with a woman. And you two were born in swaddling clothes. Your mother was extraordinarily powerful, and the Qin family rejoiced, hoping to unify Qingyun City. Yet, mere days later, disaster struck. A group of formidable individuals descended, imprisoning your mother and injuring your father, nearly leading to the Qin family's downfall. That it was your mother's desperate pleas that saved the family. They were truly formidable. Just thinking about it is terrifying." And then, Qin Feng and his sister, filled with anticipation, asked in unison, "So, there's still a chance that our parents are alive?" "Later, your mother left some resources and a token for you too, before being taken by those individuals. After your father recovered from his injuries, he vanished." Qin Baichuan cast a guilty glance at Qin Feng, aware that the resources left by his mother had benefited her two sons. Both were still alive. Qin Feng and Qin Xiao trembled, tears welling in their eyes. The taste of growing up without parents was known only to those who had endured it. In fear of attracting further calamity, the family had informed you too that your parents had died on a mission. Qin Baichuan's expression grew increasingly grim. "This is the token your mother left behind. Take it that I thought it to be a treasure, but after studying it for over a decade, I never understood its significance. It spared my life. Let the Qin family go." At this moment, Qin Baichuan could only plead with Qin Feng. "Brother, let us go," Qin Xiao urged, grasping Qin Feng's hand. "After all, we've lived together for more than a decade." "Let it be." Qin Feng fell silent. Despite the disheartening series of events, he still felt a flicker of affection to Xiao. "Let us go, that I will take you to find father and mother." Qin Feng accepted a blood-red jade pendant shaped like a sword, inscribed with 3 delicate characters, Suruosu. Watching the siblings retreat, Qin Baichuan's expression was complex, a wave of regret washing over him. If only he had devoted himself to nurturing the siblings back then. If only he hadn't coveted their mother's resources. If only at the outskirts of Qingyun City, Yihua handed a map to Qin Feng, saying, "This is the map to Tianmen sect, that I have other matters to attend to and shall take a different path. I will head to Tianyang sect. I hope you can cultivate at Qingming Peak. Are you not coming with me?" Qin Feng was taken aback. "That no, take this. Your cultivation is too low. It would be best to reach the Qi realm on the way." Yi Hua smiled faintly, exuding an enchanting charm. She handed a storage bag to Qin Feng. "Spirit stones." Qin Feng's thoughts raced as he sensed 1,000 pale yellow stones within, astonished. These were legendary items, and a single one was worth several of the Qin family's mines in Qingyun City. "This is too precious. I cannot accept it." Qin Feng pushed it back. Seeing this, admiration flickered in Yi Hua's eyes. "To me, this is nothing. The journey is long and arduous. You will need it. I hope the next time we meet, you will have entered the Yuanshan realm, and we can spar." There seemed to be a hint of challenge in her gaze. "All right." After a few lingering glances, Qin Feng did not feign modesty. He accepted the map and spirit stones, taking Qin Xiao's hand as they departed. Once the siblings had left, a black-clad elder suddenly appeared behind Yi Hua. Frowning, "Your Highness, why waste your feelings on such lowly individuals? They are weak and lack any background. They look like they've never seen spirit stones. Why do they have to befriend you? Wait here. I shall retrieve the spirit stones." Yi Hua, upon hearing this, swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound stunned the black-clad elder, causing half his face to swell. He protested, "Your Highness, I didn't mean," with a glint of mischief in her cold gaze. Yi Hua replied, "This princess acts without needing your input. Moreover, your interference would only serve to deliver your own head to them. You could never defeat him." The black-clad elder, indignant, exclaimed, "How is that possible? I am at the 9th level of Qi Si. He is but one major realm below me. I cannot defeat him." Yi Hua turned to leave, her icy voice lingering in the air. "Do not bring the royal family's disgrace upon me. You cannot even ascertain his true nature or potential and dare to belittle him. Return to the second prince. I no longer require your services." The black-clad elder, bewildered and disoriented, hurriedly pleaded, "Your Highness, I will kill him to prove my judgment is correct." "Then go ahead. Do you dare? If not, return to the second prince, to a mere martial pulse realm. What do I have to fear? Off I go." The black-clad elder was determined to prove himself, dead on the road. Qin Feng smiled slightly, a hint of gratitude in his expression, then tossed the storage bag directly to Qin Xiao. "These spirit stones are enough for both of us to reach the Qi Si realm. This truly resolves our immediate dilemma. Otherwise, once we arrive at Tianmen sect, with you at only the 5th level of martial pulse, you would have nowhere to go." "Wow! So many spirit stones," Qin Xiao cheered joyfully. Her heart warmed by her brother's generosity. As she laughed, tears cascaded down her cheeks, both touched and pained for her brother. "Brother, you've had it so hard that you've endured all the suffering and toil, while giving me all the benefits. Well, I'm just a burden." "What are you saying, silly girl?" Qin Feng gently ruffled her hair. "Even if the sky were to fall, I would bear it first. You just need to focus on being beautiful. Brother, I will strive to grow stronger. I will earn a great many spirit stones. I will buy meat for you. I will find you a wife." Qin Xiao vowed, her determination resolute as she clenched her small fists, tears and snot streaming down her face. "This age is truly wonderful." Cough, cough. Qin Feng nearly choked on his own saliva, taken aback by his sister's spirited nature. Just then, a black-clad elder appeared before the siblings, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "You little brat, you made me take an unwarranted slap. Quickly hand over the spirit stones, or I shall tear your sister apart." Chapter 8. His stance is impressive. "I want to try it." "Bah, what a pathetic genius, unable to sense my presence. It seems I must help the princess screen some talent. What kind of riffraff dares to associate with her?" Upon the black-clad elder's arrival, he rambled on, then, with claws outstretched, leapt forward like a fierce eagle. Wham! A wave of spiritual pressure erupted, causing the earth around him to tremble violently. "Xiao, stay back." Qin Feng's heart raced as he flung Qin Xiao away. Bracing himself to confront the elder, rend. Qin Feng's shirt tore apart, deep gashes cutting into his flesh. Bang! A tremendous force sent him flying, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt, his body crumpled and nearly incapacitated. Oh dear, the physical strength of a second-level Qi Si cultivator. "I am so frightened." The black-clad elder guffawed, mocking. "This is what they call genius, potential. Brother." Qin Xiao's eyes widened in horror as she rushed forward, her eyes flickering with dark energy. "You little wretch, you shall die too. You think you deserve 1,000 spirit stones?" The black-clad elder sneered, raising his hand for a strike. Seeing his sister in peril ignited a fierce protectiveness in Qin Feng. His entire body surged with energy, his mind fixated on 4 words. One sword through the ages, boom. The instant Qin Feng unleashed his sword, an astonishing aura erupted, sword energy soaring to dozens of feet in height, carrying a deadly intent as it descended. Alas, the old man in black was taken aback, his complexion shifting wildly, but he immediately unleashed 2 gleaming magical artifacts and, disregarding all caution, hurled several talismans into the fray. Unfortunately, before he could fully employ his arsenal, the sword energy shattered all defenses with a swift and ruthless force, leaving him maimed. Almost half of his body was reduced to mere flesh and blood, his entrails hanging limply from his ribcage, emitting steam. How could this be? You are a sword practitioner, but no. The might of this sword technique is of the Xian rank. How could the Tiamen possibly possess a lineage of Xian rank sword practitioners? Not even the empires within the Divine Land could claim such a thing. The inheritance of sword practitioners is exceedingly rare, tightly held by certain formidable powers, and not everyone is capable of cultivation. Among thousands of disciples, only one or two are deemed worthy of such knowledge. The old man in black had never anticipated encountering such a situation in his lifetime. INA days. The words of Yihua echoed in his mind. Then you go. Do you dare? If not, return to the second prince. It dawned on him that this dilemma was designed to ensure he could never return, but alas, he realized this a bit too late. Qin Feng approached, leaning toward the half-sunken form of the old man. I apologize, but I wield a sword. I nearly allowed you to perish without clarity. I should have drawn my sword sooner. Moreover, the Xian rank is merely the limit of your understanding, not the extent of my sword techniques. That why sword technique level is. What you? The old man's pupils constricted sharply, and in terror, he opened his mouth to speak, but uttered not a word. His lifeless body collapsed. His wide eyes filled with fear. It was truly unwise to provoke him. Sister, I am so cool. Qin Feng gasped weakly, pulling his still-dazed sister Qin Xiao into an embrace, with tears glistening on her lovely lashes. Qin Xiao whimpered, Look at you, bleeding yet pretending to be unbothered. Let me help you clean up, but I can't reach if you don't lower yourself. Haha, I'm not pretending. I'm genuinely handsome. Qin Feng lowered his head, allowing his sister to tend to him. Indeed, brother is the most handsome. Qin Xiao's voice grew softer, as if harboring some secret. Qin Feng, preoccupied with recovering from his injuries, failed to notice the unusual glint in his sister's eyes. At that moment, an old woman's voice resonated in Qin Xiao's ear. Look, all you do is become a burden to your brother. Why not heed my words and cultivate this supreme, demonic technique? You will be able to assist your brother in the future. Aside from me, you shall never encounter such an opportunity again. Qin Xiao's gaze flickered as she looked at Qin Feng, seemingly making a decision. She secretly inquired, Is this demonic technique very powerful? Hey, you little girl, dare you doubt me? Had I not been imprisoned by that wretched group in the Demon King's palace for over 10,000 years? And had I not managed to escape with the help of the other shore demon flower, only to be threatened by the Empress and accidentally consumed by you, I would never bestow this supreme, demonic technique upon a mere human child like you. To be frank, both I and the demonic technique are exceedingly powerful. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, Yihua had gained the company of a white-haired elder. The location where the Qin siblings found themselves was within her line of sight. Mu Lao, what is your assessment? Yihua's voice was neither sorrowful nor joyful, leaving one in a quandary. Your Highness, judging by his actions, he is undoubtedly a sword practitioner. Moreover, he may possess a Xian-level inheritance. If he is indeed loyal and principled, he could befriend you. At this point, Mui paused, furrowing his brow. However, his status is too lowly to be worthy of your acquaintance, even though the sword practitioner lineage is rare. You have already pledged allegiance to the Heavenly Pillar. You are about to depart, to pledge allegiance to the Heavenly Pillar. Across the expanse of the Divine Land, countless empires, sects, and other forces consider this goal as the ultimate pursuit of their lives. This term is the most sacred of expressions. Moreover, it signifies the title of genius, indicating contact with a higher echelon and the sole pathway to exit the Divine Land. In the Kanglan Empire, where the Tiamen is situated, Yihua is the only one qualified to pledge allegiance to the Heavenly Pillar, ranking within the top 100 on the Heavenly Pillar list. But I do not judge based on his origins or status. Yihua remarked, her lips curling into a radiant smile. And what is the reason for that? Mui inquired, at why Yihua promptly replied, because his stance while protecting a woman is quite gallant, and I admire it. Besides, his sword is formidable. I wish to test it. Mui was left in astonishment, inhaling deeply, struggling to regain composure. All right, the pesky follower sent by the second prince has been dealt with. Finally, there is no more incessant chatter. Let us proceed to our business. Yihor turned away and departed. That night, the Qin siblings casually sought refuge in a cave for the night. Guided by the map, they had traversed nearly half the journey. Gurgle, gurgle. Qin Xiao sat by the campfire, her stomach protesting. Brother, I am hungry. She blinked, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Qin Feng's heart shattered at her words, and he hurriedly replied, In our haste, I forgot to procure some provisions. Wait here. I shall return shortly with some game. Once Qin Feng ventured far, Qin Xiao cautiously retrieved the spiritual stones gifted by Yi Hua and began to cultivate fervently. A swirling mass of pitch-black demonic energy enveloped her, exuding an unsettling aura. Meanwhile, Qin Feng crested a small hill and stumbled upon a lake shimmering with silver light that I can wash and catch fish at the same time. Qin Feng exclaimed joyfully, shedding his garments and plunging into the water, eager to cleanse the blood and grime from his body. After washing, he pinched his nose and submerged to catch fish. The lake was deep, extending several dozen fathoms below. The lake's depths were serene and tranquil. After catching some fish, he seized the opportunity to enter the sacred fish space, spending considerable time refining half of the ores into his body, experiencing a surge in cultivation. Almost reaching the Qi-Si realm. When will I achieve the second yin-yang fusion? Qin Feng reminisced fondly about the cultivation sessions with the Empress, the feeling of yin and yang intertwining stirring his heart. Feeling the enhancement of his physical strength from the ancient divine body technique as the ores were refined into his being, he couldn't help but feel invigorated. This time, I must satisfy the Empress. The colorful whirlpool remained silent, seemingly indicating that the Empress had also gained immense benefits and was currently absorbing them, that I should return. Otherwise, my sister may starve. Even with the quadruple flow rate in the sacred fish space. Considerable time had passed outside. Qin Feng promptly exited the space and headed upstream. Just as he approached the water surface, a naked figure suddenly leapt into the lake, startling him and halting his movement. Who would venture here in the wilderness? While pondering, Qin Feng caught sight of two exquisite legs, long and slender, pale and delicate, swaying gracefully, accompanied by swaying spring grass, nearly causing him to spill blood from his nose. Especially after recalling the delightful moments spent with the Empress, his body reacted uncontrollably. Blood gushed forth from his nose. Gurgle, gurgle. Chapter 9. The beauty is quite generous. Freely touched Before Qin Feng could react, a woman's startled voice rang in his ear. This is not good. Qin Feng's expression changed, realizing he was almost at the woman's feet. The sudden emergence of blood bubbles startled her, causing her bosom to tremble violently as her scream pierced the night sky. His sister was just on the other side of the mountain. He could not allow her to witness this embarrassing display. In a moment of desperation, he seized the alluring legs and with a forceful pull, the woman tumbled into the water beside him. He supported her graceful figure with one arm while covering her mouth with the other. The woman found herself cradled in his embrace. The first sensation was of unparalleled softness, an extreme elasticity that felt as though it could burst from his grasp and leap into the heavens. The touch was akin to a delicate spring, causing his heart to flutter. My apologies for grabbing a bit high. Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly, hastily withdrawing his hand and adjusting his hold to her waist. Miss, please do not scream. I mean no harm, he implored earnestly. However, sensing something amiss, he swiftly repositioned himself, awkwardly apologizing. I apologize for bumping into you. I shall endeavor to adjust my posture. Pervert. The woman blushed fiercely, and in her indignation, unleashed a cold glare that erupted in Qin Feng's hand, causing his entire arm to be blown to a bloody pulp. Subsequently, a chilling radiance surged from the water, ensnaring Qin Feng, and to his horror, it detonated once more. Boom! Boom! Qin Feng's body was nearly torn apart, his bare form propelled skyward in a spiraling ascent. Thud upon hitting the ground. Qin Feng felt excruciating pain, howling in agony. Had it not been for his pride, he would have cried out for help. Let me see. A cool breeze surrounded him as the woman gracefully descended before Qin Feng, coldly admonishing him. The ethereal sword shrouded in mist pressed against Qin Feng's throat, waves of sword light lacerating his skin, causing a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Ugh! Qin Feng immediately fell silent, wishing he could seal his lips. Yet his eyes could not turn away. captivated not only by her breathtaking beauty, but also by her state of undress, that he beheld her more clearly than before, prompting him to involuntarily exclaim, "Sister, you are truly generous." The woman paid no heed to her clothing, as she was currently pressing against a wound nearly a foot long on her lower abdomen. Gaping like a child's mouth, an alarming sight. Her complexion was pallid, and beside her lay a lifeless body, that of a man clad in resplendent golden robes, exuding an air of nobility that clearly indicated his high status. However, he had been gruesomely decapitated, and horrifying sword wounds marred his body, piercing through vital points. The woman, dragging her weary form, spoke with a face devoid of color. "I never anticipated that after guarding my purity for 18 years. A mere insect would observe me without missing a detail, that if this matter reaches the 9 heavens Taiching Palace, the realms of the 9 domains will surely face obliteration." That moment. Qin Feng felt his scalp tingle with dread. Had he known, he would have remained submerged at the bottom of the lake. It was evident he had stumbled upon a murder scene, and he feared for his own life. "Did I ask you? You are brimming with 9 yang spiritual energy. What is the meaning of this?" The woman pressed, her sword drawn menacingly. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng recognized that the Tianyang sacred fish was his greatest secret, one he could not divulge. Thus, he improvised 9 yang spiritual energy. "I am unaware." The woman fell silent, then murmured softly, "In such a small place, it's understandable not to know that it seems you possess the 9 yang body. If not," she hesitated, then, gritting her teeth, thought, "I truly wish to slay him with a single stroke. Yet such pure yang energy would greatly benefit my cultivation." "Very well. I've already seen it." With a deep breath, she suppressed her murderous intent, sheathed her sword, and lifted Qin Feng effortlessly, that he trembled. Was she about to kill him? Yet he was powerless to resist, for her strength was formidable. His only hope of escape lay within the sacred fish's space. "I truly did not mean to. I saw nothing," he stammered. Just as he uttered those words, a wave of softness enveloped him, and he found himself embraced as a pair of icy hands gripped his back tightly. Boom! Qin Feng's mind exploded. It was his first time experiencing such contact with a woman, nearly overwhelming him. Heat surged through him, as though he were ablaze, blood rushing to his head, and he felt a primal force within him yearning to break free. The woman, overwhelmed by exquisite comfort, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. That moment, Qin Feng appeared as irresistible as a delectable morsel, prompting every woman in the world to succumb to the urge to consume him entirely. The sacred yang power he acquired from cultivating the yin-yang sacred diagram was incomparably more potent than the 9 yang spiritual energy, she comprehended. Not even the Empress, a being of immense strength, could resist its allure. With a gasp, she felt the sacred yang energy flood into her being, healing the wound on her abdomen in an instant. As she marveled, the influx of power began to loosen the long-sealed bottleneck of her cultivation. Her pupils constricted sharply, followed by a wave of confusion and desire. Having never been touched by a man, she found herself irresistibly drawn to Qin Feng, who radiated an intoxicating yang energy. She instinctively reciprocated, her tongue eagerly offering the divine nectar into Qin Feng's mouth. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The tumultuous energy within her surged, propelling her cultivation to an alarming new height. This elevation in her realm brought a fleeting clarity, prompting her to pull away from the man's lips. That moment, Qin Feng, consumed by fervor and with bloodshot eyes, asked, "Are you coming or not?" The woman raised an eyebrow, teasingly challenging, "Coming?" "Certainly." He lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry. Both were unclothed, rendering the act convenient. Suddenly, the Empress's languorous voice broke the moment, accompanied by the sound of her stretching, as if she had just awoken from slumber. In the next instant, Qin Feng struck his dantian, sealing the colorful vortex within the sacred fish space, severing all ties with the Tianyang sacred fish. The Empress was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Chapter 10. The Terrifying Woman in Sage Mode. "Brother, where have you been? I'm so hungry." On the other side of the mountain, Qin Xiao had completed her cultivation. Upon closer inspection, she had shockingly advanced to the Qi-Si realm. The dense demonic energy surrounding her was chilling to behold. After some time, Qin Xiao, bored, rested her chin on her hand, idly pinching her lips. Meanwhile, on this side of the mountain, a young woman suddenly sat up, stark naked in the embrace of a young man. "What the hell?" she exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. Boom. Qin Feng witnessed a silver flash erupt, momentarily blinding him as a cool breeze brushed his face, and he felt an inexplicable lightness in his arms. Upon reopening his eyes, the woman had donned a purple veil. "Who told you to dawdle?" I am now in sage mode, my reason heightened to an alarming degree. She sat atop a large stone by the lake, using the moonlight to untangle her disheveled hair. "Indeed, women are capricious," Qin Feng mused, a smirk playing on his lips. They had not crossed the final threshold, but he was not one to force the issue. It was merely a fleeting encounter. Remaining calm was preferable. He sought a mutual pursuit in such matters that he straightened his posture, feeling the enhancement from cultivating the eternal divine body technique, which made his physique increasingly formidable. Up, down, left, right, forward, backward, he muttered to himself. The woman, while combing her hair, glanced over inadvertently, her jaw dropping in astonishment. That my goodness. Once Qin Feng donned his clothes, he remarked, "I still do not know your name." The woman looked up, coolly replying, "What transpired between us was merely a momentary whim. There is no need for names, as it holds no significance to Ha." Qin Feng tilted his head and chuckled. "It seems you had this planned all along. If it were for my yang energy, I might have found myself in dire straits. That is it not just a matter of absorbing a bit of yang energy. Enough of the rambling. Fine, I shall compensate you. We shall consider it even from now on." The woman casually plucked a purple ribbon from her hair. Swish, the ribbon transformed into a streak of light, embedding itself in Qin Feng's wrist. Remarkably, it vanished, leaving behind a purple mark resembling a tattoo. "This is a spiritual treasure I use to bind my hair. Consider it a gift. Once you reach the fate creation realm, you may recognize and utilize it. For now, your cultivation is too low to command it." It was clear that this woman possessed a lively and spirited demeanor, making her easy to engage with, unlike the ice-cold empress that a spiritual treasure. Qin Feng was taken aback. Cultivators' artifacts are categorized from low to high as magical tools, spiritual instruments, and spiritual treasures. Point 1 would be hard-pressed to find even a single throughout the entire Tianmen prefecture, let alone a spiritual treasure. In the Kinglan Empire on the mainland, spiritual treasures were considered national treasures. "Where do you hail from?" Qin Feng's gaze deepened. The woman's expression shifted, and she whispered, "My world is beyond your comprehension." Before Qin Feng could respond, she interrupted, "And do not speak of rising from humble beginnings or the underdog story. I am not interested. That if you have any thoughts, it would be best to keep them to yourself. While I am not yet averse to you, take this opportunity to request something from me, that I shall fulfill your desires, lest you accuse me of being ungrateful later." Qin Feng felt a chill at her words. The stark contrast in her demeanor was astonishing. One moment, she appeared celestial, and the next, her words pierced through his heart, leaving him disinterested. "You make it sound as if I am begging for favors from you. To you I may seem of lowly origin, but in the path of cultivation, one must not forsake their integrity. Otherwise, rising again becomes a challenge." Qin Feng refused to be intimidated. Could he not survive apart from women? He gathered himself, turning to leave without a trace of hesitation. The woman, taken aback, re-evaluated him, surprise flickering in her eyes. Then a smirk graced her lips as she flicked her fingers, unleashing a beam of light. Boom! Qin Feng felt as though he had stepped on a landmine, launching him into the air. "Damn it! Your grandmother!" He cursed as he soared amidst the smoke and debris. Coughing, he thought, "This is utterly terrifying." His body felt as if it were falling apart, and he nearly coughed up blood. There was no helping it. Being born in this cursed place was simply fate. The woman had vanished without a trace, clearly having departed. "See? I can explode you whenever I wish," her voice echoed, leaving Qin Feng with an indelible impression of her. "Fate? Coincidentally, I do not believe in fate." Qin Feng grimaced, rubbing his aching arm. One day, I shall enter your so-called world and stand before you, declaring, "To hell with your sense of superiority." At that moment, Qin Feng was genuinely agitated. Was being born in a privilege the sole definition of humanity? He was not a person. After venting his frustration, his peripheral vision caught sight of the corpse nearby, causing him to gasp in shock. Brother, what did you do to offend her? How did you end up like this?" The body, which had just been blasted into the air with Qin Feng, now lay face down, revealing that it had been completely hollowed out. Flesh, bones, and organs were all gone, as though the woman had been searching for something and had meticulously stripped the man of every inch of his skin. How ruthless, Qin Feng thought, his scalp tingling. He felt a deep sense of the woman's merciless nature. Did I truly think she was easy to get along with? He nearly slapped himself. Indeed, a woman's character is one thing. Her methods are another. They must not be conflated. Especially under the enhancement of Sage Mode, even breathing seemed a mistake. Originally intending to depart, he stumbled upon an area that remained remarkably intact. This man had only this solitary spot unscathed. Perhaps the woman felt too shy to examine it here. What captivated Qin Feng was the golden, paper-like material nestled within his clothing that moment. His garments were rendered tattered by the explosion. And Qin Feng frowned, suppressing his nausea as he forcefully extracted the golden foil. Upon unfolding it, he discovered it to be a map. Perhaps this was the very item the woman sought when she hollowed out this corpse. After studying it for quite some time without comprehending its contents, Qin Feng reluctantly stored it within the sacred fish space. Brat, get in here, just as he re-established his connection with the sacred fish space. A furious voice reverberated, nearly shattering the colorful vortex. Your Majesty, what is your command? Qin Feng's scalp tingled, his gaze betraying a hint of guilt. Wait, why do I feel as if I've been caught in an affair? Qin Feng suddenly froze, then realized the absurdity of his apprehension. Why should I feel guilty? He then regained his confidence, puffing out his chest, lifting his chin, and declared loudly, if I'm to come in, then so be it. However, his bravado lasted no longer than 3 seconds. Upon entering the sacred fish space, a shockwave from the explosion sent him flying. Who has drained your young energy? Who is it? The Empress's voice resonated like an enraged lion guarding its meal, her terrifying spiritual pressure stirring the sacred fish space in a chaos that I don't know. I just got back. Qin Feng attempted to appear nonchalant. Feigning calmness, boom. In the next instant, Qin Feng felt the world spin, his body spiraling upwards. Do you take me for a fool? Meanwhile, Qin Xiao gazed blankly at the sun rising in the sky. After a night had passed, her hunger made her vision blur, stars dancing before her eyes. Brother, where are you? I feel like I'm about to faint from hunger. Chapter 11. Those who can draw this sword shall be victorious at long last. As the sun burned away the surrounding clouds, a figure appeared before Qin Xiao. Qin Feng dragged his weary body, his head drooping, resembling a dazed goose. Fortunately, even his shadow on the ground appeared remarkably handsome. After all, fate had bestowed upon Qin Feng an extraordinarily striking visage. Am I hallucinating from hunger? Qin Xiao rubbed her eyes vigorously, only to realize it was indeed Qin Feng returning. Truly, she suddenly perked up, leaping into Qin Feng's embrace at breakneck speed. Her dependence on him was indescribable. Brother! Qin Xiao exclaimed with unrestrained joy, nearly knocking Qin Feng off his feet. Ahem. Have you been waiting long, little sister? Qin Feng gasped for breath, affectionately ruffling Qin Xiao's hair. With a wave of his hand, several large fish appeared, cradling his sister with one arm, while handling the fish with the other. He soon placed them over the fire to grill. Qin Xiao, instead of focusing on the roasting fish, looked up alertly from Qin Feng's arms. Her small nose sniffed around his chest, that a delicious scent. Brother, where did you go to steal fish? Her eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean by stealing fish? I have neither a partner nor a lover. Qin Feng replied, exasperated. This was too exaggerated. How could he not smell anything? Don't you dare say that. Qin Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she pulled out a hair from Qin Feng's collar. It measured over a foot in length. With her small hand, she jabbed at Qin Feng's waist, twisting it 180 degrees. Let go, quick. Spare my kidneys. Qin Feng winced, feeling a chill shoot through his lower back. Hey, you are my sister, and you're getting jealous? Qin Feng sighed, realizing his kidneys were likely in jeopardy. The Empress was a vinegar jar, and his sister was just adding fuel to the fire. Did I hurt you, brother? Qin Xiao blinked her watery eyes. It doesn't hurt. This immediately caused Qin Feng to lose his temper. He had only this one sister, and they had endured hardship together since childhood. That if he didn't pamper her, no one else would. I just don't want to share you with anyone else. Qin Xiao pouted, tightening her grip around Qin Feng's neck. Ahem, if you're here I can't breathe, regarding his sister's affection. Qin Feng could only accept it with tears in his eyes, hastily retrieving some seasonings from the sacred fish space. These were left over during their stay in the thatched hut when the Grand Elder had cut off their rations. The fish sizzled as it grilled, oil bubbling forth, and upon sprinkling the seasonings, an irresistible aroma filled the air. Wow, it smells so good. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up, jumping down from Qin Feng's embrace. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Qin Feng felt a sudden lightness around his neck, allowing him to take a deep breath. Daha! Brother's skill in grilling fish is unmatched. Qin Feng tore off a piece of fish and handed it to Qin Xiao. Delicious. Qin Xiao, already starved, devoured the food ravenously. Just as the brother and sister were indulging in their feast, a youthful voice interrupted from behind. Pardon the intrusion. I am Yi Xian. Fate has brought us together. May I join you for breakfast? Qin Feng looked up to see a young man holding a folding fan, exuding an exceptional demeanor, accompanied by an elderly man who stood silently behind him. There's enough fish, please sit. Tossing a few ungrilled fish to the newcomer, he resumed his meal. Yi Xian was not one to stand on ceremony, plopping down and pulling out an array of seasonings he had brought with him. He glanced at Qin Feng, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he remarked, My incompetent subordinate likely never fathomed how he met his demise at your hands at a 9th level of martial vein. Qin Feng's pupils constricted, yet he continued to eat calmly, smiling. You're mistaken. Before he died, I explained everything to him. Yi Xian was taken aback, but quickly smiled. I came to symbolically avenge him. You see? Noticing Qin Xiao standing up like a startled bird, he quickly clarified, Let us treat it as a spar. No real harm intended. The elderly man behind Yi Xian frowned, cautioning, Your Highness, do not bully the young. It would be unbecoming. Targeting those in the martial vein realm would not reflect well. Yi Xian immediately bristled, retorting coldly, How many times must I say this? The crown prince died in the northern frontier. I am the rightful leader. Call me your highness again, and I swear I'll kick you. The elderly man shook his head. Let us not speak of such matters. There are many rumors suggesting you may have orchestrated the crown princess' demise for your own gain. I never denied my involvement, Yi Xian replied earnestly. Ahem, let us leave it at that. The elderly man fell silent. Ha. Forgive me for the jest. Yi Xian extended his hand towards Qin Feng. Qin Gongzi. Please, your highness, crown prince. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Yi Hua from the Tiamin sect was indeed a princess. Seeing no malice from him, Qin Feng wasted no words. Qin Feng thrust the Zhongtian sword into the ground, stating, Forget the spar. Your subordinate died by this sword, and if you can draw it, consider it a victory. Yi Xian was astonished. A sword cultivator? Young man, you are overly arrogant. The elderly man, displeased, interjected, Your Highness is being courteous. Yet you're becoming boastful. Although sword cultivators are rare, they are not so exalted. Qin Feng nodded, disregarding the old man's words. In the next moment, Yi Xian stood before the Zhongtian sword. Raising both hands, bathed in sunlight, he appeared as if gilded. Then he gripped the sword hilt with immense force. Boom! With a mighty pull, the air crackled with explosive sounds, indicating Yi Xian's strength had surged to its zenith. Yet, the Zhongtian sword remained utterly unmoved. Yi Xian continued to exert himself, veins bulging on his forehead, the surrounding air torn asunder by his overwhelming force. In stark contrast, the Zhongtian sword remained as tranquil as a still lake. Suddenly, Yi Xian released his grip, taking several deep breaths before returning to grill fish. Can you retract it for me to see? Qin Feng smiled, extending his palm. Buzz! The Zhongtian sword rose from the ground, flying into Qin Feng's hand, allowing him to wield it freely. The path of the sword cultivator is truly remarkable. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. You two are unfathomable. Qin Feng scrutinized him deeply. His aura was like an unending sea, his realm inscrutable. Let us eat fish. Yi Xian tossed a grilled fish to the elderly man and then turned to Qin Feng, saying, I am aware you encountered my imperial sister before me, but I advise you to follow my lead. She is about to ahem. The elderly man hastily interrupted, Your Highness, we've had enough to eat. It's time for us to depart. You didn't let me finish. Yi Xian was dissatisfied. Your Highness, the recent incident has caused quite a stir. It's best to refrain from discussing her. The elderly man glanced apprehensively in a specific direction. All right, Qin Gongzi, I shall take my leave. Keep this token. It will assist you greatly in Tianmen's sect or in the future within the Kanglan Empire. Yi Xian tossed the token to Qin Feng, who caught it nonchalantly without a glance. Saying, "Thank you until we meet again," Yi Xian and the elderly man departed. Once they were out of earshot, Yi Xian expressed his dissatisfaction. "Is Tianju truly that terrifying? Why can't I mention it?" The elderly man, with a grave expression, replied, "Your Highness, speaking of Tianju's disappearance is too alarming. The entire Shenzhou is on edge. Any disturbance could lead to the Kanglan Empire's ruin. Tianju is the most sacred object of Shenzhou. We are unworthy to discuss it." Yi Xian frowned. "What a pity. Such a promising talent is aligned with my imperial sister. Yet due to Tianju's disappearance, she has lost her standing. After all, she is a woman. The dynasty will not provide her with resources any longer. Following my imperial sister is a complete waste." The elder remarked, "Your Highness, surely you jest. Although he is a swordsman and his radiant sword is indeed a remarkable artifact, his cultivation level is woefully low and has been rendered ineffective, indicative of his poor innate talent. But he is nothing more than an inconsequential figure, not worthy of concern." Chapter 12. The Thousand Threads of Calamity. Restrictions on dual cultivation with other women. On Qin Feng's side, he and Qin Xiao embarked on their journey once more. If all went according to plan, their next destination would be the most formidable sect within the Tianmen prefecture. The Tianmen sect. There's truly no way to unravel this. Qin Feng communicated with the Empress in his mind. This is a unique spiritual treasure of the upper three domains, exclusive to the upper Qing Nine Heavens Palace. Given your position in the Kanglan Empire, a mere speck of land, even with the might of the entire nation, you cannot hope to shake it in the slightest. You are ensnared by the thousand threads of calamity. You shall never escape the grip of this woman. Prepare to be drained dry. This spiritual treasure has entered your body. Aside from her, you will be unable to engage in dual cultivation with any other woman. Unless she chooses to release you, you shall remain a bachelor for life. It is evident that she is targeting your abundant yang energy." The Empress scoffed, her tone laced with a hint of hostility. "Is there truly nothing you can do?" Qin Feng gritted his teeth. "Indeed. That woman is far from simple. Ostensibly, she claims to sacrifice her yang energy. Yet in reality, she binds herself to you if she desires. She can ascertain your whereabouts at any moment I can. But what does that have to do with me? Moreover, it is widely known in the upper three domains that being marked by this spiritual treasure indicates that the woman has taken a liking to you. Unless you perish, you cannot associate with other men. Thus, who would dare contend with the women of the upper Qing Nine Heavens Palace for a man? I have no intention of releasing you. It would be beneath my dignity." The Empress's tone suggested that she held the woman's faction in contempt, yet the palpable jealousy was unmistakable. "It seems improbable that she is interested in me. What then could her true intentions be?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow. "The upper Qing Nine Heavens Palace possesses a technique that requires dual cultivation 3 times with you in the first 2 instances. She will bestow upon you her pure yin essence, propelling your cultivation to unprecedented heights. In the 3rd instance, she will siphon all of your yang energy, reducing you to a mere husk. At that point, she will be able to leverage your essence to break free from the constraints of the 9 domains and ascend to the celestial realm." The Empress articulated the woman's ulterior motives with remarkable clarity. "Good heavens, does that mean I would become the legendary furnace?" Qin Feng's expression darkened significantly. "And what of you and I?" Qin Feng was taken aback. The thought of losing the joy of merging with the Empress was akin to a death sentence. What is she to impede me?" The Empress expressed profound disdain, yet with a sardonic smile, she added, regrettably, "She has miscalculated. You have cultivated the eternal divine body technique, which renders her yin essence ineffective for elevating your cultivation. Engaging in dual cultivation with you would deplete her fortunes entirely." With this revelation, Qin Feng comprehended his current physical condition. Even if that woman were to offer her pure yin essence in the first 2 instances, it would be tantamount to applying menstrual blood to a stone, utterly futile. This was a conclusion she would never have anticipated. Moreover, I possess methods of counteraction. In due time, I shall compel her to willingly surrender her pure yin essence and all her cultivation to you." The Empress's tone bore a hint of ruthlessness. "Who dares to claim a share of the spoils from my mouth? You are nothing." So I could indeed exploit her cultivation for free. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder the Empress refused to unravel the 1,000 threads of calamity. It appears she was fishing for an opportunity. The women Qin Feng encountered were increasingly cunning. One misstep, and he would be left with nothing but scraps. That woman seemed particularly confident, as if she had already secured her grip on Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng was a man of the Empress, a far more terrifying existence than a mere mama's boy. At this juncture, Qin Feng sensed that he would undoubtedly encounter that woman again in some future circumstance. After all, 3 instances of dual cultivation awaited him. Subsequently, the Empress severed contact with Qin Feng, and he called out repeatedly, yet received no response. Throughout their journey, the siblings seemed preoccupied with their own thoughts, hardly exchanging a word, even appearing somewhat absent-minded. Each harbored secrets buried deep within, but rather than creating distance. This shared secrecy fostered a desire to protect one another as they ambled along. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to refine the ores he had gathered, elevating his cultivation to the first level of the Qi-Si realm. Upon reaching the Qi-Si realm, his mastery over the burial sword improved significantly. Even without resorting to the Sword of Worlds, he could dispatch foes of the same rank with a mere flick of his sword. Moreover, as his cultivation advanced, his physical prowess surged, reaching an astonishing level of the 8th stage of the Qi-Si. Qin Feng, merging the eternal divine body technique with the sacred sun Saint Fish. Wielding the burial sword and harnessing the sacred yang energy to temper his physique, elicited a hint of surprise from the Empress regarding his foundational strength, as he was forging an extraordinary path of cultivation. Qin Xiaoer also reached the Qi-Si realm, and upon realizing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to soon conclude it was merely due to an accumulation of spiritual stones, thus feeling at ease. 7 days later, the siblings finally arrived at the entrance of the most powerful faction in the Tianmin prefecture, the Tianmin sect. During their journey, Qin Xiaoer experienced several uncontrollable surges of demonic energy. A manifestation of the poison from the other short demon flower. The urgency to locate the necessary medicinal ingredients was palpable. Amidst the azure skies and billowing clouds, the imposing structures momentarily rendered Qin Feng entranced. Faintly, a series of shouts echoed, repeating over a dozen times. Touch the Tian. Those who exceed a quarter of an hour may enter the Tianmin sect for cultivation. All participants, please line up promptly. Touch the Tianmin. Qin Feng was all too familiar with this term. He had once yearned for it. Qin Baichuan's eldest son had entered the Tianmin sect through this very method. The act of touching the Tianmin was, in fact, a trial. The path was fraught with challenges, and the ultimate objective was to measure the duration of the touch. Only those with exceptional strength could succeed. Listen closely as the crowd stood in formation. A woman in a pink skirt emerged, her beauty striking and her figure alluring. Yet before the crowd, she adopted a demeanor of icy arrogance. This trial, regardless of methods or the specter of death, will solely consider the outcome. The longer the duration of touching the Tianmin, the higher the ranking. However, those participating in this trial are indeed fortunate. A hint of luck flickered across her face. Elder Jiang. We are aware of the preceding rules. What do the subsequent parts entail? A cultivator inquired loudly. You are aware that the touch of the Tianmin is unrestricted by cultivation level, only by innate talent. Ranked according to talent. The 3rd place will receive a 2nd-tier spiritual herb, snake gall grass. The 2nd place will receive a 3rd-tier spiritual herb, spirit fire lotus. And the 1st place, as she spoke, even she revealed a hint of envy. A 4th-tier spiritual herb, 1 millennium ice xian fruit. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, erupting into a cacophony of exclamations and discussions. Previously, the touch of the Tianmin had never yielded herbs beyond the 2nd tier. Why such generosity this time? It was well known that 4th-tier spiritual herbs were treasures even elders found difficult to procure. Even if a 4th-tier spiritual herb were sold, the resources obtained could elevate a person beyond the primordial spirit realm. It was sufficient to sway the fate of millions in places like Qingyun City. Silence, prepare yourselves. The trial of touching the Tianmin begins. Once Elder Jiang concluded, the crowd fell silent. Observing this, she turned and instructed. Her alluring figure swaying as she moved to a quieter spot, in a hushed tone, she called, Qin Guxing, come forth quickly. Do you not wish to exact vengeance on your enemies? I can arrange it for you. Chapter 13. Youngster, do you wish to take a shortcut? From the shadows emerged a young man clad in a white robe, adorned with a jade hairpin, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. Elder Jiang gazed at this young man with admiration. He had recently broken through to the primordial spirit realm, and though initially unremarkable, he had awakened the exceedingly rare Qingmu's spiritual body, causing quite a stir throughout the Tianmen prefecture. With the assistance of his spiritual body and cultivation, he was destined to soar at an astonishing rate, and his status would inevitably rise, catching the attention of Yinluo Peak, where he would be welcomed into their ranks. Surpassing even her as an elder, in fact, the spiritual herbs presented by the sect were prepared specifically to curry favor with him. Qin Guxing handed Elder Jiang a portrait passed down from Qin Baichuan. She examined it thoughtfully, saying, "I believe I have seen this person. He was accompanied by a young girl just moments ago, standing in the back row. Thank you, Elder Jiang. During the trial, please inform me of his whereabouts. He is merely a minor character, easily dealt with." Qin Guxing nodded. This time he sought the sect's permission to traverse the Tianmen trial once more, both to prove his innate talent and for the sake of Qin Feng. In his father's letter, he had been mentioned several times, becoming a looming obsession that demanded resolution. "This is a trivial matter. Do not trouble yourself. Follow me. I shall introduce you to someone of significance." Elder Jiang led him through a series of twists and turns. Before long, they arrived before a young man clad in a python robe, who had his back turned to them. "Have you not yet met the 10th prince?" Elder Jiang remarked, her lips parting in awe as she gazed at the figure. The 10th prince. Qin Guxing recognized him instantly, who in the Kanglan Empire was unaware of the 10th prince's cultivation at Yinluo Peak. He immediately bowed respectfully to the Qingmu's spiritual body. "Indeed impressive. You are qualified to serve me." Yi Fan nodded in approval, evidently pleased. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your recognition." Qin Gang was instantly filled with exhilaration, as a prince of the Kanglan Empire. His humble visit to the Tianmen sect was solely to recruit talents, as for the nominal position at Yinluo Peak. It was merely a title akin to Yihui's status at Qingming Peak, just a name. This was also a matter that the Tianmen sect welcomed with open arms. Elder Jiang, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but let a flicker of envy and jealousy flash across her beautiful eyes. "Congratulations, talented Qin. From now on, you shall soar to great heights, and your future is boundless." Qin Feng, displaying great humility, responded, "Oh, not at all. I will still require Elder Jiang's guidance in the future. Remember, I can arrange for you these 4th-grade spirit herbs. Or I can just as easily not. Whether you are first or not depends entirely on my whim. Understand?" Yi Fan stated coldly, his gaze piercing. Qin Gang's body trembled, and he promptly lowered his head in humility. "I understand. I shall undoubtedly dedicate myself to serving Your Highness, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation." Qin Gang's face paled with excitement. Yi Fan's cultivation level was indeed terrifying. Having entered the Yuanshan realm, he felt a twinge of fear. Yi Fan gestured for Qin Gang to depart, feeling quite satisfied with his ability to command others. "That I shall now proceed to participate in the Tianmen trial." Qin Gang gazed at the throngs of people flooding into the mountain forest, his heart surging with anticipation. Although he was virtually guaranteed to secure the first place, he was determined to make Qin Feng kneel and beg for mercy when the time came. Truly experiencing the terror he could unleash, the Tianmen trials had commenced. "Your Highness, are you returning to the imperial capital to participate in the imperial war and inherit the throne?" Elder Jiang inquired, her pupils trembling, her body quaking. "Indeed." Yi Fan nodded, his eyes gleaming with ambition, like a tempest brewing. Once victorious, the entire Kanglan Empire would be his. Powers like the Tianmen sect were abundant within the empire, numbering no less than 100 that time. The Tianmen sect would take pride in being associated with Yinluo Peak. Within the sect, every site would be adorned with statues of your golden figure. Enduring through the ages, Elder Jiang's eyes brimmed with admiration and reverence. Ultimately, the Tianmen sect was merely the most powerful force in a province of the Kanglan Empire, in the face of royal members. What could Shi Jiang do but flatter? Hearing that Qin Gang intended to kill someone, Yi Fan casually remarked, "Just cooperate." Yes, Jiang Xian's expression changed. She had to execute this task flawlessly. Upon returning to the mountain gate, Qin Gang had already vanished, presumably having entered the mountain first. Killing required a secluded location, though. Jiang Xen glanced over and noticed that Qin Feng and his sister were still in the same spot. At that moment, Qin Feng's handsome visage, combined with his robust masculinity, captured Jiang Xen's attention. So handsome. Truly dashing. She marveled, startled by her earlier oversight, realizing that this young man was a charming little pup that he stood there, eclipsing all the other men present. What a pity! If it weren't for the fact that he had offended someone, I would have indulged myself with him. Unable to resist, Jiang Xen stepped forward and said, "Young man, why are you not moving?" Qin Feng. Ahem, what I meant was, everyone else has gone into the mountain for the trials. Why haven't you? Jiang Xen stammered, captivated by Qin Feng's striking turn. Sister, the rankings are based on the time spent in the Tianmen trial. The longer you stay, the better your qualifications, so it's fine to go later. It can also help avoid mid-trial skirmishes. Qin Xiao chimed in sweetly, though her gaze warily assessed the voluptuous Jiang Xen. She can't be after my brother, can she? There are always schemers wanting to steal my brother away. That makes sense. Jiang Xen mused, then said, "Young man, how about you let me help you by opening a back door?" Qin Feng's eyes widened, his expression tightening as he glanced at Jiang Xen's alluring figure. Stunned, Elder Jiang has such preferences? Oh. Qin Xiao shivered, goosebumps erupting all over her. Jiang Xen's expression darkened, and she gritted her teeth. "What are you thinking? I meant, do you want to take a shortcut? I can bypass the trial process and take you directly into the Tianmen sect." "Oh, I'm not interested." Qin Feng shook his head. "You were not interested in entering the sect directly?" Jiang Xen was taken aback. Logically, a country bumpkin like him would be overjoyed upon hearing such an offer. Why was he so unresponsive? "Of course I'm not. I still need those fourth-grade spirit herbs to treat my sister's illness." Qin Feng thought of ways to obtain them if he couldn't secure a high ranking. Huh. A frog at the bottom of a well. Do you think the first position can just be taken at will? Jiang Xen chuckled coldly in her heart, but her face remained amiable. "Young man, don't think it's just you. Even I wouldn't last long under such conditions." "What, Elder Jiang, are you saying you can't hold out?" Qin Feng cast her a peculiar glance. Jiang Xen, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth so hard that they creaked, her chest heaving with fury. If it weren't for his somewhat handsome appearance, I would have slapped you to death by now. She restrained her anger and said, "Young man, is my meaning so difficult to comprehend? I'm talking about the time spent in the Tianmen trial." Chapter 14. The Foolish Genius Waste. That, just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't. Qin Feng dismissed her, having sensed her ill intentions from the very beginning, deliberately teasing her, that he took Qin Xiao by the hand and strode into the mountain without looking back. "You!" Jiang Xen was so furious her lips turned purple. After Qin Feng and his sister had walked for a while, she stomped her foot and, like a wraith, followed them closely behind. There was no other choice. If I can't deceive them, I will have to seize the opportunity. As long as I deliver them to Qin Gang, I can consider whether to find a secluded spot to have my fun first. After all, I just acquired a dual cultivation technique from the nearby Hawan sect. Jiang Xen, the way you look at him is quite revealing. Brother, why not do a good deed and give her a taste of pleasure? Qin Xiao said unexpectedly. Slap. Qin Feng smacked his sister on the head. What kind of lewd words are you speaking now? In the days they had spent together, Qin Feng noticed that his sister seemed like a changed person, more vivacious and bolder than before. I isn't that because I learned from my brother. Qin Xiao replied with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Suddenly, they heard commotion ahead. Just as they entered a thicket, they saw a woman in white kneeling in despair, begging for mercy. "Senior brother, please spare me. I have just come of age and know nothing of the world." The woman wept pitifully, bloodstains marking her delicate feet, and a ghastly wound marred her flawless legs. The woman Qin Gang had set his sights on would only meet a gruesome fate. Qin Gang yanked her garments away, leaving only her undergarments to so white. His eyes gleamed with lewdness as he lunged forward. "No, you can't, you beast, this is the trial ground." The woman, overwhelmed with despair, had heard that Qin Gang was a member of Yinluo Peak. Upon this realization, everyone had fled and feared, "Be good. If you let me indulge in pleasure in the future, I might consider sparing your life. But of course, the condition is that you must be at my beck and call from now on." Qin Gang seized her legs, forcefully spreading them apart. "Are you not afraid of the sectus elders punishing you?" She cried, tears streaming down her face as she struggled helplessly. "Punishment? You're going to be disappointed. I'm a genius and the 10th prince's man. Who would dare touch me? Slap. Qin Gang struck the woman across the face. Growling, "You filthy whore, don't overestimate your worth." The girl, rendered powerless by the blow, found herself utterly despondent in the face of Qin Gang's status. Seeing this, he leered wickedly, ready to proceed when suddenly a cold voice rang out, "Release that girl." "Who is it?" Qin Gang felt his body tighten. The masculine bravado he had just exhibited evaporating in an instant. He turned sharply, his eyes locking onto two familiar figures, Qin Feng and Qin Xiao. Qin Feng, in truth, Qin Gang felt a twinge of fear, but upon seeing Qin Feng, he relaxed, realizing it was just these two country bumpkins that you'd better get lost and not interrupt my moment of pleasure. Otherwise, I might just use your sister to replace you. In his mind, seducing women was far more pressing than killing Qin Feng, which could be done at any time. "Please, save me." The woman clung to her last hope, her heart-wrenching cries resonating with despair. "All right." Qin Feng did not hesitate as he drew the Zhongtian sword. That should have been a moment of joy to encounter family, but instead, he found Qin Gang to be a beastly figure. "Am I mistaken? You're merely at the first level of the Yuanshan realm." Qin Gang burst into laughter, unable to contain himself as he pressed further. "My second brother is such a waste that even you can't defeat him. You haven't even reached the 5th level of Yuanshan." With his awakened Qingmu spirit body and current cultivation at the 4th level of Yuanshan, Qin Gang's inner spiritual energy surged like a raging sea, exuding an overwhelming presence. 1st level of Yuanshan? The woman looked at Qin Feng with utter disappointment. "Forget it. I'll just kill the two of you first." Qin Gang pulled his pants up and stood, his body radiating with overwhelming power, crackling like fireworks within. "Prepare to die." Qin Gang shot forward, unleashing his Yuanshan realm power with a single punch, believing he could crush Qin Feng and his sister multiple times over. Yet at that moment, a figure darted past. Qin Feng, too, met the challenge with a single punch, invoking the ancient divine body technique, pushing his physical strength to its utmost limits. Boom! As their fists collided, a tremendous roar erupted. A scream pierced the air. It was Qin Gang, sent hurtling backward, his arm twisted, his fist deformed, bone shards flying, blood gushing forth. My hand ruined. Qin Gang could hardly believe it, howling in despair. "Impossible! I couldn't even last a single round against you." Qin Gang was thrown into disarray, unable to comprehend the situation. After all, he was a soul realm practitioner. At this moment, the so-called genius was utterly flustered, failing to devise a strategy to counterattack, instead resorting to wailing. No wonder Yi Hor scoffed at Qin Baichuan when mentioning him. Even Jiang Xian, observing from afar, couldn't help but curse under her breath. What a useless fool. What a waste of a fine spiritual body. She quickly sent a message. "Don't panic. Your spiritual body can heal your injuries. You underestimated him. His physical strength is merely at the 8th level of the Qi Si, his power barely reaching the threshold of the soul realm. Get up quickly. With the strength of your spiritual body, you can easily annihilate him." Despite her words, she too was alarmed by Qin Feng's physical prowess. If he refined his body further, his cultivation would accelerate. This is the foundation of a person and one of the criteria for assessing a genius. A physical realm surpassing the cultivation realm by such a margin is indeed a rare sight in a century. "Qin Gang, your father has overly praised you. You are not as remarkable as he claims." Qin Feng smiled down at him. Reacting swiftly, Qin Gang activated his Qingmu spiritual body to its peak, a surge of verdant, pure spiritual energy, swiftly mending his arm's injuries. "You will die," Qin Gang roared in fury, each word punctuated with venom as he unleashed the overwhelming spiritual pressure. 9 strikes of the Heavenly Gate. This time his figure flickered as he employed the Xian-level martial technique of the Heavenly Gate sect. Jiang Xian nodded slightly. This strike was certainly enough to reduce Qin Feng to nothing but dust. "What a pity," she muttered that moment. Qin Feng brandished the sword of Heaven's burial, fully aware that only the power of a sword cultivator could allow him to fight beyond his current level. His own cultivation was insufficient, and he could only rely on sword techniques, a sword that transcends time. Boom! In the next instant, an enormous sword aura enveloped Qin Gang. Jiang Xian's expression shifted in terror. How is this possible? Chapter 15. Seeking Qin Feng to test the techniques of the Hawan sect, Jiang Xin watched in horror as Qin Gang was reduced to a cripple, letting out a shriek. Yet she dared not intervene, for the energy of a sword cultivator was enough to make her contemplate numerous issues. Ah! Qin Gang screamed in agony. The horrific sword wound it cleaved through his head. One eye bursting into a spray of blood, his lower abdomen completely ruined, my spiritual body shattered. Qin Gang keenly sensed the crisp sound that had resonated within him moments ago. The mutated wood meridian within him had transformed into countless specks. Returning to the heavens and earth, his martial veins were indeed destroyed. That is so powerful. A woman, already assisted by Qin Xiao and clad in a garment, gazed at him with watery eyes. Qin Gang, our past grievances should have ended. Yet you insisted on complicating matters. Congratulations, you have earned yourself a ticket to the underworld. Qin Feng sneered. You dare to touch me? I am a person of the 10th prince. Even if you kill me, you cannot escape. He was a noble prince of the Kanglan Empire, the future Kanglan Emperor. Qin Gang howled in a frenzy. 10th prince? Qin Feng's mind raced back to his encounters with Yi Hor and Yi Xian. Then, with a single step, he seized Qin Gang, driving the sword deep into his abdomen, instantly shattering his internal organs. Qin Gang screamed in excruciating pain. I told you I am a person of the 10th prince. You dare to kill me. His face was a picture of disbelief. Qin Feng chuckled. People as naive as you are truly rare. Even if he were to come, he would only seek to recruit me. He would never offend me for a dead man like you. I end the path of cultivation. Where is there any benefit from death? Only immediate gains matter. Moreover, he was merely the 10th prince, not the Kanglan Emperor. Swish! After finishing his words, Qin Feng drew his sword again, slicing through Qin Gang's throat, blood erupting forth. Why? Qin Feng, expending his last ounce of strength, howled in despair, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He truly could not comprehend it. I usually am not this cruel. But you should not have mentioned my sister. Insulting her, you must suffer the most brutal death. Qin Feng struck several more times, cleaving open Qin Gang's back, leaving him a hollow shell, devoid of internal organs. This is what I learned from that girl by the lake. He chuckled. After all, it was the Qingmu's spiritual body. Even now, though Qin Gang's vision faded, a flicker of life remained. The immense pain causing his body to convulse, that he was dying in agony. The brilliant halo of the Qingmu's spiritual body had yet to unfold. The 10th prince's man has been killed. The white-clad woman beside Qin Xiao immediately panicked. Qin Feng's gaze flickered as he softly remarked, yes, he deserved to die. Are you feeling better now? Cough, cough. I've recovered a bit, the white-clad woman stammered, pointing at Qin Gang. His identity is not trivial. How can you say you killed him so casually? Then how do I save you? Qin Feng replied helplessly. What about the 10th prince? He will certainly hold us accountable. The woman furrowed her brow. As long as you don't shout everywhere that it was I who killed him. No one will know. Qin Feng gestured around, indicating that no one had witnessed the scene. Then I shall take my leave. The woman prepared to depart. Hey, how rude of you. You were saved by us. And you just intend to leave like that? Qin Xiao was instantly displeased. Let her go. Qin Feng stopped his sister, creating a large pit with his sword to bury Qin Gang, before hurriedly pulling Qin Xiao away as they vanished. After the white-clad woman had walked a short distance, she thought, You killed Qin the genius. What does that have to do with me? I refuse to bear this risk. Why should I be complicit with you? The woman suddenly turned around. She disregarded her injuries and fled swiftly towards the mountain gate. If Qin Feng fell into misfortune, she would not escape unscathed either. It was better to report him and perhaps gain a bright future. Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang. Where are you? I have crucial information to report. In the blink of an eye, the white-clad woman was about to escape the dense forest. Stop. Suddenly, a voice called out behind her. She trembled all over, disbelief flooding her features. You. Have you been following me? Qin Xiao, holding Qin Feng's hand, appeared before her. If it weren't for my brother insisting on returning to take a look, we would have been sold out by you. We saved you, and you turned your back on us? Qin Xiao was seething with rage, that I was momentarily confused. Spare me. The white-clad woman immediately knelt, wailing pitifully, just as she had before Qin Gang. Not a bit. This time, Qin Xiao took action. That I see you need a lesson. The little vixen had likely been scheming all along. With a resounding slap to her crown, the woman's eyes widened in shock. Her breath leaving her in an instant. Sister, why must women make things difficult for one another? Leave the killing to me. Qin Feng had never seen such a fierce side of his sister. Brother, I hate her for wanting to report you. That would put you in danger. Anyone who poses a threat to you, I will stain my hands with blood, no matter the cost, Qin Xiaoer declared resolutely. From now on, no more of this, all right? Killing is my responsibility. You just focus on being beautiful. Qin Feng gently ruffled Qin Xiaoer's hair, a glimmer of heartache in his eyes. How young is my sister? Just a teenager, yet she must face this brutal world of cultivation. Understood. Qin Xiaoer nodded obediently, though the determination in her eyes remained unwavering. It's getting late. We must hurry to the heavenly gate. Qin Feng glanced at the mountain peak. The sun was about to set. In a certain part of the forest, a girl in a pink dress gazed anxiously at the chasm. Jiang Exin was filled with panic. Should she report everything to the 10th prince or keep it a secret? She had been hesitating for a long time. Finally, she came to a realization. What of a sword cultivator? Were they not merely slightly more outstanding cultivators in the Kanglan Empire? The choice was evident. Her lips curled into a mocking smile as she mused. Jiang Exin, you actually struggled for a moment over a mere boy. Truly foolish of you. This Kanglan Empire belongs to the Yi family. Thus Yi Fan is the one destined for the heavenly gate. With a swift turn of her pink dress, she raced toward the 10th princess direction. She had to hurry. If delayed, someone else might seize this monumental credit. After a while, a pink figure returned. Jiang Xian's gaze flickered as she pondered. The 10th prince ordered me to kill him. What a pity. How about finding a place to have some fun before the kill? Wouldn't that be delightful? The dual cultivation techniques of the Huan sect are all quite extravagant. It would be nice to sample them. Little puppy, I'm coming. Chapter 16. Jiang Exin takes the initiative. I refuse to believe that you can remain unfazed. In truth, the most arduous challenge of reaching the heavenly gate lies not in the final test, but in the journey itself. As Qin Feng and his sister traversed this treacherous path, they encountered countless severed limbs and lifeless bodies, their eyes forever staring into the void. These unfortunate souls never even laid a finger on the heavenly gate before reality dealt them a cruel lesson. Murder for treasure, seizing resources along the way. Qin Feng faced several ambushes, all of which were deftly countered by the duo. To heighten the difficulty, the Heavenly Gate sect had deliberately unleashed a few monstrous beasts into the trial area. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was undeterred. As they approached the majestic ancient stone gate, a sudden luminescent barrier descended from above. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could comprehend the change, the scenery around him morphed entirely. A formation, meanwhile, outside. Qin Xiao launched a frantic assault on the shimmering barrier, to no avail. It was a one-time teleportation array that had already receded into the distance. The voice of the elderly woman echoed in her mind. What should we do now? Panic set in. He won't perish so easily. Do not worry. Instead, why not take this opportunity to absorb some of the life force from the corpses we've encountered along the way? It would be a shame to let it go to waste. To her surprise, Qin Xiao readily agreed. As she searched for Qin Feng, she scattered crimson hooks upon the ground, invoking her powers to animate the bloodied flesh beneath her feet, which began to writhe and respond in kind. What is Elder Zhang's intention? At this moment, Qin Feng found himself in an unfamiliar canyon, seemingly far removed from the Heavenly Gate sect's trial grounds. A woman clad in a flowing pink gown approached him, her figure both alluring and provocative, with a portion of her skin tantalizingly exposed. Without the slightest hint of modesty, she brandished a tome inscribed with the words dual cultivation, filled with illustrations that would make the most stoic blush. This is of little consequence. I merely wish to discuss the nuances of my unique calligraphy with you, Jiang Exin purred, wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's shoulders. He attempted to resist, only to discover an overwhelming spiritual pressure binding him, far surpassing that of the primordial spirit realm. He was utterly immobilized. With a soft sigh, her bosom pressed against him, enveloping him in an intoxicating fragrance. Is this clear to you now? Jiang Xin's voice dripped with seduction as she whispered sultry breaths against his ear. She reined in her murderous intent, likely aiming to ensnare him in a haze of desire and plunge into the ecstasy of dual cultivation together. The technique of the Hawan sect necessitated that both practitioners willingly engage in their arts for optimal results. Elder Jiang, I implore you to maintain your dignity. Qin Feng gasped for breath, nearly suffocated by the weight of the situation. In his mind, he called out for the Empress, but the gap between their powers was insurmountable. "Do not fret. She cannot harm you." That was the only response he received from the Empress, and any further communication ceased. "Damn it, you fool." Jiang Xin's enchanting eyes flashed with irritation. "Stop pretending. Your desire is palpable." Her mocking laughter rang out. "What is your station compared to mine? Before me, you are but a supplicant. Enough of this pretense. You may now worship at my feet." She shrugged nonchalantly. Some individuals, despite their lackluster capabilities, delight in ostentation. "Elder Jiang, I have not wronged you. I beseech you to release me." Qin Feng shook his head once more. "What did you say?" Jiang Xin shrieked, disbelief etched upon her face. It seemed unfathomable that her advances would fail to subdue this mere country bumpkin. You've overplayed your hand. I shall grant you one last chance. Embrace this esteemed elder and kiss my collarbone." Licking gently, she gestured to the hem of her gown. "Then I shall reveal to you the most pleasurable experience this world has to offer. Those old coots in the sect would covet me. Yet they cannot even touch me. Consider this. When we return, you will merely be an ordinary disciple while I remain a revered elder. Imagine the thrill of our clandestine affair, maintaining a facade of ignorance in public." The more she spoke, the more she found herself captivated, reluctant to end Qin Feng's life. As she gazed into his face, the warmth radiating from him nearly bewitched her, in a moment of reckless abandon. She contemplated that if Qin Feng acquiesced, she would risk her future for him. The line between hunter and prey blurred. Her painted fingernails glided over Qin Feng's back, a curious contrast to her unadorned middle fingers. Suddenly, her gown billowed away, a sensation of silk against skin igniting an exhilarating thrill. "Elder Jiang, please release me. I harbor no feelings for you." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, though he was on the verge of breaking. His resolve was merely a facade to others. Jiang Xin might appear to be a paragon of beauty, but he had witnessed the Empress's unparalleled elegance and grace, as well as the ethereal charm of the maiden by the lakeside. In comparison, Jiang Xin's allure paled significantly. Yet she embodied a different kind of appeal. Her essence exuded a raw indulgence, a seductive allure that felt liberatingly sinful, reminiscent of a descent into a sinful metropolis. Another shriek pierced the air. Jiang Xin, now frenzied, had always found success with less effort. Yet here she was, nearly stripped bare, clinging to Qin Feng without any response from him. How could this country lad resist her charms? She gazed at his masculine vigor and striking visage, an unbidden desire to possess him igniting within her. The mysterious aura surrounding him intoxicated her senses. Under normal circumstances, unrequited desire would lead her to eliminate him. But now, she had shed her imposing elder facade. With a determined bite of her lip, she flicked her fingers, casting off the last vestiges of her clothing. Jiang Xin's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly resembling a ripe fruit. She writhed, unexpectedly assisting Qin Feng in shedding his garments. Even as Qin Feng struggled to maintain his composure, he felt the soft warmth of Jiang Xin's body, stirring primal instincts within him that he yearned to resist. Yet her overwhelming power rendered him helpless, even as he channeled all his energy into the eternal divine body technique. "Submit to me, and I shall frequently summon you under the pretext of tutoring you in our techniques." Jiang Xin, clutching the volume on dual cultivation, enacted the alluring postures within. "I am entirely unclothed. Look at me. I refuse to believe you can remain unaffected." Her dulcet voice sent shivers down his spine, forcibly turning Qin Feng's head to face her, enticing him with abandon. The dual cultivation technique contained elements of enchantment, ensnaring Qin Feng's senses and igniting a flurry of emotions within him. "How shall we study?" he murmured. "Why, in this manner," Jiang Xin exclaimed, elated by his response, her hands gliding over his body like serpents. Boom! The sensation overwhelmed Qin Feng, his blood surging, unable to contain himself. "Elder Jiang, I have come to a realization." "What now?" At his words, Jiang Exin trembled with excitement, a rush of warmth flooding her. At last. She sensed the stirring of his masculine form, her eyes glazed with desire, with a flutter of her lashes. She could no longer contain herself, pressing her delicate hand against his head, breathlessly urging, "Lick there." Chapter 17. What is this sticky? Lick what? Qin Feng bellowed, his voice echoing with indignation. In truth, at this moment, his mind was crystal clear. The violet tattoo on his wrist incessantly pricked him like 1,000 needles, sending waves of agony coursing through him. His feelings for Jiang Exin were not non-existent, but rather, he dared not indulge them. He realized that if he allowed even the slightest lapse in his mental fortitude, the 1,000 Threads calamity would unleash its terrifying power, shattering his mind in an instant. However, his outburst failed to rouse Jiang Exin from her stupor. Qin Feng's body had become akin to an immense aphrodisiac as Jiang Exin groped him. The violet hairband seemed to come alive, glowing with intensity. Buzz! At that moment, Jiang Exin shuddered, as though she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Akin to riding a wild stallion, grasping the reins with fervor. Jiang Exin's delighted screams echoed, as if she were galloping across a vast prairie, her body undulating in rhythm. Despite the uneven terrain, she reveled in her exhilarating ride. Impatiently urging, "Faster! Faster!" She was utterly captivated by the warmth emanating from Qin Feng, more potent than any aphrodisiac. Jiang Exin had completely forgotten about her previous entanglements, genuinely yearning to escape with him to a distant place, fostering a tender romance over time. Little did she realize, her fervor was the very trigger that activated the calamity. Buzz! The violet tattoo vanished from Qin Feng's arm, transforming into a hairband, and within moments, it fragmented into countless strands the thickness of hair. Swish! A multitude of purple threads erupted forth. Bang! In an instant, Jiang Exin's protective spiritual aura shattered and a cry of anguish escaped her lips as she fell to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. "What on earth is this?" she exclaimed in terror, glancing back to see threads resembling serpents, writhing and clawing at the air. Her own spiritual pressure crumbled before them, utterly ineffective. Qin Feng felt a sudden lightness. Jiang Exin's terrifying spiritual pressure vanished. After quickly orienting himself, he hurriedly departed. Though he had contemplated eliminating Jiang Exin, he was uncertain of the extent of the 1,000 Threads calamity's power. Rash action could provoke a fatal counterattack from her. "Don't run." Jiang Exin's expression changed as she prepared to pursue, only to collide with the purple threads suspended in midair, with a series of piercing sounds. Those threads burrowed into her, leaving a gruesome mess. Jiang Exin's face turned pale. Despite unleashing all her cultivation, she could not budge the threads in the slightest. In an instant, vast portions of her flesh and blood had turned to mush. Was she to die here? Despair enveloped her. No matter what means she tried, she could not contend with the eerie purple threads. Just as she was about to close her eyes, those threads suddenly erupted from her body. They exhibited a moment of human-like panic, their radiance dimming, as if the connection to Qin Feng had weakened. With a swift motion, they shot towards the direction in which Qin Feng had departed. "What on earth is this?" Jiang Exin's face turned ashen as she exhaled, her heart still racing as she gazed at the spot where the 1,000 Threads calamity had vanished. As an elder of the Heavenly Gate sect. Albeit the lowest-ranked elder, her cultivation was still among the foremost. Even outside the sect, she was a significant figure in the entire Heavenly Gate prefecture, a character capable of establishing a sect. Yet, she found herself utterly defenseless against those bizarre threads, which seemed to harbor a peculiar animosity. She cast a complex glance in the direction Qin Feng had taken, a growing sense of reluctance surging within her, observing her completely exposed body. Although it was not Qin Feng's intention, he had seen and touched every part of her. Now, as she regained her composure, her face flushed deep red. A tingling sensation coursed through her thigh. Upon closer inspection, it was as if the dew from the grass had clung to her leg during her earlier rush across the prairie. Instantly, her body ignited with heat once more. "You little brat. You can't escape. This elder will definitely have you." Jiang Exin bit her lip, a hint of lingering affection surfacing. Then she closed her eyes, reminiscing about Qin Feng's ethereal visage. The one finger that had not been stained with nail polish gently curled, descending slowly. Lost in a haze of emotion, she slightly parted her legs, her body relishing the moment as her lower abdomen lifted toward the sky. Back again. Qin Feng fixated on the purple threads encircling his wrist. This moment. The thousand threads calamity had transformed into a purple tattoo affixed to his arm that seemed I cannot stray too far from it. Qin Feng realized. You did this on purpose? The voice of the Empress suddenly echoed. Qin Feng was taken aback. What is it now? Clearly, the thousand threads calamity could have utterly decimated Jiang Exin, yet you chose to leave. If it weren't for its haste to return to your body, how could that little vixen have survived? The Empress sneered. Are you waiting to enjoy her later? She didn't die. Qin Feng responded, what a pity. I was worried that the thousand threads calamity lacked sufficient power, so I departed. Otherwise, I would have stayed to witness her demise. You ought to cultivate your swordsmanship and refine your realm, that if I were present. Even with my cultivation suppressed to the first level of Qi Si, I could have slain her with a single strike. The Empress expressed her displeasure. You are squandering a precious opportunity, possessing a treasure, yet failing to utilize it effectively. The dominance of the Eternal God Body technique lies in its ability to control artifacts. Combined with the path of swordsmanship, it is simply extraordinary, and yet you have reduced it to this state. Qin Feng lamented, spare me the lecture. I am not a reincarnated celestial emperor or a powerful figure from another realm, that I lack the memories of a strong person, that I can only make do with what I have. Enough, first go find your sister. Once you enter the sect, find a moment to come to the sacred fish space, that I shall personally instruct you. The Empress fell silent for a while, realizing that her perspective on the cultivation path was crystal clear. While Qin Feng was indeed shrouded in fog, and no matter how excellent the resources provided to him were, he remained lost regarding his future. When would he achieve the second yin-yang fusion? The third layer of the sacred fish space likely held even better opportunities for Qin Feng. The recent series of encounters with women had left him in a state of constant agitation, desperately needing a place to release his pent-up feelings. You haven't even begun to utilize the time dilation in the sacred fish space. Yet you are aiming too high. Just wait. The Empress's voice faded into the distance. After her words vanished, Qin Feng hurried back to search for his sister. Brother. Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Gate trial, where Qin Xiao had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, her anxious heart finally settled that in truth, most of the people had already left, and had it not been for Qin Xiao's strong insistence to wait a bit longer, they would have lost their qualification for the trial. Another woman sent. Qin Xiao sniffed the air slightly and immediately changed her expression. Why is it that every time you are either looking for a woman or on your way to find one? Qin Feng's clothes were still damp, droplets of dew from the prairie clinging to him, sparkling under the sunlight. Brother, what is this? Chapter 18. Let us play with his sister instead at the summit of the Heavenly Gate trial site. A woman in a pink skirt gazed anxiously at the approaching Qin Feng siblings that a storm of thoughts surged within Jiang Exin. This person's swordsmanship talent was extraordinary. Why not wait until he touched the Heavenly Gate before claiming him for her own? Compelled by a strange instinct, she even began to persuade Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes turned icy, that he glanced at the stone gate, retracting his hands that had been poised to seize the spiritual herbs. His original intention was that with Qin Guxing dead, no one deserved this reward. Yi Fan coldly stated, why did you not kill him? I was just about to do so, but he wept bitterly, pleading for your loyalty, begging for his life, that I thought it might be beneficial for the prince to have someone for menial tasks. After all, he is a swordsman. It would be convenient for you. My prince. Jiang Exin fabricated a lie, thinking to herself, little brat, this elder has granted you a chance at survival. The 10th prince is not someone you can easily attach yourself to. Being under the same roof as me is a great honor. Moreover, she fantasized, a flicker of desire flashing in her eyes. Can he compare to the Qingmu spiritual body? Yi Fan turned to glance down the mountain, seemingly assessing the situation. Jiang Exin replied, although his cultivation talent does not match that of Qin Guxing. His sword techniques are sharp, and he is still qualified for the 10th prince to evaluate. Very well. Have him kneel here and bow twice, and I will not pursue the matter of him killing Qin Guxing. Yi Fan waved his hand, indicating that he would observe Qin Feng's performance at the Heavenly Gate. He then closed his eyes, feigning sleep. As these words fell, 6 elders seated on the nearby 7 chairs nodded in silent agreement with Yifan. One of the chairs remained empty. Beneath each chair, the names of various peaks were inscribed. Moreover, at the top, a large golden chair stood alone, seemingly more prestigious than that of the elders, currently unoccupied. Elder Jiang. "Are you still daring to act on your own while serving the prince?" spoke a red-faced elder, whose hair was white yet youthful, kind-eyed yet lecherous. His name was Hong Chi-xiong, an elder of the Yinluo Peak. He had clearly seen the flicker of desire in Jiang Xian's eyes and approached to tease her. "Keep that loose tongue of yours in check. If you have nothing to say, then seal your lips." Jiang Xian shot him a glare. At that moment, she stood with her pink skirt billowing, radiating a unique feminine charm. After all, the 10th prince was affiliated with Yinluo Peak. Naturally, she had to pay extra attention to his affairs. "You are merely an acting elder. What gives you the courage to speak back to me?" Hong Chi-xiong's eyes brimmed with displeasure. If it weren't for her modest beauty, would the 10th prince seek her out for every matter? "I will speak back if I wish. What will you do about it?" Jiang Xian boldly pushed her chest forward, her complexion strikingly fair. "Humph. I see through your intentions clearly. You wish to find a few young men as cauldrons to cultivate the techniques of the pleasure sect." While Hong Chi-xiong rolled his eyes in disdain, he felt a tinge of unwillingness that he had once hoped to cultivate with Jiang Xian, but had been rejected. "Don't get too smug. You think that pretty boy is destined for greatness. He'll be buried in the earth soon enough." "What do you mean?" Jiang Xian's eyes widened in alarm. "Because soon, the 10th prince will also descend to touch the heavenly gate." "What?" Jiang Xinxia arlit like violenti. This was not merely due to Qin Feng's presence, but rather the potential of the 10th prince. Was the blood flood dragon body about to undergo another transformation? "Indeed," Hong Chi-xiong declared with pride. "Under my Yinluo Peak's vigorous cultivation, the prince's blood flood dragon body is set to transform into a golden dragon body. By the time of his return to the imperial capital for the imperial war, he will have a solid grasp of victory. In this way, our heavenly gate sect shall truly give birth to a dragon." His words immediately drew the attention of the other elders from various peaks. Each time the 10th prince underwent a transformation of his spiritual body, he would come to the heavenly gate to assess his potential. An elder quickly approached, bowing humbly. "Elder Hong, could you shed some light on this? What of that Qingming Peak individual?" Do not mention this matter any further. The person is dead and buried, and even the sect master has chosen to remain silent. It is evident that he possessed the true dragon body." At this moment, Jiang Xian is overwhelmed by the news, a wave of disdain surging forth from her eyes. "That a country bumpkin, compared to his highness. You are utterly insignificant. You will need to rely on my esteemed elder's intercession to spare your life." At this juncture, before the heavenly gate, many young disciples have placed their hands upon the gate. The stone door radiates a beam of light, while a few individuals are tasked with recording the duration. Some are ejected after merely a few breaths. "You are unqualified. You may leave. The Heavenly Gate sect does not welcome you." Instantly, disciples step forward, sternly driving away these unqualified individuals, showing no mercy whatsoever. The qualifications of practitioners are categorized from 1 to 6 ranks based on the duration they can touch the Heavenly Gate. Rank 1 is the lowest, while rank 6 is the highest. "Oh, a little girl has managed to hold on for a quarter of an hour. She has not yet been ejected," the 6 elders above. Initially disinterested due to the throngs of people, now take notice, as it appears this session will yield only a few exceptional talents. That a loud exclamation draws their attention. It seems there is also a young lad who has lasted a quarter of an hour. The elders observe closely. The little girl exudes abundant spiritual energy and vigor. After a quarter of an hour, she still possesses considerable strength, likely at least rank 3. However, that young lad is lacking. He shows not a single fluctuation. Akin to a rock, likely only rank 2 at most, barely fit to be a janitorial disciple. Qin Feng. Jiang Xian furrows her brow, recognizing him as Qin Feng's sibling. Despite his identity as a swordsman, which may cause a stir later, his qualifications are abysmal. He may never surpass the spirit transformation realm, relying on his sharpness in the early stages of swordsmanship to slay the Qingmu's spiritual body. He leaves little room for growth thereafter. At this moment, Yifan has also awakened from his feigned slumber, scoffing coldly. "He may be lacking, but that little girl is quite impressive. Why not have her serve as my warm bedmaid?" He is captivated by Qin Xiao's innocent, youthful aura. Her delicate features radiate a hint of purity. One glance reveals her untouched innocence. Jiang Exin, a beauty of her caliber, has grown weary of the lewd advances of men in the palace, where they swarm in droves. Occasionally encountering a refreshing presence is indeed novel. As he speaks, he leaps down. The 10th prince is going to touch the heavenly gate. A gasp arises as numerous elders fix their gaze below. The birth of a genius is often a sight to behold. Unfortunate fools! Why do you not leave the heavenly gate? Jiang Exin displays her disdain. Since he lacks qualifications, he should not persist. Observing that the 10th prince is already approaching the heavenly gate, she urges him to step aside. Anyone exceeding a quarter of an hour is eligible for entry into the sect. At this moment, the other disciples touching the heavenly gate have already taken the hint and withdrawn. After all, none of them are true geniuses. Entering the sect is sufficient. Such audacity! Hong Qixiong approaches with a cold laugh. Since this lad is so oblivious, let him await the princess' brilliance, which will surely overshadow him. Chapter 19. Who would have imagined that Qin Feng is a genius? A resounding dragon's roar echoes as Yifan hovers in midair, a soon-to-be transformed flood dragon emerging from his form. Adorned with 2 golden horns, boom! The sky darkens with clouds as the winds roar and the dragons soar, the world itself changing hue. Crack, crack! The sound of thunderous explosions resonates as the flood dragon writhes in agony, its flesh rapidly withering away, revealing golden dragon scales that it is transforming. A terrifying spiritual pressure descends, causing even the elders to pale in fear. Such horror! Yifan takes a deep breath, his hands clawing towards the air as he suddenly grips forcefully. Instantly, the transformation accelerates, the speed visible to the naked eye, as the useless flesh of the flood dragon sheds, the golden dragon soaring through the heavens, brimming with vigor. This journey to the imperial capital will surely culminate in the ascendance of the Kanglan Emperor. A regal aura unfurls within Yifan. The elders emit gasps of astonishment, filled with admiration. Several ordinary disciples have already been overwhelmed by this terrifying spectacle, some unable to restrain themselves, immediately falling to their knees. Their eyes filled with reverence, that I wonder whether my golden dragon body can withstand the might of the divine sword of the celestial pillar. Qin Feng muses to himself that a slight resistance is felt. But I estimate that if I activate the ancient divine body technique, the heavenly gate will maintain this intensity, and I could endure for several hours. That if that is the case, what rank is my qualification? Qin Feng wonders, for he has only persisted for a little over a quarter of an hour. Xiao, how are you faring? Qin Feng takes a moment to inquire about his sister. I believe I can hold on for another half hour. Qin Xiao's gaze flickers. In truth, she can endure longer, but doing so would expose her cultivation of demonic arts that, as it is known, practitioners of the world have united against the demonic path, which is said to involve an incident from a millennium ago, rendering it intolerable. She tells a small lie to spare Qin Feng's concern. Qin Feng's eyes light up. It seems his sister possesses at least rank 3 qualifications. Just as the two engage in conversation, Yifan has completed his transformation, descending gracefully, his hands resting upon the heavenly gate. The entire gate resonates with a hum, as Yifan's spiritual energy surges forth. The gate trembles, a sight unseen in eons. The 10th prince has begun the test. A legend is about to be born. The elders watch with keen anticipation. Indeed, to witness the emergence of the 10th prince's genius in this lifetime is our honor. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is struck by a sudden thought. If I test my qualifications with the strength of a swordsman, could I endure longer? Why not give it a try? With a mere thought, he resolves to assess his endurance and thereby gauge his qualifications. A brief test would suffice to provide a general estimate. Qin Feng acts swiftly, summoning the celestial sword of the tomb, a surge of sword energy flooding his body, a fierce momentum threatening to burst forth. Yifan feels something stirring and glances back, but he quickly grows disappointed, coldly remarking, "What rubbish has Jiang Exin recommended to me? It's as useless as a stone." Utterly foolish. However, upon gazing at Qin Feng's handsome visage, a fleeting moment of admiration washes over him. Even as a male, he feels a hint of allure. Yet, it is but a moment. He shakes his head and laughs. Aside from his looks, He is utterly devoid of merit. Today, let my brilliance eclipse him. Tremble, you pretty-faced fool. Yi Fan's spiritual energy surges, an aura of royalty descending, causing the heavens to shift and the winds to howl, creating wondrous phenomena. He seeks to challenge the norm. According to the powerful figures of the imperial capital, there exists an ancient legend regarding the Heavenly Gate trial, should one's qualifications reach a certain level. They may shatter the very heavens and break the gate itself. Such individuals are rare, a sight unseen in ages, destined to become formidable figures. Their qualifications may even exceed rank 6. The reason he has come here is that one of the powerful figures in the imperial capital stumbled upon this knowledge from an ancient tome, revealing that the Heavenly Gate sect was once a superpower a millennium ago, now fallen into obscurity, leaving only this solitary gate standing. Break for me, he bellows, channeling all his spiritual energy into the stone gate. The surrounding space growing murky, as if the very heavens tremble in response. That in the next moment, an ancient, primal aura manifests that Yi Fan's face pales instantly. Humph. A sound akin to an ancient cold snort suddenly devours Yi Fan's spiritual energy. Yi Fan's golden dragon body feels as fragile as paper before this force, pitifully brittle. The testing power of this ancient heavenly gate is the most terrifying force Yi Fan has ever encountered. He feels his golden dragon body cracking inch by inch. Should he dare to provoke it further, it seems the gate could consume him in an instant. His expression shifts rapidly, a storm of emotions crossing his face. Yet at this moment, Qin Feng also channels the power of the celestial sword, humming. He too senses that ancient aura, feeling the sensation of tearing his body, teetering on the brink. However, he believes that as long as he activates the ancient divine body technique, he can easily withstand that as the energy of the celestial sword flows in, the heavenly gate begins to tremble once more. The gate seems to be on the verge of cracking. Jiang Xi, Hong Qi-xiong, and others turn pale in disbelief. Who would have thought? That lad. They are well aware of the legend. A mournful wail echoes faintly, and inexplicably, the crowd hears a voice of despair emanating from within the heavenly gate. Qin Feng senses a feeling of pleading and fear emanating from within the gate. However, before he can react, the celestial sword in his sacred fish space suddenly radiates a blinding light, a truly terrifying energy flooding into the heavenly gate through his hands. Creak, creak! At that moment, everyone is horrified to witness the ancient stone gate, which had remained motionless for eons, beginning to crack. Whoosh! Fragments of stone fly in all directions. A disciple is caught off guard and has their head blown apart. Quickly, take cover! The color drains from Hong Qi-xiong's face as he swiftly gestures for the elders and disciples to retreat to safety. Qin Feng's expression also shifts dramatically as he swiftly leads Qin Xiao to escape. In the next moment, boom, boom, the explosive sounds render ears momentarily deafened. The explosion of the heavenly gate triggers a tremor in the surrounding earth, causing lakes to flow backward, birds and fish to scatter, and clouds of dust to rise. The colossal noise engulfs the entire heavenly gate estate. The heavenly gate has exploded, shattered into pieces. The elders wipe their eyes several times. What does this signify? Breaking the limits of the divine land. A genius with qualifications surpassing the 6th rank. So this is where the true prodigy resides. In an instant, the 6 elders, including Jiang Xian, were overwhelmed with excitement. Soaring into the at this moment, what mattered were neither the 10th prince nor Yi Fan. They knew only that the heavenly gate manor was destined to rise. They were determined to invest all their resources in nurturing this genius. Whoosh, 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 the elders rode the clouds, silently descending towards Qin Feng. To this day, disbelief still lingered on their faces. They could hardly fathom. Chapter 20. From now on, you shall serve him. Tonight, you shall move in. They never expected Qin Feng to be so shameless. Watching the 10th prince undergo an unprecedented transformation, smashing through the heavenly gate and achieving the title of genius. Are you not leaving? How lacking in etiquette! One elder trembled all over, pointing at Qin Feng, furious beyond measure. The 10th prince has smashed through the heavenly gate. His talent is likely to surpass the 6th rank. Naturally, he cannot be taken lightly, that he should be cherished, held dear. 10th prince, you truly are a hidden dragon ready to soar. The elders were astounded. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. When encountering wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. Hong Qixiong's gaze was deep, his expression grave, as he approached step by step. Qin Feng, kneel and apologize to the prince. Jiang Exant, pale as a ghost, exclaimed, "What handsome man, what little pup, what galloping horse." All became insignificant at this moment. The 10th Prince Yi Fan was her entire world. Previously, she had erred in trying to protect Qin Feng's name. Now, looking back, it seemed utterly absurd. Regardless of whether Qin Feng had killed Qin Gaiying and offended the 10th Prince, even now, Qin Feng's insolence warranted a death sentence, seeing that Qin Feng ignored her. Jiang Exan grew increasingly anxious. "Your Highness, I admit my mistake. I should not have dallied with her." Jiang Exan sincerely confessed her fault. Yi Fan cast a cold glance at Qin Feng, then turned back and waved his hand, saying, "It matters not. It is not all your fault." Jiang Exan felt as if she had received a great reprieve. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, as she spoke, a series of explosive sounds echoed from afar. The dark clouds above seemed to part as if a giant hand had pushed them aside. Sky sailing? Qin Feng's eyes widened as he saw a figure, clad in a noble star robe, stepping through the air, each step imbued with unfathomable mystery, creating ripples in the atmosphere. This was infinitely more impressive than the elders who took flight with their artifacts. This was true sky sailing. Where he passed, the air trembled, the winds changed color, and trees and rocks were shattered by the gale he stirred. Who is this formidable presence? Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. The figure descended, moving directly to sit upon the elevated chair. He must be the highest authority of the Heavenly Gate sect. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a square face, a robust figure, and sharp eyes. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy cascaded forth, stars scattering, that we welcome the sect master. The 6 elders and Jiang Exan quickly bowed in reverence. Countless disciples followed suit. Even the 10th prince had to incline slightly. However, Yi Fan remained remarkably calm. The elders, while bowing, were already perspiring profusely. Behind sect master Lin Qingxian stood 10 young men, full of vigor and exceptional demeanor. These were the legendary 10 disciples of the Heavenly Gate sect. Exiner has met the sect master. Jiang Exin, filled with awe, voluntarily knelt before him. Not only was she favored by Yi Fan, but she was also a favorite before the sect master, thriving in the Heavenly Gate sect due to her beauty. Although the elders were envious, they dared not show it. Lin Qingxian looked down, his gaze as sharp as a sword, and a mere glance sent shivers down Jiang Exin's spine, causing her to tremble in fear. After a long while, Lin Qingxian finally spoke, saying, "Rise." Jiang Exin dared not make any excessive movements, obediently standing up. "You performed well. From now on, you shall remain by the 10th prince's side, and you may move in tonight." Lin Qingxuan's voice resonated in her ears. "Thank you, sect master." Jiang Exin's eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy. It was as if she had heard the most beautiful melody in the world, and even after the words had been spoken for some time, she remained unable to calm her excitement. Running errands for Yi Fan was arranged by the sect master, and now she had advanced even further. 10th prince, at this moment, Lin Qingxuan's gaze softened as he looked towards Yi Fan. "Sect master," Yi Fan replied amiably. "From now on, you shall be the hope of the Heavenly Gate sect." Lin Qingxuan's gaze swept over the shattered remnants of the Heavenly Gate, finally confirming one thing. It turns out that what was recorded in the sect's text was indeed true. It is fortunate that this prince has the sect master's full support. When I return to the imperial capital, I shall never forget this kindness. Yi Fan nodded repeatedly. "Excellent. From this day forth, the 10th prince shall be the grand elder of our sect, ranking above the others. Their positions will be demoted accordingly." Lin Qingxuan's voice brooked no dissent. This moment, Yi Fan was no longer merely a nominal figure of the Yinluo Peak. He had truly ascended to a position of power. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Hong Qixiong immediately reacted, greeting the elders, whose eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. They had climbed to their positions over decades, only to be surpassed by a young man in an instant. Esteemed elders, Yi Fan responded with humility, deftly managing his newfound status. After all, these would also serve as his foundation. When he presides over the Kanglan Empire, he would need someone to run errands. 10th Prince. At this moment, Lin Qingxian appeared extremely satisfied, his mood buoyant, as he reached out and grasped a fourth-grade spiritual herb from the award podium, crushing it into a pulp. Qin Feng's expression changed. He then saw Lin Qingxian swipe his finger across a spatial ring, and an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Whoosh! A streak of green spiritual light, trailing a small tail, attempted to escape, only to be caught back by the sect master that a fourth-grade spiritual herb is too mediocre. This herb shall be presented to the prince, Lin Qingxian said with a smile. The herb king. The elders gasped in astonishment. The appearance of this small item left the elders utterly dumbfounded, drooling uncontrollably. This was something the Heavenly Gate Manor could scarcely procure. It was not merely rare. It was as if one would have to sell the entirety of the Heavenly Gate Manor and its affiliated powers to afford even a single piece of this herb. With the Herb King in hand, it was equivalent to a smooth journey along the path of cultivation, with realms soaring that it could almost sustain an ordinary cultivator's resources for a lifetime. Thank you. Sect Master. Yi Fan quickly stowed it away, unable to suppress his joy. Even in the Imperial Treasury, it would be challenging to find several Herb Kings. Moreover, the Imperial Treasury was not something he could access freely. Grass? Qin Feng finally understood. He felt utterly dejected, realizing that he had blown up the Heavenly Gate only to provide others with a wedding dress. Especially that fourth-grade spiritual herb, which happened to be an ingredient in the recipe to save his sister, was crushed by the sect master's ostentation. Qin Feng was 100% certain that the Heavenly Gate had exploded because it could not contain the aura of his burial sky sword. 10th Prince, let us see your golden dragon physique. Lin Qingxian was in high spirits. Aang. Yi Fan nodded, standing tall as a golden dragon image emerged from within him, coiling around his body. Not a spiritual body? Lin Qingxian carefully sensed. His expression suddenly changed, his body stiffening. How could an ordinary spiritual body reach the 6th rank? Such power could not possibly break the Heavenly Gate. Then he recalled something, and his sharp gaze swept over Qin Feng. Noticing that the latter remained unperturbed and unafraid in his presence, a glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes. Could it be that another person was responsible for breaking the Heavenly Gate? Chapter 21. The sky is darkening. We must hurry. As Qin Feng looked at him calmly, Lin Qingxuan's eyes revealed a hint of indifference. How can you be so pretentious? Acting composed, attempting to draw the sect master's attention for personal gain. Fool. Lin Qingxuan's eyes were filled with mockery. As if he had encountered many such pretentious individuals before, he could not be bothered to engage with Qin Feng, instead turning to Yi Fan in astonishment, saying, It appears that our sect has been woefully uninformed. The limits of spiritual bodies can indeed reach such heights that I have never heard of a spiritual body breaking through to the 6th rank and shattering the Heavenly Gate. Now I have truly gained insight. Does this not imply that the prince may have unlocked hidden attributes? Even the one who ascended the heavenly pillar at Qingming Peak, possessing only a fire spiritual body at its limit, with a 5th rank, had ventured to the sacred land of the Divine Land. Jiang Xen gasped, her eyes filled with envy. Hidden attributes. The special physique levels of cultivators range from low to high as spiritual body, celestial body, immortal body, and divine body. It is said that upon perfecting these physiques, there is a minuscule chance of unlocking hidden attributes, allowing the perfected physique realm to break through another boundary. Quite possibly. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Lin Qingxuan's eyes. Just now, he had been pondering that the 10th Prince must have unlocked hidden attributes. Before long, Yi Fan would ascend to the celestial body. If so, Yi Fan would be an unrivaled prodigy. He might even surpass Yi Huer. I would rather believe in my own ignorance than accept that I was the one who destroyed the Heavenly Gate. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap him twice. That no matter. In 5 days, at the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly, our sect will venture into the Forbidden Grounds to retrieve another piece of the Heavenly Gate, thus solidifying your Highness's reputation as a genius. Lin Qingxian smiled. That's so. The sect possesses another ancient Heavenly Gate. Coincidentally, when the people of the Imperial capital arrive to escort your Highness to participate in the Imperial War, it will also pave the way for your Highness. He consistently considered Yi Xian's interests. Very well. Jiang Xian and the other elders were extremely excited. In 5 days, they would witness the unparalleled talent of Yi Fan as the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Gate sect. This extraordinary genius was nurtured by the Heavenly Gate sect, Yi Xian also relished the taste of being supported by others, content as he remarked, "This is excellent." That moment, a clear voice interrupted, silencing everyone that if I am not mistaken, when the heavenly gate exploded, Yi Fan had already left the heavenly gate with both hands before me. Wy writes, "I should be the first. Grant me the reward that belongs to the first." The fourth grade spiritual herb, the 1,000-year-old mysterious ice fruit. Qin Feng earnestly extended his hand for the spiritual herb. Upon hearing this, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. Who dares to compete with the 10th prince for the first? Damn, I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. An elder's face darkened, instantly placing himself in Qin Feng's shoes that if he were to be so shameless, he would certainly find a hole in the ground to hide in. Where did this brat come from? Tired of living? Hurry and throw him out. Hong Qixiong scolded on the spot. Brat, so you are this shameless. I previously spoke well of you, and you have utterly insulted my intelligence. Jiang Xian felt a wave of shame and immediately lowered her head. The thought that she was the one who recommended Qin Feng to the 10th prince made her feel almost mortified. Even if you are a sword cultivator, you cannot be so arrogant. Moreover, the talent of His Highness far surpasses yours by a wide margin. Jiang Xian was infuriated. This brat seems to be a fool. Ah, sword cultivator? This piqued the interest of some. Even Sect Master Lin Qingxian cast a fleeting glance at Qin Feng, but it was merely a passing glance, apart from the term sword cultivator, which stirred some interest. All that remained was disdain from the outset. Qin Feng displayed a lack of insight, wandering aimlessly beside Yi Fan in an attempt to bask in his glory. Furthermore, the fourth-grade spiritual herb had already been crushed by him. To still demand it was to force him to yield, leaving not a shred of dignity. Young man, cultivation requires a solid foundation. Do not resort to clever tricks. They are of no use. Thinking that a bit of sword cultivation prowess allows you to act so arrogantly. Do you not realize that there is always a higher mountain? The capabilities of the 10th prince are something you can only aspire to your entire life. Lin Qingxian shook his head and departed into the air. Does this mean the spiritual herb shall not be given? Qin Feng was taken aback. Furthermore, does he suspect my character? Qin Feng, did you kill Qin Gang? Do you know he belonged to me? Yi Fan approached leisurely. Even when kicking a dog, one must consider its owner. What? The illustrious Yi, the great genius, is seeking vengeance. Qin Feng sneered. Arrogant, audacious. Hong Qixiong immediately reprimanded loudly, brat, since you have joined the Heavenly Gate sect. Do not forget to bow and pay respects to the Grand Elder. I kneel to heaven, to earth, and to my parents, but I certainly will not kneel to anyone else that I am not one to flatter. Qin Feng understood now. Wherever he went, there was always that kind of fool from the Qin family. You. Hong Qixiong was about to erupt in anger when Yi Fan stopped him. Elder Hong, why bother getting angry? Since he refuses to comply, let us give him a chance. To avoid accusations of bullying the weak, Yi Fan's words caught the attention of everyone. In 5 days, at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly, the second piece of the Heavenly Gate will emerge. All the clowns will be utterly buried in the dust that day, unable to rise again. Ha ha! Jiang Xian laughed, admiringly giving Yi Xian a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. If I kill Qin Feng now, I will inevitably be accused of bullying the weak. Brat, first focus on getting a good ranking at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Otherwise, you are not worthy of my intervention. Yi Fan had already made up his mind to crush this clown with the most ruthless methods, showing everyone the consequences of disrespecting him. He walked away with his hands behind his back, and Hong Qixiong gradually revealed a smile. Since His Highness wishes to play, he would simply cooperate. Then he approached Qin Feng and in a somewhat conciliatory manner said, Brat, I will gift you a 3rd-grade spiritual herb. Could you do me a favor? What? Qin Feng frowned. Promise me, during the selection of peaks later, do not come to my Yinluo peak. I cannot afford such bad luck. Hong Qixiong gritted his teeth. He feared that Qin Feng would retaliate against him, insisting on joining Yinluo peak. Wouldn't that make the 10th prince view Yinluo peak as an enemy? Please, do not choose my Yinluo peak. Hong Qixiong wanted to persuade him further. After all, there were 7 peaks, and Yinluo peak was the strongest. Not a problem. Qin Feng agreed without a moment's hesitation. Deal. Hong Qixiong hurriedly shoved the spiritual herb into Qin Feng's hands, fearing he would change his mind. Brat, the sword cultivator legacy is extremely rare. It is a pity that your mind seems a bit off. Otherwise, you might still catch the 10th prince's attention. It is not that this elder looks down on you. Please understand. Otherwise, why not go work as a steward? Elder Jiang is in charge there. She is quite a beauty. Hong Chixiong said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Exan immediately brightened. She was not afraid of the 10th prince's retaliation, for she was to serve His Highness tonight. Why not have some fun with Qin Feng before going? Seeing Jiang Exion's interest, Hong Chixiong quickly took the other 5 elders and dashed away. Jiang Exion, feeling a rush of heat, swayed her waist. Exuding charm. Brat, why are you still dawdling? Embrace me, stop lingering. Let's go, it will be dark soon, and I must report to His Highness. Hurry and take a bath. We need to make haste. Chapter 22, Drinking and Sleeping with the Senior Sister. A comfortable night counts as a night. What else can you do besides drenching me in water? Qin Feng stared at Jiang Exion, recalling the last time she had left him smelling foul. You, Jiang Exin stomped her foot, her face flushed, as oh you are the shameless one who seduced my brother. Qin Xiao scrutinized her from head to toe. You little brat, you have quite the sharp tongue. If it weren't for the 10th prince reserving your maidenhood, this elder would surely strip you of your garments and toss you into a beggar's den. Jiang Exion's gaze turned cold. Say that again? Qin Xiao's anger surged, her mind swirling with demonic energy as she struggled to suppress her urge to reveal herself. This elder fears you not. Jiang Exion's expression darkened as she stepped forward. Ready to strike. Are you seeking death? Qin Feng shielded Qin Xiao, his pupils narrowing. Humph. Jiang Exin seemed to recall the eerie purple thread, and her expression paled once more. 7 peaks do not want you. Besides coming to the steward's office, where else can you go? Jiang Exion's bravado faltered, no longer daring to provoke Qin Feng too much. Who said that? Just now, there were 6 elders. Is there not one left? Qin Feng pointed at a lonely stool that had been moved outside. You mean Qingming Peak? Jiang Exion's expression turned strange. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly remembered the day he coincidentally met Yi Huo. The image of her in a vibrant red dress still lingered in his mind. Qin Feng laughed. So it's Qingming Peak. Then I shall choose it. Jiang Exion's eyes widened in disbelief that a hint of sympathy crossed her face as she suddenly said, You have chosen a miserable death between early death and late death. Jiang Exion took a few steps back and added, I suggest you keep your distance from your sister. She has good potential. Do not hinder her future. Perhaps let her follow the 10th prince, serving as a warm bed companion. Shut up. Before Jiang Exin could finish, she was silenced by Qin Feng that if you wish to die, I can fulfill that for you right now. Qin Feng's murderous intent surged as he moved closer to Jiang Exin. Jiang Exin gasped, seemingly aware that their close contact would trigger that eerie phenomenon. She hurriedly retreated a few steps. Brat, if you wish to go to Qingming Peak, you might as well prepare for your grave. Jiang Exion's voice carried an unnatural tone as she pointed in a direction, then fled without daring to say more. Grave? Qin Feng was puzzled. Glancing in the direction Jiang Exin indicated that a gust of cold wind swept by, causing both Qin Feng and his sister to shiver. Brother, should we reconsider? Qin Xiao tugged at Qin Feng's arm to know, we must enter the Heavenly Gate sect. Your demonic flower poison cannot afford to be delayed any longer. I will do whatever it takes to cure you. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. Brother, actually, Qin Xiao hesitated, as if she wanted to say something. Let us go. Qin Feng was oblivious to his sister's hesitation as he resolutely pulled her hand and stepped forward. After traversing a short distance, the imagined palatial edifices did not materialize. Instead, several tombstones captured their attention. The grave of Zhou Qing, a common disciple of Qingming Peak. The grave of Wang Yang, another common disciple. The grave of their esteemed master, the second elder, Mu Lao. Looking up, they beheld a dense array of tombstones, numbering in the hundreds. An air of solemnity, sorrow, desolation, and chill emanated from these markers, stretching for miles. The inscriptions on the tombstones were drenched in blood-red hues, seemingly crafted by a woman, with delicate and exquisite strokes. Though the characters were small, they bore a menacing aura, sharp and glaring, that in a fleeting moment, it felt as if black skeletons wielding long swords were roaring and charging recklessly towards them. Unafraid of death. At that moment, Qin Feng comprehended the meaning behind Jiang Exion's words. Brother, I want to cry. He heard his sister whisper, her eyes reddening. To be good, he reassured, leading Qin Xiao onward, that a sense of melancholy filled his heart. Though he knew not what had transpired with Yi Hor, a feeling of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox's death overtook him. Such is the path of cultivation. One misstep could lead to a sea of white bones. Further ahead, beyond the graveyard, lay a seemingly endless expanse of azure steppes. Scars from swords and fists marred the surface, alongside dark, moldy traces, evidence of blood that had congealed and decayed under the sun and wind. Scattered around were numerous incense offerings and wine jars, indicating that visitors frequently came to pay their respects. "Who is it?" At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. Looking down, they saw a woman in plain garments reclining amidst the wine jars. She possessed a mature visage and an air of elegance, her hair cascading down her shoulders, a black hairpin casually inserted into her tresses. She appeared to be inebriated, her bosom notably ample. Cough, cough, this senior sister. "I am Qin Feng, a new disciple of Qingming Peak." He cast a quick glance at her chest before hastily averting his gaze. "Newcomer?" The woman lifted her head, disbelief etched on her face, tossing aside the wine jar in her arms with a crash. It shattered into pieces, exquisite red plum, wine spilling across the ground. "The blood is yet to dry, and you dare to come to Qingming Peak? Well, it's fortuitous. I've been quite lonely lately. That a male disciple is a welcome change. Come, let me inspect the goods." With that, she seemed invigorated, lunging towards Qin Feng with an intent that left him cold with sweat. What a possessive sister, Qin Feng thought, glancing at Qin Xiao, who looked ready to explode with anger. Turning back, he queried, "Senior sister, do you know where Yi Hor is? I wish to seek her out." "How old are you?" The woman now stood, brushing her hair aside, her gaze piercing. 17.17? Just 2 years younger than me?" "Don't call me senior sister," she exclaimed, her eyes widening with incredulity. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a demand before. "Then, I humbly ask you to inform me of Yi Hor's whereabouts." A burst of laughter escaped Qin Xiao, who was doubled over, unable to contain her mirth. "Oh my, you're hilarious." Qin Feng, serious as ever, turned to his sister. "Did I say something wrong?" "Oh right, there are many customs in the sect. I should have greeted you first." Realizing his error, he performed a bow. "I am Qin Feng, the newly appointed disciple of Qingming Peak, and I respectfully greet you, senior sister." The woman waved her hand dismissively, clarifying, "What I meant was, we are of similar ages. You should call me senior sister." "Oh, understood. Senior sister, I apologize for the earlier misaddress." She was momentarily taken aback. "I am not senior sister, nor am I dog crap. It is merely an expression. My name is Tang Yin. You may call me Tang senior sister," she said, gritting her teeth, and no wonder she ended up at Qingming Peak. It seemed her foolishness was beyond redemption. Qin Feng mused, "Tang's senior sister, enough of the pleasantries. Follow me. Yi junior sister is busy tonight. You two will dine and rest with me, and tomorrow I shall take you to see her." Tang Yin waved her hand and turned to ascend, casually grabbing 2 wooden plaques along the way, etching designs as she walked. "Tang senior sister, what is this?" he inquired, noting the inscription, "Husband Qin Feng's tomb." Tang Yin assumed, "With brains like yours, you'll surely not survive the night. So I'm preparing your memorial plaque in advance, lest you remain nameless in death." "What about this husband?" Qin Feng struggled to comprehend. "Ditto? You mean this?" Tang Yin turned to scrutinize Qin Feng for a long moment, causing him to feel uneasy. Finally, she smiled sadly. "You seem quite handsome. Since you're destined for death, let us not waste it. How about we share a drink and enjoy a night together? Life is filled with regrets, and I doubt I have many days left." Chapter 23. Unable to steady a sword, yet flirting everywhere. Qin Feng was momentarily speechless, while Qin Xiao placed her finger on his waist, pivoting sharply. "All right, senior sister was merely jesting. Look at how frightened you are." Tang Yin tossed the wooden plaque aside. "However, we should share a room tonight. Some creatures might emerge later, and my quarters have protective formations to ensure our safety." Yet a flicker of concern danced in Tang Yan's eyes. "What about my sister?" Qin Feng asked, perplexed. "Your sister? She can go wherever she pleases," Tang Yin replied with a bright smile, turning to leave. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Was that truly a means of safeguarding his life, or merely a ploy to entice him? Surprisingly, Qin Xiao was not angry, for she could sense the genuine concern in Tang Yan's demeanor. This was a rare glimpse of warmth in their lives. That evening, within the grand hall of Qingming Peak, a bonfire crackled to life. Fish, fish, this is my specialty. Qin Feng attended to the two, serving golden, roasted fish accompanied by a special blend of spices. Delicious, Qin Xiaoer beamed with delight. Resembling a small cat as she devoured the fish hungrily, this spice identical to that used by Yi Junior's sister. Confess, are you two involved? Tang Yin inquired, her eyes gleaming with curiosity that I procured it from a fellow named Yi Xian. Qin Feng replied with a sidelong glance, recalling that enigmatic youth that, "Oh, you're quite impressive. That is the second prince." Tang Yin remarked, her tone laden with significance. Hey, tell me about Qingming Peak. Why has it become desolate? Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued. That's a taboo. It pertains to Yi Junior's sister. I shan't elaborate that if you survive the night, you may inquire with her tomorrow, Tang Yin said, a hint of sorrow crossing her features. All right, Qin Feng nodded, resolved to refine his swordsmanship and confront the so-called creatures. With Qin Xiaoer and Tang Yin sharing a room under protective formations, the night deepened that on Yinluo Peak, Yi Fan was reveling with 10 core disciples. Toasting and enjoying the festivities, they exchanged brotherly camaraderie, relishing the merriment. The presence of these 10 core disciples was a ploy orchestrated by the sect leader, under the guise of fostering communication, but in reality, it was mere sycophancy towards Yi Fan welcomed it, relishing the free subservience that as the revelry peaked. A disciple named Wang Baobao rose to his feet. 10 Prince, I heard that the Qin Feng who offended you has gone to Qingming Peak. His transgressions warrant severe punishment. Recently, I've learned a secret technique called peeling the onion. This technique could strip a living person's skin layer by layer, unraveling their muscles in a specific order, causing excruciating agony, as if they were in hell. Agony? Will the person die? Yi Fan inquired, intrigued. Your Highness, the brilliance of this technique lies in the fact that the person will not die. Instead, they will be kept alive, enduring torment for 81 days before succumbing completely. Wang Baobao's gaze turned sinister. That you're quite inventive to go on, but don't kill him. Yi Fan chuckled, amused that, by the way, Your Highness, once this task is accomplished, may I have the pleasure of playing with Elder Jiang? Wang Baobao's eyes gleamed with desire. Ha! Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a wicked idea forming. All right, tonight, I'll have my fun with her. When you go about your task, remember to bring Qin Feng's sister along. But do not touch her. Use her as leverage for Jiang Exine. Once you tire of Jiang Exine, you may then have his sister, though we shall take turns. A sinister smile crept across Yi Fan's face. Got it! Wang Baobao exclaimed, ecstatic, and hurried out, his figure disappearing into the night. He got ahead of us. The remaining 9 disciples lamented, pounding their chests in frustration. Yet a single phrase from Yi Fan sparked their interest. Fear not. In the future, if any of you have women, they may be exchanged with this prince. But remember, regardless of whose woman it is, this prince shall take the first bite, as midnight cloaked the world. Qingming Peak was shrouded in darkness, where not even a finger could be seen. Qin Feng was assigned to a secluded hall. Initially indoors, his curiosity about the so-called creatures drew him to the distant azure steppes of Qingming Peak. Before long, a menacing shadow materialized before him. It appeared humanoid, yet its eyes glowed green, covered in a matted fur of corpses, with claws sharp enough to slice through flesh, lunging towards Qin Feng in a flash. Bang! Qin Feng forcefully received a blow, instantly feeling as though his entire body had been disassembled, a profound discomfort enveloping him. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure remained unfazed, continuing its mindless assault like a soulless entity. Such formidable strength, Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, this is a demon corpse. It is inherently powerful that do not rely on your burial immortal sword. Instead, wield an ordinary longsword to hone your swordsmanship. That just so happens that I have been searching for a sparring partner. And today, I shall personally guide you in your sword training. The Empress's voice echoed in his mind. Without a moment to ponder, Qin Feng swiftly drew a long sword as an array of dense green light suddenly illuminated the darkness. On the other side, the formation's radiance flared up, keeping dozens of demon corpses at bay. Only then did Qin Feng feel a sense of security. The path of the sword cultivator is relentless, and a single strike can determine life and death. What is sought is speed and power. You possess the advantage of the eternal divine body, a vessel that commands the world, which resonates with the sword. Moreover, your vitality has tempered your flesh, rendering your strength unparalleled. Whoosh! Just as the Empress's words faded, a strand of mysterious power surged forth from the sacred fish space, exploding amidst the horde of demon corpses. Roar! The previously aimless demon corpses instantly erupted into a frenzy, howling towards the heavens, a torrent of demonic energy surging forth towards Qin Feng. Come, strike diagonally upwards to the left, the Empress's voice rang out. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. The demon corpses had suddenly gone berserk, their speed blinding, almost leaving afterimages in their wake. Acting on instinct, he sidestepped, then thrust his sword in the direction the Empress had indicated. Clang! A jolt surged through his palm, an agonizing and tearing sensation coursing through him, causing the long sword to clatter to the ground. Useless. You cannot even hold a sword steady. What capital do you have to pursue women? The Empress's voice was devoid of warmth, the air around them seemingly freezing, as the demon corpses appeared to be momentarily stilled, as if caught in a sudden freeze. The Empress's methods were terrifyingly effective. For the first time, Qin Feng found himself chastised by the Empress. Though he felt a twinge of defiance, it ignited a fierce, fighting spirit within him. Satisfied, the Empress noted, he is still somewhat of a man. Again, just as Qin Feng bent down to retrieve his sword, the demon corpses surged forth once more, ruthlessly attacking. Time and again, Qin Feng found himself nearly torn apart by the demon corpses. Had it not been for the Empress's control, he would have perished 100 times over. However, he gradually began to develop some sword techniques that in a proper battle, he would no longer be reliant solely on the one-sword strike from the great wilderness sword technique that transcends time. Qin Feng gradually understood. True strength emerges through combat. The battle raged throughout the night, and only at dawn did Qin Feng collapse, exhausted upon the steps. Yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. His practical combat abilities had soared, and he had mastered the second strike of the great wilderness sword technique, the Void Sword. The great wilderness sword technique consists of 9 forms, each capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Greatly enhancing his combat prowess, after resting for a moment, Qin Feng sheathed his sword, stretched lazily, and hurried back, intending to awaken his sister and Tang Yen for breakfast. However, as he neared the great hall's entrance, his expression changed dramatically. Did he witness the formation flickering dimly? The door shattered, and a chilling scream emanated from within. You killed me, yet I know nothing of this Qin Feng. I have never seen him at my Qingming Peak. Tang Yen was drenched in blood, her gaze dimmed. Chapter 24. Brother, hurry and consummate the marriage. I will support you, go on. Tang Yan's lips were cracked, her complexion ashen. Her body bore no unscathed area. 2 fingers on her left hand were missing, and half of the flesh on her back had been brutally torn away. Qin Shower was bound nearby, a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her face marked with 2 vivid red handprints, clear tear streaks evoking sympathy. Wang Baobao stood nearby with 3 disciples, called upon last night when they failed to breach the formation. That he grinned wickedly, pressing his foot down on Tang Yan's arm, grinding it against the ground. Will you speak? Tang Yen writhed in pain, unable to suppress her heart-wrenching cries. You beastly disciples. Even if I die in agony, I will not yield to your desires. Ha ha, I have long foreseen this day. You will not spare us Qingming Peak. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. Despair washed over Tang Yen, yet she still endeavored to protect Qin Feng, revealing not a shred of information about him. Well, you possess quite the backbone. But I wonder, are you still so resolute beneath me? Wang Baobao's expression turned lecherous. Ha ha, Brother Wang, for your undertaking, you will need this. A disciple named Lu produced a pink pill and shoved it into Tang Yan's mouth. A harmony pill. A fine item. Wang Baobao's eyes lit up. Observing the rapid effects of the pill, Tang Yan's face flushed, her body igniting with heat that he yanked at her clothing. Ryup, Tang Yan's upper garment tore apart, revealing a delicate undergarment. Her snow-white skin was tantalizing. Prince Ten forbids me from touching that girl. I shall have to settle for you. Wang Baobao sneered, preparing to unfasten his trousers. Tang Yen struggled frantically, tears streaming down her face. She had witnessed Wang Baobao brutally peel the flesh from Tang Yan's back, her feet scraping the ground in vain. Alas, she was bound by a top-tier spiritual artifact known as the Binding Dragon Rope, rendering her unable to escape, even against the might of a Soul Realm practitioner. Stop. At that moment, Qin Feng returned, his voice cold as ice, that I have returned. If there is something to settle, direct it at me. Release my sister and senior sister. Glancing around, he saw his sister had only received 2 slaps and was unharmed. But upon noticing Tang Yen, his pupils dilated sharply, a murderous intent radiating from the depths of his gaze. He had overheard the previous exchange, and his heart swelled with emotion. Tang Yen would rather die than betray him. "Do you still know to come back?" Wang Baobao turned around, his arrogance unabated as he approached Qin Feng, inspecting him from left to right. "Ninth layer of Qi Si?" Wang Baobao shrieked. He distinctly remembered Qin Feng being at the first layer of Qi Si during the trial yesterday, after a night of slaying countless demon corpses. Qin Feng had acquired numerous materials from their storage bags and rings, fortuitously gathering valuable resources for refining. His cultivation had surged. He intended to inquire with Tang Yen about the origin of these demon corpses. They were a veritable treasure trove. "Junior brother Qin, you must flee. They are merciless. You are no match for them." Tang Yen, struggling to maintain her composure, urged Qin Feng to escape. Qin Feng cast a reassuring glance at Tang Yen. In that moment, he had fully regarded her and Qingming Peak as akin to his sister. Entities he vowed to protect at all costs. "You, take action." Qin Feng pointed at Wang Baobao. "Teach, do you think you are worthy?" "Lu, I leave him to you." Wang Baobao dismissed him with a wave, gesturing to another disciple. "Ninth layer of Qi Si, killing you would be no more challenging than slaying a dog." Lu Quan stepped forward, gathering spiritual energy, and struck downwards that I am at the 9th layer of Soul Realm. "What do you possess to compare?" Before he could finish his bravado, his voice was abruptly silenced. Suddenly, whoosh, a sword shadow zipped past him. Lu Quan's expression turned to one of terror as his arm was severed, flying into the air before plummeting back down. Thud, his arm hit the ground. Qin Feng's sword was swift, ruthless, and precise. Lu Quan's complexion paled. Yet his next words remained unspoken. The previous sword shadow soared back, piercing through his skull before coming to rest against the doorframe. Lu Quan was dead. Is this what they call the top 10 disciples? Qin Feng shook his head, appearing quite disappointed at that moment. Even Wang Baobao was momentarily stunned. The entire sect was abuzz with rumors that a disciple had shamelessly approached Prince Ten, possessing only the first layer of Qi Si. Perceived as both shameless and of poor aptitude, that disciple was none other than Qin Feng. The atmosphere grew tense. Even Tang Yen, blushing and bewildered as she struggled to remove her clothing, paused in shock before continuing her movements. She could not fathom why her junior brother was so formidable. "Qin Feng, do you dare to kill a core disciple before our very eyes? Are you not afraid of disciplinary action from the sect?" The other 2 disciples were utterly flabbergasted. "Yes, you killed him right before us." Qin Feng withdrew the long sword from the doorframe, a severed head rolling to the ground. "Impudent!" Wang Baobao roared in fury, the top 10 disciples personally nurtured by the sect leader. Loyal subordinates of Prince Ten, future aides to the great Emperor Kanglin. How dare you kill one of them? Wang Baobao's eyes blazed with rage. "Will you kneel and beg for mercy, or shall I personally flay you, leaving your soul imprisoned beneath the 9 hells, to be burned for a millennium?" Before he could finish speaking, the long sword struck again, launching through the air like skipping stones. Again and again. "Do you dare?" Wang Baobao turned, only to hear 2 dull thuds, followed by the explosion of 2 crimson flowers. Crash! The heads of the other 2 disciples burst open, bone fragments scattering everywhere. At this juncture, Qin Feng moved forward, and after dispatching the 2, he directed his sword towards Wang Baobao. Surprised and enraged, Wang Baobao immediately gathered his strength, an overwhelming aura coalescing into his fists, unleashing the 9th strike of the Heavenly Gate. "Dare to strike at me? Who do you think you are? You should have looked in the mirror." Wang Baobao's self-assured smile abruptly froze on his face, unable to maintain his mirth. Boom! Boom! Crack! His gathered momentum suddenly erupted, and his arms were severed by a single stroke of the sword. The long sword danced amidst the interplay of light and shadow, akin to resplendent fireworks, spiraling skyward. accompanied by splatters of blood and flesh. Wang Baobao's life was utterly extinguished in the fury of Qin Feng. Wang Baobao perished without leaving a trace. He was flayed alive by Qin Feng. Until his last breath, he could not fathom how he, the mightiest among the top 10 disciples, transcending the realm of the Yuan god, could meet such a swift demise. With a swift motion, the binding dragon rope was severed by a single stroke. Its remnants collected by Qin Feng, ready to be transformed into his own cultivation using the eternal divine body technique. Brother, quickly save Sister Tang. Upon regaining her freedom, Qin Xiaoer hurriedly assisted Tang Yin. At this moment, Tang Yin had completely lost her humanity, consumed by insatiable desire. I want. She cried incoherently, indiscriminately embracing anyone she could reach, her garments reduced to mere tatters that Qin Xiaoer, unable to bear Tang Yan's advances, pushed her towards Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Hurry and consummate the marriage. Only in this way can the Huan pill be dispelled. Otherwise, Sister Tang will perish." Having experienced the events of the previous night, she no longer resisted Tang Yin, treating her as if she were family. "Be gentle with her. She is covered in wounds that I will support you from here. Just move slowly, and I will do my best to cooperate." Qin Xiaoer grasped Qin Feng's hand. "Brother, go for it." Chapter 25. Yi Huer's words were astonishing. "Let us consummate our union." Qin Feng was at a loss for words. His sister's boldness left him feeling uneasy. "You support her while I—" He shook his head vigorously. "Sister, hold her steady for a moment. I will return shortly." Under Qin Xiaoer's puzzled gaze, Qin Feng stepped out, sword in hand, and made his way to the summit of the mountain, where a large willow tree stood that he hurried over, using his sword to carve a willow branch into a slender rod, slightly larger than average, and fashioned it into a cylindrical shape with an oval top. He hollowed out the center and inserted a spirit stone, creating a rudimentary device. Finally, he sealed it, leaving a small button. Crack. Buzz, 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 buzz. "This will suffice." Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and rushed back into the hall. At that moment, Qin Xiaoer was blushing furiously, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. "Sister, take this and guard the door with me." Qin Feng handed the crafted device to Tang Yin. Tang Yan's body writhed, her mouth moist, exhaling like orchids, as a brief touch of Qin Feng's hand seemed to trigger some switch within her. The overwhelming desire drove her to seek an outlet for her fervor, her voice rising and falling as she clutched Qin Feng's fingers, sucking on them with abandon, lost in intoxication. The warmth coursing through him sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine, bringing him to the pinnacle of pleasure. In the next moment, Tang Yan's fair skin pressed against him, resembling an octopus ready to tighten her embrace. This caused Qin Feng to stagger. Gulping, he struggled to swallow, pulling his hand from her mouth, wiping off the moisture and turning away, grasping his sister's hand to flee, sealing the doors and windows behind them. "Brother, what did you give her?" Qin Xiaoer inquired curiously. "Adult matters. Do not pry," Qin Feng replied, sniffing his fingers. It smells like red plum wine." Tang Yin, having indulged in alcohol for years, had absorbed its essence. The ensuing moments were excruciatingly tense, for the sounds emanating from Tang Yan's mouth resembled the crashing waves of the sea, sometimes melodious, other times thunderous. The rhythmic sounds of her body echoed, akin to bamboo hitting flesh, an initial series of soft slaps followed by a heavy thud, creating a captivating rhythm. As her breathing quickened, it mirrored the surging tides of the ocean, a cascade of sounds erupting in a crescendo. Finally, with a high-pitched cry and a faint trickle, the flood flowed to the ground, marking the conclusion of this breathtaking detoxification process. Her breathing gradually steadied. After a brief interval, the door creaked open, and Tang Yin emerged, her previously pale face now tinged with a hint of color. "Senior sister." Qin Feng rushed to support her, acutely aware of her injuries. "Do not touch that hand," Tang Yin exclaimed, but it was too late. "Senior sister, did you wash your hands? Why are they wet?" Qin Feng questioned, shaking his hand, now damp. Yes, Tang Yin stammered, her face flushing with embarrassment. Nearly wishing to vanish into the ground, unable to offer an explanation, she quickly retracted her arm, whispering, "Take me to the training room. There are healing elixirs that if we delay, I might bleed excessively." "All right, but what about that little device?" "You should take it. Don't lose it." Qin Feng glanced around the room, seeing nothing but a puddle of water. I have it on me. No need to look, Tang Yin replied, her shame preventing her from meeting his gaze. Ah, such a large thing. Where is it? Qin Feng scanned the area, unable to spot any pockets on Tang Yan's attire. Tang Yin instinctively tightened her legs, mumbling, "Oh, don't ask. Let's hurry to the training room. Find in truth." Qin Feng was more concerned about retrieving the spirit stone. It was in short supply. As they exited the grand hall, the sight before them caused Tang Yin to gasp in shock that a sea of demonic corpses lay strewn about. Hiss, I recall you mentioning wanting to hone your swordsmanship. These cannot possibly be your doing, right? Tang Yan's mouth fell agape. Qin Feng, momentarily dazed, recalled the lingering warmth. Cough, senior sister, you just said I am not that formidable. They must have simply lost their way in this place. Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Pfft. In the entire Tenmin sect, you alone wield a sword. Look at their battered bodies. Do you think I am a fool? Tang Yan's eyes brimmed with astonishment. What level of swordsmanship must one possess to slay these demonic corpses? A small mountain of bodies lay before them. Where did all these corpses come from? Qin Feng did not deny it, but instead inquired about their origin, for the storage bags on the corpses could yield valuable materials for refining. And even their claws and teeth, tainted and mutated by demonic energy, could serve as resources for his cultivation. These were all essential for his ascension. The training room is located behind the mountain. Where Sister Yi resides, she should be back. Just ask her. Qin Xiao added, Sister Yi can accompany me for healing. Tang Yan's gaze dimmed, disinclined to elaborate, merely pointing in another direction. All right. Qin Feng glanced at his sister, who nodded, saying, Brother, you go ahead. I will stay with Sister Tang to be good. Listen to Sister Tang. Qin Feng ruffled her hair before departing. Following the mountain path, Qin Feng eventually spotted a familiar silhouette in a quaint courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, a bamboo pole leaned against the wall, draped with a red dress, alongside several red undergarments adorned with black roses, appearing delicate and exquisite. Cough, so it was laundry, Qin Feng mused, initially mistaking it for Yi Huer. Just then, a figure clad in red stumbled out of the door. Bang! Before the person could fall, a jar of wine shattered on the ground. Miss Yi. Qin Feng hurried to support her, calling out multiple times without a response, only to realize that she was intoxicated, with red plum wine spilling everywhere. Point two, inebriated souls. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Tang Yin was drinking by the grave, while she was drinking behind the mountain. What could possibly have happened to render them so despondent, choosing to drown their sorrows in drink? At that moment, Qin Feng took the opportunity to observe Yi Huer closely, cradling her in his arms. She possessed a unique beauty, stunningly attractive, her figure exuding grace, with red lips accentuating her alluring almond-shaped eyes, despite her simple attire. Her legs, subtly visible, sparked the imagination. Her long hair cascaded down, enveloping Qin Feng. She surpassed both Tang Yin and Jiang Xan in beauty by leaps and bounds. You. Just as Qin Feng opened his mouth, Yi Huer's enchanting eyes fluttered open, a smile gracing her lips to not speak. Just hold me. With that, she closed her eyes again, seemingly relishing the moment. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. Goodness. Chapter 26. Senior Sister. What are you doing? Then, she fell into a deep, sweet slumber. Qin Feng, helpless, could only carry her into the room, closing the door behind him. Cough, no other intentions. I merely wish to shield the lovely Miss Yi from the sunlight, so as not to disturb her sweet dreams. Inside, the decor was elegant and tidy. Though the space was small, it was well appointed, with each item radiating nobility and grace, truly befitting someone from the imperial capital. How am I to handle this? Qin Feng sighed, wishing to place her on the bed, yet her delicate arms clung tightly to his neck. The warmth of her gentle touch made it difficult for Qin Feng to let go. As she tightened her grip, their faces nearly touched, her breath brushing against him, releasing a subtle fragrance from her lips. Forget it. Qin Feng decisively lifted the azure canopy, settling himself down with a thud. He gazed downward, beholding the enchanting beauty lost in a drunken slumber, her cheeks flushed, skin as pale as snow, and her lips glistening with moisture, in a haze of dreams. She murmured, Oh, the celestial pillar. What kind of person could possibly shake it even a fraction? It vanished into thin air, leaving me without a future, Why must I bear the burden of being a woman? Yi Hui clung tightly to Qin Feng, her nails digging painfully into the flesh of his neck. Reaching deep to the bone, her brow furrowed, her expression clouded with confusion. "Do not venture into the demon's lair. Master, senior brother, senior sister." Yi Hui, seemingly caught in a nightmare, suddenly turned pale and pleaded desperately as the sun rose in the east. It seemed to set in the west. Qin Feng held her throughout the day, while Yi Hui slept a day filled with stories. Only when the evening approached, and he saw her tranquility, did Qin Feng quietly withdraw and step outside. At this moment, the evening breeze blew, echoing the saying. The waning moon hung high, accompanied by a few twinkling stars. That it dawned on him that all of this was indeed of his own making. Qin Feng forced a bitter smile, feeling a twinge of guilt. After listening to Yi Hui's dreams for an entire day, the vanishing of the celestial pillar had incited the wrath of the divine land. Their cohort of prodigies who revered the celestial pillar had become harbingers of misfortune. The empire of Kanglin felt the repercussions, and Yi Hui suffered the most, losing all resources and support, with her family facing death and injury. Even the entirety of Qingming Peak had succumbed to the demon's lair. Suddenly, the door to the courtyard creaked, as if unable to bear the weight, and two shadowy figures tumbled in. Ahem, ahem. Tang Yin and Qin Xiao clumsily rose. Embarrassment etched across their faces as they wished to sink into the ground. As they stood, they muttered, "What a wretched door!" Upon noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Tang Yin coyly inquired, "Finished?" "Not bad. Your physique seems quite well." Qin Feng was speechless. "Senior sister, what nonsense are you spouting? You two just arrived." Qin Xiao stammered. "We just got here only a day ago, and we were watching here this morning. You two are truly amusing," Tang Yin said, glancing inside. Seeing no movement, she exclaimed loudly, "Yi junior sister, are you not coming out because you're shy?" "She's still asleep. Do not shout." Qin Feng covered her mouth, feeling guilty and particularly concerned for Yi Hui. Fearing she might be disturbed that, "Oh dear, what am I thinking?" After a day of turmoil, of course, she is exhausted. Tang Yin slapped her forehead in realization and then pulled Qin Feng along. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Tang senior sister, I merely held her. Nothing else happened." Tang Yin glanced at Yi Hui's skirt and apron, rolling her eyes in response. "What are you pretending for? You've already stripped down and nothing. No need for modesty." All right, I understand. "Qin junior brother, come here for a moment," Tang Yin said, glancing nervously towards Yi Hui, pulling Qin Feng away to a secluded corner. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Qin junior brother, I would like to discuss something with you." Her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. "What is it?" Qin Feng turned, his demeanor wary. "Could I possibly sleep with you just once?" "Cough, just a hug." Tang Yin spoke as discreetly as possible. Understanding that such matters made Qin Feng uncomfortable as she continued, her head lowered further, nearly burying herself in the hem of Qin Feng's trousers. Seeing Qin Feng retreat, she quickly added, "If you prefer during the day, I am open to that too." When Qin Feng heard just a hug, he pondered briefly and replied, "Oh, just a hug. That is fine. Let us do it here." "Here? Are you certain?" Tang Yin blushed. "Yes, right here." Qin Feng nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yin's eyes glimmered with determination as she knelt down, her lips slightly parted, reaching for Qin Feng's trousers. "I wonder if you enjoy this sort of thing." "What are you doing?" Qin Xiao suddenly approached, startling Tang Yin. "Are you joining in too?" She hesitated. Qin Feng retreated, turning away without a backward glance. "Dinner is ready. If you come late, you'll just have to go hungry." Inluo Peak's Jiang Xen limped out, supporting her waist, feeling apprehensive. "After an entire day and night, I am utterly exhausted. If I keep playing, I might lose my life in the process." Lost in thought, a disciple rushed past. Colliding with Jiang Xen, "Who the hell is blind?" The disciple cursed, looking up to see it was Jiang Xen, his expression shifting to one of interest. "Oh, Elder Jiang, finished already?" Jiang Xen recognized him as Zhao Anping, one of the 10 core disciples, and scolded, "You little rascal, just finished. Why are you in such a hurry? Come, allow this elder to calm you down." She began to caress his chest. "Oh no, this is bad." Lu Quan, Wang Baobao, and 2 other disciples originally went to Qingming Peak to trouble that Qin Feng kid. As a result, all 4 of their soul lamps shattered. "They're dead." Zhao Anping, disregarding Jiang Xian's flirtation. Felt as though the sky had fallen. Boom. Jiang Xian's mind echoed with a thunderous roar, her expression twisting in anger. It must have been Yihor. Let us go find the 10th prince and meet the sect leader. This time, Qingming Peak must be disbanded, including those ancient relics in hiding. Chapter 27. Qin Feng, the beast, dating daily. The bright moon hung high as Qin Feng, Qin Xiaoer, and Tang Yin once again sat before the bonfire. Feasting on fish, as they dined, a woman in a red dress approached, exuding poise and elegance. Upon seeing the three, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. What, having a meal without inviting me? Yihor plopped down without hesitation. Snatching the freshly roasted fish from Qin Feng's hands and devouring it greedily, oil smearing her lips. Wow! Yi Junior sister, it's been ages since you wore a red dress. Out on a night like this. Have you gone wild? Tang Yin couldn't help but tease. Mind your own business. Yihor shot her a glare. Hey, let me tell you, Qin Junior brother is quite skilled. The little toys he makes are fascinating. Tang Yin glanced at the nearby willow tree, her face slightly flushed. Oh, Yihor raised an eyebrow, intrigued that I adore little trinkets. She immediately turned to Qin Feng, pulling at his arm. That I want one too. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng nearly choked, his gaze evasive as he refused to answer. That I want. Yihor twisted Qin Feng's arm, her eyes wide with determination. She didn't even know what it was, just that she wanted it too. All right, all right. Qin Feng relented impatiently, allowing Yihor to continue her meal. Brother, I want one too. Qin Xiaoer inched closer, tugging at his other arm, ready to twist it if he refused. What do you need as a child? Qin Feng exclaimed, startled, slapping her hand away. That you're still young. I can't allow that. Why not? Qin Xiaoer's eyes filled with tears, her gaze pleading that don't cry. Tang Yin chuckled, inching closer to Qin Feng. How about you make me another one? Mine is a bit worn out, it doesn't fit anymore. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You wear it even while eating and sleeping? Tang Yin nodded. Yes, it's quite useful. Especially in crowded places. It's rather stimulating. Unfortunately, I can't go down the mountain. Otherwise, if I find a busy area and take a stroll, it should have a great effect. Qin Feng was taken aback. You play around like that? Oh, I see now. You all are sailing without oars, relying solely on the waves. Qin Xiao seemed to understand everything. You've discovered senior sister's secret. I must kill you to keep quiet. Tang Yin exclaimed, feigning ferocity as she lunged at him. I'm ticklish. Qin Xiaoer surrendered, falling back in defeat. Why? Yihu narrowed her eyes, gripping Qin Feng's arm, coldly remarking, Oh, it's been a while since I've seen you with a woman offering you hair ties. With her discerning eye, she easily recognized that this was no ordinary woman. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light of the thousand threads calamity shone brightly, emanating a sense of danger. Are you a dog? Marking your territory? Yihor scoffed. Although she did not know what terrifying thing made her heart race, but her instincts told her it was certainly a woman's way of asserting dominance. Cough, cough. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Yihor's sense of smell was truly keen. Ha! Yi Junior sister is jealous. Tang Yin laughed, reveling in Qin Feng's misfortune. That you're asking for a beating. Yihor retaliated, lunging at her. The laughter and light-hearted banter continued, filling the air with joy until the moon began to descend. That moment. Having feasted and quenched their thirst, everyone began to feel wearied. Why? Yihor finally put away her smile, stating earnestly, Let us go to the back hall. It's time to pay our respects to the elders. Tang Yin paused, then replied, Yi Junior sister, have you thought this through? Yihor smiled. No need to think. I've already met Qin Feng before, and I trust his character. So there's no need to hide anything. So you were already acquainted with Tang Yin, which has left me rather displeased. Nevertheless, I obediently took the lead as we progressed deeper into the grand hall, twisting and turning until we arrived at a concealed door. With a series of clicks, Yihor deftly manipulated the mechanism, causing the secret entrance to slowly creak open, revealing a group of over a dozen individuals, both young and old. What is this? Qin Feng gazed at the armed crowd, sensing their palpable tension as despair flickered in their eyes, ready to fight back. Zhang Shigong, do not panic, it is I who has returned. Yihor hastily stepped forward, prompting the group to exhale a collective sigh of relief and lower their guard. The elder at the forefront commanded her respect. Dahor, is that you? Zhang Jujing's murky eyes finally sparked with a hint of clarity. The children behind him also shook off their stupor, displaying newfound vitality. Qin Feng, this is Master Zhang Jujing, and this is his grandson, Zhang Xiaolong. The others are the descendants of our departed elders. My apologies. There are but a few of us left at Qingming Peak. Initially, we intended to showcase your talents, yet it seems now that Qingming Peak is unworthy of you. Yihor lamented bitterly that it truly is a different time now. She added, recalling her guardian, Mu Lao, who had perished in the demon cave. Master sister, you jest. I possess no extraordinary talents. That it is my fortune to be here at Qingming Peak, Qin Feng insisted, repeatedly waving his hands. The youth is commendable, quite humble. This is a virtue, Zhang Jujing responded with a smile. Have you touched the heavenly gate yet? How long has it been? Qin Feng chuckled wryly. Master Zhang, I am not being modest. It was merely a little over 15 minutes before the heavenly gate exploded, and I was unable to measure further. It must be Yi Fan. We have heard that he is transformed into the golden dragon body and shattered the heavenly gate. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened with profound shock, which quickly morphed into a deep-seated hatred that it was indeed Yi Fan who, taking advantage of Yi Horror's fall from grace in the imperial capital, covertly instigated the sect leader to lead over 1,000 individuals from Qingming Peak into the demon abyss. With 18 princes and princesses vying for the throne in the imperial capital, their competition was merciless, a fight to the death. One could say that it was Yi Horror who inadvertently implicated Qingming Peak. A heavy silence fell over the group, the atmosphere thick with despair. Yi Fan loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating their spirits. The prospect of vengeance felt like a distant dream. Hey, what is he even worth? Qin Shidi is the real deal. This morning, he beheaded 4 of the top 10 core disciples as if they were mere chickens. Wang Baobao exclaimed, his voice cutting through the gloom. Tang Yin, sensing the tension dissipating, patted Qin Feng's shoulder in praise. Is that true? Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. If that is the case, then Qin Shixiang must be considered a genius as well. Indeed, the corpses are right in the grand hall of Qingming Peak. Tang Yin affirmed. That is certainly true. A true genius. Zhang Jujing chuckled, but a shadow of concern flickered in his gaze. Then, Qin Shixiang, what is your spirit body? It must surely surpass that beast Yi Fan. A little girl clenched her fists eagerly. I have no spirit body. Qin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling a pang of discomfort at the girl's hopeful expression. He truly did not wish to disappoint her. However, I am a sword cultivator. I wield a sword. Wow, brother is so impressive. The little girl beamed with delight. Sword cultivator. Zhang Jujing's murky eyes brightened slightly, yet it was merely a glimmer, for being a sword cultivator was rare and did not necessarily imply superiority over Yi Fan. All right, we at Qingming Peak do not judge solely by talent. We value character. Otherwise, we would not have chosen to ally ourselves with Her Highness Hua, Zhang Jujing declared, handing 2 jade tokens to Qin Feng with solemnity. Carve your names upon these, and you shall henceforth be part of Qingming Peak. In times of hardship, we will share burdens. In times of fortune, we will share blessings. Should you dare betray Qingming Peak, I, even in death, shall curse you for eternity. Qin Feng and his sister nodded, swiftly inscribing their names. Once you enter Qingming, honor and disgrace shall be shared. At these words, the crowd erupted into smiles, recognizing the brother and sister duo's resolve to join Qingming Peak despite the risks. Qin Feng, come with me, Yihor said, taking Qin Feng aside, her expression sour as she glanced back at Tang Yin. Beneath the moonlight, the two strolled together. Alas, I have lost my qualification to enter Shenzhou. And the resources of the imperial capital have led to such calamity for Qingming Peak, Yihor confessed, her eyes brimming with regret. They do not blame you, Qin Feng comforted her. The more they say that, the more guilty I feel, Yihor replied, her eyes reflecting deep-seated resentment. Enough of this. I called you out to ask if you have a keen interest in the demon corpses. Her gaze was intense. You saw everything? Qin Feng was taken aback. Yes, I saw you battling the demon corpses throughout the night. Your swordsmanship was quite impressive. Yihor nodded. They reached a set of steps and sat down, with Yihor gently leaning against Qin Feng. How is it that the most improbable events have unfolded in my life? The pillar of heaven has stood since time immemorial. How could it suddenly vanish? The Pillar of Heaven was a revered artifact, worshipped by all living beings. Yet it had brought ruin upon her that why Ihor, despite her resolve not to speak of it, broached the subject once more. Her frustration palpable. The more Qin Feng listened, the more guilt gnawed at him. Intensifying his torment, he instinctively pulled Ihor closer, solemnly assuring her, "It matters not. Though the Pillar of Heaven is gone, you still have me. I will help you soar to new heights. I am no less than the Pillar." Ihor teased, "I did not expect you to be such a braggart. I know you were trying to cheer me up. It is truly wonderful to have you." That a radiant smile adorned her face as she nestled deeper into his embrace. "That I am not jesting. Look at this," he declared, producing a long sword from the sacred fish space. Ihor's expression shifted dramatically, leaping to her feet. "What is this? How did you?" Chapter 28. "Do you believe I could demonstrate it for you now? How could you be so formidable?" Ihor exclaimed as she took the long sword from Qin Feng. Her pupils contracting in astonishment that it bore not a single blemish, clearly indicating Qin Feng's terrifying mastery over force. Though it was an ordinary long sword, its power remained unparalleled. His swordsmanship had evidently reached impressive depths. Ihor, possessing keen insight, had long heard from her elders about the challenges faced by sword cultivators, particularly in mastering speed and strength. Qin Feng smacked his forehead, realizing he had taken the wrong sword. He had intended to showcase the Zhongxian sword to help Ihor regain her confidence. "Enough. I appreciate your good intentions," she said with a sweet smile, rising and walking ahead before Qin Feng could respond. "Come, I will take you to my home," her voice floated back to him. "Very well," Qin Feng conceded, recognizing that this was for the best, as he held many secrets he had not yet shared. Even with his sister, that it was not that he feared them learning, but rather that he was concerned about the potential consequences of revealing too much. They returned to the small courtyard where the skirts and undergarments hung from the bamboo pole. Now donned by Ihor, who blushed slightly. Upon entering, she produced a storage pouch that Ihor paused before smiling. "It seems you were collecting resources while battling the demon corpses last night. These are remnants from previous disciples and elders of Qingming Peak. I no longer have much need for ordinary resources. If they are useful to you, please take them." As she emptied the contents, Qin Feng's eyes widened at the sight of fourth-grade spirit herbs. "I have a genuine use for these. I shall not be modest." Ihor was momentarily taken aback, observing the pile of spirit stones untouched on the ground. She queried, "You do not want the spirit stones? They can quickly enhance your cultivation. My need for spirit stones is not as pressing. I require various refining materials. The more the better. Please keep an eye out for them in the future," Qin Feng replied. Gathering some third and fourth grade refining materials, Ihor frowned at his words. "You are not considering seeking out the source of the demon corpses for the sake of the usable materials, are you? I advise against it. The demon cave harbors immense secrets, and even the strongest from the imperial capital struggle to emerge alive. Moreover, the Kanglan Empire dares not intervene. It seems the demon cave was constructed by the demon king's palace to suppress a certain demon cultivator. There are 4 such demon caves throughout Shenzhou." Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he recalled the moment of Qin Rulong's demise, the voice that had claimed to be a system, and its final mention of the demon king's palace. "Then let us postpone this discussion for later," he decided. "Thank you," Qin Feng began, but Ihor pressed her delicate finger against his lips. "Shoo," she whispered, her eyes shimmering with a blush. "Family does not speak of family matters." In that instant, Ihor appeared utterly enchanting. "Goodness, have we progressed too quickly?" Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. "Too fast, or should I demonstrate something for you?" Ihor playfully teased, her allure palpable. The sharp pain shot through Qin Feng's arm, causing him to wince. "Damn it," he cried, not only suffering physical pain, but also feeling a pang of anxiety. Would he be bound to celibacy for life with such a predicament? When would he have the chance to see her again? Qin Feng was lost in thought, still contemplating their 3 potential dual cultivations. Ihor's expression suddenly changed, and she coldly remarked, "Who is she? Which vixen is she?" No, I was merely contemplating my cultivation," Qin Feng awkwardly chuckled, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt that anyone could discern. Ihor's gaze turned ominous. Just as her eyes seemed poised to kill, several piercing cries disrupted their thoughts from the depths of the sky. Dozens of figures soared towards them. At the forefront was a venerable elder in his 70s, adorned in an exquisite Tai Chi robe, exuding an air of utmost nobility. Following him were 6 of the top disciples, along with Jiang Xian, Guo Xiong, and several elders from the 6 peaks. They completely disregarded Qingming Peak, their powerful spiritual pressure causing the entire Great Hall to tremble precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. Without a hint of restraint, Qin Feng and Yi Huo hastily retreated to the Great Hall of Qingming Peak, where Tang Yin was also present. Vice Sect Master, Guotong. Yi Huo's countenance shifted slightly. They must be here to confront Qin Feng regarding Wang Baobao. Tang Yin was ablaze with anger. Sister Tang, you must go quickly and ensure that Master Zhang and the others hide, with just the Vice Sect Master here today. I can still manage. Yi Huo's voice turned colder. All right. Just as Tang Yin was about to depart, she was interrupted in Onid. An exceedingly furious voice rang out as Zhang Jujing approached with several children, exclaiming, I'm tired of hiding. Every day, you let a girl like you bear the brunt of these matters while I, an old man, await my demise. What kind of situation is this? Our Qingming Peak shares life and death together. Our slogan is not merely for show. Zhang Xiaolong clenched his fists and declared, exactly. Life and death together. Humph. Ridiculous. Pitiful. Jiang Xian scoffed, while Hong Qixiong and the others descended from the sky alongside the Vice Sect Master. Oh, is that not my brother Zhang? I never expected you to still be alive. Guotong sneered as he strode forward. Naturally, I would never feel at ease until I witness your wretched kind perish first. I wish you an early demise. That would be my liberation. Zhang Jujing's voice was robust. Master, do not be angered. This matter arose from me, and I will bear the responsibility fully. You should take horror and the others and leave. Qin Feng urged Zhang Jujing. What nonsense. Death is but a natural occurrence. Why should I fear it? Since you have come to Qingming Peak as your master, I shall protect you for a lifetime. Zhang Jujing showed no sign of retreat, which made Qin Feng feel a warm current flow through him. Guotong sneered, gesturing for Jiang Xian to speak. Elder Jiang, you may announce it. Yes, Vice Sect Master. Jiang Xian held a jade slip and began to read aloud. Today, this elder has 2 announcements. First, Qin Feng has inexplicably killed 4 core disciples of the sect. His methods are so ruthless that they have aroused the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Therefore, the sect has decided to execute him through lingqi, dismembering him and scattering his ashes. Second, due to the incomplete structure of Qingming Peak, and with Yi Huo exceeding 20 years of age, there is no one left on the peak qualified to participate in the 7 Peaks martial gathering. Thus, according to the sect's rules, you are to disband on the spot. Furthermore, you must surrender the key to the treasury of Qingming Peak without delay, immediately. What? The more Tang Yin listened, the angrier she became, her fury bubbling up from the soles of her feet to her face as she shouted at them. Do you have no shame? How can you accuse us of killing core disciples without cause? Why not mention that they attempted to assault me first? Chapter 29. Let's verify. Is she a maiden? As Tang Yan's words fell, the entire venue fell into a near silence. Did I ask this true? Vice Sect Master Guotong's face darkened. His expression one of shock, but he was so enraged that he trembled all over, grabbing Jiang Xian by the collar and demanding, Is what she said true? Jiang Xian was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure, shaking her head vehemently. Absolutely impossible. Wang Baobao and the other core disciples acted with honor and integrity. She immediately began to breathe heavily, her anger rising. Tang Yin, you slander. Either present evidence or you will be guilty of insulting core disciples, which is a graver offense. Jiang Xian trembled with rage, her ample bosom heaving, causing Guotong to glance at her several times with burning eyes. Guotong, is it not clear that to prove a person's innocence, one might as well examine her closely? Guotong turned to Jiang Xian and said. Hearing this, Jiang Xian let out a cold laugh, turning to Tang Yin and saying, Yes indeed. If not, why not remove your skirt and prove it to everyone? If there are marks, then you would be justified. After all, since they have already assaulted you, showing us would not be a problem. This elder would gladly witness it. If they are indeed in the wrong, then this matter shall be forgotten. After all, this elder is the fairest of them all. I will recount everything I see accurately. Hong Qixiong stepped forward, feigning righteousness, yet his eyes glimmered with lewdness. "Ha ha, Elder Hong. We are in your debt. Please keep an eye out for us." The crowd erupted in laughter, engaging in boisterous banter. "No need. As long as we are close enough, we can all see it." Jiang Exin tilted her head, laughing casually. "Ha, indeed." Guotong paused for a moment, then smiled broadly. They laughed heartily, while on the other side, the people of Qingming Peak, including Qin Feng, were filled with rage, their indignation boiling over. The extreme humiliation shattered their spirits. Their anger surged to the heavens. Led by the vice sect master, including the 6 elders and Jiang Exan, they all humiliated Tang Yin with this matter. Truly shameless. Tang Yin was so furious that her heart ached, her lips turning purple. She had never encountered such shameless individuals. She shouted at the top of her lungs, if it weren't for the 10th prince manipulating the sect master to send everyone from Qingming Peak to guard the demon cave. How could all the elders and disciples have perished, turning into soulless demonic corpses? The entire sect, in a bid to curry favor with the 10th prince, actually used us from Qingming Peak as a stepping stone. I want to ask, if He Fan demanded that your wives and daughters serve him, would you obediently send them forth? I suspect that not only would you deliver them, but you would also cheer them on. And perhaps, if the mood struck, you would watch them engage in their pleasures. Qin Feng's gaze flickered as he stepped forward, unreservedly returning the disdain. "Guotong, you have gone too far." Zhang Jujing was so enraged that he hunched over, his voice low and thunderous. "Old dog, what are you barking about? Do you think that because you have lost your cultivation, you still have the right to shout at us?" Zhao Omping stepped forward, shaking off his clothes in a dramatic manner. "Da-da, that felt great. Just now at the graves down the steps, I saw a tombstone for someone named Yang Shui that I remember her being quite fair, still charming. She couldn't enjoy what I had to offer while alive, so I made sure to offer her a drink at her grave. I suppose that counts as treating her to a feast." Zhao Onping laughed recklessly. "Those who insult my mother shall die." Tang Yin felt as if her head had exploded. Her eyes were bloodshot with tears. She had been guarding by the steps, lost in her sorrow, just to honor her mother, almost treating that grave as her last solace and spiritual refuge. She would chat with her mother whenever she had nothing to do to this moment. She felt as if the sky had fallen. All right, stop pretending to be filial and deep in emotion," Guotong scoffed, arms crossed. "The sect master has entrusted me to deliver a message, as long as you surrender the key to the treasury and disband Qingming Peak on the spot. The sect master will be magnanimous and not hold other offenses against you." Guotong sneered. "You have performed well in this play. Your emotions are in place, and no one is laughing at you now. If you submit now, you will still be disciples of Tianmen's sect. However," he looked at Qin Feng and Qin Xiao. "Qin Xiao, you will surely go and warm the bed for the 10th prince. And later, we will verify whether you are a maiden. As for you, Qin Feng, at the upcoming 7 Peaks Martial Gathering." "Oh no, the 6 Peaks Martial Gathering. Just obediently let the 10th prince trample upon you. You might even spare your life. You need not rush to thank us. This is all thanks to your sister lying there. A fair exchange, after all. The 10th prince is quite fair." Crack! Zhang Jujing's expression twisted at these words. His fists clenched tightly, as if every bone in his hand were about to shatter. "Guotong, even if I am rendered powerless, I still possess the strength for one last strike. Even if my soul were to scatter, I shall bring you down with me today." His nearly withered body swelled in a terrifying manner once again. Dadaes's aura surged. He prepared to fight Guotong to the death. "Master," at that moment, Qin Feng suddenly stepped forward. Qin Feng. All of Qingming Peak's disciples were taken aback. At this critical juncture, it was the new disciple who sought to prevent their master from going down in a blaze of glory. Qin Feng's expression was almost devoid of emotion, as he calmly stated, "Vice Sect Master. After pondering this for quite some time, isn't it simply that according to the sect rules, if we cannot participate in the 7 Peaks Martial Gathering, we must disband?" "Indeed," Guotong nodded, proudly declaring, "the sect rules must be adhered to. You are indeed unable to gather the necessary participants, so are you planning to cling to someone else's coattails now?" Upon hearing this, everyone from Qingming Peak changed their expressions, their feelings shifting like the weather, except for Yi Hor and Qin Xiao, who remained steadfastly supportive of Qin Feng. "Then you are mistaken. I am alive and well. And I am only 17, that not permissible. The trap is set. Beneath Qin Feng's tranquil gaze lies an icy resolve, a lethal intent that is unyielding. Those who dare to insult my sister shall meet their demise. This is his eternal vow. Guotong glanced at him and scoffed. Did I hear correctly? You? Haha. How could I have missed your utter foolishness until now? Jiang Exine laughed until tears streamed down her face. I can't believe this. It's hilarious. The onlookers behind her were nearly doubled over with laughter. Each of the 6 peaks had over 1,000 disciples participating in the martial assembly, amounting to at least 10,000 in total. And yet you lack even the first stage of the Yuan spirit realm. If memory serves me right, the qualification for registration requires at least the first level of Yuan spirit. You wish to participate. Facing 1 against 10,000, Jiang Exin was nearly convulsing with laughter, pointing mockingly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, don't act recklessly. Zhang Jujing's brow furrowed deeply, his inner energy in turmoil, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Who says I lack the qualifications to register? Qin Feng casually produced several ores used for refining tools, chewing on them as if they were mere snacks. With each crunch, the stone fragments bizarrely melted away. And in no time, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within Qin Feng. First stage of Yuan spirit. There, I am qualified now. Right? Chapter 30. Yi Huer's Fury. Jiang Ekin. Useless. Everyone present was stunned by this extraordinary breakthrough, momentarily rendered speechless. Guotong was the first to regain his composure, his anger boiling to the point of discomfort. If Qin Feng was qualified to participate in the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly, it meant he could not openly demand the key to the treasury today. To force the issue would be inappropriate. Necessary appearances must still be maintained. For instance, sending the disciples of Qingming Peak to guard the demon pit was a morally superior stance, as the forces of the world and the demons could not coexist. They had no choice but to go. Although Qin Feng's participation in the martial assembly would ultimately lead to his elimination, it would prolong matters regarding the treasury. Qin Feng, whether or not you qualified to participate. I, the vice sect master, still have the authority to test you according to the sect's regulations. Zhao Anping. Guotong's voice was cold. Here. Zhao Anping immediately stood upright, seizing the opportunity to prove himself. Suppressing his realm to the first stage of Yuan spirit would give this new junior brother a chance to strike. No one could accuse them of bullying. Guotong sneered. Very well. If I do not subdue this person, I will write my name Zhao backwards and eat a pound of dung. Zhao Anping grinned wickedly as he approached. Vice Sect Master, if I defeat him, then I will qualify to participate in the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly, right? Qin Feng pointed at Zhao Anping. You a little brat think you can open a dye shop just because I give you some paint? Before Guotong could finish his words, Qin Feng interrupted. Just say yes or no. He waved his hand dismissively. Guotong was taken aback. A first-stage Yuan spirit newcomer was so audacious. Vice Sect Master. Elder Jiang Exin mentioned that this brat is nothing but a fool. Zhao Anping struggled to contain his laughter as he addressed Guotong. Quite rare indeed. Guotong scoffed. Not only am I suppressing my realm, but I will also give him 1 strike that I am confident of a complete victory. Zhao Anping declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Guotong turned to Qin Feng and said, if you can withstand a single strike of the Heavenly Gate's 9 strikes from Zhao Anping, then consider it a reprieve for Qingming Peak today. Thank you. Qin Feng nodded, drawing his Zongxian sword a sword cultivator. I am so terrified. Zhao Anping feigned fear as he stood there. Brother Zhao, let me ask once more. Will you truly allow me 1 strike? Qin Feng suddenly inquired. Zhao Anping was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha! I can't stop laughing. Very well, I'll grant you 1 strike. What are you even worth to dare strike me? Swish before he could finish his sentence. Qin Feng lunged forward with his sword. The spectators barely caught a glimpse before a scent of blood filled the air. Clang, clang. A series of metallic clashing sounds erupted as Zhao Anping's internal armor shattered. The Zongxian sword piercing through his protective gear. Golden chainmail, Tang Yin exclaimed. Zhao Anping, you shameless scoundrel. This is a top-tier spiritual weapon. It's unfair. Even Zhang Jujing's expression darkened, with a spiritual weapon to shield him. Qin Feng was bound to lose, but the next moment, Zhao Anping could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? Qin Feng smiled, who said that having a spiritual weapon means I can't kill. With a swift motion, he withdrew his hand, revealing a clean cut in the golden chainmail, the Zongxian sword firmly embedded in Zhao Onping's chest. The Yi Huer's brow twitched violently, sensing a familiar aura. Boom! 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 Qin Feng twisted his arm, unleashing a violent wave of sword energy that exploded within him, transforming Zhao Onping into a downpour of blood, the sound of bones shattering echoing through the air. First stage of Wanxiang, dead. Crack, crack, Qin Feng, as if unperturbed, collected the fragments of golden chainmail from the ground, chewing them as if they were candy. That in an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged, propelling his cultivation further. Vice Sect Master, your earlier words were not mere bluster. Were they? Qin Feng, still munching on the remnants of the spiritual weapon, glanced toward Guitong. The crowd winced at the sound of teeth grinding against metal, their scalps prickling with unease. The disciples of Qingming Peak remained in a stupor for a long moment before erupting into cheers. Was it bluster? Was it really bluster? Haha, I'm just laughing at you. Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Juzheng, who had long been shrouded in gloom, finally had their spirits lifted at this moment. They had endured for so long. Aha! This feels so good. Especially Tang Yin, who jumped nearly 3 feet in excitement and rushed to Qin Feng, planting a light kiss on his cheek. This spectacle caused Yi Huer and Qin Xiao to involuntarily twitch their eyelids, jealousy brewing within them. Thank you, junior brother Qin. Tang Yin sincerely expressed her gratitude, her pent-up frustration from Zhao Onping's insult towards her mother's grave finally bursting forth. Guitong's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as if he had consumed something foul. However, having spoken too boastfully earlier, he found himself too embarrassed to speak now. The others remained in shock, struggling to comprehend the bizarre defeat of Zhao Onping. Qin Feng! At this moment, Zhang Exan almost screamed, "You have once again killed a core disciple before the eyes of everyone. I, as an elder, shall bring you to justice on the spot." Her eyes were bloodshot. The core disciples who died were all her years of accumulated connections, their lives exchanged for his. She would undoubtedly have you executed. Zhang Exan's fury surged, unleashing her terrifying power as a gust of wind swept through the area, even causing Qin Feng's heart to race. She was at least at the 5th stage of Wanxiang. As she soared into the air, a crimson figure suddenly erupted from behind. Yi Huer, showcasing her weapon for the first time before Qin Feng. A pair of dual guns, red shadows danced as she leapt in front of Zhang Exan. Ayu. Zhang Exan's face turned ashen, a chilling scream escaping her lips. You little wretch, I've long taken a disliking to you. Yi Huer thrust her guns into Zhang Exan's mouth, mercilessly churning them. Especially that insufferable mouth of yours. With a violent yank, blood sprayed forth, mixing with torn flesh from her tongue and mouth. Ah! Zhang Exan emitted a blood-curdling scream, her body contorting into grotesque angles, unable to alleviate the excruciating pain in her mouth. Terror filled her eyes as she realized Yi Huer, once a prodigy, was no longer the same without the support of the capital. Guitong's fury ignited, a terrifying aura radiating from him, causing even Yin Luo Peak's Hong Qixiong to stagger back several steps. That a core disciple had been brutally slain. Elder Zhang Exan had been incapacitated. And right before his eyes, utterly disregarding him, it was tantamount to delivering him 2 stinging slaps across the face. Utterly humiliating. He turned to see Yi Huer standing tall, her blood-stained guns resting on her shoulders. So cool. Tang Yin clenched her fists, her gaze filled with profound respect. Guitong's fury could no longer be contained. That Yi Huer, though you hail from the capital, your current circumstances have left you without supporters. Qingming Peak has already paid the price for choosing the wrong side. Do you wish to drag them down with you to the grave? Chapter 31. The chamber is open. You may enter at will. Yi Huer's eyes turned as cold as a winter storm, her murderous intent surging. Guitong, do you believe that even with Yi Fan protecting you, I could not pierce you through with a single shot today? Her red dress billowed as her voice whispered into Guitong's ear. Do you still think you are the old Yi Huer? Without the protection of the capital, should I fear you? A talent that has not yet matured can perish at any moment. Do you think I would hesitate to strike? Guitong sneered, his aura swirling with energy, a flash of red light shimmering ominously. Dangerous and uncanny. Guitong, should you dare to strike, we may not know if we live or die. but I will certainly unleash my full power and reduce you to ashes. Even if you summon Lin Qingxian, see if he will trade his life for yours." Zhang Zhuzhing stepped forward, his face gaunt yet flickering like a candle in the wind. Unwavering. He had been formidable before his incapacitation, and even now, he still possessed the strength for one final strike. "Whoever comes shall perish." Humph. Guotong was so furious that his teeth ached as he perceived a chilling, deadly intent in Zhang Zhuzhing's eyes, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "Qingming Peak, you two, Yefire and Oldwood, just protect yourselves that I suggest you keep at least one eye open even while you sleep at night." Guotong's gaze swept over the children of Qingming Peak, revealing a sinister glint in his eyes. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Zhuzhing's expression suddenly darkened. "What do I intend to do?" Guotong retorted coldly, raising his hands. "Just wait in 2 days. Can this brat truly take on 1,000 alone? It's laughable. There is no need for me to do anything. By then, the 10th Prince will trample over all of you at Qingming Peak and stride towards the Imperial capital to participate in the Imperial War. The glory that belongs to my Tianmen sect is about to unfold. Think about it. When the powerful from the Imperial capital come to welcome the 10th Prince, what does Zhang Zhuzhing amount to?" Guotong sneered. "The strong from the Imperial capital are terrifying. You are not even worthy to aspire to them," that he regarded the crowd as if they were dead, a smirk playing on his lips. His spirits lifted. "Just 2 days. I can wait. Let us see how you all meet your demise." Guotong laughed heartily as he departed, leaving Jiang Exen in a half-dead state and Zhao Onping amidst a pile of bones. Jiang Exen was now barely clinging to life, unable to utter a word, her mouth completely ruined. She could no longer stand, as Yefire's lance had nearly cost her life. Abandoned? The thought of the demonic corpses roaming at night made her tremble with fear, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. But soon, the figure of Hong Qishiong returned, causing Qin Feng and the others to shudder, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. Hong Qishiong quickly waved his hand, saying, "Hey, everyone, don't misunderstand, I just want to take something with me." Approaching Jiang Exine, he added, "If I abandon you, you will be doomed, so you must listen to me. Understand?" With fervent eyes, Hong Qishiong helped Jiang Exine to her feet. A glimmer of hope ignited in Jiang Exine's eyes as she nodded slowly. Seeing this, Hong Qishiong nodded in satisfaction and turned to the others, stating, although she can't speak, she is still usable. "May I take her with me?" He expressed his intention to seek approval. "Take her away," Yefire said coolly, casting an indifferent glance at Hong Qishiong. "All right," Hong Qishiong exclaimed with joy, lifting Jiang Exine and striding away. However, as they passed in front of Qin Feng, Jiang Exine's complex gaze lingered on him, a hint of sorrow evident. She knew that being taken away by Hong Qishiong meant her life was effectively over. Reflecting on her previous encounters with Qin Feng during the Tianmen trials, her heart ached at the thought of her current state and fate, prompting a deep sense of grievance that almost brought her to tears. After the two had departed, Yefire frowned and remarked, "Qin Feng, are you truly that hungry? You would lower yourself to associate with such trash. Please don't disgust me. She merely wanted to kill me." Qin Feng replied, rolling his eyes, "Yefire, Qin Feng, both of you come with me." As Zhang Zhuzhing called out, he turned and walked away. The two were momentarily stunned. This time, they did not head to the secret chamber, but instead arrived at the ancestral hall of Qingming Peak. Before the portrait of the ancestor, Zhang Zhuzhing turned to them, gazing intently at the two. Qin Feng, the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly is a battleground of life and death that if you wish to regret it now, it is not too late. Zhang Zhuzhing's expression was solemn and devoid of emotion, that I swear as a disciple, even if I must die 100 times, I will never retreat. Qin Feng proclaimed with determination. He bowed respectfully to the ancestor and then affirmed resolutely, "The current plight of Qingming Peak and Yefire's experiences are largely due to me. As a man, one must bear responsibility." Zhang Zhuzhing trembled slightly. Staring at him for a long time before his gaze softened, he sighed, "Alas, knowing it is futile, a situation destined for death. Why must you persist?" Qin Feng replied earnestly, "My sister and I have relied on each other since childhood, never having experienced a shred of warmth or concern from anyone. Yet, on the very day we arrived at Qingming Peak, we found it." Zhang Zhuzhing remained silent, then continued, "For the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Each peak has well over 1,000 applicants. The claim of 1 against 10,000 is no exaggeration, and the 10 core disciples are merely the visible ones. Many disciples remain hidden, their strength potentially matching that of the sect leader. Even if your swordsmanship is formidable, there is still the 10th prince, Yi Fan, whose cultivation will surely skyrocket in these coming days. You undoubtedly won to survive. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Feng declared. This battle is not only for Qingming Peak, but also for Sister Yi. Should I perish, just take care of my sister. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. He willingly faced death for this cause. You have no regrets? Yefire's expression softened as she exchanged a long glance with Qin Feng. The moment she vanished from Tianju, abandoned by her father, she had lost all hope for the world. Yet now, deep within her, a flicker of fierce resolve ignited. Should there be a hint of falsehood, may the heavens punish me. Qin Feng nodded and said shoo. Yefire again placed her delicate finger on Qin Feng's lips. Her heart racing uncontrollably, utterly captivated by the man before her. They shared a knowing smile, an unspoken bond between them. Good. Excellent. Zhang Jujing felt a surge of emotion. With such a disciple at Qingming Peak, he was content. Here, Zhang Jujing handed a key to Qin Feng, saying, the treasure vault lies deep within Yefire's courtyard. She knows the way. That vault contains all the treasures of Qingming Peak. Make the most of these few days to enhance your cultivation. Let us part ways here. Qin Feng hesitated. Take it. I'm too old for it. And as for my descendants and those children, they will rely on your protection, that if you die, what use is it to us? Zhang Jujing waved his hand, stooping as he walked away. Once he left, Yefire seemed to grow bashful, realizing the treasure vault was in her room. Did this mean that every time Qin Feng visited, he would have to enter her chamber? What if he wanted something in the middle of the night? Would she have to get out of bed to serve him? The thought made Yefire blush deeply. Seeing Yefire's alluring demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but tease. Want it now? Yefire's cheeks flushed as she shyly replied, all right, let us do it now. Let us go. Chapter 32, The Demon-Breaking Pill, a Growth-Type Spiritual Medicine. Where are we going? Qin Feng was taken aback, noticing Yefire's demeanor had shifted to that of a little girl, and he instantly imagined what their child would be named. Of course, we're going to check out the treasure vault. Yefire shot Qin Feng a glance, leading him back to the small courtyard. Lifting the bedboard, the entrance to the treasure vault came into view. Qin Feng was left dumbfounded. You're showing me this now. Even though I'm all set, the sound of mechanisms clicking echoed, pulling the two lost in thought back to reality. They lit a candle and ventured deeper. The passage was narrow, allowing only one person to walk in front of the other, with Yefire signaling for Qin Feng to go first. Qin Feng felt a sudden tension, realizing the implications of the arrangement. In a way. Ladies first, he insisted, his eyes flickering. That you're not going to have me facing the wrong way. The 1,000 years kill was a terrifying technique. Are you seriously trying to pick a position? Yefire glared at him. I am. I'll go first, Qin Feng awkwardly declared, quickly stepping ahead. The passage was not long, and upon entering, it resembled a study room, with 4 shelves surrounding them. That in the center was a small mountain of glowing spiritual stones. Thousands of yellow, diamond-shaped stones that served as the common currency in the cultivation world. There were at least 10,000 spiritual stones. One shelf was filled with various magical artifacts, and there were a couple of spiritual tools, though Qin Feng had no use for them, as his physical body was already on par with spiritual tools. However, if he could refine them into his body, the effects would surpass that of raw minerals. Another shelf held various types of ores, while on the opposite side, Qin Feng's pupils constricted in shock. Spiritual herbs. Level 4 spiritual herbs were already considered medicinal kings, and though none were present, there were dozens of level 3 herbs and hundreds of level 2 herbs. The lower level herbs were countless. That he swiftly recalled the ancient formula for the demon-breaking pill. The demon-breaking pill required 14 types of level 4 spiritual herbs. Previously, Yefire had given him 3 useful ones, and now he found 8 more, adding up to 11. Only 3 more were needed. Another shelf contained several books on techniques, including the Tianmen Sect's unique Shin-level Tianmen 9 Strikes martial skill, along with other martial skills, but those were at the Huang level. Qin Feng took an interest in the Tianmen 9 Strikes, as it could yield considerable power when combined with his physical form, sparing him from having to rely solely on the burial immortal sword. If you have a spatial ring, feel free to take everything. It was given to me by Master Zhang, but I have no interest in it. Ye Fire seemed somewhat dejected. Even though Tianzhu has vanished, it will eventually return. Can you not remain in such despair? Qin Feng frowned, hesitant to speak plainly. He couldn't reveal that Tianzhu was in his possession. When Tianzhu returns, I no longer wish to cultivate that if possible. I only want to find a partner, to stay in this small courtyard, raise a family, and live out my days. That a flicker of sadness emanated from Ye Fire, revealing her vulnerability. As a princess of the Kanglan Empire, she had lost her backing, and the forces supporting her had all vanished overnight. The only one who could do anything was her father, the current Kanglan Emperor. Even her mother had been deposed and had taken her own life. That was the person closest to her. However, similarly, countless talented individuals across the divine land were suffering. Those who had stood with her beneath Tianzhu were likely in even worse situations, with a high probability of losing their lives. The disappearance of Tianzhu had marked them as ill-fated. If they didn't act decisively against their kin, the entire Kanglan Empire might face calamity. The merciless path of cultivation left Yihor utterly disillusioned. It was not the arduous journey she cherished. Yet she still had her companion by her side. What are you afraid of? Qin Feng straightened his back and declared, Then you shall wait for me here at the Qingming Peak courtyard. Until I return to help you soar. Very well. Yihor replied with a playful smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Are there any shops in Tianmen Mansion? I wish to purchase some items. Qin Feng still needed 3 types of 4th-grade spirit herbs and had to gather them before the 7 Peaks Martial Conference. Buying spirit herbs? Why are you so interested in them? Yihor guessed. Already aware that Qin Feng's visit to the treasure vault had left her feeling uneasy, that My sister is afflicted by demonic energy and requires the creation of a demon-breaking pill. Qin Feng explained, Demon-breaking pill? Yihor's voice rose sharply, tinged with a hint of astonishment. What happened? Qin Feng exclaimed, startled by her reaction. That pill is rumored to be the nemesis of the demonic clans from ancient times. And the ingredients listed are all growth-type spirit herbs that can evolve in level. It is said that high-grade spirit herbs can even easily obliterate demonic immortals. Yihor gazed at him with fervent intensity, her voice trembling. Do you possess the formula for this pill? Qin Feng was taken aback, then resumed examining the spirit herbs in the formula, casually naming a couple. Indeed, indeed. Yihor was ecstatic, gasping in excitement. Her vast knowledge allowed her to recognize that although she did not know the specifics of the formula, the names of the spirit herbs Qin Feng mentioned were indeed those that could evolve, an exclusive characteristic of the demon-breaking pill. If only I had taken you with me the last time we met. We wouldn't have had to see thousands of cultivators on Qingming Peak meet their demise in the demon abyss. Yihor expressed with a hint of regret. That I'm sorry. Qin Feng replied, a trace of remorse on his face. Had it not been for the Empress gifting him the funeral immortal sword, the Tianzhu would not have vanished. Nor would there have been such a tragic fate for Yihor. No, this is not your fault. It can only be said that the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Yihor shook her head, unaware that Qin Feng's apology bore a deeper meaning. What a pity. My card is now rendered useless. Tianmen Mansion has a Wanbao shop where I could originally shop at an 80 discount, Yihor said, producing a card that Qin Feng recognized well. Qin Feng was taken aback and pulled out a similar card of his own. I have one too. Is this still usable? Have you met my second brother? Yihor took a deep breath, her expression darkening. Seeing her somber demeanor, Qin Feng immediately spoke sternly. Has Yi Xian meddled in your affairs? If so, I shall storm the imperial city and take revenge for you. No, he hasn't. Yihor shook her head and replied calmly. Although he is also vying for the throne, he is one of the more honorable among the dozens of princes and princesses that he is the only one who hasn't acted against me and even pleaded on my behalf. Otherwise, I wouldn't call him second brother. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng calmed down a bit and nodded. That's good, but he gives me a rather extraordinary impression, even more mysterious than Yi Fan. You must be wary of Yi Fan. Few emerge from the imperial capital unscathed. Otherwise, how could Lin Qingxian so willingly serve him? Yihor's gaze turned icy, reflecting the shadow of Yi Fan's master behind the massacre of her supporting forces. Qin Feng nodded, not hesitating to store everything into the sacred fish space before exiting the treasure vault. That a day had already passed, that he planned to visit the Wanbao shop before nightfall. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, Yihor's eyes glimmered with sorrow. Are you leaving just like that? Will you not stay for the night? Chapter 33. Zhao Qianqian's probing. The old man suffers ultimately. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and departed. The presence of the thousand threads calamity made him glance back at the beautiful maiden, tears streaming in vain, feeling utterly helpless at why Ihor regarded him with suspicion. Could it be that he is unable to go on? Following the main street of Tianmen Mansion, Qin Feng discovered a luxurious building adorned with a gilded plaque. Wanbao Pavilion, that A.S. Ihor had mentioned. Wanbao Pavilion was the foremost trading association in the realm, with branches everywhere, and its formidable backing was so profound that even the Kanglan Empire could not discern its true nature. Moreover, its business was extensive. As long as one had money, anything could be acquired. Upon entering, a maid approached him, enthusiastically welcoming him, regardless of whether he appeared wealthy or not. The maid was beautiful and voluptuous, clad in revealing attire, and even from a distance, her attentive service stirred a significant reaction within Qin Feng. This made Qin Feng reflect. There was indeed a reason for their claim to be the best in the world that I wish to purchase 4th-grade spirit herbs. Please take me to the spirit herb section. Qin Feng requested, unfazed by the dazzling array of rare treasures surrounding him. Saving his sister was his utmost priority. Right away. Young master, please follow me upstairs. The maid's eyes sparkled. He was a major client. Even a single transaction of 4th-grade spirit herbs would earn her a commission exceeding 100 spirit stones. Instantly, she turned to him with great attentiveness, saying, Young master, the stairs are difficult to navigate. Allow me to assist you. Her bosom inadvertently brushed against his elbow. All right. Wanbao Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation as the best in the world. Feeling the overwhelming sensation, Qin Feng couldn't help but genuinely praise her. You two possess an elegant presence, young master. The maid beamed, her smile radiant. Upon reaching the upper floor, it was evidently more refined than below. The display cabinets were crafted from pure natural crystal, boasting exceptional clarity. Rows of spirit herbs, brimming with spiritual energy, lay quietly within. There were even several crystal boxes containing lively 5th-grade medicinal kings, shimmering with green light. Qin Feng quickly located the 3 4th-grade spirit herbs he required. Without further ado, he inquired, Where do I settle the bill? The maid responded with surprise, Young master, you are in such a hurry. Qin Feng felt irked at her implication of haste. What do you mean by that? I meant to ask if you wouldn't like anything else? The maid hurriedly clarified, No, I just have a tight schedule. Qin Feng was eager to return and swiftly concoct the antidote for his sister. The 3 4th-grade spirit herbs totaled 3,000 spirit stones, and the maid led him to the counter for payment. Qin Feng casually tossed a card to the maid, saying, I heard this can grant a discount. Shenzhou Ling. The maid gasped upon recognizing it. However, you must wait. Discounts for esteemed clients require approval from our pavilion master. Allow me to fetch them. As she spoke, she walked inside. Moments later, a stunning woman in a white dress gracefully approached. Upon merely catching a glimpse of Qin Feng, she was unable to look away. What striking handsomeness! The subtle aura of vitality emanating from him nearly made her exclaim in astonishment. She was discerning, yet ultimately suppressed her curiosity. This young master seems rather unfamiliar. I am well aware of those in the Kanglan Empire who possess Shenzhou Ling, yet I have never encountered you before. The woman gracefully sat down, exuding confidence, her arm adorned with a purple tattoo resembling a coin. A striking individuality. Must I present my credentials just to make a purchase? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Not at all. It is merely our Wanbao Pavilion's principle to invest in potential stocks, which is our means of survival. I see great potential in you, the woman explained. Qin Feng was taken aback, then smiled brightly. I must say, miss, your judgment of character is truly impeccable. I am indeed the potential stock you seek. How about waiving my fee? The woman fell silent, her lips twitching, contemplating his audacity. She had anticipated that the other party would graciously feign humility, leading to a polite exchange, but it seemed he was unyielding. Noticing her silence, Qin Feng realized he had perhaps been too brash. He quickly said, I apologize, I may have been too hasty. After all, we are yet unfamiliar with one another. Waiving the fee may be too much. I will pay normally. His words of being too hasty caused the woman's brows to twitch, gripping the armrest of her chair tightly, remaining silent for some time. With a deep breath, she reminded herself that the customer is paramount. She had honed her composure well and swiftly adjusted her emotions. After stealing a glance at the bill, she pondered, "Are you perhaps an alchemist?" Qin Feng was taken aback, replying in confusion, "What about me resembles an alchemist?" The woman stared wide-eyed, her chair mysteriously collapsing under her. "That if you are not, then just say so. No need to respond with a question. It makes me seem foolish." Had it not been for Qin Feng's striking appearance stirring her heart, she would have kicked him away by now. "Since you are not, then how about this? A fourth-grade alchemist at Wanbao Pavilion can offer you a complimentary alchemical service," the woman proposed, her eyes glimmering. After all that discussion, it all boiled down to this, as she could not ascertain the true nature of the aura emanating from Qin Feng. Alchemists possessed unique flames, making them exceptionally sensitive to vitality. Once they made contact, she could discern the truth. "Deal." Qin Feng nodded, suddenly reminded that he indeed needed an alchemist, one of the fourth-grade caliber. Alchemists were exceedingly rare and esteemed, even scarcer than sword cultivators. Not even Timin's sect had an alchemist. "Very well. I will take you to the alchemy room shortly." The woman smiled gently, standing to extend her hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Qianqian." Qin Feng shook her hand and replied, "I am Qin Feng, that I must extend my gratitude to you, Miss Zhao. Otherwise, I would likely have jeopardized an important matter returning later. Additionally, my surname is Qin, the same as the Qin state. And my name is Qin Feng, with Feng meaning the wind that sweeps through the heavens. You are aware of that, I presume." Zhao Qianqian bit her lip tightly, her gaze filled with a murderous intent. "I am well aware of everything you mentioned, but could you kindly refrain from touching me? I am quite ticklish." Her expression swiftly turned cold, her delicate hand almost being enveloped by Qin Feng's grasp. "Ahem." Qin Feng released her hand, apologizing. "Shall we proceed to alchemy?" "Let us go." Zhao Qianqian gritted her teeth, pondering how this fellow could be so opportunistic. Inside the alchemy chamber, there sat an elderly man with a white beard. Adorned in a prestigious alchemical robe, meditating with closed eyes, his hands cradling a flickering tricolored flame with reverence. This flame was of considerable significance, and he treated it as one would a revered ancestor. Upon hearing from a maid that he was to prepare elixirs for a young man, he became quite displeased. What was his status? Even members of the imperial family dared not act recklessly in his presence. How could he be asked to concoct elixirs for a mere child? Upon hearing footsteps, he deliberately raised his voice. "Who seeks to concoct elixirs? Do you possess the qualifications, the status, the background?" Zhao Qianqian frowned, about to speak, but the moment Qin Feng entered the alchemy chamber, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The flame began to tremble violently, transmitting a sense of awe, fear, and impending doom from its essence to the elder's mind, nearly causing him to tumble from his meditation cushion. Which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Chapter 34. Qin Xiaoer is about to depart. Observing this scene, Zhao Qianqian's expression subtly shifted. But she said nothing further. After handing over the spiritual herbs to Qin Feng, she stepped aside to wait. After a considerable time, Qin Feng emerged, clutching a dark elixir with elation akin to that of a child receiving candy. He quickly stowed the break demon pill, expressing his gratitude. "Miss Zhao, I shall forever remember this kindness. Consider it a favor owed to you." Given Qin Feng's character, he would not easily make such promises. However, this matter concerned his sister's life. Had it not been for Zhao Qianqian's reminder, he would not have thought of seeking an alchemist, as he himself could not concoct elixirs, with only a few days remaining until the deadline set by the Empress. It was a trivial matter, and he added, "In the future, I hope you will frequently grace the Wanbao Pavilion with your presence." Zhao Qianqian's eyes gleamed with amusement. Based on the alchemist's reaction, she had already confirmed several suspicions. "Certainly, certainly." Qin Feng nodded. "Then, Miss Zhao, please leave me to settle the bill. I have matters to attend to and shall not impose further." Zhao Qianqian chuckled, shaking her head. "No need for that. I have already covered all your expenses today. Consider it a personal investment on my part." Qin Feng, puzzled, asked, "An actual investment?" She nodded affirmatively. "I have always trusted my instincts, but you must promise me that if you find fortune in the future, you will take me along." "Fortune?" Qin Feng was taken aback, unsure of how he could amass any wealth. Yet he nodded, "Certainly." He turned to leave, eager to return and assist his sister with the antidote. After his departure, the alchemist behind Zhao Qianqian quietly appeared. That I asked that all it takes to frighten you. It seems he is indeed the one your sister spoke of, possessing the yang energy, a person from Tianmen Prefecture. Zhao Qianqian's gaze flickered. What was it about this individual that compelled her sister to employ such measures? It couldn't simply be the thousand threads calamity. Even her 3 yang spiritual fire would not be easily intimidated. It was on the verge of advancing to the 7th tier and had developed a semblance of sentience, meaning that what could instill fear in it would have to be at least of the 8th tier or higher. The elder appeared visibly shaken, a rather comical sight. Zhao Qianqian's eyes narrowed, and she spoke in a low voice. Are you suggesting that there exists something even more terrifying within him? Indeed, the elder nodded. No wonder, Zhao Qianqian murmured to herself, her subsequent words unheard. Upon Qin Feng's return, he urged Qin Xiao to consume the break demon pill immediately. However, to his surprise, Qin Xiao recoiled at the sight of the elixir, as if she had seen a ghost. Quick, quick! Keep him away! The old woman's voice in her mind screamed. The further he stays, the better. Otherwise, that elixir will spell doom for both of us. There was a hint of fear in the old woman's tone, as if she were witnessing a ghost in this era. Having encountered the break demon pill, what's wrong? Qin Feng inquired with concern. Are you unwell? No, I'm fine, Qin Xiao stammered, struggling to explain that in truth, the poison within her had long transformed into a torrent of demonic energy, evolving in a series of changes based on that demonic flower. How could this be? Qin Feng furrowed his brows, initially suspecting that the antidote had gone awry, and promptly called for the Empress. His tone grave. What is it? The Empress's languid voice echoed. She had not anticipated this. While it was indeed an antidote, effective against all demonic creatures, after Qin Rulong's demise, someone had escaped with another demonic flower. She had caught them in the act, forcibly retaining the old woman. Her motives were selfish, wishing for Qin Feng to grow stronger to meet her sooner. Thus, she aimed to enable Qin Xiao to grow as well. Seeing that the old woman's heritage was not weak, it was a suitable opportunity to leverage the transmission of demonic cultivation to neutralize the poison. Currently, if Qin Xiao were to unleash her full potential, Qin Feng might not even be her match, unless he wielded the Burial Immortal Sword and activated the Great Wilderness Sword technique. These details could not be disclosed to Qin Feng, as his affection for his sister would undoubtedly lead to interference. Is the antidote reliable? Qin Feng inquired skeptically. Oh, so you doubt me. Are you itching for a fight? The Empress scoffed. No. Qin Feng stammered, feeling guilty, yet he was not overly concerned, for he trusted the Empress's abilities to not harm them. If it came down to it, a single strike could easily dispatch them both, far simpler than concocting any elixir. You should go and administer the antidote to your sister. She may be feeling unwell. The Empress stated nonchalantly, having discreetly neutralized the properties of the break demon pill. Simultaneously, the tumultuous voices in Qin Xiao's mind began to subside. Brother, I felt unwell just now. Qin Xiao, feeling guilty, wore a more embarrassed expression. Though it was a well-meaning lie, it filled her with profound remorse. Brother, I want you to feed me. Qin Xiao pouted, tilting her head. All right. Qin Feng promptly took the elixir and placed it in Qin Xiao's small mouth. The elixir melted upon contact, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed into Qin Xiao's body. Unbelievable, Qin Xiao thought, the old woman's voice expressing a hint of envy. The break demon pill had transformed into the break mirror pill. With such a powerful protector for the siblings, their future growth would likely surpass her own capabilities. Buzz. A series of explosive sounds erupted as Qin Xiao's cultivation level rapidly ascended, ultimately reaching the first stage of the nascent soul. Now on par with Qin Feng. This left him scratching his head in disbelief. The elixir's effects were astonishing. Meanwhile, the old woman's voice echoed in Qin Xiao's mind. Time is of the essence. You must hurry. The demon cave is about to undergo a transformation. Once the demonic energy leaks, it will be of little use to you. How many days do we have left? Qin Xiao furrowed her brow. A deep sense of reluctance in her eyes. 0.5 days, she exclaimed. There's still time. I want to wait for my brother to safely survive the Seven Peaks martial gathering before I depart. Otherwise, I would rather perish alongside him. Very well, seeing that Qin Xiao was unharmed, Qin Feng finally relaxed. Then dawned on him that he had neglected his own cultivation for quite some time. In the sacred fish space, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, first refining the materials he had acquired from the treasury into his body. Following that, he meticulously examined the weapons from the Qingming Peak treasury. He pondered if his cultivation involved refining materials. Could he not select specific materials like one wood in weapon crafting for potentially better results? He then recalled that the Eternal Divine Body technique was indeed missing a part of its content. Should he attempt to experiment with it? After consulting the Empress, she remained silent for a prolonged moment before responding. Though I have not researched it, I have calculated. Your method should be feasible. Go ahead and give it a try. If successful, I have many recipes here for you to utilize. Fortune favors the bold. Then let us proceed. Qin Feng clapped his hands, determined to undertake the endeavor. Chapter 35, The Primordial Spiritual Fire Recognizes Its Master. Within the Qingming Peak treasury, the materials were sufficient to support Qin Feng's immediate needs. Magical tools, spiritual tools, magical artifacts, and spiritual treasures. The recipes in the Empress's possession were of such high caliber that they surpassed spiritual treasures, which Qin Feng was not yet qualified to wield at this stage. The Empress could only assist him in dismantling each spiritual tool, transcribing the recipes for him. For her, it was merely a matter of speaking. Upon obtaining the recipes, Qin Feng gathered the corresponding materials, and the next step was to begin the refining process to refine externally. He required spiritual fire, which posed a dilemma for Qin Feng. The Empress scolded. How foolish! You possess the purest holy yang power within you. Why worry about lacking spiritual fire? I must say, the people in your realm are truly short-sighted. The woman by the lake previously thought you had 9 yang spiritual energy. And yesterday that old man tested you with his 3 yang spiritual fire. I can only describe it as laughable and pitiable. The Empress chuckled heartily, remarking that the levels of yang energy and spiritual fire were fundamentally alike. Deeply intertwined in their attributes, they could be broadly categorized into 3 yang, 6 yang, 9 yang, heavenly yang, immortal yang, sacred yang, and primordial yang. Possessing the sacred yang, with merely a slight refinement, one could attain sacred yang spiritual fire, making the processes of weapon forging and alchemy exceedingly effortless. That it was quite absurd that he would seek the assistance of an old man to concoct elixirs. Furthermore, with our union, the primordial spiritual fire would be effortlessly within reach. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng laughed heartily, saying, I wouldn't need to rely on others. With you as my affluent companion, what need do I have for hard work? In truth, it was not that Qin Feng lacked diligence. Rather, it stemmed from his origins in Qingyun City, where his exposure to knowledge was limited. This was a genuine reflection of reality. The notion of characters being invincible from the outset, devoid of logic, was utterly nonsensical. That he sought authenticity, a gradual journey towards maturity, as growth was essential for meaningful comprehension. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng was now capable of independently inscribing the sacred diagram of yin and yang. Following his unique rhythm and cultivation, the rich power of sacred yang permeated the entire space. This moment, Qin Feng's cultivation journey was unprecedented, for the aid of sacred yang energy made ascending realms as effortless as quenching one's thirst. However, he found himself unable to elevate his cultivation level, using it instead to strengthen his physical form. The unique nature of the primordial divine body technique required no additional training. By merging with the martial veins, materials could be swiftly refined into spiritual energy, enabling rapid advancement in cultivation and achieving mastery over worldly artifacts. It could be described as a dual cultivation of both body and spirit, traversing a path of versatility without bottlenecks in his progress. Even the Empress often murmured about the absurdity of such a foundation. When the supply of sacred yang energy became abundant, her voice echoed once more. Send half of your sacred yang energy my way, and I shall offer you sacred yin energy. Upon merging, I will assist you in condensing the primordial spiritual fire. Qin Feng, elated at her words, promptly extended his finger, gathering sacred yang energy at its tip, then sending half into the colorful vortex. Simultaneously, sacred yin energy surged forth through the vortex. The two energies met and fused seamlessly, generating primordial powered that moment. The Empress transmitted a method for condensing spiritual fire into Qin Feng's mind. Embrace unity, harmonizing body and mind, merging heaven and man. Qin Feng felt as though he was being evaporated by primordial power, a refreshing sensation washing over his heart. The Empress was aiding him with his current abilities. The primordial power was still beyond his control, capable of easily dissolving him. That it was only due to the Empress guiding his body that such a series of fusions could be accomplished. As the incantation was recited, the terrifying primordial power gradually took shape, blossoming into black and white flowers, the nascent form of flames. The old man from Wanbao Pavilion possessed 3 flames of 3 yang. Yet before Qin Feng, there were a total of 24 flames taking the shape of small flowers, half black, half white. This unique coloration of spiritual fire appeared eerie and formidable. The temperature within the sacred fish space surged then plummeted. The 24 flames danced violently, exuding an aura that could annihilate the heavens and earth, leaving Qin Feng breathless. Before this primordial spiritual fire, he felt akin to an ant gazing at the vast sky. How terrifying. Recognize your master with a drop of blood. The Empress's voice resounded, and a drop of iridescent blood, akin to crystal, ascended from the vortex. The blood of an emperor. Logically, someone of Qin Feng's cultivation level would be reduced to dust before such a drop. Yet due to their bond through the sacred fish of yin and yang, it felt as though they shared a common lineage. Instead of fear, he sensed an intimate, familiar comfort. Qin Feng, too, released a drop of blood, and the two merged, shooting into the flames. With a resounding explosion, the primordial spiritual fire flickered wildly, its terrifying aura threatening to obliterate Qin Feng. The Empress's blood quivered under the pressure of the flames. But upon merging with Qin Feng's blood, a qualitative transformation occurred. The fused blood surged forth with a fearsome energy, overwhelming the flames. The flames struggled for a time, yet under the dominance of the Empress and Qin Feng's blood, they eventually capitulated. That a wondrous sensation filled Qin Feng's mind, as if a child's consciousness was attempting to communicate with him, creating an extraordinary connection. Extending his finger, the 24 flames lost their ferocity, instead joyfully assembling into a black and white little bird that suddenly flew to rest upon his fingertip, blinking its eyes and affectionately rubbing against him. Master. A somewhat obscure voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind, yet it was the only utterance. When he attempted to respond, the little bird flapped its wings vigorously, but fell silent. Coughing, it seemed to indicate its feminine identity, eager to showcase itself. Qin Feng sensed its desires, but since it lacked the capacity for speech, its intelligence was remarkable enough to convey its thoughts, possessing its own thoughts and intellect. It was 1,000 times more advanced than the old man's primitive flames, which merely expressed fear and joy in the most rudimentary manner. But it had taken form. The spiritual fire had taken shape. If the old man from Wanbao Pavilion were to learn of this, he would surely be paralyzed with shock. Refine, with a mere thought, the little bird transformed into a sea of flames with a wave of his hand. All the materials for a spiritual artifact rose into the air. Diving into the fiery abyss, in the blink of an eye, a globule of liquid emerged, so swift. Qin Feng was taken aback. The essence of alchemy and forging lay in the melting of materials. The last time he concocted pills, it took several hours, in a single breath. With his mouth agape, the liquid soared into his mouth, requiring no further refinement for shaping. The next step was to assimilate it within his body. Buzzing, Qin Feng's body trembled as he reached the 3rd layer of the primordial spirit. An immense torrent of spiritual energy surged through every corner of his being. By heavens, this is astonishingly rapid. The effect is nearly equivalent to direct consumption. Upon refining a set of materials according to the formula, his primordial spirit ascended from the 1st to the 3rd layer, retrieving another set of materials. He chose not to forge but to swallow them whole. This time, he only gained less than half a layer. This indicated that this method was effective, terrifyingly multiplying his progress threefold. In truth, the missing aspect of the primordial divine body technique was the formula for forging. Qin Feng realized. How many levels would it equate to if he were to refine pills and artifacts? The old man from Wanbao Pavilion was at level 4. Surely, he surpassed him, right? Just as he pondered, the Empress's exasperated voice broke through. Send a drop of blood. My primordial spiritual fire must also recognize its master. Damn it, I've unwittingly boarded your ship, having cultivated the sacred diagram of yin and yang. Whatever he did henceforth would require their joint efforts. Just moments ago, she nearly perished at the hands of that unruly spiritual fire while attempting to recognize its master. Chapter 36. Jiang Xian's Plea. Escaping the sea of suffering upon hearing this, Qin Feng sent over a drop of blood. They were now bound together in fortune and misfortune. In truth, the Empress was even more apprehensive than Qin Feng. For their connection through the sacred fish of yin and yang meant that if one perished, the other would follow suit. The Empress had become invincible, yet Qin Feng now felt as small as an ant, constantly at risk of being crushed. When would their second dual cultivation occur? The second fusion of yin and yang. Qin Feng gazed longingly at the vortex, as if a captivating figure lay just beyond. Have you seen your sacred yang fish? You must fill its entire form with yang energy, and then the second fusion shall commence, unlocking the third layer of the sacred fish space. After uttering this, the Empress fell silent. Qin Feng, upon hearing her words, turned his attention inward, noting that a portion of the yang energy he had just cultivated had entered the fish's body, only managing to illuminate a small section of its scales. How long would this take? He sighed, temporarily setting aside that fervent desire. Next came the time for cultivation, fervent and relentless cultivation in the span of 7 or 8 days. He refined all the materials according to the formulas, continuously transforming them into his own cultivation. During this period, Qin Feng seized moments to successfully cultivate the third sword of the great wilderness sword technique, sword that breaks mountains and rivers, and master the Tianqian Sect's 9 strikes with the utmost proficiency. Simultaneously, his synergy with the primordial spiritual fire grew increasingly harmonious. He could now control its power with thought, effectively tempering his body at all times. Qin Feng's physique resembled that of a colossal humanoid weapon, now approaching the strength of a magical artifact. His physical power ascended at an alarming rate, terrifyingly reaching the stage of perfect manifestation that he affectionately named the primordial spiritual fire Little Fire, reminiscent of Yihui's name, yet imbued with a sense of warmth in the realm of alchemy. Qin Feng was now crafting level 4 pills with ease, as if with a mere flick of his sleeve he estimated that with superior spiritual herbs, cooperation with Little Fire would yield remarkable results. His progress appeared to be devoid of bottlenecks. Reaching the 5th layer of perfect manifestation, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, brimming with confidence in terms of cultivation, physical prowess, sword techniques, alchemy, and forging. He had achieved noteworthy accomplishments, truly establishing a solid foundation. Calculating the time, it was time to venture forth. As the sun rises, a new day dawns within the vast expanse of the cosmos. 8 days have passed, while only 2 have elapsed outside. The fourfold time difference profoundly impresses upon Qin Feng the terror spoken of by the Empress. The sacred fish space comprises 9 tiers, and one wonders what awaits on the 3rd level. Upon emerging, Yihuo appears disheveled and covered in dust, while Zhang Jujing's demeanor is notably diminished. What has happened? Qin Feng exclaims in alarm, fearing that trouble from the sect might have arisen once more. For reasons unknown, the number of demonic corpses has surged dramatically of late. Tang Yin casts a sidelong glance at Qin Feng and remarks, having vanished for 2 days, could it be that you were indulging with the maidservants of the Wanbao Pavilion? Having heard from Yihuo of Qin Feng's visit to the pavilion, she is well aware of its distinctive service style that if one wishes to have a private conversation with a maid, it incurs an additional charge. Coughing slightly, Qin Feng nearly chokes at the implication. Am I truly that extravagant? It seems more likely that unusual activity is afoot in the demonic caverns. Reports indicate that even the 10 major cities under the Tianmen sect have recently been invaded by demonic corpses. Falling victim to a thorough massacre, Yihuo interjects with a chilling gaze. Damnable demon cultivators. Qin Xiao, silent, gazes intently. Qin Feng furrows his brow and questions, is the Tianmen sect not taking action? Yihui shakes her head. They wish to intervene, but lack the strength. Even the Kanglan Empire is reluctant to engage, as the implications are far too extensive. Let us set such matters aside for now. We must prepare for the 7 Peaks Martial Conference shortly. This time, you will participate alone. Do your utmost to survive. Zhang Jujing advises. Especially against Yifan, it would be wise to concede defeat under his hand. Surely, he would not dare to strike you in public, leaving you a glimmer of hope. Zhang Jujing's gaze dims. For the Qingming Peak. If it is to be disbanded, so be it. Survival is of utmost importance. If necessary, I shall stake my life to ensure your safety." His words lack conviction, for even at his peak, he could not guarantee victory against the strong of the imperial capital. "If death is to come, I shall accompany you." Both Qin Xiaoer and Yi Huo'er step forward. Standing resolutely beside Qin Feng, that a warm current flows through him at their solidarity, that he gazes at them, his voice trembling, mimicking the Empress's tone. "Your aspirations are too modest." "What do you mean?" Yi Huo'er inquires, puzzled. "Your ambitions are too small." Qin Feng breathes deeply, declaring, with the sword in hand, "I shall bring justice to all quarters. Prepare yourselves, for I shall lead you in a flight." As the sun ascends, the resounding chimes of the Tianmen sect's bell echo. Thousands of cultivators awaken from their meditative states and, as if choreographed, ascend into the sky, soaring towards the central platform of the sect. A multitude of spirited youths alight upon the platform, exuding a vibrant aura, their spirits soaring. The Seven Peaks Martial Conference will be their moment to shine. A culmination of years of cultivation, Prince Ten. At the forefront stands the enigmatic Yi Fan, his depth unfathomable. Most disciples, upon descending from the clouds, bow respectfully towards him. Boom, boom, boom. As the disciples pay their respects, a tremendous aura, intertwined with the resounding roar of dragons, surges into the heavens. All present are filled with trepidation at the terrifying power emanating from Prince Ten, obscuring the true extent of his cultivation. I find myself compelled to kneel and worship. Countless disciples of the Tianmen sect gaze upon Yi Fan with profound reverence that I am already anticipating Prince Ten's forthcoming performance. It shall undoubtedly be dazzling. Hong Qixiong's eyes blaze with fervor. Beside him stands a masked female cultivator, her gaze weary and despondent. Jiang Xen has endured a veritable hell these past days. After Guotong brought her back, he resorted to secret methods, utilizing parts of her body to replace her ravaged mouth. The resultant experience is nothing short of grotesque. Even as she eats, a wave of nausea engulfs her, and the persistent foul taste lingers in her mouth. Hong Qixiong's relentless carnal desires have turned Jiang Xen into a mere tool for his gratification. Once he has satiated himself, he invites his disciples to partake as well. After all, the organ's placement allows for unprecedented experiences. Jiang Xen has grown weary of such torment. Perhaps I am unworthy of him now. Jiang Xen's gaze dims as the image of Qin Feng lingers in her mind, refusing to fade. Suddenly, she sees Qin Feng descend gracefully onto the platform, igniting a flicker of longing within her. "Save me. Liberate me from this suffering." Then on the vast platform, 3 distinct zones are delineated: 1,000 arenas, 100 arenas, and 10 arenas. Participating disciples must commence their battles in the 1,000 arenas, carving a bloody path until they reach the top 10. To ensure authenticity, there are no restrictions on life and death. Falling to an opponent means nothing if one is not skilled enough. Each participant may lose once and continue to compete. However, losing twice results in immediate elimination. Thus, ascending from the lowest tier necessitates overcoming over 1,000 battles, with only a single opportunity for error. Failure to seize victory a second time leads to outright disqualification. Such a feat is nearly insurmountable. However, this time, the Tianmen sect offers even more generous rewards. While not as precious as a 5th-tier elixir, there are over 100 4th-tier spiritual herbs available, as well as 4th-tier breakthrough pills. Consuming one could elevate a practitioner within the myriad realms by an entire level. These are among the most treasured items of the Tianmen sect. Currently, Yi Fan observes from the 3rd zone, having been granted special privileges by the sect leader and vice leader. He is merely required to await the emergence of 9 disciples from the fray, upon which he will assign their rankings, exempting him from the competitions in the first 2 zones. Prince Ten, the final piece of the Tianmen has been retrieved. Shall we measure it now? It would be prudent to avoid mishaps before the powerful of the imperial capital tomorrow. Vice leader Guotong contemplates before Yi Fan that if I were to break the Tianmen, would it create a stir akin to the last time? Yi Fan replies nonchalantly, "With your divine might, it shall undoubtedly create waves once more. The Tianmen sect will revel in your glory for ages to come." Guotong exclaims, somewhat in awe. Yi Fan shoots him a disgruntled glance. "What are you insinuating? If we measure today, what significance remains for me to seize first place in the Seven Peaks Martial Conference tomorrow?" Guotong's expression falters at the rebuke. Very well, let us proceed. Remember the lad named Qin Feng? I want him to measure alongside me. Yi Fan grins wickedly. Jiang Xian's ruin and the casualties among the 10 core disciples have struck a nerve within him. He is determined that Qin Feng must perish. Moreover, he wishes to crush him before the eyes of the multitude. Very well, Guotong shrugs. Who could outshine you? A mere disciple's sacrifice is insignificant. Whoever falls to your blade shall consider it an honor. As the bell tolls, the Seven Peaks Martial Conference officially commences. As numerous disciples ascend the platform, they instinctively cast reverent glances towards Yi Fan's position. According to rumors, tomorrow, powerful figures from the imperial capital will arrive to escort Prince Ten, the newly appointed elder Yi Fan. During the finals, his talent will be assessed, and the sect leader has specifically retrieved the last piece of the Tianmen from the sect's legacy for this occasion. Tomorrow, before the watchful eyes of the masses, he shall shatter the Tianmen once more, etching a legendary tale into history. Such a grand event has left many disciples of the Tianmen sect speechless with astonishment. Their fervent gazes are filled with unbridled envy. Subsequently, all disciples flock to the arenas like ducks rushing to water, and in an instant, blades clash and spells soar. Meanwhile, just before Qin Feng ascends the stage, Zhang Jujing implores earnestly, listen to your master. Simply concede upon entering. Our Qingming Peak's reputation is of little consequence. If need be, we can endure humiliation and dissolve our sect, living as ordinary disciples. Your life is paramount. Zhang Jujing emphasizes once more with concern. Even if you win 1 or 2 matches, what does it matter? It is utterly futile. Tang Yin nods in agreement. Indeed, Qin Shidi, do not act rashly and throw away your life. Otherwise, I shall take you back to the countryside to raise a multitude of little Qin Fangs. How does that sound? Her eyes sparkle with eagerness. Coughing slightly, Qin Feng nearly chokes at the suggestion of little Qin Fangs. However, the concern hidden within Tang Yan's gaze warms his heart deeply. If you perish, I shall not live on alone, that Wai Yihuoer whispers, embracing Qin Feng gently. Her voice, though soft, carries an undeniable conviction. Their eyes meet, and Qin Feng tenderly brushes her hair aside, caressing her cheek. It is said that the pillar of heaven possesses a spirit. If it truly does, one day I shall compel it to apologize to you for the suffering it has caused. Qin Feng chuckles, boast all you like. Yi Huoer rolls her eyes at him. Qin Feng, however, refrains from further explanation. At this moment, Qin Xiao remains unusually silent, her gaze shrouded in an eerie darkness, as though the cultivation of demonic arts has seeped deep into her very being. In her heart, she vows, should her brother suffer even the slightest harm, she would unleash the full wrath of the demonic caverns, obliterating the Tianmen sect. Turning to her, Qin Feng affectionately ruffles her hair and coos. Wait patiently. Soon, I shall perform a spectacular skipping stone trick for you. Okay. Qin Xiao replies obediently. Very well. As Qin Feng turned, he leapt onto the first platform, and soon another person sprang up opposite him. Hurry! Qin Feng, concede. Zhang Jujing sensed something amiss and was immediately struck by astonishment. The 5th level of the Wuxiang realm. This individual was nearly as formidable as Elder Jiang Xian, and Zhang recalled that Qin Feng had seemingly just entered the Yuanshan realm. Qin Feng was certainly facing a perilous situation. The hearts of Qin Xiao and the others hung in suspense. How on earth could he fight against such odds? Chapter 38. The perfect completion of the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Gate. Qin Feng's fortune was dreadfully poor. Initially on the platform, if he had arrived a bit later, he would have encountered no formidable opponents, as there were plenty at the Yuanshan realm. Yet he had to face a 5th level Wuxiang. Boom! The opponent stomped down with tremendous force, shattering the platform beneath. Turbulent azure, spiritual energy surged across the stage. Even Yi wore a grave expression. She doubted her ability to win if she were to compete. The IT was simply too overwhelming. The reason she had effortlessly defeated Jiang Xian was that she had relied heavily on years of accumulating medicinal resources as a lackey elder, whereas this person was entirely different. Qin Feng remained silent, channeling energy into his legs, and gradually began to ascend into the air, higher and higher. His opponent was momentarily taken aback. It is known that, before reaching an exceptionally high realm, cultivators can only utilize flight for travel. Engaging in combat while airborne renders one particularly vulnerable. However, at this moment, Qin Feng counted the platforms below, gesturing with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. At this spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. Hey, are you still going to fight? If not, concede. Others are waiting in line. Someone voiced their discontent that, "Oh, I'm not conceding," Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Then what do you intend to do? Please don't waste time. This isn't the moment for showboating that if you wish to show off. Earn first place. The crowd below was immediately displeased. Observing the growing dissatisfaction, Zhang Jujing grew anxious. Qin Feng, listen to me, quickly concede. Before his voice could finish, Qin Feng pointed at the 9 platforms and declared, "To avoid wasting time, I challenge all 9 of you at once. Come up, and I will deal with you all in one go." What? Upon uttering these words, the arena erupted in chaos. This kid was far too arrogant. He clearly thought little of them. "Let us take him down." The crowd surged, and 9 individuals hopped onto the platform with fierce determination. "Kid, come and face your demise." They were particularly eager for a 9-on-1 scenario. A win would lead to Qin Feng's elimination, allowing the other 9 to advance, a particularly advantageous arrangement. Those who arrived late lamented their missed opportunity. Zhang Jujing, witnessing the furious crowd, felt his scalp prickle. Was this akin to lighting a candle in a restroom? Courting disaster, he sighed, deciding to take one step at a time. At worst, he would fight to protect Qin Feng. Yet, in the next instant, a brilliant light flashed, and Qin Feng's body began to spin at high speed, transforming into an oval shape as he dove downward. The audience blinked, witnessing a streak of light akin to 9 flickering will-o'-the-wisps as he struck each of the 9 platforms in succession, resembling a dragonfly skimming the water, one strike after another. Just as Qin Feng had promised Qin Xiao, "I'll show you how to skip stones." Then 9 bursts of crimson blossoms erupted, and all present beheld the 9 formidable individuals, who had been so aggressive just moments before, reduced to mere blood mist before they could react. Everyone was left wide-eyed and speechless. After a full 2 or 3 breaths, the sounds of explosions echoed. Bang! Bang, bang! 9 resounding booms reverberated through the sky, deafening everyone. It is a well-known fact that light travels faster than sound. Hence, during a thunderstorm, one often sees the lightning before hearing the thunder. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, stunned by the spectacle. What manner of monster was this? However, before they could fully process the scene, Qin Feng's finger darted again, pointing at a dozen more individuals. Damn it. I refuse to believe this. The crowd surged with renewed fury, frantically leaping onto the stage, convinced that Qin Feng could not possibly unleash that peculiar martial technique again. Yet, another series of explosions ensued. Just a short while later, one figure emerged, having nearly conquered more than half the platforms in that area. 100, 200, 500. Qin Feng's onslaught raged across the various platforms, cutting down from the lowest tier. Soon he could hardly be bothered to call out names, instead targeting any disciples present on the platforms. With each strike, blood spattered, and victories were determined in mere moments, often within 3 breaths, some even unaware of their opponents before being dispatched by Qin Feng. His strikes were ruthless and unrelenting. Had he completely mastered the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Gate? Zhang Jujing felt as though he might bite his own tongue in disbelief. Even with his status, he rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be seeing things. Qin Feng was ferociously unstoppable, rampaging through the arena, leaving behind a scene of carnage, either scattering blood and flesh or sending individuals flying. The martial technique he employed was none other than the Heavenly Gate's most powerful 9 strikes that it seemed he had only trained for 2 days. Zhang Jujing distinctly remembered just 2 days prior, handing him the key to the treasury. This technique, which Yi Fan had taken 2 full months to cultivate to perfection, was indeed worthy of study, even if it paled in comparison to others in the Empire. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Gate. His extraordinary skill and profound understanding of the technique allowed him to achieve such results, seemingly only recorded in the sect's ancient texts. Zhang Jujing wore an expression of incredulity. However, the atmosphere in this area had turned chaotic. Qin Feng's brutal methods incited the anger of all, and a thunderous roar filled the air. "Qin Feng, do you dare challenge 500? Chapter 39. Zhang Jujing was stunned. This script was off. Everyone was counting Qin Feng's ascensions one by one. He had nearly cut through half of this area. If this momentum continued, he would break through and ascend into the top 100, but this was akin to delivering a blatant slap to the faces of the remaining six peaks. The elders of the six peaks were gritting their teeth in fury. This brat lacks martial ethics and is concealing his true realm. Hong Qixiong bellowed in frustration, but he recalled that when Qin Feng had taken the sex entrance test, he was merely at the first level of the Qihai realm. Yet now, he had reached the fifth level of the Wuxiang realm. Had he only been here for a few days? In total, it had only been 5 days. He had leaped through the Qihai realm and Yuanshan realm to attain the Wuxiang realm. 2 major realms in mere days. It was well known that even the most gifted disciples of the Heavenly Gate would take at least 30 to 50 years to advance 2 major realms. Even the elders themselves had only achieved the Wuxiang consummate state. This was undoubtedly a concealed realm. How shameless, utterly shameless. Several elders roared in outrage. Yet Qin Feng's reaction only served to infuriate them further. All right, then you all come to the platform. I will take on those who are willing to listen. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his body, nodding nonchalantly. However, he felt vexed. He could not clean himself properly. His entire being had been drenched in blood, transforming him into a little red figure upon hearing this. The entire arena fell silent. That it wasn't that no one spoke, but rather that everyone was momentarily stunned in unison. After a brief pause, laughter erupted simultaneously. We thought he was tough, but turns out he's just a fool. 1 against 100. Do you think you're the 10th prince or something? Ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Old Zhang, who would have thought your Qingming Peak was on the verge of disbanding, only to provide us with a delightful joke. Hong Qixiong taunted Zhang Jujing with a smirk. How generous of you. I propose that after this, all of you from Qingming Peak come to bow an apology, and we shall let you go. After all, we are magnanimous. The elders of the 6 peaks all sneered at Zhang Jujing. Zhang Jujing's lips turned purple with rage, his entire body trembling, yet he could only endure, having been stripped of his cultivation. As the former master of Qingming Peak, he could only swallow his pride to protect his disciples. Look at him. He's so angry, he's about to wet himself. The crowd jeered. However, in the next moment, all laughter ceased abruptly. The sound caught in their throats that a young man was gazing with delight at the 500 platforms. Suddenly, a chasm several hundred zhang deep split open, the half-platform fracturing at an observable rate. Like a spider web, radiating cracks in all directions. The disciples on the platforms had yet to react when a wave of translucent, barely visible sword light engulfed and shattered them. The same technique. The same flavor. The speed of the sword light outpaced that of sound. Thus, by the time the crowd turned to witness this horrifying scene, the sound finally reached their ears. Boom. This time, it was a muffled sound, as though someone had let out a suppressed fart beneath the covers. For the second move of the great wilderness sword technique, the Void Sword, disintegrated the enemies from within, akin to refracting light. With one strike, there was nothing left, not even a blade of grass. It was exceedingly bizarre. Even the very fabric of space was torn apart, releasing a torrent of violent silver-white energy that rampaged for a time before that space began to heal itself. They were all stupefied, staring at Qin Feng, who seemed unperturbed as he landed in the second area, qualifying for the top 100. All the minds of the crowd have seemingly shut down. What has transpired? Are there still prodigies within the Heavenly Gate sect who just unleashed that dazzling sword light? Who was it? What do you all have to say? Here is your chance to split into 2 groups. Or shall we confront him together? Qin Feng gazed at the 100 individuals within the top 100, all of whom stood at a distance, as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. If the crowd had not erred in their calculations, Qin Feng had ascended to the top 100 by annihilating 1,000 individuals in the span of merely half a day. How terrifying is that? The sect is not devoid of ruthless individuals, those who kill without a second thought. Many may have blood on their hands, engaging in deeds that are best left unspoken. Yet compared to Qin Feng, they are but small fry. For the first time, they began to question the sect's rules regarding life and death in the past, when they utilized these rules to justifiably eliminate their rivals. They never imagined such a day would come, in the realm of unfair rules. Should the weaker side experience a qualitative transformation, it would become a nightmare for all, for no one's death is without guilt. They are mere pawns in the hands of fate. When an avalanche descends, not a single snowflake is innocent, but a peculiar phenomenon emerged in the second area. Qin Feng stood alone on one side while the other 100 stood on the opposite. It was as if a wolf had infiltrated a flock of sheep. With each step Qin Feng took, they retreated. Suddenly, one individual trembled and declared, "I will not choose. I surrender. I concede." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded. "You may leave." The individual felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. After this person departed, the rest surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam. "I concede. I concede. I concede." Zhang Jujing was taken aback. This doesn't seem right. Shouldn't it be Qin Feng who concedes while the others charge forth? He should gallantly face death to protect the lives of his disciples. And then he and Yi Huer would retreat in disarray. After enduring years of hardship elsewhere, Qin Feng returns, or Yi Huer returns, to slay the old dogs of the heavenly gate. Then, pouring a bowl of strong liquor over a tombstone. With tears in his eyes, he would extol the tragic yet magnificent life of Zhang Jujing. Zhang Jujing was in disarray, loudly questioning the surrendering disciples. "Do you have no backbone?" Chapter 40. Within 3 years. There will be a place for you in the imperial capital. Qin Feng is incredible. At this moment, Tang Yan's eyes were red-rimmed. Recently, the Qingming Peak had felt suffocating, a sense of despair hanging heavy in the air. Qin Feng's arrival brought them hope. Who dares to look down on our Qingming Peak? Zhang Jujing's tears flowed freely. Behind him stood a group of children, bloodlines of the deceased, his nephews and nieces. In their eyes, Qin Feng had become a beacon of light on the path of life. They were fervent and excited. At this moment, Qin Feng's status among the people of Qingming Peak had risen to unprecedented heights. However, just as the crowd was elated, a figure descended behind them. It was the deputy sect leader, Guotong Dada. "My apologies, everyone." With a wave of his hand, a shimmering barrier descended. The Yi Huer turned around, her expression changing dramatically. Yet before she could react, Qin Xiaoer and Yi Huer were forcibly taken away. Even Zhang Jujing and the others were still frantically shouting at Qin Feng, utterly unaware that 2 individuals had gone missing. A sword shocked the heavenly gate. The disciples of the heavenly gate were abuzz with discussion, wondering if this was the legendary figure with poor qualifications. Even among the disciples of the 6 Peaks, many had begun to regard Qin Feng with newfound respect. After all, on the path of cultivation, strength is revered. Just then, a resounding crash momentarily captured the attention of all the disciples of the heavenly gate. Boom! Suddenly, a square, ancient and desolate azure stone door streaked across the sky, a deafening hum causing everyone's eardrums to ache as it descended forcefully upon the highest platform, stirring up clouds of dust, the heavenly gate. This commotion completely captivated the attention of every disciple within the sect that on that stone door stood 2 figures, one of whom was none other than the sect master of the heavenly gate. Lin Qingxian. His appearance ignited fervor among the crowd, who exclaimed loudly, "We welcome the sect master's arrival. We welcome the sect master's arrival." The shouts grew ever louder, a tidal wave of sound sweeping across the sky above the heavenly gate. Lin Qingxian relished the adoration of his disciples, nodding in satisfaction before extending his hand and gently pressing down into the void. Silence immediately enveloped the scene. "Allow me to introduce the esteemed individual beside me. The national master of the imperial capital, the one who once wielded his sword to sever the dragon veins of the world, safeguarding the fortunes of the Kanglin Empire for half an era. Master Yi." As Lin Qingxian spoke, a hint of respect crept into his demeanor. "Master Yi. This is the strength of the imperial capital." The disciples of the heavenly gate erupted in astonishment, turning their gazes toward the figure beside Lin Qingxian. Clad in a majestic dragon robe and wielding the sword of dragon slaying, he stood tall, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, as if stars danced between his brows. Exuding an extraordinary presence, he spoke calmly. Observing the almost worshipful figures of the heavenly gate disciples, and with a wave of his sleeve, the clouds parted and mist dispersed, a gentle rain of starlight cascading upon the crowd, causing them to tremble with delight. "Wow! How refreshing!" Everyone closed their eyes in pure enjoyment. That a series of thunderous roars erupted as the throng below seemed to be illuminated, their bodies bathed in this radiant light, experiencing a cleansing of both body and spirit. What kind of power is this? Even Lin Qingxian, standing nearby, couldn't he help but feel envious, wishing to join his disciples in this celestial shower. But out of concern for his status, he refrained. I have ascended. I have ascended. Suddenly, one disciple cried out in frenzy. I have ascended too. Another followed suit. The effect was truly astonishing, causing everyone present to feel their hearts racing. Could this be the divine technique of the imperial capital's mightiest? It was akin to consuming a breakthrough pill. This led them to ponder if the 10th prince, having lived in the imperial capital since childhood, experienced such miraculous starlight daily. The answer was undoubtedly yes. For there stood Yi Fan, calm and composed, exuding an air of true genius. Instantly, envy surged among the crowd, and no wonder he is so strong. No wonder he is a genius. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood off to the side, speechless at the exaggerated reactions of those around him. Damn it. Just as Qin Feng had gained a moment of glory, it was snatched away from him, leaving him thoroughly displeased. Simultaneously, the seemingly miraculous starlight that fell upon him had no effect whatsoever. The eternal divine body technique rendered him immune to any enhancement of spiritual cultivation. Whoosh! Yi Fan soared into the air, landing gracefully atop the heavenly gate, his demeanor as calm as ever. Nephew, I greet you. Uncle Yi. Yi Fan respectfully bowed, a glimmer of cleverness flickering in his eyes. Master Yi's gaze softened, and he chuckled. Enough of your mischief. Let us shatter the heavenly gate and return home for the imperial war. As he spoke, a hint of pride crept into his expression. To shatter the heavenly gate is an unprecedented feat. This is the prince I have aligned myself with. The stronger Yi Fan becomes, the brighter my prospects. He didn't even mention the Seven Peaks martial meet, deeming it unworthy of discussion, viewing it merely as Yi Fan's playful antics. Upon witnessing Master Yi's exalted status, which placed him above all others, the crowd gasped in awe. The disciples of the Heavenly Gate immediately took pride in this association. Yi Fan was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Gate, especially those from Yanluo Peak. The 10th Prince had once been affiliated with them, and they had shared close quarters for several months. Instantly, Hong Qixiong and his disciples appeared as if they had taken a potent stimulant, their faces flushed with excitement. In a moment, Hong Qixiong basked in glory, while the elders from other peaks approached to offer their compliments. Ha! He laughed heartily. What nonsense, Qin Feng. What nonsense, Yi Huer. They are merely stepping stones for the prince. He felt immense pride in his wise choice of allegiance. Qin Feng, may misfortune befall him. Sure enough, in the next instant, Yi Fan's gaze abruptly landed on Qin Feng. The white Yi Fan nodded with a smile and said, Uncle, please hold on for a moment. I wish to crush an ant. Hearing this, Master Yi glanced over and said, Forget it. Why bother with a fool? It's a waste of time. Let us settle for a sword strike that will take down 500. Yi Fan pointed toward a nearby ravine. Oh? A swordsman? Very well. Targeting a swordsman is not beneath the royal family's dignity. Go ahead. Master Yi nodded slightly, and even Lin Qingxian, who sought to curry favor, quietly said to Yi Fan, I have discreetly taken Yi Huer and Qin Xiao. The prince may deal with them as he wishes. His gaze was somewhat ambiguous. Very good, Yi Fan replied. Not looking back, within 3 years, there will be a place for you in the imperial capital. Lin Qingxian was overjoyed. I am about to soar. Chapter 41. 5 days. Do you know what 5 days represents? Qin Feng, Qin Feng. At this moment, Tang Yin hurriedly navigated through the crowd, finally managing to push her way past the individuals in the first area to stand before Qin Feng. Gulp, she struggled to swallow, tugging at Qin Feng's arm, and exclaimed, Qin Feng, your sister and my senior sister have vanished without a trace. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes widened in horror. Sister? Huer, he scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the entirety of the first and second areas, yet he could not find their figures, prompting a surge of anxiety within him. Do not search any further. The person is here with me. At that moment, Yi Fan soared into the air, and wherever he went, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Yi Fan hovered there, looking down imperiously, and proclaimed, Qin Feng, I offer you an opportunity. Endure a strike from me. Should you survive, you will have the chance to witness me shatter the heavenly gate. Those 2 women, you may yet have the chance to see them reveling beneath me. With unshakable confidence, Yi Fan descended to the ground. The prince is becoming increasingly adept at theatrics, Lin Qingxian remarked, giving a thumbs up from the heavenly gate. This child has always been mischievous, the national master of the Yi family chuckled, shaking his head. Did you capture them? Qin Feng's murderous intent was palpable as he quietly unsheathed the burial immortal sword. Upon seeing Qin Feng's demeanor, the disciples of the heavenly gate erupted into laughter. Haha, still putting on a show? He has been at it for 5 days. Absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe it. This kid is still trying to act tough before the 10th prince. One disciple exclaimed in utter astonishment. Hey, don't forget he claimed to be the top of the heavenly gate trials back then, another disciple reminded. Impressive that I'm starting to admire him, that he really knows how to ride the wave. Someone else chimed in. And what of it? Yi Fan retorted, his demeanor exuding an air of unapproachable arrogance as he waved his sleeve and declared, Listen closely, did I grant you only one chance? You speak too much, boom. However, in the next moment, a brilliant flash of light erupted, and a violent sword light shot skyward. Yi Fan had not finished his words when he felt a ferocious power rising from beneath his feet. A chilling sensation that seemed to pierce through him. With no means to resist, he was abruptly sent spiraling into the sky to, oh my goodness. The disciples gasped in shock. Did you just hit me? Am I dreaming? Did I see that correctly? The 10th prince was sent flying. Bang. Oh, damn it, he really struck. Qin Feng's figure moved like a phantom, flickering before leaping into the air, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion. With his killing intent soaring, he swung his sword once more. Bold. Reckless. Lin Qingxian was so frightened he nearly wet himself, immediately gathering his spiritual energy to conjure a massive hand that pulled the bewildered Yi Fan back. If anything were to happen to Yi Fan, the entire heavenly gate would be in jeopardy. Meanwhile, the national master of the Yi family furiously unleashed a palm strike aimed at Qin Feng. Boom! Qin Feng's body erupted with sound, the surrounding space resonating like popping beans, as an immense force sent him crashing into the ground. This strike even caused Lin Qingxuan's heart to race. Had it been him, he would surely have perished. The strength of the imperial capital's warriors was indeed terrifying. Perhaps Qin Feng had been reduced to mere scraps. With a crash, Qin Feng emerged from the scattered rubble and dust, shaking off the debris, his expression dark as he gazed upward. What? Not dead? Lin Qingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Yi Fan, looking disheveled, climbed down from Lin Qingxian's embrace. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed, and his golden dragon form activated, lifting him skyward amidst swirling winds. You lack martial ethics. You ambushed me. Yi Fan seethed with indignation, an overwhelming sense of humiliation washing over him for being struck down before everyone, especially in front of the national master of the Yi family. Look at that. What a shameless individual. I thought he was something great, but he turned out to be a disgrace. The disciples below erupted in chatter. So the prince was ambushed. Realization dawned upon the crowd. With a flourish, the golden dragon soared, the skies darkening as its massive form cast an ominous shadow over Qin Feng. Qin Feng, did you expect this? Yi Fan sneered. Even with your ambush, you cannot harm me. That my golden dragon form has begun to conceal its attributes, its power rivaling that of celestial bodies, a gift befitting an emperor. How formidable! The crowd gasped in awe. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Yi Fan ascended further, diving into the ominous clouds, proclaiming, My dragon form is the mightiest in the realm. My presence is one that all shall admire. Today, I stand as the embodiment of heaven and earth, ready to slay you, a mere mortal. Crack! A thunderous bolt of lightning rent the air, and in the next moment, arcs of electricity danced around Yi Fan's form, exuding an aura both mysterious and powerful. His voice reverberated across the expanse. I command the power of thunder, boom, above Qin Feng. The air transformed into a veritable storm of lightning, countless bolts poised to unleash their fury under Yi Fan's control. Look, the 10th prince is about to crush an ant. Lin Qingxian craned his neck to see. The national master of the Yi family wore an expression of anticipation, while Hong Qixiong's gaze was fervent. 10th prince, give it your all. 10th prince, strike him down below. The disciples of the heavenly gate clapped their hands in rhythmic chants, their excitement palpable. Earlier, Qin Feng had sent the 10th prince flying merely by chance. Yet it had also affronted the majesty of his golden dragon form. Therefore, Qin Feng must perish. Huh? Do you see? Including the sect master, all disciples, and everyone here, they are all placating me. What do you have to compare with me? Yi Fan was brimming with confidence, the earlier humiliation fading away. With the golden dragon unleashed, he felt that a mere flick of his finger would reduce Qin Feng to ashes. Stop. Qin Feng raised a hand. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed as he sneered. What? Are you begging for mercy? Ha! He laughed maniacally. Though your plea for mercy is timely, it is too late. With my golden dragon form unleashed, storms and lightning converge. How could I ever let you go? You arrived here and killed my newly acquired Qingmu spirit, then attempted to compete with me for the title of top in the trials, and subsequently crippled Jiang Exant and slaughtered 10 core disciples. Qin Feng, you must die. At this moment, Yi Fan's true nature was laid bare before Qin Feng, his vengeful character unmistakable. The past displays of magnanimity were mere facades. Yi Fan was quite petty. How could he possibly let go of those who offended him? Qin Feng remained silent, looking up with indifference. You seem overly confident that I merely wish to inquire how long I have been here. Yi Fan instinctively collected himself, responding, 5 days. What of it? Qin Feng replied, Do you understand what those 5 days signify? Yi Fan, with unwavering confidence, declared, It signifies the complete commencement of my era. Surely my towering figure has left an indelible mark on your life, profoundly influencing your growth. Fear not, you may graciously admit it. I know that you are merely one among the masses, slightly more distinguished than the rest. Chapter 42. In 3 breaths, I shall slay you 70,000 times. Qin Feng observed Yi Fan's self-adoration and couldn't help but secretly admire him. Are all villains truly foolish? What I mean is 5 days represent a 3 to 7 split between us. Qin Feng adjusted his grip on the burial immortal sword. You think it's a 3 to 7 split in your favor? Yi Fan smiled disdainfully. What do you think you are to warrant such odds? What? He believes he has a 30% chance of winning. All the disciples of the heavenly gate were taken aback, followed by an uproar of astonishment. The do not heed rumors. A more seasoned disciple admonished. The waters of cultivation are too deep for you to grasp. I observe this child has merely a 10% chance. His expression was grave, as if he spoke with utmost seriousness. That I see. The other disciples realized. National Master, what do you think? How much of a chance does that lad have of defeating the 10th prince? Lin Qingxian turned to hear the opinion of the master from the imperial capital. Upon hearing the question, the national master of the Yi family gazed deeply and quietly at Qin Feng, remaining silent for a long while. After a moment, he stated, 10%. At this pronouncement, Lin Qingxuan's disbelief was palpable. This lad has a 10% chance. His expression soured. Noticing Lin Qingxuan's reaction, the national master clarified. Do not be foolish. I meant 10% out of 100,000. Ah. Lin Qingxian was momentarily stunned. Then his expression gradually transformed into one of radiant joy. 10% out of 100,000. Then it is impossible. He can never defeat the 10th prince. With that realization, he felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Did you hear that? The national master stated it is a 10% chance. Ha! The previously serious disciple had been closely observing the national master, for he was someone he aspired to learn from throughout his life. Upon hearing this, he erupted into unrestrained ecstasy. His insight mirrored that of the master from the imperial capital, the national master of the Yi family. Around them, waves of admiration and praise flowed in his direction, causing his face to flush with excitement. He felt as though a beam of light had illuminated his path in cultivation, heralding a bright future. Meanwhile, Qin Feng slowly shook his head and stated, You are all mistaken. I mean a 3 to 7 split. What I specifically mean is this. Within 3 breaths, I shall slay you over 70,000 times. With that, Qin Feng swung his sword. Buzz! The burial immortal sword erupted with violet light, suspended in midair, as Qin Feng leaped onto the blade, his feet pressing down, shooting forth in the blink of an eye. Roar! The azure dragon roared, as if ancient thunderous punishment descended upon the world. Then a massive bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck down upon the thunder pool that had formed before Yi Fan. Yet, Qin Feng neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the raging lightning to strike him. Almost invulnerable, such is the physical prowess of Qin Feng. bolstered by the eternal divine body, a true paragon among aberrations. Merely a tingling sensation remained. How could this be possible? Yi Fan's eyes nearly popped out as he beheld Qin Feng soaring towards him on his sword, silver lightning dancing around him, transforming him into an ancient thunder god. Boom! With a collision, the thunder pool before Yi Fan was overturned. He raised his hands in fury, roaring, "Behold my imperial god fist!" Yet the blinding sword light surged forth, engulfing him entirely. Boom! 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 3 streaks of sword light represented the annihilation of worlds. The first sword severed the dragon's head. The second shattered the dragon's body. The third left Yi Fan half dead. Bang! Yi Fan was flung to the ground, eating dirt. Before Qin Feng, he had not a single opportunity to retaliate. This moment, silence enveloped the arena. The 10th prince truly knows how to play, still feigning restraint, toying with Qin Feng. "Look, that jester Qin Feng thinks he has triumphed," some disciples murmured softly. Qin Feng remained speechless. Fine, fine, fine. It's customary for the protagonist to be ridiculed. He had grown accustomed to it. He landed gracefully, grasping Yi Fan by the collar and coldly stating, "No one may flaunt before me. Speak, where are my sister and whore?" Although Yi Fan was in tatters, he stubbornly turned away, refusing to divulge anything, knowing full well that today, Qin Feng was fated to stir no waves. Right here, Master Yi and Lin Qingxian approached with grim expressions, a rope in hand. The other end binding 2 women. "Qin Feng, you dare to be so bold? I command you to release the 10th prince immediately, or these 2 women will meet their doom alongside him." Lin Qingxian, dizzy and nearly exploding with rage, could hardly fathom Qin Feng's audacity to seize the 10th prince. How could he dare? Is he a fool? Do you believe I want to snap his neck right now? Qin Feng sneered, "Oh, please don't." Lin Qingxuan's legs turned to jelly. "Father, you are my true father." His face turned pale with terror as he waved his hands frantically, fearing that Qin Feng might act on impulse. If Yi Fan were to perish, not even 10 sects of the heavenly gate would suffice for retribution. "Kid, it seems you no longer value their lives." Master Yi was unafraid, waving his hand, not only pulling Qin Xiao and the others but also Zhang Jujing into his grasp. With his cultivation, he reacted the moment Yi Fan was bested. Although Qin Feng's sword was swift, he could not save Yi Fan in time, yet capturing a few people was a mere trifle. He had long been attentive to the Qingming Peak where horror resided and recognized that group. The azure hand, infused with spiritual energy, clutched these individuals as if they were mere ants. "Senior sister." "Master." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, utterly appalled by the old man's shamelessness. At this moment, the entirety of the Heavenly Gate sect fell into a hushed stillness. They were all on edge. Qin Feng was known for his ruthless heart. "Qin Feng, do not act recklessly." Even Lin Qingxian and the 7 heroes, Guotong Hong, implored. Should Qin Feng tremble even slightly, Yi Fan would perish, and not a single soul in the Heavenly Gate sect would survive. The entire Heavenly Gate would become a desolate wasteland. A seemingly unremarkable 17-year-old youth had instilled fear throughout the Heavenly Gate sect. Junior brother Qin, Tang Yin, and the others, including Horror and Xiaoer, bit their lips in deep remorse. They felt like burdens to Qin Feng. Zhang Jujing looked despondent. Before Master Yi, he could not even unleash his final strike. Qin Feng stared at the crowd. Suddenly, his expression relaxed, and he burst into laughter. "Haha, I am also a person of great understanding. Although I momentarily triumphed over the 10th prince, my innate talent pales in comparison. He is indeed the most esteemed individual under heaven. How could I ever harm him? It's all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding." Chapter 43. Touch him, see if he is hard. The entire Heavenly Gate sect exhaled in relief. Qin Feng dared not act. Bang! Yi Fan was tossed aside once more, crashing to the ground like a dog eating dirt, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough. Yi Fan struggled to his feet and hurried to the visibly distressed Master Yi, nervously stating, "Uncle." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Did I understand?" Suddenly, Hong Qishiong leaped up, as if discovering a new continent, and shrieked. Everyone turned to him. Hong Qishiong declared with conviction, "It must be that the 10th prince is holding back, waiting to shatter the Heavenly Gate." Hence he deliberately refrained from striking, conserving his strength for a more significant feat. 10th Prince, am I right? Indeed. Yi Fan's eyes brightened, straightening his back and waving his sleeve, feigning elegance as he brushed off the dust from his attire. This prince has not even exerted himself, retaining 99% of my strength. He inwardly mused. Once I breach the heavenly gate, who will care whether I can defeat Qin Feng? If he dares to lay a hand on this ancient prodigy, he shall be met with a flood of scorn. Oh, so that's it. The disciples of the Heavenly Gate sect suddenly realized, understanding that it was the 10th prince who had allowed Qin Feng to prevail. It must have been to prepare for the breach of the Heavenly Gate. Thus he nearly refrained from exerting force against Qin Feng. This made sense. Master Ye's expression finally softened, nodding, nephew, hasten to breach the Heavenly Gate. Once it is shattered, I shall ensure that those who have insulted you will be met with a fate worse than death. Nephew, just prepare a little. Yi Fan turned, secretly consuming several medicinal pills. Master, since this is a misunderstanding, please release the people of Qingming Peak. Qin Feng stepped forward and clasped his hands. Humph, we shall settle our scores after my nephew breaches the Heavenly Gate. Master Yi ignored Qin Feng entirely, instead gazing intently at horror for a long moment. Then, with a wave of his hand, the ropes binding horror and the others fell away. Since Qin Feng had released Yi Fan, he too felt no need to hold grudges against the people of Qingming Peak. After all, given his status, it was beneath him to bully the weak, lest he be accused of oppression. Moreover, if he truly wished to eliminate them, he had the confidence to do so in an instant, no matter where they fled. The crowd returned to Qin Feng's side. Brother! Qiaoer immediately leaped into Qin Feng's embrace. Zhang Jujing and the others exchanged complex glances. In just 5 days, Qin Feng had grown to such an extent, meanwhile, they felt they only served to complicate matters for him. Who abducted you? Qin Feng's tone turned frigid. Guotong. Huo's complexion darkened. She could distinctly sense Master Ye's animosity towards her. She would never forget that night when all those who supported her in the imperial capital perished at Master Ye's hands. Had she not managed to escape by sheer luck, she too would have met her end. Behind the misfortunes of Qingming Peak was this very person, stirring the pot to ensure she could never rise again. Very well. Qin Feng turned, drawing the burial immortal sword, ready to fly towards Guotong. That a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Worried for Qin Feng, reached out to stop him. Qin Feng smiled gently, kissing her outstretched hand, saying, "Come, touch this sword and see if it's hard." He offered her the burial immortal sword. She had been troubled by the disappearance of Tianju, and Qin Feng could only offer her this temporary compensation. That horror delicately caressed the burial immortal sword, her cheeks flushing as she whispered shyly, it's quite hard. She seemed to recall that night when Qin Feng held her throughout. Beneath her, she had felt something hard pressing against her, and in a daze, she had touched it all night long. Qin Feng smiled slightly. It ought to be hard. I am currently terrifyingly strong, so you need not worry that a mere vice sect master is nothing to me. Is it hard everywhere? Her glanced down, her eyes filled with charm. Indeed. Qin Feng straightened his back. Now, be obedient and wait for my return, that I wish to settle this score without delay. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Guotong, leading with a sword. Qin Feng, how dare you? Guotong's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's thought, he turned to flee. That if he could send the 10th prince flying, he certainly could not withstand a single blow from Qin Feng. Boom! The ground erupted once more, another chasm splitting open. That was close. Guotong, witnessing the terrifying sword energy, turned pale. He had only been here for a few days. Just 5 days. Qin Feng, what the hell do you think you're doing? Guotong cursed vehemently. Of course. I intend to kill you. Qin Feng considered him a fool. Was the previous sword merely child's play? Wait. Before Guotong could finish, he felt a stinging pain across his face, as if his flesh was being torn asunder. Half of his face was viciously sliced away by a single sword strike. Can you not slice my face? Guotong wailed in agony. Very well. Qin Feng's sword tip turned, piercing through his thigh, crimson blood gushing forth. Guotong screamed, writhing in pain, despair flooding him as he pondered why he was being treated this way. After all, he was the vice sect master. Anyone who dared to harm my sister, my woman, would undoubtedly face a fate worse than death. Crack, crack. Qin Feng's expression remained icy as he crushed Guotong's left shoulder beneath his foot. then shattered his hip bone. Just moments ago, others had yet to issue commands, and he had already attempted to curry favor with Yi Fan by abducting those close to him. Such a person was even more detestable than Master Yi. Upon hearing these words, Guotong was immediately overtaken by a wave of disdain. Unable to best the 10th prince, has he come to me to vent his frustrations? Qin Feng, just you wait. If I give it a moment longer. When the 10th prince shatters the heavenly gate, we shall see how Master Yi deals with you, that I want to witness it firsthand. With a swift kick to his chest, Qin Feng caused Guotong's ribcage to cave in. His bones piercing through his flesh, a chilling sight that sent shivers down the onlooker's spines. Wait a moment longer? By then, your body will have turned cold. He raised his arm, having tormented him enough, ready to send him to the netherworld with a single strike. Qin Feng, halt. Suddenly, Lin Qingxian stood in front of Guotong, exclaiming, "You dare, you insolent wretch! You have already offended the 10th prince, committing an egregious act of disrespect, and now you would dare to rise against your own sect and slay a fellow disciple." Lin Qingxuan's fury surged. This new disciple showed utter disregard for the sect. In such a short time, how many lives has he taken? Seeing the sect leader take action, Guotong immediately covered his lower chest where his insides spilled forth. Spewing blood while grinning savagely, "Qin Feng, will you strike? Will you kill me? With the sect leader here, I wonder what you can do to me." Despite the blood pooling around him, he continued to taunt Qin Feng, appearing rather tragic yet defiant. "Look, this is our vice sect leader. This is a man of iron and grit. No wonder he holds the position. He possesses true spirit. Even in such a state, he prefers to stand in life rather than kneel in death." The disciples of the Heavenly Gate observed Guotong's plight with astonished expressions, some equally awed by Qin Feng's strength, having nearly slaughtered the vice sect leader. "We ought to learn from the vice sect leader. He is our example." Some gazes were filled with fervor and excitement. "Do you think the sect leader can protect you?" Qin Feng bellowed, his figure flickering as he leapt forth, sword in hand, a sword that severs mountains and rivers. Chapter 44. The vice sect leader becomes a saint. "Please bless my future." Boom. The powerful sword energy erupted, akin to a cataclysmic disaster descending upon the heavenly gate, enveloping the sky in a cloud of dust. As if a storm of yellow sand had arisen, the smoke cleared. Qin Feng remained silent, while Lin Qingxian stood impassively, not uttering a word, merely touching the corner of his mouth before retreating silently. This left the disciples of the Heavenly Gate in a state of shock. The sect leader was yielding to him. The vice sect leader was also yielding to him. Why? I cannot comprehend. Most of the disciples were left speechless. Witnessing the grandeur of our first sect, the Heavenly Gate, not oppressing the weak, not bullying the disciples. This is the responsibility of a true sect leader. An experienced disciple suddenly enlightened, applauding, the sect leader's graciousness teaches us anew. His face flushed with excitement. In this moment, he would accept death if asked. The sect leader immersed himself in the fray, imparting wisdom to his disciples. What does he care for his own life? Qin Feng, with minds like yours, why pursue cultivation? Do you wish to rescue the vice sect leader? Here is your chance. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the disciples of the Six Peaks. A cold smirk upon his lips, Tio cleansed the grievances of the myriad souls of Qingming Peak. Let it begin at this very moment. Who are you? The disciples of Yinluo Peak surged with spirit energy. Their pressure formidable as they unleashed the Heavenly Gate's 9 strikes, delivering a devastating blow. I am. The Yinluo Peak disciples' words were cut short as the Zongxian sword pierced through his skull. Blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Boom! He collapsed lifeless, his eyes already decayed, leaving only a ring of bone. Qin Feng gripped the Zongxian sword, his eyes ablaze, coldly declaring, "This senior has shown me courtesy. Who else dares step forward?" Arrogant. I refuse to believe it. In the third area, a disciple with striking brows and extraordinary demeanor, hadn't even finished his introduction when his massive head was sent flying into the sky. Gurgle, gurgle, his head rolled several times before coming to a stop. Believe it or not, I couldn't care less. Qin Feng chuckled in disbelief. Another one bites the dust. In combat with me, it's best to say little. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to finish your words. He shook off the bloodstains on his clothes, already crimson with gore. I implore you all, do not show him any mercy, go all out. Qin Feng has only been here 5 days. You cannot lose to him. A disciple who had just joined over 10 days ago begged. He silently vowed that the vice sect leader and the sect leader were both far too indulgent. Upon hearing this, another disciple gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine, I accept the scorn of the world for bullying the weak. Let me be the sinner." He leapt forward, bang, before the second word could escape his lips. His head exploded, showering the sky with blood as the Zhongxian sword shot forth. This exemplifies the terror of a sword cultivator, controlling the sword. This was not taught by the Empress. It was something Qin Feng had just comprehended. He sheathed his sword and turned to seize the crumpled Guotong. Pressing the blade against his eye, blood gushed forth as the white of his eye was ground into pulp. Guotong shrieked and struggled. His hands severed in the process. He wept bitterly, his snot dripping on a Qin Feng's foot, which repulsed him, prompting another strike that severed his nose, leaving only 2 small black cavities gushing blood. "You should never have touched my woman and sister. Do you understand?" Qin Feng fixed him with a steely gaze. "That I understand. I understand." Qin Feng, Guotong, in his moment of utter despair, screamed and wept, his body riddled with sword wounds. His cries were pitiful and shrill as Qin Feng thrust his sword into his mouth, shredding his tongue. Guotong, of distinguished rank as the vice sect leader of the Heavenly Gate, was revered by all disciples as a paragon of life. Yet now, he was reduced to a mere figure of mockery, nearly transformed into a human pin-cushion. Vice sect leader. Just as Shakyamuni once offered his flesh to feed the eagle. You could easily slay him. Yet you refrain, willingly feeding the demon. How impressive! Thousands of disciples echoed their admiration, shouting in unison. The vice sect leader clearly aspired to become a revered saint. Qin Feng laughed in rage, waving his hand to toss the barely alive Guotong into the crowd. Wow! Qin Feng has spared the vice sect leader. He has successfully persuaded the demon to put down his blade and turn back. The disciples displayed a reverent awe, seeing Guotong now resembling a saint. They scrambled to catch the mangled figure of Guotong. Did I in truth? At this moment, a medicinal pill could still heal Guotong. Yet, an experienced disciple suddenly spoke up. It is said that after Shakyamuni fed the eagle his flesh, he was cremated and ascended to the heavens, becoming the Buddha of the West, correct? Indeed, indeed. The disciples nodded fervently. Then let us fulfill the vice sect leader's wish. They placed Guotong in a cross-legged position, igniting a roaring fire, praying fervently. Roaring flames, consume my remnants, for the sake of enlightenment. No, no, no. Guotong, unable to articulate his fear, screamed internally, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times wishing to escape death. Vice sect leader, after becoming a saint. Please remember me. My name is Chung Long. You must bless my path of cultivation and ensure a bright future. A disciple, his eyes filled with compassion, pushed Guotong into the flames. Chung Long, I shall indeed remember you. You wish for a bright future. Eat shit. I'll shove a massive turd down your throat. Guotong roared within. You fools, creak, creak. The fire blazed rapidly, his body oozing oil, crackling and popping. The vice sect leader has become a saint. All disciples lamented. Let us go, let us go. Though Qin Feng has been influenced by the vice sect leader, I have no right to forgive him. We shall capture this demon and force him to kneel in repentance. A few disciples stirred with restless energy. Enough, we have guests. Do not provide them with amusement. Lin Qingxian's expression darkened as he blocked the eager disciples. Master Yi. Lin Qingxian turned to Yi Fan, having to swallow his indignation. After all, with powerful figures present in the imperial capital, it would be a disgrace for the esteemed sect leader to clash with a new disciple who had merely been here for 5 days. Inviting ridicule. Once Yi Fan breaks the heavenly gate, Master Yi could easily exploit Qin Feng's offense against an eternal genius, effortlessly bringing him to heel. Just wait a moment longer. It is but a brief interlude. Master Yi frowned, contemplating for a long while before finally speaking. Let us commence the assessment. This is of utmost importance. Dear nephew, Chapter 45, Yi Fan assesses talent, shattering the heavenly gate. Shatter the heavenly gate. Assess talent. In truth, Qin Feng was eagerly anticipating this moment. For the last time he had been overshadowed by Yi Fan, leaving him utterly displeased. Even now, the Zhongxian sword seemed to resonate with discontent. Dear nephew, Master Yi dotingly assisted Yi Fan as they stepped onto the heavenly gate under the watchful eyes of all. Though the heavenly gate sect has fallen into decline, it was once a dominant force. This ancient heavenly gate attracted all prodigies of the time. Today, this is the last remnant of the ancient heavenly gate. Master Yi explained with care, then turned back to inquire. Sect leader Lin, my nephew detonated the heavenly gate before everyone's eyes. Did he not? Absolutely. It was a sight to behold. Lin Qingxian nodded, recalling how that ungrateful rascal, Qin Feng, had shamelessly declared himself the best after the explosion at Tianmen, only to retreat a tad later than His Highness. Truly, he had no sense of shame. Hong Qixiong's eyes glimmered with mockery as he chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Master Yi couldn't help but feel both angered and amused, for it was indeed typical of someone from a small place. He displayed a profound disdain and inquired, "What insight have you gained from this incident?" With a sigh, Hong Qixiong remarked, "In life, one ought to remain grounded. Relying solely on petty cleverness only serves to delude oneself. The path of cultivation is no different. Is it not well known that there are always greater talents and realms beyond our own? His trivial schemes are but a joke in the eyes of others." He cast a glance at Qin Feng, shaking his head in lament. Alas, in this world, one must consider strength, background, innate talent, and emotional intelligence. Unfortunately, some individuals possess none of these qualities, lost in a self-absorbed reverie of grandeur, oblivious to the fact that others are merely humoring them. "You possess the potential of a sage," Master Yi exclaimed, raising a thumb in approval, thoroughly convinced. Upon receiving the compliment, Hong Qixiong's face lit up with joy, a broad smile breaking across his features. Lin Qingxian also discreetly applauded in approval. "Very well, let us assess your innate talent." With an air of confidence, Master Yi strode forth, taking Yi Fan's hands and guiding them toward Tianmen. After 5 days apart, was he finally about to soar once more? "Our sect shall give birth to a true dragon," he proclaimed as His Highness ascended into the skies. "Let us swiftly remove his garments and offerings for the ancestors of our sect, thus bringing glory to our lineage." Indeed, indeed. The praises and exclamations from the disciples were clear to Yi Fan's ears. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Fan's heart raced uncontrollably that if he could just get through today, he would charge forth, returning to the imperial capital for the imperial battle and ultimately become the next ruler of the Kanglan Empire. "Wait!" Qin Feng approached, declaring, "I want to measure my talent too." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Had Qin Feng finally awakened to the reality of his situation? Was he truly willing to play the supporting role for the 10th Prince? Everyone marveled at Vice Sect Leader was greatness in managing to influence a great demon. "Nephew, let him join," came the voice of reason. "Remember, though you possess the potential to overshadow the world, you still require witnesses. Otherwise, when you stand atop the summit of the world, you will discover that being invincible can be quite lonely. He has some talent. If he survives, he might witness your ascent." Master Yi did not object to Qin Feng's request. "All right." Yi Fan nodded, then turned to Qin Feng, saying, "Cherish this moment. It shall be your greatest honor in life." Qin Feng fell silent. "Nephew, break the ting." Master Yi's tone became solemn and dignified. His voice resonated like thunder in Yi Fan's ears, filling him with confidence and fervor. All eyes upon him. The passion ignited. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 resounding dragon roars seemed to echo Yi Fan's ambitions, golden spiritual energy erupting from his form, dispersing clouds and pressure, conjuring a tempest of thunder and lightning. The voices of thousands of disciples below harmonized with the aura surrounding Yi Fan, each heartbeat reverberating like a drumbeat. "Qin Feng." Yi Fan's voice rang out like a divine decree from all directions. "You shall witness. I shall break through the Tianmen in the guise of an emperor. From this day forth, I shall be a god among men, while you shall remain a mere wretch of the 6 realms. When you encounter me in the future, you must bow in reverence, prostrating yourself in humility." He dreamt of breaking through the Tianmen, achieving eternal genius, conquering the imperial capital as its ruler, and then advancing to the divine land, breaking free from constraints to command the 9 domains. In less than a decade, he would soar once more, ascending to the celestial realm. This moment had been long awaited. Roar! The golden dragon roared, its claws tearing through the void. The Tianmen was about to be shattered. Yi Fan was aglow in the golden spiritual energy emanating from the dragon. He felt an overwhelming surge. Within the Tiamin, a primal, ancient, terrifying force was awakening, reminiscent of the last time. Thump, thump, thump. Excitement surged within him once more. It was about to explode. Everyone sensed an aura of despair enveloping them, mirroring the atmosphere during the last 10th Prince's attempt to breach the Tianmin. Under this oppressive force, even the mightiest felt as insignificant as ants. Ha ha, indeed. I am the eternal genius. Yi Fan laughed maniacally, his joy uncontainable. Just like before, he sensed impending doom, knowing that if he withdrew his spiritual energy, the Tianmin would explode, following the same sequence of events as last time. He prepared to release his hands to endure the pain of the Tianmin's explosion, ready to proclaim himself the eternal genius. Yi Fan. He gazed at the crowd, and then, under the watchful eyes of thousands, he abruptly withdrew his hands, swiftly cradling his head in a dramatically exaggerated manner to shield himself. The Tianmin might explode, and a little evasion was no shame. Then he internally shouted, "Explode, His entire being was on high alert. Moments passed. Why hadn't it exploded yet? Was this detonation taking longer than usual? Perhaps it was just the final piece, which was understandable. Why is no one shouting that I, Yi Fan, am the eternal genius? After a prolonged wait, nearly a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Yi Fan's eyes suddenly widened with alarm, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Uncle Yi ahem, there's still no movement, he said humorously, attempting to lighten the mood. Upon seeing Master Ye's grim visage, his laughter faltered to go, try again. Master Ye's voice contrasted sharply with his earlier tone, now as frigid as ancient ice, cutting through Yi Fan's thoughts mercilessly that it seems the spirit of the ancient Tianmin has gone visiting. It is not at home. I truly have missed the right moment. Yi Fan joked, continuing to guide his protective golden dragon toward the Tianmin, placing his hands upon it once more. Storms raged, thunder and lightning clashed, and the golden dragon once again displayed its might. This time, I shall surely demonstrate my divine power. However, after yet another long wait, the Tianmin remained unscathed. The Yi Fan altered his approach, launching a frenzied assault on the Tianmin. His heart began to tremble, his calves weakened. Alas, despite the grand display, it was as silent as the grave. What on earth was happening? Yi Fan struggled for breath, drenched in sweat after exerting himself. His scalp tingled with anxiety. Uncle Yi, he stammered, even if I don't break through the Tianmin, it's all right. I can still participate in the imperial battle. That he cast a wary glance at Yi Huer, fearing that if he lost his qualification, his fate would be even worse than hers. Yi Fan forced a smile, but Master Ye's fury ignited like a lion, his rage palpable, eyes ablaze. His voice erupted like thunder. One last time. Chapter 46, Shattering the Tianmin. The true eternal genius. Yi Fan was nearly paralyzed by fear, unable to fathom that the Uncle Yi, who had always treated him gently and fostered their close kinship, could display such volatility and impatience, dragging him along with ferocity. The cruelty of royalty was laid bare. Uncle Yi. Yi Fan grasped Master Ye's sleeve, nearly on the verge of tears. We cannot assess any further. We truly cannot. The priority was to devise a grand exit, a justification to silence the murmurs of the crowd. Preserving his dignity, but he struggled to evade Qin Feng's gaze, which seemed to haunt him relentlessly, that he could almost see Qin Feng, holding a purple longsword, poised above the Tianmin. Since that moment, the Tianmin had not dared to emit a single breath. The Yi Fan's pupils constricted sharply, that a surge of trepidation washed over him, dread and terror suffocating him. These negative emotions bore down upon him, making it hard to breathe. That he felt a gentle breeze graze his cheek, and the scene before him shifted abruptly. Master Yi yanked him back violently, sending him crashing to the ground. Bang! He tumbled helplessly, and in his panic he noticed that all the disciples of the Tianmin sect were gazing intently at him, their expressions serious. The entire sect was engulfed in a profound silence, each person seeking an explanation. Why had their esteemed 10th prince fallen into the mud? Perhaps this was the necessary ordeal to break the Tianmin. This was the consensus among all, including Lin Qingshan, that it was merely a hair's breadth away. Yi Fan understood he was as fragile as a sheet of paper, easily pierced to reveal all his deceptions. And now, he was but a straw away from breaking a T this moment. Yi Fan's heart was tormented. Walking on thin ice. Every movement, every breath, was a desperate contemplation of how to turn the tide. The crushing pressure was beyond description. Finally, under the immense psychological strain, he couldn't help but ask, "What level is my talent?" "Fourth grade talent." Master Ye's furious voice echoed throughout every corner of the Tianmen sect as he gripped Yi Fan's wrist, his esteemed visage twisted with rage. What nonsense is this golden dragon body? The fourth grade aptitude, indeed, is not limited to merely 7 or 8 individuals within the Tianmen sect that I in the imperial capital. It is only suitable for scavenging through refuse. This conclusion struck Yi Fan's mind like an explosion, leaving him in a state of numbness, his limbs icy, and his heart racked with a piercing pain akin to 1,000 needles. The golden dragon body, which he had always taken pride in, was shockingly merely of 4th grade quality. Even several of the 10 core disciples who had perished within the Tianmen sect were of 4th grade aptitude. No. He shook his head frantically, unable to accept the truth. While it is true that 4th grade aptitude holds a lofty status within the Tianmen mansion, sufficient to ensure Lin Qingxuan's warm welcome, it is utterly unworthy of the royal family, the imperial capital, and certainly not deserving of participation in the imperial war. It is simply inconceivable. I had previously obliterated the Tianmen. How could I possibly be only of 4th grade? Even Yi Hor, who was rejected by the Shenzhou, possesses a fire spirit body nearing the completion of 5th grade. Am I inferior to her? Yi Fan, disregarding all decorum, rose, his body caked in mud, and in a fit of hysteria, bellowed at the crowd below. His anguished voice reverberated through all disciples of the Tianmen sect that in truth, Yi Fan still had many loyal followers. But at that moment, regardless of how he strained his voice, the audience remained eerily silent, their gazes piercing him with disdain, ridicule, and pity. Driven back by such looks, Yi Fan stumbled and fell once more. "Uncle Yi, you believe in me, right? I will surely seize the throne during the imperial war." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he crawled to the feet of Master Yi. Damn it. Master Yi slapped him across the face. Smack. The blow sent him crashing to the ground, losing several teeth in the process. The overwhelming force surged through his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yi Fan was engulfed in terror. This the ruthlessness of the royal family. He recalled Yi Hor and laughed maniacally, resembling a madman. Too weary to stand, he chose to lie down comfortably, abandoning all notions of pride, dignity, and the allure of power and wealth. Under that slap, all had become naught but smoke. The once renowned genius of Tianmen, in his dazed state, was transported back to the day he had tested at Tianmen. The figure so handsome it incited jealousy, boldly requesting the first-place reward from the sect leader, Qin Feng. In a fit of rage, Yi Fan howled, blood surging up his throat. This cry drew every gaze towards Qin Feng, who sat calmly, observing the clouds drift by, patiently awaiting Yi Fan's self-immolation. Boom! At this very moment, every disciple of the 6 Peaks wore expressions of horror. Even Lin Qingxian turned in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng. They fixated on Qin Feng, fearful of missing any detail. Suddenly, it all began to make sense. Why Yi Fan could not break through the Tianmen, why Qin Feng could challenge 500 disciples with a single sword, and why Qin Feng's ascension was deemed terrifying. Observing Yi Fan's reaction, everything finally fell into place. A tidal wave of realization surged within them. At that moment, Qin Feng was eerily calm. The Yi Fan, one could only say he brought this upon himself, for he had supported Qin Gang in his attempts to kill him, orchestrated Jiang Xian's repeated assaults, and turned a blind eye to Wang Baobao and other core disciples as they insulted Tang Yin and abducted his sister. This was the inevitable conclusion. Had he acted himself, the scene would have been entirely different. Qin Feng would have subjected Yi Fan to a hellish existence, employing any means necessary and amplifying that cruelty tenfold. Yet, harming his woman and sister was simply unacceptable. I understand now. Suddenly, the elder Yin Luo Peak, Hong Qishiong, with eyes gleaming with enlightenment, leapt forward, exclaiming with joy. All eyes turned to him. You understand now? Lin Qingxian frowned. Hong Qishiong, his face alight with excitement, dashed from the high platform towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, that day when we tested the Tian Men, I even gave you several spirit herbs. I asked you not to enter Yin Luo Peak. Fully aware that you were extraordinary and needed to be tempered outside before making a resounding entrance. You should understand my intentions, right? Hong Qixiong beamed brightly, placing an arm around Qin Feng's shoulder. Yes, I understand. Qin Feng remained puzzled, recalling how Hong Qixiong had gritted his teeth, offering spirit herbs and pleading for him not to join Yin Luo Peak, fearing he would offend Yi Fan and suffer the consequences. Haha, I knew you would appreciate this elder's good intentions. Hong Qixiong declared proudly, turning to address the crowd. Yi Fan possesses merely fourth-grade aptitude. On that day, when he shattered the Tianmen, you all must have been perplexed. Right. Seeing everyone nod, he continued with a laugh. But how fortunate. This elder happened to be the closest that day and knows the ins and outs. Allow me to unveil the truth. Reveal the truth? The mere mention of it rendered the audience breathless. Did I in truth? They all harbored a shared answer, turning their eager eyes towards Qin Feng. Their gazes burned with intensity. Indeed, it was quite simple. The only individuals who tested their aptitude alongside Yi Fan that day were Qin Feng and Qin Xiao. After a brief while, Qin Xiao had withdrawn, leaving only Qin Feng. Thus, I assert that the ancient genius who obliterated the Tianmen is none other than the one beside me. He is Qin Feng. Boom! As his words fell, the crowd erupted. Even the fallen Yi Fan convulsed as if struck by lightning. Utterly despondent that he had long anticipated this moment, and now the last glimmer of hope had shattered. Was Qin Feng truly the one? Doubts swirled among the crowd, and they implored him to touch the Tianmen and test his aptitude, seeking an answer. Hong Qixiong called out loudly. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited like a raging fire. Waves of sound crashing over the entire Tianmen sect. Touch the Tian, test the aptitude. Especially among the crowd from Qingming Peak, their faces flushed, eyes brimming with tears, their emotions surging, indifferent to the possibility of shredding their throats in their fervent cries. Boom! Yi Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His brain whirred in a high gear, and he awoke to a realization. He sprang up, heart racing. If Qin Feng could not breach the Tianmen, then he still had a chance. A chance! Chapter 47. Yi Fan's moment of counterattack. System, activate! At this moment, everyone was elated, even Yi Fan, who reveled in the discovery of a sliver of hope. Yet Lin Qingxian appeared as though he had consumed bitter melon, as he had ordered the filling of the demon den at Qingming Peak. Once Qin Feng soared, Yi Hor would undoubtedly follow suit, and he would inevitably bear the brunt of that reckoning. His fate would be little better than that of Guotong. Moreover, the order to abduct Qin Feng's sister and Yi Hor had also originated from him. His expression turned icy, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze fiercely on Qin Feng. Silence. The Tianmen of the Tianmen sect is a precious entity. It would never be squandered on a mere waste who has just arrived for 5 days. He has no right to touch the Tianmen again. Lin Qingxuan's gaze swept over every disciple present in the Tianmen sect, his expression dark and terrifying. What? Afraid that our little Qin Feng will breach your Tianmen, drawing the attention of the imperial capital's elite, and thus take flight? Yi Hor spoke coldly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. But at this juncture, she saw no need to extend Lin Qingxian any courtesy that if worst came to worst, Qingming Peak could transform into Qingming sect. With Qin Feng present, it would not be difficult. However, Lin Qingxian remained the authoritative figure within the Tianmen sect. The disciples of the Six Peaks had largely encircled the Tianmen, evidently determined to prevent Qin Feng from testing his aptitude. Boom! Yet at that moment, Master Yi descended from the distance, exuding an overwhelming presence as he landed before Qin Feng. Boom! His spiritual pressure was terrifyingly potent, causing even Lin Qingxian to retreat several steps in shock. No one could afford to overlook this figure. This Master Yi had once eradicated the dragon veins of the world. In the Kanglan Empire, he was second to none, rivaled only by a few. With the exception of the Kanglan Emperor, Master Yi, what did he desire before Qin Feng? Surely he wasn't here to exact vengeance for Yi Fan by slaying Qin Feng, was he? How did a cold smile crept onto Yi Fan's lips? Qin Feng, today you have no opportunity to test your aptitude and prove yourself. Was this the bond of royal kinship, intertwining flesh and bone? He felt deeply moved. Uncle Yi, for the sake of royal dignity, I hope you will reconsider. Dawai Ihor stood resolutely in front of Qin Feng, her expression frigid. Lin Qingxian seemed to wish to say something, yet hesitated. Just as he began to speak, he was interrupted by Master Yi, who suddenly revealed a friendly smile. "Talented Qin, might I personally assist you to the Tianmin and allow you to touch it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxian and Yi Fan were struck as if by a thunderclap, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their scalps tingling. At this juncture, Yi Fan, feeling a glimmer of hope, was suddenly overtaken by anger and spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. Was this not the treatment he had once enjoyed? The mere thought of Master Ye's earlier cruelty and brutality towards him, juxtaposed with his current demeanor towards Qin Feng, caused him to black out and collapse to the ground. What level of aptitude did Qin Feng possess? At that moment, the crowd was utterly astounded by Master Ye's attitude towards Qin Feng, unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief. Only an extraordinarily rare talent, unseen throughout the ages, could warrant such treatment from Master Yi, perhaps even surpassing the favor once bestowed upon Yi Fan. With a sudden and forceful thud, Yi Fan collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing as he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. Incensed by the words that had been uttered, observing Qin Feng's silence, he inquired, "Qin Tian Kai?" Yi Guoshi, slightly turning his gaze, remarked, "The Seven Peaks Martial Conference has yet to be completed. I still aspire to claim the top position. Perhaps I should wait until the competition concludes before I proceed with my assessment." Qin Feng, undeterred by impatience, acknowledged his own desire to prove himself, yet understood that the Seven Peaks Martial Conference must reach its conclusion. Only by securing victory could he firmly establish the status of Qingming Peak, especially since Ihor had already declared her intention to remain there. That it was only now that the crowd began to grasp the situation. Indeed, the Seven Peaks Martial Conference was only halfway through, and many disciples had not yet emerged from the first arena, while Qin Feng was merely among the top 100. I see. It is the national master who is eager for talent. No matter, you may participate. With me here, none shall seize this heavenly gate. The Yi Guoshi offered a slight smile, his gaze drifting toward Lin Qingxian, causing the latter to shudder with trepidation. Qin Feng nodded and proceeded toward the second arena, where 1,000 platforms awaited in the first area, 100 in the second, and the top 10 in the third. Though he had easily vanquished 500 platforms with a single sword strike, the remaining top 10 would require considerable effort to confront. The Seven Peaks Martial Conference continued, with disciples engaged in fervent battles, fighting relentlessly for their dreams. Naturally, the nature of the sect's rules, which permitted no limits on life and death, dissuaded many who wished to challenge Qin Feng. Most opted to surrender. There were, however, a few undeterred souls, whom Qin Feng would grant their wish, delivering them to the skies with a single sword strike. The ensuing battles, however, held little interest for him. While ordinary disciples were ablaze with passion, Qin Feng found himself in a lull, with no one daring to confront him. The throne of champion seemed to have been predetermined. Meanwhile, after Qin Feng departed, Lin Qingxian stepped forward, eager to converse with Yi Guoshi. "Until Qin Feng's potential is fully realized, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from me. We are not yet well acquainted." Yi Guoshi replied coolly, turning his back and leaving Lin Qingxian behind. "Very well," Lin Qingxian acquiesced, his expression dark as a stormy sea. In the present moment, sprawled on the ground and bleeding, Yi Fan suddenly heard a voice in his mind that invigorated him, causing his eyes to shine with exultation. "Ding, system activated. The host has completed the initial task. Please claim your frustration gift pack. Abuse from male supporting character gift pack. And lying on the ground bleeding gift pack. Ding. Binding successful. Chapter 48. Bloodstained garments, scarlet skirts, all unspoken. Who are you? What is this system?" Yi Fan inquired, striving to quell his astonishment at this sudden fortune, that he bombarded his mind with questions. "Ding. This system is a treasure of the heavenly Tao, capable of assisting you in achieving the status of emperor, toppling the Heavenly Gate sect within 100 days, annihilating the Kanglin Empire in 6 months, and dominating the 9 domains in 3 years." Too slow. Too slow. I have no need for you to. Yi Fan responded with disappointment, shaking his head as he continued to lie down and bleed. That it's a jest. Qin Feng will soon be embarking on a new map in just 5 days. And you propose 100 days? Is that to imply you cannot best Qin Feng? The system hesitated, reasoning that 100 days was merely 3 months and with its understanding, was indeed a standard of genius. Yet it was still deemed too slow. After a brief silence in his mind, Yi Fan received another message. Ding. The host has activated imaginative mode. Simply inscribe a number to represent the days required to conquer the Heavenly Gate sect. The system's voice echoed once more. Lacking the insight of Yi Hor, he did not realize this was the remnant soul of a powerful being. Therefore, when a luminous screen appeared, Yi Fan tentatively inscribed the number 3. Ding! Inscription successful. The system will assist you in unifying the Heavenly Gate sect within 3 days. As the cold voice of the system resonated in Yi Fan's mind, he exclaimed, "Are you foolish? I meant 3/4 of an hour." Upon hearing this, the system fell silent, cursing under its breath as it exited Yi Fan's consciousness, seeking a new target. That a dark, malevolent aura roamed the Heavenly Gate sect, unseen by others, within which a discernible adult visage, characterized by a square face, lurked. The level of this demonic soul was far superior to that encountered in Qingyun City, rendering even Yi Guoshi oblivious to its presence. Suddenly, it spotted a languid figure atop the arena. Only a character resembling a destitute fool would believe in such absurd claims of the system's power. Though somewhat handsome, while others battled fiercely, he merely basked in the sun. It was evident he was a sluggard. The malevolent spirit surged toward Qin Feng. Ding, system activated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the sunbathing gift pack, slacking gift pack, and lying flat gift pack trio. Complete one task to claim them all. Ding. Task issued. Please step on the 3 ants on the ground to receive the full gift pack and assist the host in entering the Wanxiang realm. As the system continued its incessant chatter, it was abruptly interrupted by a chilling voice that infiltrated its mind. What are you yapping about? You're disturbing this emperor's afternoon nap. Boom, before it could react. An inexplicable force struck its dark aura. What the hell? The square-faced spirit shrieked in terror, hastily retreating from Qin Feng's mind, his visage bruised and bloodied, several teeth lost, and blood gushing from his nose. Where did that powerful being come from? He cast a wary glance back, noting that the other party seemed disinterested in engaging with him, and thought to himself, perhaps they were merely passing by. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. What is this nonsense? The Empress replied, just dispatching an unwelcome rat. Qin Feng remained perplexed as the square-faced remnant soul circled once more, seemingly unable to locate a suitable target. It begrudgingly returned to Yi Fan's mind. Gritting its teeth, it muttered, if it weren't for the plan of the Demon King Palace, I wouldn't bother with this fool. Cough, cough, let us just say, do you believe there is a second chance at fortune? The voice, laced with a strange allure, echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Yi Fan nodded. I believe, Ding, second binding of the system. The host can overturn the Heavenly Gate sect within 3/4 of an hour. Please accept the great empowering force bestowed upon you by the system. The system's voice emerged almost in a musical tone, and Yi Fan clenched his jaw to hear it through. All right, I accept. Suddenly, a brilliant light flooded Yi Fan's vision that he had wagered correctly. Life is but a grand gamble. Since fortune had presented itself, why not gamble for something substantial? Ding, the empowering process consists of 3 stages. The first stage commences. As the system's prompt resonated, a dark, ink-like force of demonic energy began to flow into Yi Fan's mind from an unknown source, his power and realm soaring to new heights. Yi Fan was elated. The square-faced remnant soul sat cross-legged within Yi Fan's mind, emanating waves of demonic energy as it seemed to seek something. After a brief moment, its gaze locked on Qin Xiaoer, who was situated nearby. So she is here. The square-faced remnant soul promptly issued a task. Ding. The first system task is here. After the 2 empowering stages, the host is to capture that girl to receive additional power. With 3 stages of strength, you could obliterate the sect master of the Heavenly Gate sect with a single punch. Yi Fan trembled with excitement to obliterate Lin Qingxian, although he was uncertain of her true strength. He reasoned that Qin Feng could not possibly surpass Lin Qingxian. Could he? If he could defeat Qin Feng, he would be able to turn the tides in his favor. Thus, he resolved to fully cooperate and undergo the first 2 empowering stages. Anticipating approximately 1/4 of an hour for each, capture Qin Xiaoer in 1/4 of an hour, and obliterate Qin Feng in the final quarter. Yi Fan was already envisioning his future. Meanwhile, within Qin Xiaoer's mind, an elderly voice urged urgently and deeply, there is no time to lose. Someone from the Demon King Palace has arrived, that we must hurry to escape. How long do we have? Qin Xiao's complexion shifted dramatically to a quarter of an hour. Wait, I need to bid farewell to my brother. Qin Xiao gritted her teeth. Yet before she could rise, a cacophony of gasps erupted, for the Seven Peaks Martial Conference had concluded. Qin Feng had effortlessly claimed victory. The crowd from Qingming Peak erupted in jubilant cheers, relieved that they no longer needed to disband or hide, ready to develop Qingming Peak openly. The prodigy Qin Feng had created a historical miracle, having ascended to the pinnacle of the Seven Peaks in merely 5 days, defeating 1,000 challengers. At this moment, even those from the 6 peaks could not resist joining in the thunderous applause. It was simply overwhelming. Qin Feng stood, stretching lazily beneath the sun's radiant glow. The boy, clad in blood-stained garments, appeared like a blazing sun, his face radiant and cheerful that he gazed toward Yi Hua amidst the crowd, who, adorned in a crimson dress, exuded an aura that mirrored the intensity of flames. The fervor of Qin Feng's actions was not only to save his sister. The remaining passion and fervor were dedicated to Yi Hua. Her gaze was profound, a smile gracing her lips. Everything was unspoken, yet understood that in addition to Qin Feng's triumph, there was yet another event of considerable anticipation. At that moment, Yi Guoshi emerged, personally calling out, "Please, Yi Tiankai, touch the heavenly gate and assess your aptitude. Embark upon your path as a timeless genius." Chapter 49, Yi Xian's Betrayal. Taking Qin Feng as a sword servant, the Seven Peaks Conference has drawn to a close. In truth, Qin Feng only eliminated half of the contestants. By the second half, no one dared to step onto the stage. After a brief slumber, he emerged as the champion. Everyone is acutely aware of his formidable strength, which surpasses that of the disciples and elders of the Tianmen sect. However, the extent of his prowess remains a mystery. It is presumed that he is slightly inferior to the sect master. In terms of innate talent, it is widely believed that he likely exceeds Yi Fan. Everything hinges on the forthcoming tests. Genius Qin. Touch the team. Touch the team in. Touch the team. Thus, an unprecedented unity within the Tianmen sect was born at this moment. Every individual fervently shouted from the depths of their hearts. Qin Feng gazed upon the scene, where Master Yi, radiating an overwhelming aura, personally took on the role of protector for him, standing beneath the Tianmen and gesturing gently for him to approach. Genius Qin, today, we must have our eyes opened. Hong Qixiong beamed with a smile, exceedingly flattering, as if he were intimately acquainted with Qin Feng, constantly seeking to assert his presence. Should Qin Feng one day attain glory and ascend to a higher echelon, he would boast, "I was once close friends with Qin Feng. We were inseparable." As Qin Feng felt the enthusiasm of the crowd, a path naturally parted before him, allowing him to stride toward the Tianmen. Everywhere he looked was filled with admiration and respect. This the path of cultivation that everyone eagerly anticipates. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. When one is in despair, everyone is eager to trample upon them. During times of splendor, all are mere sycophants cloaked in falsehoods. How many genuinely wish for his success? A chill coursed through his heart. Among the throngs of people, where might there be hidden spikes, waiting for you to tread upon them? He believed that one should not be overly hypocritical. There is no need for pretense. Simply maintain one's true self. For testing innate talent and breaking through the Tianmen. What is there to fear? If one is of substance, they will soar freely. If one is worthless, they will be devoured by dogs. In this life, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Qin Feng strode forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Arriving beneath the team, golden scales are not mere treasures of the pond. When encountering winds and clouds, they transform into dragons. "Young man, you possess the demeanor of an emperor," Master Yi declared, extending his hand. "Please, I, Yi Tianzong, wish to personally witness your innate talent." With his words, the entire Tianmen sect erupted into jubilant cheers. The cultivation path, rife with fickle allegiances, was laid bare. Qin Feng chuckled coldly to himself, for this is the norm. A genius of the ages is about to emerge. Yi Tianzong's voice rang out, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Thud, thud, thud. As Qin Feng stepped onto the high platform, silence enveloped the crowd. All held their breath. Bracing to witness this exhilarating moment, he unsheathed the Zhongxian sword, causing a tremor to ripple through the Tian that a wave of fear threatened to erupt from within. Just as Qin Feng prepared to place his hands upon the Tianmen, suddenly, a thunderous voice sliced through the air, nearly shattering the eardrums of all present. The candidate for the emperor of the Kanglan Empire has arrived, accompanied by a cacophony akin to the roar of 1,000 galloping horses. The entire Tianmen sect trembled. The ground beneath everyone's feet shook visibly. Roar, roar, roar. 8 creatures, resembling dragons yet not, horses yet not, sprouted wings and bore tails like iron hooks, adorned with dragon horns behind their ears and hooves like those of cattle. Their jaws gaped wide, revealing gory maws filled with rows of sharp teeth, still glistening with human flesh and hair. They pulled a chariot forged entirely of pure gold, the 8-step celestial dragon horse, the imperial mount of the Kanglan Emperor. It is said that each meal requires dozens of live beings to sustain them, which is why the death row inmates of the Kanglan Empire are primarily fed to them. Whoosh, 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 6 sword cultivators descended from the clouds, riding their swords with the elegance of a gale. Sword cultivators are rare. Yet, in this moment, 6 appeared at once. The piercing radiance of their swords made everyone's skin crawl. As if pricked by countless thorns, the slightest movement felt as though it would rend them asunder. The path of the sword cultivator is truly terrifying. Leading them was a eunuch wielding a whisk. They paid no mind to the critical proceedings of the Tianmen sect, landing directly amidst the crowd. The disciples, terrified by the dragon horses, fled in panic, with some unable to escape, crushed into mere flesh beneath their weight. Yet Lin Qingxian, present at the scene, dared not utter a word. The arrival of Lord Huang was an occasion worthy of utmost respect. Even Yi Tianzong did not dare to show disrespect, frowning as he approached and clasped his hands in greeting. Well, at least we are not late. The decree from the second prince states that Qin Feng's qualifications cannot be tested. He cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng, then at the 8-step celestial dragon horse. Shaking his head impassively, Qin Feng's expression darkened instantly. Lord Huang, it seems the second prince cannot interfere with the matters of our esteemed master. Can he? Moreover, today, the emperor has not personally descended. Merely the dragon horse does not signify anything. Yi Tianzong waved his sleeve, clearly displeased with Lord Huang's imposing demeanor. Cannot interfere. Did you not hear that we are conveying the decree from the candidate for emperor? Do you dare to disregard the future emperor? Lord Huang's gaze sharpened. Buzz, buzz. The sword cultivators at his side instantly drew their swords, their sharp auras poised to slice through the heavens. Future emperor? What nonsense. The imperial battle has yet to commence. Not even a deity could impede my master from uncovering a genius of the ages. Master Yi exuded an air of dominance, positioning Qin Feng behind him, and no need for deities. Just heed my words, and you shall wish you could fly back to serve the second prince, sacrificing everything. Lord Huang chuckled, and Master Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Did I ask that so? Then do enlighten me. Master Yi scoffed, for his status in the Kanglan Empire was formidable, and thus he feared not. Allow me to share some news. Just a day ago, Lord Huang's gaze ignited with fervor as he proclaimed loudly, the second prince, Yi Xian, engaged in a bloody battle against all the princes of the imperial capital and their associated factions. Employing ruthless methods, he annihilated them all. Every contender for the imperial battle has perished. Moreover, he has awakened the transformation into immortal body. His talent has reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. He has been granted a place by the divine continent. At this revelation, the entire venue erupted. 6th rank talent. Transformation into immortal body. Such qualifications are indeed unparalleled, even within the Kanglan Empire, and would be deemed invincible across the divine continent. Would they not? Incredible. All eyes turned to Qin Feng, as if to say he was no longer so dazzling after all. Ultimately, even if he were to shatter the Tianmen, he would merely be a 6th rank talent just emerging. How could he possibly compare with the transformation into immortal body? The transformation into immortal body, the pinnacle of bodies, could ascend to a higher level upon reaching perfection, achieving immortality. At that moment, Yi Tianzong struggled to articulate his thoughts. What a brutal tactic! Such a ruthless method had never been seen throughout history. How much bloodshed had he orchestrated? Before the imperial battle, He eradicated all contenders. Master Yi felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The second prince recognized Qin Feng's remarkable swordsmanship and decided to take him as a sword servant. He once gifted Qin Feng a token, accepting that token signifies Qin Feng's agreement. Pointing behind him, Lord Huang declared, "Though the 6 sword cultivators are fearsome, their expressions are vacant, their faces branded with a mark of slavery, an unmistakable slave." According to imperial law, slaves are not required to possess their own thoughts. They simply exist to serve their masters. Hence, the second prince, wishing to test the strength of Qin Feng's servitude, issued his first command: "Cease the testing." Lord Huang smirked, beckoning to Qin Feng. "I represent Yi Xian in delivering this message. Relinquish all your actions at once. Come forth, kneel, and bow your head." Immediately, Chapter 50. Who dares to harm my sister shall face eternal damnation. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. It was not out of fear. Rather, a seething rage threatened to explode from his chest. This was an utter humiliation. Upon first meeting Yi Xian, he had perceived him as enigmatic yet somewhat decent, seemingly possessing a magnanimous nature. Just days prior, he had utilized the token gifted by him to gain favor from the Wanbao Pavilion. Little did he know it was all an act. Qin Feng's anger flared. To reduce me to a sword servant? The treachery and deceit along the path of cultivation had imparted yet another lesson upon him. In that moment, Qin Feng's mindset quietly shifted. Having emerged from Qingyun City, he was but a novice. Only now did he begin to accumulate life experiences, for the transformation into a mortal body. He could indeed sense its terrifying power in his previous worldview. It was an existence that could pierce through the heavens. "You've struck gold. I must say, your luck is remarkable." The voice of the Empress echoed within his mind, filled with incredulity. Struck gold? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the transformation into a mortal body is invincible in your realm. Even in higher worlds, such talents are highly coveted by numerous factions. However, to you, it is akin to a treasure in human form. Deep within his dantians lies a piece of a mortal transformation spirit stone, his foundational essence. But also of fine material. If you absorb it directly and with the right tools to assist, refining it will grant you the unique abilities of the immortal transformation body, propelling you to new heights. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's excitement surged. "Since you dare to make me a sword servant, you have unwittingly paved a path to your own demise." Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Qin Feng produced the plaque, and under the watchful gaze of the multitude, he resolutely crushed it in his grasp. This audacious act sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. A plaque? What manner of plaque? The notion of a sword slave was but a ludicrous tale. Thus, I am under no obligation to heed his commands. Qin Feng scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. What? He dares to decline the invitation of the second prince? Fool! He has squandered an opportunity to soar to great heights. All disciples of the Tianmen sect clutched their chests in despair. Young man, do you not recognize the gravity of the situation? Do you not understand that the second prince not only possesses the qualifications bestowed by the Kanglan Emperor, but also the right to reside in the divine realm of Shenzhou? When the second prince takes residence in Shenzhou, he will undoubtedly bring along the sword slave, and at that time, your status will surpass that of the esteemed ministers of the Kanglan Empire manifold. Eunuch Huang's face contorted with rage, his cheeks flushed with indignation. Apologies, but I find it utterly insignificant. Qin Feng remained unmoved, gently shaking his head. Ridiculous. Ignorant. At this moment, nearly everyone echoed those two words loudly, seeing that Qin Feng was determined to test his aptitude against the Tianmen. Eunuch Huang turned to Yi Tianzong, coldly stating, "You just claimed that not even a celestial being could prevent you from unearthing talent." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianzong's lips twitched, wishing to slap himself for his earlier words. He forced a smile and said, "I dare not speak thus. I was wrong, and I hope Eunuch Huang will clarify my misstep before the second prince." He, who was it that said we should keep our distance from Qin Feng until his talent was confirmed? Lin Qingxian suddenly stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. Who does not know that the second prince once came to test his aptitude, shattering half of an ancient Tianmen? Ahem, I was merely momentarily confused, declared the national teacher. Yi Tianzong forced a laugh, now wary of saying too much. Given the current status of the second prince, anything even remotely associated with him must be approached with utmost caution. Teach, perhaps this so-called genius is overly confident, believing that by shattering the Tian Men, he would become the unrivaled champion of the world. Little does he know, in the eyes of the second prince, he is only fit to be a sword slave. Furthermore, even if he were to shatter the Tian Men, it would merely be a sixth-grade achievement. Surely he does not think to compare himself with the second prince. Hong Qixiong opportunely added, "Huh, how amusing." Instantly, the entire Tianmen sect erupted in laughter, tears streaming down their faces. They had thought Qin Feng to be a person of significance, only to discover he was but a jester. How delightful! They had been left speechless by their own naivety. Believing Qin Feng to be a formidable figure. "Qin Feng, test the tin. Prove yourself." Zhang Jujing bellowed, his face flushed with embarrassment, unable to contain his humiliation any longer. "Go ahead." Many were unconvinced, questioning whether he truly surpassed the second prince. They simply could not believe it. "Qin Feng, arm wrestle with Yi Xian. Test the Tianmen." Tang Yin shouted, "At this moment." All eyes were fixed upon Qin Feng. Did I in truth? Qin Feng remained composed throughout, for his thoughts had not wavered. He gently caressed the Zhongxin sword. "I merely wish to ascertain the true strength of my blade." Qin Feng extended his hand towards the Tianmen. However, in the next instant, boom! Eunuch Huang swept his whisk, unleashing a tremendous spiritual pressure that sent Qin Feng staggering backward. The Tianmen, meanwhile, rose from the ground, gradually shrinking to the size of a brick, landing in his palm before being tossed to Lin Qingxian. "Put it away, and save it for future members of the royal family." Lin Qingxian, upon hearing this, was filled with elation, hastily placing it into his spatial ring. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Qin Feng, having been jolted back, nearly fell to the ground, feeling quite frustrated. "Damn it, old man, just you wait." Lin Qingxian, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "The Tianmen belongs to the Tianmen sect, and I am currently in a foul mood. So I will put it away for now, though we shall see about taking it out when the weather improves, and certainly I shall not allow certain individuals to touch it." Everyone. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, if anyone dares to have me test my aptitude again, I shall thrust the Zhongxin sword into their nether regions." Witnessing Qin Feng's reaction, Yi Fan in the distance could hardly contain his delight. At this moment, he had just completed 2 rounds of enlightenment. His eyes glowed with dark energy, feeling invincible. Even having left the Kanglan Empire, he felt as though he could conquer the world. Though Qin Feng had lost the opportunity to test his aptitude, he would soon find himself besieged and hiding on Qingming Peak, yet Yi Fan did not mind stepping on him. Eunuch Huang, filled with murderous intent, bore a fierce expression, for upon their arrival, Yi Xian had stated, "Should they not be of use to me, they must be eradicated. The 2 siblings must be completely annihilated." But just as he was about to act, suddenly, boom, a thunderous roar erupted as Yi Fan unleashed his fury. His entire being was engulfed in black demonic flames, and his protective golden dragon had morphed into a black demonic dragon, conjuring storms and lightning above him, as a dark thunder pool coalesced overhead, bearing down upon Qin Xiao, boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions echoed like thunderclaps. The demon. Eunuch Huang's expression shifted dramatically. He could not afford to pay heed to Qin Feng, for demons were the common enemy of the world. The divine realm of Shenzhou had once decreed that when demons appeared, all disputes must be set aside to jointly vanquish the demon. Those who defied this decree would face universal condemnation. 6 sword slaves, follow me to eradicate the demon. Eunuch Huang bellowed, buzzing. A cacophony of sword cries erupted as 6 beams of sword light tore through space, shooting forth in a direct line. "Sister." Qin Feng's eyes bulged with rage, his mind blank with terror. The 6 sword slaves and Yi Fan were all converging towards the location of his sister. The overwhelming force could instantly reduce her to nothingness, in a moment of desperation. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he recklessly propelled himself towards Qin Xiao. "Who dares to harm my sister? I shall grind them to dust, ensuring they never reincarnate." Chapter 51. The Demonic Disintegration, Utterly Ruthless. Boom! Before the astonished onlookers, a black pillar of light, 10 feet in diameter, erupted forth, barreling towards them. That at the center of the light stood Qin Xiao, her appearance drastically altered. with a cascade of white hair. Her eyes emitted swirling black mist, her ears elongated and small, yet distinct, fangs protruded from her mouth. Her cultivation had reached a terrifying level, having attained the fearsome realm of the grand completion of the 10,000 manifestations. Such horror! No one knew that this young girl had been slaying demons emerging from the abyss of the demon lair night after night. Even Qin Feng had remained oblivious to this transformation. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 sword slaves clashed with Yi Fan, and in mere moments, even a single sword slave, a being capable of sweeping through the Tianmen mansion, was directly disintegrated by the demonic light, their screams stifled before they could even be uttered. Leaving behind 6 skeletal remains scattered upon the ground, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Such terror! Lin Qingxian had long since been reduced to trembling, retreating hundreds of steps. All disciples scattered in a panic, their eyes fixed in shock upon the young girl at the center of the light. What level of cultivation is this? One strike annihilates 6 sword slaves. Yi Fan, still somewhat resilient due to the support of his demonic soul, managed to hold on for a moment longer. However, his protective golden dragon was gradually crumbling, and the thunder pool above was twisting and warping, rendering the elements of wind, rain, and lightning ineffective against this ominous demonic light. The terrifying disintegration force within the pillar of light began to threaten Yi Fan as well. He writhed in agony, frantically calling out to the system in his mind, "But am I destined to soar today?" Only to find that my ascent is but a final cry of despair and struggle. He was unwilling to accept this. Just as he had resigned himself, hope had appeared, only to be snatched away repeatedly, leading him to a state of utter confusion. In that instant, his mind was a tumult of chaos. At this moment, Qin Feng also heard the voice of the Empress in his mind. "Qin Feng, be rational. She is unharmed. Your sister is stronger than you realize. How has she fallen into the path of demons?" Qin Feng spoke with a hint of reproach, as though questioning the Empress, aware that this matter was closely tied to her. Demons are the common enemy of the world. It is not enmity towards my sister. Rather, in becoming this way, she will be unable to find sanctuary among the cultivators of this realm. How much suffering will she endure in the future? The thought of this brought Qin Feng excruciating pain. The people here are short-sighted. The legacy of the demonic path is immensely powerful. I have only acted with kindness, and yet you rebuke me? The Empress's tone bore a hint of grievance, as if she were a petulant child that if the mighty beings of the Star River were to witness this, they would surely be left agape. For the once fearsome and merciless figure, the Empress of No Frost, now displayed a demeanor akin to that of a tender girl. It would be a mere understatement to say their jaws dropped in astonishment. At this moment, Qin Xiaoer spoke from within the pillar of light. "Yi Fan, you have repeatedly sought trouble with my brother. Today, I shall ensure you endure the most excruciating torment the world has to offer." With a graceful wave of her small hand, Yi Fan's so-called system's fragmented soul was dragged forth from his mind. The fragmented soul, bearing a square face, was filled with terror as it exclaimed, "You! How have you recovered so swiftly?" The elderly woman residing within Qin Xiaoer's consciousness coldly chuckled. "You wretched rodents, one day I shall eradicate the entire Demon King's palace," with a flick of her hand. Boom! The demonic energy exploded, and that fragmented soul was obliterated in an instant. The remnant soul was originally dispatched by the Demon King's palace to hunt down the old woman, and it is truly unexpected that she has recovered so swiftly. The Demon King's palace will not let you off easily. The remnant soul dissipates here to this moment. Yi Fan also revealed a look of despair. The system he relied on, the very means through which he placed all his hopes of turning the tide, was unexpectedly destroyed by Qin Xiao. It is over. All is lost. You are fortunate, having just learned the celestial demon disintegration blade technique. A curved blade appeared in Qin Xiaoer's palm, her eyes gleaming with cruelty. One by one, she commenced to carve away Yi Fan's flesh, first severing his limbs, then removing his facial features, and finally extracting his internal organs, all in a bizarre sequence. Piece by piece, Yi Fan's body bled out in an orderly manner, dripping from the crescent-shaped blade held by Qin Xiaoer, pooling on the ground. Limbs, facial features, skin, flesh, sinew, internal organs, and bone marrow. This was the celestial demon disintegration. Those who harm my brother shall know a fate worse than death. Qin Xiao's murderous intent was palpable to Yi Fan. In excruciating pain, howled, his cries echoing throughout the Tianmen sect. All who beheld the horrific scene felt their scalps tingle in terror. Truly brutal. Bang, in the end. After Yi Fan breathed his last, his body was left in a state akin to that of a beastly carcass, reduced to mere bones, and shattered by Qin Xiao. She casually discarded the last fragment of bone. And the ground was strewn with 7 or 8 heaps, bones devoid of flesh, flesh unmarred by sinew, and sinew untouched by blood, distinctly separated, making it hard to imagine that this had once been a living person. After disposing of Yi Fan, Qin Xiao sniffed the air. Her gaze filled with a strange intensity, fixated on Huang Gonggong. Qin Xiao narrowed her eyes and said, "It seems you harbored murderous intentions towards my brother just now." She darted towards Huang Gonggong. "Stop. We must flee. When I said a quarter of an hour, I was not referring to that remnant soul, but to these self-proclaimed righteous individuals. Run. We are not their match yet." The old woman in her mind was frantic. Yet, Qin Xiao appeared possessed, intent on charging forward. This pair of siblings, one a fiercely protective sister, the other a fiercely protective brother. Demoness, do not be so arrogant. Huang Gonggong glanced at Yi Tianzong, gesturing towards the black pillar of light, and said, "This girl has likely acquired that legendary power." The latter nodded silently, both their eyes betraying a barely perceptible glimmer of greed. Then they both soared into the air. The demonic path is intolerable. Today, we shall eliminate this demon. From their seemingly robust physiques, a terrifying aura surged forth, casting a shadow over the entire Timin sect. Boom! Huang Gonggong suddenly unleashed a palm strike, causing the winds to shift and the air to crackle. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions ensued as the demonic energy pillar shattered, sending a figure hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. "Sister!" Qin Feng's heart shattered as he soared upwards to catch Qin Xiao. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he swung his sword. "Yi Tianzong, how dare you ally with demons?" Qin Feng roared, "To hell with your demon alliances. Old dog, take my sword." But in the next moment, to Qin Feng's astonishment, Qin Xiao quietly uttered, "I'm sorry, brother, that I cannot drag you down. Remember, I will always be your sister." Boom! In Qin Feng's embrace, demonic energy flickered wildly. Tears streamed down Qin Xiao's face as she struck out. "Qin Feng, I will not coexist with you. If you have the courage, then kill me." Chapter 52. Betrayal at Qingming Peak. Qin Feng was struck by a slap, yet his mind remained exceptionally clear. This was his sister unwilling to be misunderstood, preparing to bear the burden alone. The people of Timin's sect were left dumbfounded. What was happening with this pair of siblings? Their gazes were cold, unfriendly, even harboring a hint of hatred. The demonic path has been despised throughout history. Everyone had been indoctrinated with the notion that upon encountering demons, they must be eradicated without mercy. Qin Xiao's palm strike nearly buried Qin Feng into the ground, for he was utterly unprepared. Yet it proved effective, redirecting everyone's attention away from Qin Feng. Huang Gonggong and Yi Tianzong simultaneously snorted. "Humph. You are perceptive." After casting a cold glance at Qin Feng, they ignored him entirely. The two suddenly drew their hands, each unleashing their martial techniques, a thick aura swirling around them, as if 9 heavenly golden dragons entwined between their palms. This was a martial art unique to the royal family of the Kanglan Empire. Roars echoed through the heavens as they struck through the air, sand and dust swirling, dragon shadows obscuring the sky. A wave of despairing energy enveloped the entire Tianmen sect. Demonic light flickered wildly in Qin Xiao's eyes as a decisive glint passed through. Before she departed, she aimed to clear the path for her brother. A chilling intent surged forth as she charged fearlessly into the fray. Boom! 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 Each explosion in the air caused her fragile frame to tremble, blood trickling from her lips. With each swing of the demonic blade in her hand, vast amounts of demonic energy morphed into undead demonic soldiers, grinning and roaring as they charged towards Huang Gonggong and his companion. Unfortunately, under the might of the two, they crumbled into dust almost instantaneously, shattered with ease. The two continued their relentless advance towards Qin Xiao. "Run, run, dear lady. I implore you, do not court death. the old woman in her mind was frantically urging. Though Qin Xiao's face was pale, her determination remained steadfast. For so long, it had been her brother giving, and she had to do something to at this moment. She despised her own weakness, unwilling to be a burden to Qin Feng. I can't outmatch you. Lead them to the demonic cave. There might be a slim chance. Ultimately, the old woman relented. Open your mind. Let me take control of the body. It was impossible to advance directly. They could only eliminate the two. That upon hearing this, Qin Xiao did not hesitate. Boom! The next moment, a pure, pitch-black demonic power cascaded down like a tilted sea from the sky, instantly shrouding the heavens. Abomination. Huang Gonggong's expression darkened. Leaping forward with even greater force, pressing down. Boom! Boom! However, at this moment, Qin Xiao's gaze sharpened, imbued with an added layer of weariness, cruelty, and ruthlessness. Her first strike was markedly different from before, as she matched Huang Gonggong blow for blow, not falling behind. Yet it was merely a stalemate, as Yi Tianzong, another of the capital's foremost powers, loomed nearby, and the old woman could only seek an opportunity to retreat to the demonic cave. In truth, Qin Xiao's actions of turning against Qin Feng had already placed him outside the matter. As long as he did not act recklessly, he could wash away suspicion. But was Qin Feng that kind of person? He did not care what Qin Xiao's identity was. Even if she were the world's #1 demon, she was still his sister. Qin Feng's eyes widened in fury, his heart shattered. How could he allow Qin Xiao to face this alone? He soared upward once more. Qin Feng has conspired with the demonic path. Heaven and earth will not tolerate this. Today, we shall accompany Huang Gonggong and Master Yi to eradicate the demon. Lin Qingxian, sensing that Qin Xiao was momentarily unable to extricate herself, suddenly gained confidence. He waved his hand, and the disciples of the Six Peaks emerged from hiding, surrounding everyone from Qingming Peak, including Qin Feng. Qingming Peak had long been a thorn in his side. If it was not eliminated now, when would it be? 9 strikes. Lin Qingxian, having immersed himself in this profound martial art for decades, had now mastered it to perfection, wielding immense power. Qin Feng was struck solidly. Boom! He was once again buried underground. As Qin Feng dusted himself off and gritted his teeth to rise, he disregarded everything else and rushed to support his sister. Yet Lin Qingxian chuckled coldly. As long as I, Lin Qingxian, am here, you will not be able to associate with that evil. Your sister and you shall both perish today. A grin crept across his face. Today, both siblings would meet their end. Boom! The perfected martial technique slammed into Qin Feng, causing him to plummet once more, intercepted yet again. Lin Qingxian cast a cruel glance towards Qin Xiao, sneering, Qin Feng, I want you to witness your sister's tragic demise without the slightest means to intervene. At this moment, Qin Xiao faced two formidable powers from the capital, her complexion as pale as paper. Blood seeped from her body, leaving her in a woeful state. Boom, boom, boom. The fury in Qin Feng's chest exploded, his heart feeling as though it had been struck thrice. Desperation consumed him as he watched his sister in peril, yet a roadblock stood in his way. Lin Qingxian, I will kill you. Lin Qingxian's repeated obstructions ignited Qin Feng's rage to a palpable level. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, this was the first time he had been consumed by unbounded fury. The disciples of Qingming Peak, realizing there was still an opportunity, understood that by assisting against Qin Feng, they could absolve all past grievances. After this battle, he would personally rebuild Qingming Peak. I give you 5 breaths of time. Otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre. Lin Qingxian's cold voice reverberated through the sky. The disciples of the Six Peaks brandished their weapons and martial techniques, readying their diverse spiritual energies. Zhang Jujing and the dozen or so children behind him were now engulfed in turmoil. Master, let us hasten to rescue the Qin siblings from this peril. At this moment, Tang Yin was taken aback. She realized that under Lin Qingxian's instigation, Zhang Jujing was actually hesitating. Why should I go? Zhang Jujing abruptly turned his head, suddenly taken aback as he posed a question to Tang Yin. A chill coursed through Tang Yin's heart as she replied, Master, she is a demon. Surely, we need not risk everything we have for the sake of a mere demon. Do we? Furthermore, the sect leader has made it abundantly clear that the Qingming Peak can be rebuilt. I ask that not what we desire. Zhang Jujing's gaze remained tranquil as he took several steps back, shielding a few children and positioning himself behind Lin Qingxian. Sect leader, we will heavily rely on you for the future of Qingming Peak. Zhang Jujing politely clasped his hands together. Haha, well said. Lin Qingxian nodded, then triumphantly turned to Qin Feng. You two foolish girls, why are you still standing there? Upon seeing Yihor and Tang Yin frozen in place, a flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Jujing's face. Seemingly unable to comprehend the simple choice before them. Betraying one's friends may be wrong, yet Qin Feng's companions, one a demon, the other a person who aided the demon's escape. What reason could there be to assist them? Master, Qin Feng fought valiantly for our Qingming Peak. She risked her life for us. She delayed time to secure first place in the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Tang Yan's voice rose in desperation. Yet, her sister was a demon. Zhang Jujing's tone turned icy as he declared, thousands of disciples from Qingming Peak, including my own students, sons, and grandsons, have perished in the demon's lair. My hatred for demons runs deep. Chapter 53. A glimpse of dread. Jiang Xian fights to protect. But that was due to the sect leader's orders. Hence we filled the demon's lair. Tang Yin wept. The sect leader has already spared Qingming Peak. Acknowledging one's mistakes can lead to great improvement. Let this hatred dissipate with the wind. Zhang Jujing shook his head. Master, I was blind. I have joined Qingming Peak. Tang Yin was left speechless, utterly astonished by the absurdity of his words. A wave of heartache washed over her. It was almost soul-crushing to realize that Zhang Jujing was such a person incapable of discerning right from wrong. Tang Yin, you caused me anguish as well. You and your mother came to Qingming Peak. Your mother passed away long ago, and it was I who raised you from childhood. Yet, you dare question me on behalf of someone you barely know for 5 days. Do you still consider me your master? Zhang Jujing's chest ached with fury, his face reflecting sorrow and indignation. Do you still possess a conscience? I have nurtured you all these years for nothing. A wretched ingrate. At that moment, Zhang Jujing's younger relatives, including Zhang Xiaolong, emerged filled with righteous indignation. Other children joined in, hurling insults at Tang Yin. Bah, senior sister Tang, I look down on you. One little girl even spat at her. You, Tang Yan's fury surged, and she pointed at them, but words failed her. Her lips turned purple, and she felt the world spinning as she collapsed to the ground. Wow! A spurt of fresh blood erupted from her. As she lay despondently on the cold earth, the ground was frigid, but it could not compare to the chill in her heart. Senior sister! Senior sister! Yihor and Qin Feng exclaimed in unison, rushing to Tang Yan's side, and together they lifted her. Ha! You bring about your own demise. Do not blame others. Lin Qingxian first glanced at Qin Xiao, who was being pushed back by Huang Gonggong and another. And as she was about to disappear from sight, he felt a surge of delight. With a wave of his hand, disciples from Yinluo Peak surrounded them. I understand. At that moment, Hong Qixiong broke free from the crowd. Qin Feng, I apologize. This time, I stand with the sect leader. Qin Feng coldly regarded Hong Qixiong and the disciples from the 6 peaks behind him, who hesitated to step forward, finding the scene somewhat amusing. It seems you are not even as formidable as the Qin family. Where is the Yinluo Peaks boxing hall? Here, a female disciple's voice rang out, strong and resolute. Charge! Hong Qixiong, filled with confidence, waved his hand. And immediately, 21 figures rushed forward. Boom! The air erupted with the explosive release of energy, led by the female disciple. Fool! I am Feng Aishue, the eldest senior sister of Yinluo Peaks Boxing Hall. Our hall comprises a total of 21 members, directly governed by Elder Hong. Her gaze was piercing, believing Qin Feng to be a fool for rejecting the opportunity to become a sword servant, a position that others would covet, were she in his place. She would gladly endure being subjected to others multiple times a day. 21. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he suddenly turned. He entrusted Tang Yin to Yihor, saying, protect senior sister Tang and retreat. You two find a place to hide. The rest I will handle. Wai Yun nodded gravely, replying, be cautious of Lin Xianyun. He seems formidable. Without further ado, she turned, carrying Qin Xiao away, realizing her presence would only hinder. Qin Feng nodded, then unleashed the Zongxian sword with a thunderous roar. Purple lightning enveloped the sword, and the overwhelming aura of the sword art instantly crushed all in its path. A sword across the ages. The sword energy converged into one, instantly forming a chasm that cleaved towards the 21 assailants. Cut! Feng Aishue scoffed, immediately swinging her fist, causing a dark golden fist to materialize out of thin air. With a resounding clash, it collided with the chasm. The next moment, her eyes widened in horror as a painful scream escaped her lips. The chasm did not meet her expectations. It did not halt at her fist, but instead surged through her, bisecting her body. Crack! A spine-chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed as Feng Aishue was cleaved in two, her innards exposed to the air, emanating a foul stench that was repulsive. Thud, thud. The two halves of her corpse fell to the ground, one half frozen in terror, the other in confusion. Why? A disciple who just entered for 5 days could slay her with a single sword. Qin Feng paid her no mind, stating coldly, "I apologize, but from this moment forth, you are now 20." The remaining 20 disciples and everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Qingxuan's expression darkened. This was truly bizarre. Could a disciple who had just joined for 5 days truly turn the tide? It seemed they could no longer afford to send them to their deaths one by one, but with a wave of his hand, he commanded, "All of you, charge! Everyone!" The disciples from the 6 peaks, disregarding everything, could only obey the order, rushing forward, willing to sacrifice their lives to exhaust Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced over at Qin Xiao, his heart racing with urgency, yet he had to resolve all troubles before making his escape. He strode directly towards them, coldly addressing Hong Qi-xiong. "You have learned 3 times, but now I tell you, in life, 1 lesson is enough. A sword of the void." Boom, boom, boom. This sword was unique, and the terrifying power of the sword art stirred the surrounding winds and clouds, coalescing a mysterious transparent force into a tornado. As Qin Feng infused more of his sword energy into it, the tornado surged forth like a frenzied tiger, pouncing into the crowd to wreak havoc. The transparent tornado carved a path of destruction, killing all disciples in its wake, their flesh and blood drawn into the tempest that in an instant, the mournful cries filled the air, and blood flowed like a river. The transparent tornado transformed into a blood-red dragon, thrashing across the skyline. Hong Qi-xiong was sent flying with a single encounter. That moment, chaos reigned, and without wasting time, Qin Feng dashed towards the direction where Qin Xiao had disappeared. Yet a voice suddenly roared from behind him. It was Lin Qingxian. "Sword shatters mountains and rivers." Qin Feng flung another sword, this one fierce and powerful, tearing through the sky and piercing the heavens, leaving a rift in the void. Lin Qingxian, at the pinnacle of the myriad realms, was just a step away from breaking into the realm of the celestial beings. He floated in the air, his overwhelming aura transforming into arrows of sharpness, each capable of slaying those at the pinnacle of the myriad realms. In the next moment, a volley of arrows was unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions encircled Qin Feng as the domineering sword energy clashed violently with the arrows. Yet the arrows proved to be more formidable, still possessing the strength to shoot towards Qin Feng. Lin Qingxian cackled, convinced that today, Qin Feng would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. Qin Xiao is doomed. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically, realizing that his sister's aura was growing weaker. If he delayed any longer, he might lose track of her. Suddenly, just as Lin Qingxian reveled in his triumph, a female figure soared into the air. Her face covered, yet the resolute determination in her eyes was utterly shocking. PFF, PFF, PFF. She positioned herself behind Qin Feng, and all the arrows struck her body. In an instant, they shattered her internal organs. Ugh, her eyes bulged. Blood spewed from her mouth, and her covering fell away. Jiang Exe. Qin Feng caught a glimpse, horrified to see her mouth marred by brutal injuries, her body bearing the marks of torment. Even as he yearned to protect his sister, his heart constricted with a surge of unnameable rage. Qin Feng, do not hesitate. Hurry and save your sister. Jiang Exan transmitted her thoughts to Qin Feng, then turned without a moment's pause, charging toward the advancing Lin Qingxian, her embrace wrapping around him like an octopus. Qin Feng struggled momentarily, but ultimately soared towards his sister's direction on his sword. Yet his eyes were already bloodshot as Lin Qingxian was ensnared. plummeting toward the ground, his fury reaching its peak. "Damn it, you wretched creature." Chapter 54. The resentful woman of the deep palace. Lonely as snow as Qin Feng sped through the air with astonishing swiftness. He nearly left the burial immortal sword smoking in his wake, managing only to grasp the fleeting tail of the radiant light trailing behind the two figures of Huang Gonggong and Yi Tianzong. This feat alone was sufficient to astonish both Huang Gonggong and Yi Tianzong. That it must be noted that the two of them had already transcended the mortal realm, having acquired the essence of heaven and earth, forging an unparalleled foundation of the Tao in the realm of creation. Yet here was Qin Feng, a mere ant of the myriad phenomena realm, capable of matching their speed of escape. The duo felt an increasing sense of trepidation as they pursued him, unknowingly traversing countless cities and domains. Ahead of them, Qin Xiao soared with her eyes alight with demonic brilliance, resembling a black rainbow as she shot into the sky like an arrow, upon breaking through the cloud layer. She entered an exceedingly frigid realm where sunlight, upon penetrating this place, fell like dust suspended in water, failing to provide illumination. The darkness here was terrifying. Sunlight transformed into a substance akin to dust. The chilling blackness permeated the very flesh, corroding it like sulfuric acid, instilling a piercing pain that sharpened the mind. In this eerie and profound darkness, an immense number of human and animal corpses floated, their limbs flailing and howling in agony. They moved sluggishly, baring their teeth and roaring at the intruders that a mere brush with their sharp claws would guarantee a gruesome fate. The demonic corpses that emerged from the Tianmen mansion were the very ones that crawled forth at night. The entirety of the Qingming Peak populace had perished here. Huang Gonggong and Yi Tianzong exchanged glances and declared, "We've arrived at the demon lair. Even we cannot linger here for too long. Don the Sanyong spirit garb. We must act swiftly." "Very well." They gritted their teeth in pain, for the Sanyong spirit garb was a supreme spiritual artifact, especially crafted with the esteemed Sanyong spirit fire, a treasure even in the Kanglan Empire. They each donned a robe infused with yang energy, and instantly, the black demonic aura could no longer erode their flesh. The moment the demonic corpses made contact, they emitted a hissing sound of searing, causing them to recoil in fear, no longer daring to approach. Seeing this, a semblance of superiority washed over the duo. They scoffed disdainfully. "Ha! A fledgling dare to recklessly venture into the demon lair with us. Truly reckless. Perhaps he has already succumbed to the demonic aura, transforming into a mindless corpse." Yi Tianzong mocked with a sneer. How could a native comprehend such matters? Their origins limit their perspectives, Huang Gonggong remarked with a hint of disdain. With unwavering confidence, they plunged deeper into the lair, oblivious to the unusual stirrings behind them. Above Qin Feng, a blazing black and white flame erupted like molten lava, illuminating the surroundings with a radiance akin to a supreme being amidst the fire. Wherever it passed, the demonic corpses writhed in agony, disintegrating into ash, leaving behind only black pearls. The demonic corpses were directly refined, and from the sounds of the small fire-s chirping, it seemed that Qin Feng was consuming them directly. Boom! 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 A cacophony erupted from within him, his cultivation soaring dramatically. His eyes brightened. The effects were scarcely inferior to those of a spiritual artifact. Qin Feng felt elated. Was this not a natural training ground? However, there was no time to explore further. He had to press on. Gradually, they penetrated deeper into the obsidian clouds, a palpable sensation of descent enveloping them, as though their bodies were mired in a quagmire. Each step felt like 1,000 pounds. The demonic corpses flitted about like phantoms, their speed astonishing. Yet the presence of the Sanyong spirit garb instilled confidence in Huang Gonggong and his companion. Looking up, they beheld what appeared to be a gaping abyss in the sky, a massive black cavern hanging vertically in the firmament. Upon entering this place, Qin Xiao moved as effortlessly as a fish in water. At that moment, the voice of the old crone grew, increasingly agitated. "Here lies the suppression of my true form. A finger, that if I can merge with this finger, I could easily tear apart the entire Kanglan Empire. However, be warned, 2 remnants of 5th-level transformation realm demon cultivators guard the deepest part." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao nodded indifferently, resolutely delving deeper into the abyss. The Kanglan Empire stood as a colossal edifice amidst the clouds, spanning a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, defying the laws of reality by floating in the boundless sky. Though situated at the edge of the divine continent, it safeguarded countless cities and millions of citizens, all thriving under the Empire's protection, living and multiplying mortals. The Kanglan Empire was akin to the fabled celestial beings of the clouds. Within the rolling sea of clouds, palaces shimmered in golden hues. Occasionally, mist would envelop them, accompanied by the strains of ethereal music and the fluttering of celestial maidens. At the far western end of this architectural marvel stood an extraordinary palace, its grandeur surpassing even that of the central Golden Luan Hall. This palace was once the favored retreat of the current emperor, known as the Jingyang Palace. At this moment, within the innermost chamber of the palace, a stunning woman clad in a resplendent red phoenix robe reclined luxuriously upon a phoenix bed. Several eunuchs knelt before her, offering exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Her lips glistened, slightly parted, that a young eunuch lifted a crystalline grape to her mouth, but she bit down too hard, inadvertently including the eunuch's finger in her grasp. After a few moments of sucking and teasing with her tongue, the eunuch gasped, "Your Highness, please maintain decorum." She seemed to yearn for something, yet the young eunuch swiftly withdrew his finger, leaving it slick with juice and saliva. Instantly, her beautiful eyes turned cold, and she scolded, "Useless wretch! How can you squander an opportunity? Your Highness, please temper your anger." The young eunuch stammered, terrified, prostrating himself on the ground. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the overwhelming spiritual energy coursing through him, revealing him to be a figure of the early celestial realm, a being capable of establishing his own sect within the Tianmen mansion, a person even more formidable than Lin Qingxian. Yet he existed merely as a servant here. "Clean it," the woman commanded coldly. The young eunuch shuddered, hastily licking his finger clean of the mixed juices. Trembling uncontrollably, he thought, "Please let me have something to eat, but don't let there be any other actions." The emperor had executed over 700 eunuchs for similar offenses. This lady was the Western Palace's consort of the Kanglan Empire, once the emperor's most cherished woman, known as Lung Ruxian. Now, the vast palace had not seen the emperor in a long time, resembling a cold palace. Observing the young eunuch lick fervently, Lung Ruxian's jade hand unexpectedly slipped into his trousers, rummaging about. Moments later, her expression turned cold, useless. A glimmer of loneliness flickered in the depths of her eyes. Filled with unfulfilled yearning, in a fit of anger, she kicked the young eunuch squarely in the head. Bang! The young eunuch felt a rush of coolness and fragrance invade his nostrils, oddly enjoying the sensation, only to be sent flying, colliding with a pillar, rolling on the ground. He lamented, "Seeing you bunch of useless beings makes me incredibly vexed." With a wave of her hand, Lung Ruxian sent the eunuchs fleeing in panic. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the palace as an elderly eunuch rushed in, flustered. "Your Highness, dire news! Princess is in trouble." Chapter 55, swinging the sword to slay demonic corpses. One against 1,000,000 demons. What has happened to her? "Speak clearly," Lung Ruxian demanded, her countenance suddenly stiffening as she rose to her feet. Seething with rage, that poor girl has already distanced herself from imperial affairs, retreating to a remote corner, and yet someone is still pursuing her? Is it possible that Yi Xian seeks to eradicate her completely? Her fury surged like a celestial being in wrath. An overwhelming spiritual pressure swept through the Jingyang Palace, leaving chaos in its wake. And no, it's not like that. Initially, it was merely the 10th prince suppressing her, but it was not life-threatening. However, later, a genius youth named Qin Feng from the Tianmen sect appeared. The elderly eunuch divulged the events surrounding Qin Feng's arrival at the Tianmen sect 5 days prior. In essence, due to Qin Feng's involvement, Yi Huo was currently being hunted down by the entire Tianmen sect. Only after the elderly eunuch intervened was Lin Qingxian deterred from taking further action. Lin Qingxian himself was greatly alarmed, having believed that Yi Huo had been entirely abandoned and that her demise would be inconsequential, only to discover that someone was secretly protecting her. Hearing this, Lung Ruxian furrowed her brow. A genius. Within 5 days, he has penetrated half of the Tianmen sect, likely capable of shattering the Tianmen's 6th rank. She focused intently and pressed further. "Is that so?" "Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes." He single-handedly challenged 500 piercing through half the arena with a single sword strike. Even Yi Fan could not withstand 2 moves against him. The elderly eunuch affirmed, "Ha! This is what you call a genius. You must have been in that backwater for too long. You've become foolish," Lung Ruxian scoffed, shaking her head. "You two are like a frog at the bottom of a well, making a fuss over nothing. He is merely a slightly stronger native. What can he accomplish?" She shook her head in dissatisfaction and continued, "This man is truly arrogant and disrespectful, since the second prince is willing to accept him as a sword servant. How dare he refuse? Isn't this foolishness? What a splendid opportunity it is. Once soaring to great heights, even the Kanglan Empire would not be able to stand in my way, would it? Never mind as long as horror is safe. We shall speak of this no more. Just ensure her well-being. If all else fails, find a native and marry her off. Living a stable life, free from worries, is quite satisfactory." That as Lung Ruxian spoke, she cast a melancholic glance towards the direction of the imperial hall. The old eunuch, witnessing this, immediately remarked, "He is quite handsome. Remarkably so. Among all the men I have encountered thus far, he possesses the finest appearance." Hearing this, Lung Ruxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That I asked that so? Quickly, let us go and unearth this talent. The Jingyang Palace is in dire need of a male guard." The old eunuch, inwardly disdainful, thought to himself, "I knew she had a taste for this sort of thing. She has only been in the cold palace for 5 days. And already she has become infatuated. Is it not enough that 700 eunuchs were killed by the emperor for merely being in contact with her? Was it truly for Princess Ye's matter that she was cast into the cold palace? Or because she incessantly enticed the emperor, leaving him weak and weary? Surely, she must possess some self-awareness regarding her situation. That, of course, such thoughts could only remain unspoken. However, the old eunuch hesitated, pondering whether to reveal a certain matter. "What is it?" Lung Ruxian frowned. "What of my seeking a male guard? Has not the emperor cast me into the cold palace? As long as this is done discreetly, no one shall interfere." "No," the old eunuch sighed. "It is your daughter who seems to have an interest in that young man." "What? Is she planning to compete with her mother for a man? If he is indeed so handsome, then he is rightly mine. There are countless men in the world. Let her find another." At this, Lung Ruxian's brows furrowed, revealing a dangerous glint in her eyes. When it comes to matters of men, her principle has always been to maintain control. After all, how else could she have secured the affections of the emperor of the Kanglan Empire at such a young age? "Very well, you shall make another trip. Your cultivation is on par with Huang Tianhua of the Yi Tian sect. Having followed me for over a decade, you should be capable of handling this matter adeptly, understand? It would be best to disguise him as a faux eunuch, that a guard would be too conspicuous, and a native with insufficient cultivation would be unqualified. However, if he is a false eunuch, it becomes plausible. He could serve me and deceive others." After pondering, Lung Ruxian concluded that a false eunuch was indeed the most logical choice, allowing him to enter and exit her quarters without arousing suspicion. After all, having a eunuch attend to her until midnight seemed entirely reasonable. To this thought, her cheeks flushed. The idea of a male guard frequently entering and exiting her chambers would be rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, she could always experiment with it later, a seductive smile gracing her lips. "Yes, this old servant shall see to it." The old eunuch, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. Within the depths of the palace, one must remain astute. It seemed he had stumbled upon a lucrative task, that if executed properly, a substantial reward awaited him. As expected, Lung Ruxian continued. Once completed, visit the Wanbao Pavilion and seek out Zhao Qianqian. Have her arrange for a few maidservants to be placed on my account. Upon hearing this, the old eunuch shuddered, his eyes ablaze with desire. Though he had severed all ties, he still had certain needs. After all, those were the maidservants from the Wanbao Pavilion. At this moment, Qin Xiao sat cross-legged in the deepest recesses of the magical cave, suspended in the sky. Above her, a dark, wrinkled piece of flesh encased a toe bone. Under Qin Xiao's ritualistic practice, this dried-up finger seemed to rejuvenate, filling with vitality. After conferring with the old woman, she spent considerable time setting up a formation. After seizing the finger, they concealed themselves. Meanwhile, outside, chaos erupted. 2 terrifying magical souls clashed with Huang Tianhua and Yi Tianzhou. "You people of the Kanglan Empire dare to steal from the palace of the Demon King. Are you not afraid of annihilation at the hands of my master?" The voice of the magical soul echoed throughout the heavens. Humph. My Kanglan Empire is protected by the divine land. You lowly demons, who only dare to roam the world as magical souls, have the audacity to boast. Huang Tianhua scoffed. Humph. Just wait until my master emerges. What divine land will remain unscathed? The magical soul surged with dark energy, shaking the heavens. Let us see if your master can break through the divine formation of the divine land first. A bunch of cowardly rats. Yi Tianzong laughed maniacally, unleashing a terrifying force. The celestial pillar has vanished, fulfilling the prophecy of a millennium. The emergence of my demonic cultivation is an undeniable fact. The magical soul refused to yield. As countless magical corpses surrounded them, numbering in the millions, the battle intensified, with both magical souls convinced that Yi Tianzong had stolen the finger that was meant to suppress the celestial demon in the demon pool. The entire magical cave was engulfed in surging demonic energy, akin to the end of days at this moment. Qin Feng was overwhelmed by the relentless magical corpses that he quickly retrieved some spiritual herbs. And in an instant, he produced a fourth-grade elixir, the demonic breaking pill. Boom! The elixir detonated, transforming into a cloud of black mist. Roar! The magical corpses shrieked in terror, perceiving Qin Feng as the most fearsome existence. Retreating frantically, those unable to escape swiftly melted away like spring snow. This was the power of the demonic breaking pill. A vacuum formed around Qin Feng, as long as he occasionally crushed a demonic breaking pill. No magical corpses could approach him. However, with his limited supply of spiritual herbs, his small fire had begun to grow weary and fell asleep. Soon, Qin Feng found himself ensnared in an endless battle. Resorting to his sword to slay the magical corpses, that he was eager to find his sister, but despite scouring half the magical cave, he could not locate her. The battle nearby was nearing its conclusion. Relying on the San Yang spirit garment, he bolstered his cultivation, forcing the magical souls to retreat steadily. Yet, an unending tide of magical corpses threatened to engulf Qin Feng. Boom! The surging sword energy exploded. A colossal wave of sword energy, shattering mountains and rivers. Countless magical corpses erupted. Before Qin Feng, another expanse of vacuum appeared. That moment, a figure finally caught up, and it was none other than the old eunuch. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned. This young man was wielding his sword to slay the magical corpses, single-handedly battling millions of them. Chapter 56. The small fire evolves, spitting out sacred relics. Battling millions of magical corpses alone, at the edge of the magical cave, the old eunuch observed Qin Feng, who was valiantly wielding his sword against the magical corpses. His gaze was calm, yet his brow furrowed. Even if he was seeking a male companion for the princess, he should at least be presentable. He must be intelligent, understanding of human affairs, and possess at least average talent. Yet this lad seemed utterly brainless. Looking at Yi Tianzong and Huang Tianhua engaged in their own battles, he wondered how long it would be before the boy exhausted his spiritual energy and collapsed. The old eunuch's face was filled with disdain. As expected, after he finished his thought, the vacuum surrounding Qin Feng was once again filled with magical corpses. Even with sharp sword energy, it was impossible to eliminate them all in one strike. A person like this, if captured, would only diminish one's intelligence. The old eunuch shook his head and turned away. Surely there were better options than this one. Besides, his cultivation at the Wanxiang realm was far too low. Any random gatekeeper from the Kanglan Empire would be at the Tianren realm. A mere Wanxiang is unworthy. Humph! He chuckled derisively at Qin Feng's attempts to slay the magical corpses. The old eunuch felt exasperated. He had made this trip for a low-quality male. The princess was genuinely starving. Was this foolish boy truly her type? Boom! At this moment, Qin Feng, faced with an endless onslaught of magical corpses, had no choice but to soar into the sky, slashing his sword in rapid succession. 5 days prior, upon arriving at the Tianmen sect, the empress had once said, sword cultivators must master speed and strength. Now, Qin Feng executed the sword path to its utmost, but he was not intimidated by the millions of magical corpses. For the sake of finding his sister, even if he were to perish here, so be it. However, he did not succumb to exhaustion as he had imagined. Wherever he passed, magical corpses shattered, and the small fires swiftly refined them into black orbs. some magical corpses were consumed by the small fire, which was gradually evolving, and no longer resembling the small fiery bird of before. The small fire had leveled up once more, transforming into a delicate little fiery figure, ablaze with black and white flames. Strangely, she appeared as a diminutive fairy, clad in a long dress of black and white, her beauty breathtaking and suffocating at this moment. Her process of refining the magical relics was rather peculiar. The magical relics were the byproducts of the materials contained within the magical corpses. Refined by the small fire opened her mouth, consuming a magical corpse, and with flames surging around her, her exquisite little face contorted in effort. Puff! The magical relic was spat out, glistening with translucent saliva. Upon closer inspection, it even had strands. Qin Feng's lips twitched. Was this truly imported? Fortunately, she was female, or he would not have been able to bear it. Gritting his teeth, he thought that if a male version of the small fire were to produce such a relic, he would not be able to accept it at all, that he and the small fire worked in tandem. He slayed the magical corpses while she refined them. This way, the small fire would not exhaust too much energy. And with each swing of his sword, hundreds of orbs would be added to their collection. Whenever his spiritual energy ran low, he simply needed to consume one orb to replenish his energy completely. Not only was his energy restored, but his cultivation also surged, pushing him towards the pinnacle of the Wanxiang realm. Kill! With a furious roar, Qin Feng, wielding a single sword, charged through the million-strong horde of demonic corpses, slashing relentlessly. With each stroke, the corpses exploded into nothingness. As he surveyed the scene, he found that every last demonic carcass had been reduced to mere bones, with black blood flowing in reverse, wherever the light of his sword passed. Be it the demonic corpses, the rocky terrain, or the very soil and flora, everything was pierced by his blade. His sacred fish space was brimming with an abundance of black beads, resembling small mountains, which brought a fleeting smile to the Empress's face. That you've struck gold. Haven to you. So many demonic relics. Qin Feng nodded in response, explaining that they were refined by Xiaohua, as he had spent quite some time deciphering the name of these black beads. Indeed, after undergoing the refinement of the primordial spirit fire, the essence of the demonic corpses has been distilled within. Consuming them is akin to ingesting a spiritual artifact. The Empress acknowledged this, noting that such a plethora of demonic corpses could only be found in the demon abyss. The corpses, as solid as steel, could only be cleaved by Qin Feng wielding the burial immortal sword. In contrast, others, even Huang Tianhua and his companion, could only rely on their 3 yang spirit garb to deter the demonic corpses. Even if others could slay them, it would be a futile effort, as the materials of the corpses were tainted by demonic energy, rendering them of little use to righteous cultivators who prided themselves on morality and virtue, as they were forbidden from using anything related to demons. Thus, for them, the demon abyss was a perilous place. Qin Feng, possessing the unique, everlasting divine body, enhanced his cultivation by devouring materials. This place served as his natural treasure trove, and the vast quantity of demonic relics he consumed propelled his cultivation to new heights. In no time, he reached the first level of the celestial realm. Now, Qin Feng had surpassed Lin Qingxian, capable of slaying him with a single sword strike. Within the demon abyss, the demonic winds howled, cold and eerie, the heavens seemingly upside down. The demonic corpses, with their fierce gazes and sharp claws, were a mix of humans, beasts, and grotesque half-human, half-beast hybrids. This was a realm where demonic corpses roamed freely. Yet at this moment, the entire demon abyss grew strangely quiet. The reason was simple. Qin Feng had swiftly annihilated all the demonic corpses. Brandishing his sword, his hair and garments billowed wildly. He had slaughtered millions of demonic corpses. This task is truly beyond human capacity, Qin Feng gasped, taking a deep breath. Despite his ironclad physique, he felt as though he might fall apart. His body aching all over, particularly his wrist, which had grown numb from wielding his sword. Were it not for his quest to find his sister, he would not have pushed himself so hard. The demon abyss had been cleared, yet he found no trace of his sister, causing a shadow to fall over his expression. Fortunately, the vast array of demonic relics in his sacred fish space would allow him to sit down and refine them all, enabling him to soar once more. Moreover, his mastery over the sword had become so formidable that he no longer relied on the great wilderness sword technique. This was the coveted state that all sword cultivators yearned for, where one could act without dependence on sword techniques, relying solely on the sword in hand to break through myriad laws of the world, rather than merely executing a move from the great wilderness sword technique. Atop the tip of the burial immortal sword, a glimmer of golden light clung to it, gradually overshadowing its original purple hue as the gold increased. Sword intent. Qin Feng began to comprehend that once the gold enveloped the entire blade, he would have cultivated a complete sword intent, that he wandered around, thoroughly searching the entire demon abyss, yet found no sign of his sister. The Empress had refrained from informing him, stating that some experiences must be undergone personally. Revealing everything would diminish the significance of his trials. Under the Empress's repeated assurances, Qin Xiaoer would undoubtedly be safe. If any issues arose, she would act decisively to rescue her, on a high mountain within the demon abyss. The old eunuch was momentarily stunned. He had intended to leave, but was drawn back by Qin Feng's commotion. His speed was astonishing. Soon, the entire demon abyss lay desolate. That moment, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he acknowledged that his earlier disdain had been unfounded. Well, this lad isn't half bad. No wonder he possesses such a handsome appearance. Not only is he striking, but he also has a hint of potential, and his combat prowess is indeed commendable. However, the lack of intellect is undeniable. Though the world regarded the demonic path as a common enemy, it was foolish to take things to such extremes that wasn't it sufficient to merely shout slogans and put on a show. Who would be foolish enough to actually hunt demons? The reality was that the demon abyss had existed for countless years, and the Kinglan Empire had never truly intervened. It was a thankless task. Intelligence was a valuable asset. However, this dim-witted lad was indeed impressive. Had he not exhausted his spiritual energy even now? Chapter 57. Your sister has lost all humanity. Do not speak. Such endurance. The Empress must be overjoyed. The old eunuch's face brightened. He had finally discerned a merit in Qin Feng, that if he could bring Qin Feng back, with such stamina in battle, it would surely please the Empress. Once she was pleased, he would enjoy good days ahead and might even receive greater rewards. This time, he intended to conquer the 10 Treasures Pavilion. At that moment, Qin Xiaoer sat cross-legged above a demonic pool, her fingers vanishing from sight. Fusion successful. The old woman in her mind was equally exhilarated. After years of confinement within the Demon King's palace, unable to kill her, she had been dismembered and suppressed. Now, she had regained a significant portion of her strength, caressing her fingers with a long-lost familiarity. Moreover, at this moment, even Qin Xiao had reaped tremendous benefits, her cultivation soaring to frightening heights. Let us go out and slay those 2 flies. Qin Xiaoer's voice was as cold as ice as she brandished her black curved blade, a murderous aura emanating from her. Having been relentlessly pursued by Huang Tianhua and Yi Tianzong, she had nearly lost her life multiple times. Most importantly, it was time to avenge her brother. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Xiaoer soared into the air like a thunderclap, stirring up a tempest of demonic energy as she broke through the encirclement, her figure manifesting before all. Xiao. Qin Feng exclaimed joyfully, racing towards her with a singular purpose, to find his sister. However, he was suddenly seized by a figure. Foolish boy, you were struck by her palm before. She has already succumbed to madness, forsaking all kinship. Do you still wish to throw away your life? The old eunuch smacked his forehead, a dark expression clouding his face. This lad's intelligence was worrisome. Did he still care about sibling bonds to him that seemed like a joke? Between individuals, only interests mattered. With his level of intellect, if he went to the imperial capital, he would probably not survive 3 days. He would either be drained dry by the cold ice empress or be tricked to death by others. Qin Feng was speechless. Old fool, why are you holding me back? At that moment, the 2 demonic souls battling Huang Tianhua and Yi Tianzong were struck with terror, their faces paling as they exclaimed in unison, "The red dust old demon." They had guarded that finger for nearly 1,000 years. Naturally familiar with her aura, the old woman now detached herself from Qin Xiaoer's mind, transforming into a wisp of black mist, with only a single finger darting toward the 2 demonic souls. The 2 demonic remnants immediately fled in panic, turning into streaks of dark light, not daring to linger for even a moment. They understood that while demonic cultivators were reviled by the world, they were aware that the so-called demonic cultivators merely practiced different techniques. In essence, they were still part of the human race. Yet this being was a true demon, one of the genuine taboos of heaven and earth. Little Demoness, you have finally emerged. At that moment, Huang Tianhua and Yi Tianzong exchanged glances, their expressions filled with delight. They knew that the Demon King's palace had once suppressed a genuine figure from the demon race 1,000 years ago. Coveting her legacy, that demon had once unleashed an unparalleled black beam, invincible and unstoppable. It was evident that Qin Xiao had acquired that inheritance. That was a gift from the demon race. With this inheritance, what did it matter if she defied the world? Little Demoness, prepare to meet your end. The two called out, but before their words could finish, a massive black beam shot forth, shattering the void in its wake. Yi Tianzong scoffed. What can a mere girl do? A look of disdain crossed his face as he condensed spiritual energy into his fists, the terrifying force causing the air to crackle. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. Watch Huang Gonggong as this national master deals with her. However, the next instant, boom, his hand shattered, the black beam disintegrating his flesh and blood, and in mere moments, half of his body visibly corroded. Ah, he screamed, stunned and unable to react, when a black-skirted little Demoness appeared behind him, her four sharp fangs glistening with a ghostly allure. With a thrust, the black curved blade pierced through his chest. He looked down in shock, unable to believe his eyes as his insides were shredded piece by piece. The overwhelming demonic energy infected his entire meridian, leaving him numb and immobile. Upon sensing Qin Xiao's cultivation, terror gripped him. But before he could finish, Qin Xiao slashed his throat with one swift stroke. Splurt! Blood gushed forth as Qin Xiao licked the blood splattered on her lips, murmuring softly, "You should never have harmed my brother." Hearing this, Yi Tianzong's face turned pale with horror. So it turns out, you two haven't fallen out. He desperately turned to inform Huang Tianhua of this revelation, but before he could even turn his head, darkness enveloped him, his mind descending into silence. Thud! Qin Xiao severed his head cleanly, and his body fell to the ground simultaneously. Boom! 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 At that very moment, a series of explosions resounded, as two magical souls at the 5th level of transformation were effortlessly obliterated by the old woman, who resembled a wisp of black mist with a mere finger. Subsequently, the black mist enveloped her finger and surged directly towards Huang Tianhua's head. Predictably, it was as simple as smashing a watermelon, resulting in him being shattered into pieces. Huang Tianhua exhausted every defensive measure, even contemplating self-detonation of his foundation to escape, yet all his efforts proved futile. That finger seemed to have locked onto his very spirit, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Until the moment of his demise, a look of unwillingness lingered on Huang Tianhua's face. The forbidden legacy was right before him, yet it remained tantalizingly out of reach. After finishing her grim task, the old woman inexplicably slipped into Qin Xiao's mind. Qin Xiao looked around, having just glimpsed Qin Feng's figure. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Brother, where are you? I've taken care of everything. It's safe now, come out quickly. Brother, brother. Her calls echoed, yet Qin Feng remained elusive that a wave of despondence washed over her face. Woo, brother, do you not want me anymore? Are you angry with me? I never meant to hide anything from you. A profound sorrow enveloped her heart as tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving her feeling dizzy. Little sister. Ooh. Qin Feng yearned to find his sister, but the old eunuch held him back with a vice-like grip. Are you out of your mind? Damn it. The old eunuch was utterly terrified as he crouched behind a rock with Qin Feng, his body trembling uncontrollably, using all his strength to restrain him. The deaths of Yi Tianzong and Huang Tianhua had left him utterly shaken. This kid has to be insane. Are you seriously that foolish? The demon cultivators are notoriously cunning. Your sister has lost her humanity. You must remain silent. It's obvious they are trying to lure you out to kill you. Chapter 58. More poses, more variety. The lady will surely appreciate it. The old eunuch was truly terrified. After all, that was the personal eunuch to the emperor, who had just perished at a 5th-level existence in the realm of transformation. Forged in the divine pool of the Kanglan Empire, wielding unparalleled foundational power, another identity. He was the national master Yi Tianzong, the emperor's own brother, who had barely managed to preserve his life after a disastrous imperial battle. Renowned for having eliminated countless dragon veins, leaving only one for his own survival. How many princes from the previous generation managed to escape unscathed? This generation fared worse, as the second prince, Yi Xian, had mercilessly slaughtered all the princes before the imperial battle, especially the crown prince, who had inexplicably perished on the northern battlefield. The perpetrator was all too evident. Such formidable figures were effortlessly slain by a little girl nearby, clad in a black dress and wielding a curved blade, who was sobbing inconsolably. The sight of her small sharp teeth sent chills down the old eunuch's spine. Despite his own considerable cultivation, he found himself trembling in front of Qin Xiao. The old eunuch pressed Qin Feng's head down, hiding behind the rock as he muttered, "You better pray that this spirit-concealing plate can keep her oblivious. Otherwise, we're both done for." Beneath their feet, a yellow circular plate emanated waves of spiritual energy. An invisible, translucent barrier completely isolated the two of them. Seeing Qin Feng about to speak, the old eunuch mysteriously warned, "Don't ask me who I am, why I'm saving you, or who made me your benefactor. You're simply fortunate to have caught the eye of someone important, and if you put in some effort tonight, more poses, more variety, and a nimble tongue, you'll be assured of wealth and prosperity." Qin Feng's expression darkened, increasingly sensing something amiss. "Are you seriously trying to peddle yourself here?" However, he had no time to engage with this person. Bored as the old eunuch droned on, Qin Feng waved his hand, rising directly into the air, flying towards Qin Xiao, his heart aching at the sight of her tears. Damn! The old eunuch was so startled he nearly lost his tongue. He reached for Qin Feng, but it was too late. A sharp sound echoed beneath their feet. Ding! This only caused his soul to flee in terror. The sole flaw of the spirit-concealing plate was that any movement within would compromise its ability to conceal their presence, exposing them entirely. The plate had failed. His face turned pale. It didn't matter if that foolish kid was courting death. He was also putting his own life on the line. He frantically racked his brain for a way to survive against the demoness. At that moment, Qin Xiao's eyes, suffused with dark energy, locked onto him with chilling intensity. Run! The old eunuch's mind was consumed by that singular thought, devoid of any hesitation. He activated his escape technique. Qin Xiao, her eyes glowing with cold light, unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, her murderous intent zeroing in on the old eunuch. This caused him to freeze, tumbling out of his escape, with just a glance. She severed his path to safety. The old eunuch was gripped by an icy dread, his scalp prickling as he trembled uncontrollably. It was over. He glanced at Qin Feng. "I'm at my wit's end. And you still dare to hope to touch her with true feelings? She is a demon. What does sibling affection matter? It's a laughable notion. This is the most brutal path of cultivation. Where's the concept of familial love?" The old eunuch couldn't resist mocking Qin Feng even in this dire moment. Prepare to die by a coffin. He was utterly despondent. However, in an instant, Qin Xiao suddenly shed all her murderous intent and calmed down. For Qin Feng was recklessly flying towards her. Simultaneously, Qin Feng had unwavering faith that in any circumstance, Qin Xiao would never harm him. "Sister, I'm coming." Qin Feng inhaled deeply. His sister had relied on him since childhood, and he could not bear even the slightest harm befalling her. Had it not been for Yi Tianzong and the others already dead, he would have relished the opportunity to torture them hundreds of times to quell his anger. "Brother!" Qin Xiao turned around abruptly, her eyes brimming with tears at the sight of Qin Feng. Her heart trembled. Having lost their parents when they were young, he was her only anchor in life. Her eyes welled with unshed tears, overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. All she wished for was to dive into her brother's embrace, using his clothes to wipe away her tears and snot, a gesture she often repeated in her childhood. "It's over. It's completely over. This kid is doomed. Do you see that curved blade? It's about to pierce his heart." The old eunuch felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he saw Qin Feng about to embrace the demoness. After Qin Feng's demise, he would be next. Yet at that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. From the distant east, a resonant dragon roar suddenly echoed. "Aang! Aang! Aang!" The golden dragon's roar accompanied a blazing sun ascending. a brilliant golden light illuminating the entire demonic lair, dispelling the surrounding chill with a searing heat. 9 golden dragons circled around the rising sun, and within that radiant sphere stood the majestic figure of a man clad in a faint dragon robe. With an impassive expression, the man extended his hand. Boom! Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, that a torrent of scorching heat surged towards him, and Qin Xiao, shattering the void. The blinding light rendered Qin Feng momentarily sightless, leaving him defenseless. Then, as the world plunged back into a chilling darkness, Qin Feng opened his eyes only to be horrified to find that Qin Xiao had vanished. Sister! Qin Feng frantically searched, unleashing the burial immortal sword in a frenzy. In the span of a single breath, that shadowy figure had whisked Qin Xiao away with unparalleled swiftness. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Qin Feng didn't even catch a glimpse of the figure. Stop looking. Your sister has been taken by the Emperor. The old eunuch suddenly flew over, his face expressing the joy of having survived a calamity. He also bore an expression of surprise, having not anticipated the Emperor's timely intervention. The Emperor? Qin Feng stared towards the east, his voice cold. Is that the one from the Kanglan Empire? Of course. Who else could it be? This demoness is causing havoc, having slain 2 formidable figures from the Empire. It has sheer audacity. Now she has brought about her own demise. The old eunuch sneered. Impossible. My sister will not perish. Qin Feng was in turmoil, forcing himself to remain calm. At this moment, not only was his cultivation insufficient, but he was also lost in terms of how to rescue her. Legend has it that the Kanglan Imperial City was built atop the 9th heaven, an inaccessible realm for mere mortals. Will she not die? Your naivete is almost laughable. Qin Feng, had it not been for the lady taking a liking to your appearance, I wouldn't have bothered with you, you know. Do you have any idea how foolish you were just now? Had it not been for the Emperor's timely intervention, you would have met your demise many times over. Do you really think that Demonis would spare you? The old eunuch was incensed, wishing he could slap Qin Feng to death. Lady, you are from the Imperial City? Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. This was a glimmer of hope. What? Just a moment ago, you were indifferent, and now you can't contain yourself. However, you're not at a loss. Although the cold lady is 37, nearly 20 years your senior, she possesses unparalleled beauty. As long as your skills in bed and your silver tongue are up to par, you can surely win her favor. The old eunuch's words dripped with envy. And what if I do win her favor? Qin Feng inquired. Winning her favor means an endless life of luxury and wealth. You fool. The old eunuch gritted his teeth, lamenting, realizing that Qin Feng's survival thus far was likely due to his enviable appearance, his intellect being practically non-existent. No, I must save my sister. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. The old eunuch shrugged, turning his head away, nearly bursting into laughter. Rescuing your sister. That is something only dreams can fulfill. Chapter 59. Jiang Xian's humiliation. The beastly sect. The old eunuch chuckled, but his expression soon turned cold. Listen well, boy, it would be wise for you to keep your sister's affairs buried deep within your heart. It is only because of your singular feat of slaying 1,000,000 demonic corpses that I am inclined to speak with you further. Otherwise, given your sister's demonic cultivation, she could easily condemn you to death on the spot. He shuddered at the thought, relieved that it was merely the Emperor's avatar that had been present. Had the true form appeared, the terror would have been unimaginable. Qin Feng fell silent, his thoughts already reshaping his view of demonic cultivators. Since childhood, he had heard that the demonic path was intolerable, deserving of extermination, and he had once shared that belief. However, after all that he had endured, coupled with his interactions with the Empress, his perspective had broadened. No longer was he narrow-minded, blindly accepting the views of others. He began to perceive that true evil lay within humanity itself. The methods of cultivation bore no inherent righteousness or malevolence. Perhaps the world's rejection of the demonic path stemmed from a lack of vision. Seeing Qin Feng in contemplation, the old eunuch assumed his intimidation had taken effect and declared with satisfaction, Enough of this. Follow me to the imperial capital, where you shall find your refuge, a place worthy of your lifelong endeavors and glory. The old eunuch's eyes gleamed with fervor. After all, it was the imperial capital that countless individuals coveted. Qin Feng clenched his fists, a flicker of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The earlier proposition from Yi Xian to take him as a sword servant had already set him on a path toward the imperial capital. Now, with his sister abducted by the emperor, he felt utterly provoked. Like a dragon with a reverse scale, touching it would mean death. As for his disputes with Yi Xian, killing him was already sufficient. But seizing his sister, they should prepare for the downfall of their nation. I, Qin Feng, shall not rest until the Kanglan Empire is brought to ruin. Ultimately, his overwhelming rage was subdued. He had indeed matured, capable of masking his emotions. Now was not the time to reveal his thoughts, lest his attempts to rescue his sister be entirely thwarted. No, I must first address the matters at Tianmen Prefecture. Qin Feng shook his head, recalling Yi Huer and Tang Yin, unaware of the torment inflicted upon them by Lin Qingxian. He had to return. Oh, right, the old eunuch slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering Qin Feng's affairs at Tianmen Prefecture and his connection with Yi Huer. His gaze turned peculiar. You little rascal, indulging both mother and daughter. Huh. He didn't elaborate, but simply said, I know you turned down the second prince, which might upset him. But fret not, the second prince is currently engrossed in his path of enlightenment, and has no time for you. Moreover, if you can win over the Western Palace Empress, she might intercede on your behalf. That a hint of ambiguity crossed the old eunuch's face. That I suppose it is time to return and take a look. Qin Feng's expression was complicated. It wasn't just about Yi Huer and Tang Yin, but also concerning Jiang Exan, who had embraced Lin Qingxian to buy him time when he entered the demonic lair. Previously, he had only wanted to eliminate Jiang Exan, but now, if he could rescue her, he would do so to free her from her suffering. Killing Hong Qishiong would be a fitting repayment for her kindness. Qin Feng had always been clear about grievances and gratitude. Those who wronged him would face his wrath, no matter how ruthless the means. Yet, those who aided him would be repaid, even for the smallest kindness, without hesitation. Indeed, the couple must part, the old eunuch mused. After all, you are to serve her mother now. It is only right to cherish this time together. He nodded knowingly, purposefully not clarifying their relationship, fearing it might deter Qin Feng from going. Very well, I shall wait for you for 2 hours. That should suffice, yes? The old eunuch probed. Qin Feng shot back. 2 hours? Do you underestimate me? At least 4 hours. Tiske, youth is indeed a blessing with your stamina. The Empress will surely take a liking to you, the old eunuch remarked, shaking his head as he turned to leave. The demonic lair had become a mere shell. The demonic corpses had vanished, transformed into demonic essence, quietly resting within the sacred fish space that would last him for several days. Upon returning to Tianmen sect, as soon as he set foot on the mountain, he was met with the stench of blood. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng's fury surged. A nude woman dangled from the mountain gate of Tianmen sect, her lower body a mangled mess. Her mouth was also in a state of decay, clearly having endured unspeakable torment since his departure. At this moment, Jiang Exan's ankles were brutally severed, blood dripping continuously into a basin beneath her. Beside it, a vicious dog licked up the blood. Scattered disciples of the Seven Peaks gathered, leering at the scene. From their conversation, it became evident that after Qin Feng had left that morning, Lin Qingxian, enraged, had taken Jiang Exan to the sect square and subjected her to repeated assaults by a few disciples. In the end, his fury unabated, he severed her tendons, drawing blood to humiliate and torture her. Upon seeing Qin Feng's return, they were momentarily stunned before their expressions shifted to terror. Qin Feng has returned. Quick, informed the sect master. They fled in a panic, their faces pale with fear. With a swift strike, Qin Feng crushed the vile dog, obliterating it without so much as a whimper. Lin Qingxian, Hong Qishiong, if I do not slay you today, I, Qin Feng, shall never be human. In that moment, he fully relinquished any lingering hatred toward Jiang Exan. She had always sought to trouble him, but now, guilt washed over him. She had suffered for his sake. His eyes brimmed with a palpable murderous intent. How could the Tianmen sect have degenerated to such depths, torturing a woman so mercilessly in broad daylight? How were these people any different from the demonic path? In that instant, Qin Feng's disdain for the so-called dichotomy of righteousness and evil reached new heights that he recalled the Empress's words about the short-sightedness of the people here. He had once questioned her due to his sister's demonic cultivation, a thought that now seemed utterly absurd. At this moment, Jiang Exan was on the brink of death. She felt someone touch her body and, in her dazed state, assumed it was yet another disciple come to violate her. Jiang Exin had grown accustomed to this fate, powerless to resist. However, the anticipated violation did not occur. Instead, someone untied her bonds, and to her astonishment, it was Qin Feng, who gently lowered her from the gate and wrapped his outer robe around her. In that moment, a fierce struggle ignited within Jiang Exin. She whimpered, "No, don't touch me, that I'm tainted, unworthy of your hands now." Tears streamed down her face. "If you can hold me just once, I would be eternally grateful. Please grant me this last shred of dignity. Do not look at my mouth. And then, end my life." Chapter 60. Qin Feng, grant me this wish before you leave. Hearing her words, Qin Feng fell into a moment of silence, not from a surge of compassion, but from the weight of indecision. Had it been in the past, he would have unhesitatingly pierced her heart with a sword. Yet, if she hadn't detained Lin Qingxian that morning, he would not have reached the demonic lair in time, would not have discovered his sister, and would not have refined the vast amount of demonic essence that propelled his advancement. Did I in that case? Who could have rescued his sister? He was not a fool. Nor was he one to confuse gratitude with vengeance. "Live on, and watch as I avenge you," he assured her, placing a heavy hand on her shoulder. He then carried her to the small courtyard where Yi Huo resided. Yi Huo generously prepared a room for Jiang Exin to rest and recuperate. The remaining young disciples of Qingming Peak had already been merged with Yanluo Peak under Zhang Jujing's command. Qin Feng also encountered Tang Yin. She appeared unharmed, though she seemed listless. Both she and Yi Huo had been cornered by Lin Qingxian, but were saved by a mysterious, powerful figure, after which Lin Qingxian no longer dared to pursue Yi Huo. Yi Huo speculated that it must have been someone sent by her mother. She understood her mother's helplessness. The utmost she could do was to ensure someone was there to protect her, without drawing attention. The stakes surrounding Yi Huo were far too high. Tang Yin had long since recovered, but remained in a state of despondency. Upon Qin Feng's return, she forced a few feeble smiles and exchanged a few words before lapsing into silence. It was evident that she had not yet emerged from the shadow of Zhang Jujing's betrayal. That was understandable. Tang Yin had practically grown up on Qingming Peak, and the sudden upheaval had left her anguished. Qin Feng could only patiently comfort her for a while before stepping out of the courtyard. That as soon as he emerged, a fiery red figure leaped into his embrace. "That you're leaving, aren't you?" Yi Huo buried her head in Qin Feng's chest. Her voice barely a whisper. She was astute, having grown up amidst the intrigues of the imperial capital, and her sensitivity betrayed her awareness. Noticing that Qin Xiao had not returned, she understood that something must have gone amiss. However, she refrained from asking directly, "Why hasn't your sister returned?" Such a question would surely weigh heavily on Qin Feng's heart. "Yes, Xiao has been taken by the emperor, and it seems a certain empress named Lung Ruxian has taken an interest in me. I plan to seize this opportunity to swiftly enter the imperial capital and rescue Xiao." Qin Feng nodded. Yet in his embrace, Yi Huo suddenly lifted her head, her gaze peculiar. "Say that again. Who has taken a liking to you?" she exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm as she forcefully pushed Qin Feng aside, that a hint of wariness flashed in her eyes, and a tempest brewed within her heart. Very well. Very well." Yi Huo narrowed her eyes slightly. "A dangerous glint evident that I say, you, even when you were hardened that night, managed to restrain yourself from touching me, only to wish to become my father?" Qin Feng, taken aback, was left utterly bewildered. He scratched his nose. Responding, "I distinctly recall not mishearing. It was indeed called Lung Ruxian, the Empress of the West Palace, as stated by the old eunuch himself." Upon hearing this, Yi Huo's gaze sharpened, fixated on Qin Feng with an unnerving intensity that sent chills down his spine. "Are you insistent on going?" She gritted her teeth and inquired. "Yes, I must go," Qin Feng replied, his eyes widening. Saving his sister was paramount, and no one could deter him. Yi Huo was infuriated, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. A wave of crisis flooding her mind. She knew her mother all too well, a woman who dared to dream and act. Once Qin Feng arrived in the imperial capital, he would undoubtedly fall prey to her schemes. Yet at that very moment, she could not reveal her connection to her mother, for Yi Huo understood that doing so would place Qin Feng in a quandary. Given Qin Feng's nature, he could not abandon his sister. But neither could he offend the mother of the woman he loved. As she pondered, a singular thought consumed her mind. She, Yi Huo, must not be at a disadvantage. She must take the initiative to ensnare Qin Feng. The more she contemplated, the deeper her blush grew, her eyes becoming sultry as she melted like a puddle within Qin Feng's embrace. One delicate hand of Yihor traced down Qin Feng's chest. "Before you leave, you must have me," she declared, seemingly making a monumental decision, though her voice was barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. After uttering those words, she felt utterly drained. Her body burned with heat. Her cheeks flushed, an intoxicating scent enveloping Qin Feng. As he felt her icy fingertips, ensnaring his second brother, he was momentarily stunned. Qin Feng. Do girls really feel this way in broad daylight? Buzz, 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 before Qin Feng could articulate a response. The threads of the thousand silk calamity on his wrist seemed to awaken, a palpable sense of danger gradually permeating the air. Hiss, hiss. Several tiny purple serpents rose from his wrist, flicking their tongues as they surveyed their surroundings. Yi Huo, emerging from her bashful state, was jolted awake by the ominous aura of the thousand silk calamity, like a bucket of cold water splashed upon her. Her scalp tingled, and she gritted her teeth, demanding, "What on earth is this wretched thing? Can't even touch it?" Qin Feng remained silent, unsure how to explain, and could only cautiously advise, "Do try to restrain yourself. You can touch anywhere else, just not there. This thing only fixates on that spot." He glanced at Yi Huo's delicate hand, and she promptly withdrew it like lightning, her complexion turning a deep crimson, her lips nearly quivering. Alas! Yi Huo stamped her foot, biting her lip, lamenting her own actions. She wished she could vanish into a crevice in the ground, tearing herself away from Qin Feng's embrace, covering her flushed face, and scurrying back into the house. She felt relieved. As long as this thing remained on Qin Feng's wrist, she imagined her mother could only watch helplessly. Even if she climbed onto the phoenix bed, she could only touch it, unable to do anything else in this manner. She wouldn't need to complicate matters and put Qin Feng in a difficult position over saving his sister. Sure enough, once Yi Huo departed, the thousand silk calamity instantly wilted. Qin Feng. He remained oblivious to the fact that just moments ago, as Yi Huo had flung herself into his embrace, Tang Yin had quietly observed from a corner, her eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. She bit her lip, contemplating that perhaps only you would accompany me for a lifetime. Watching Qin Feng's retreating figure, she revealed a profound sense of reluctance. In her hand, she clutched an exquisite wooden box containing a small toy made of willow wood. A gift from Qin Feng. Powered by spirit stones, it would vibrate with a soft hum. Meanwhile, in another room, Jiang Xan had donned a half veil, lying there with her eyes closed, tears having soaked her entire pillow. Qin Feng had bid farewell forever. She wore a look of utter satisfaction, her wrist bearing a wound the size of a child's mouth, with little blood, having been nearly drained at the entrance of the Tianmen sect. Hearing the sound of a dagger striking the ground, Yi Huo approached, only to be rendered speechless upon seeing the scene. She gazed at Qin Feng as he exited the small courtyard, but did not call out to him. For her, Jiang Xian's act of desperation was no surprise. As a woman herself, she understood the depths of resolve. She stared at the gruesome wound in silence for a long time. This woman possesses more courage than I, and her fate is far harsher. Dying may indeed be the best liberation. How could one truly resort to such cruelty? Chapter 61. A sword hangs above 3 feet. Just as Qin Feng stepped out of Qingming Peak, he beheld a throng descending from the clouds, led by Hong Qi Xiong. Behind him were Zhang Zhuzheng and several other elders from the 5 peaks. The 7 peaks had now diminished to 6. As Qingming Peak had been merged into Yanluo Peak, there were a total of 7 elders and dozens of core and elite disciples. Aside from Lin Qingxian, this constituted the most formidable assembly of the Tianmen sect. Should they all act in unison, even Lin Qingxian would be reduced to mere pulp. Qin Feng, you have betrayed your master and ancestors, forsaking the sect and the elders of Qingming Peak, willingly aligning yourself with demons. Today we come at the command of the sect master to apprehend you. Hong Qi Xiong's voice boomed, sending tremors through the Tianmen sect's gates. He laughed, understanding that the so-called eternal genius Qin Feng had yet to fully mature. A genius that fails to grow is no genius at all. After being sent flying by Qin Feng's sword last time, he was determined to exact a thorough revenge this time, with such a multitude of formidable opponents. He was confident that Qin Feng would be left trembling, begging for mercy. That I betray my master and ancestors, forsaking the sect. Qin Feng's fury ignited upon hearing this that on my first day here, after assessing my talents. Who was it that implored me not to join Yin Luo Peak? And after I entered Qingming Peak, who was it that turned around to merge with Yin Luo Peak? Qin Feng's gaze burned intensely. You. Hong Chi Xiong struggled to speak, his mouth agape in disbelief. His face flushed crimson. It was he who had urged Qin Feng not to join Yin Luo Peak. Witnessing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of elation. The old fool believed himself to hold any weight. Zhang Zhuzheng trembled in silence, unable to utter a word. Now that Qingming Peak has been absorbed by Yin Luo Peak, I, Qin Feng, have not entered any of your peaks. Nor have I taken any of you as my master. Do any of you dare to come here and accuse me of betraying my master and ancestors? Qin Feng scoffed, sword in hand. Though he could have simply struck them down without a second thought, instead, he wished to observe the true faces of these individuals. Qin Feng, kneel and beg for mercy. I will, for the sake of our past friendship, plead with the sect master to spare your life. Zhang Zhuzheng's gaze was complex. His demeanor aged further, that he had pondered endlessly, unable to fathom why Tang Yen had not chosen to follow him. After nurturing her for over a decade, was their past bond to be dismissed? Qin Feng laughed, realizing that these individuals truly wore masks of hypocrisy, that he turned to Zhang Zhuzheng. Do you think you are worthy to speak of past friendship? Don't you possess the strength to kill me? Come then, I, Qin Feng, stand right here. Let us see if you dare to take my life for the sake of our past friendship. This single statement struck at the core of Zhang Zhuzheng's being, leaving him trembling with rage, for he dared not make a move. He feared death. Qin Feng, I am your grandmaster. I even bestowed upon you the entire treasure vault of Qingming Peak, and this is how you choose to conduct yourself. Defying and opposing me? Zhang Zhuzheng's anger nearly caused him to explode, pointing a trembling finger at Qin Feng. How dare you say such things? Qin Feng retorted. When I first arrived, I witnessed Senior Sister Yi and Senior Sister Tang outside, while you and your descendants cowered in the shadows, merely waiting to be served. You speak of final strikes, but all you do is spout empty words. How many times has Qingming Peak faced peril? Senior Sister has been humiliated, my sister has been assaulted, and Deputy Sect Master Guotong came to impose, demanding the keys to the treasure vault. Did you ever lift a finger? You still have the gall to refer to yourself as my grandmaster? You, an old man, only care for your own skin. Qin Feng unleashed a torrent of accusations, stripping away Zhang Zhuzheng's facade of virtue and revealing his cowardice. Relying on his seniority, he feigned righteousness while offering no real assistance. When true danger arose, he was nowhere to be found. Zhang Zhuzheng's lips turned purple from indignation, yet he could utter not a word, trembling all over. Qin Feng, how dare you speak to my grandfather like this? Zhang Xiaolong, the grandson of Zhang Zhuzheng, stepped forward, loudly reprimanding. Upon seeing the child, Qin Feng's expression turned icy. This was the very same Zhang Xiaolong who had called Senior Sister Tang a white-eyed wolf, inciting her fury to the brink of despair during Qingming Peak's betrayal. Zhang Xiaolong received no answer, only a flash of sword light. Qin Feng's sword light? He dared to act before the elders? This was supposed to be a moment to showcase his prowess. Yet how could it be thus? Before he could process the situation, the sword light had already penetrated his mouth. Zhang Xiaolong's mouth burst open like a smashed watermelon. A grotesque sight. He howled in agony, yet could only emit a pitiful yelp akin to that of a dog, unable to articulate a single word. His tongue, teeth, and cheeks melded into a gory pulp that splattered across the ground. His face ashen with a mix of astonishment and fury. You are clearly doomed. Not only has your sister succumbed to darkness, but you have also offended the second prince and numerous formidable figures from the imperial capital, leaving you devoid of any protection. How dare you still act so arrogantly? It was an opportune moment to flaunt your bravado, yet here you are, reduced to this. Zhang Xiaolong's heart screamed in despair. But upon raising his head, he was met once more by a glimmering sword light. No. His pupils constricted sharply. Ack! Another heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips as the sword light pierced his body, tearing through his martial veins like a fishbone being removed, rending him to shreds in mere moments. Zhang Xiaolong, rendered useless, his martial veins untouched, yet no other part of him remained unscathed, Such terrifying control over power undoubtedly attested to Qin Feng's current might. You are merely a child, yet so audaciously insolent. Truly, you hail from a prestigious lineage. With a sudden flourish, Qin Feng thrust another sword into his dantian, violently stirring it, eliciting a wretched howl that could make one's gums ache. Enjoy licking, do you? Soon, I shall sever Lin Qingxian's south foul posterior and place it upon your head for you to lick at your leisure. Thud. Thud. 2 more strikes, and Zhang Xiaolong's scalp was sheared away. The skin along his spine flayed. Words cannot encapsulate the pain. The excruciating blows left him crumpled on the ground, his eyes rolling back in bewilderment as he gazed at Zhang Jujing, a profound confusion seemingly asking, "Why does grandfather not save me?" "Ha, Zhang Jujing, your beloved grandson teeters on the brink of death, and you have withheld your final blow for so long. When will you choose to act?" Qin Feng's voice reverberated through the heavens. His cultivation level? All eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Qin Feng unabashedly unleashed his aura. Save him? Would they dare? From the very moment Qin Feng made his move, they knew they could not withstand even a single strike. This is your own grandson. Will you not intervene? Will you not save him? Qin Feng's cold inquiries echoed repeatedly, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Hong Qixiong dared not utter a word, feeling more wretched than death itself. Zhang Jujing clenched his fists, wavering after much contemplation, yet he refrained from taking action. His final blow had become nothing but a jest. Witnessing this, the last remnants of Qin Feng's hesitation dissipated like mist. From the moment Zhang Jujing faltered, he felt no psychological burden even if he were to obliterate him. Qin Feng cast a silent glance at Qingming Peak that at this moment, Tang Yen, watching all unfold from Qingming Peak, was in tears. Her previous gloom was instantly swept away. Upon witnessing Zhang Jujing's true nature, she no longer felt any guilt or regret, her inner turmoil now resolved. Tang Yan's heart trembled with profound emotion. Overwhelmed by the realization that Qin Feng had done so much for her even as he prepared to depart. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her heart now unburdened, murmuring repeatedly, "Thank you, Brother Qin." Qin Feng felt Tang Yan's relief and instantly beamed with joy, genuinely elated. Well then, it is time to cleanse the Team sect. He slowly ascended, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, myriad sword lights suddenly hovering above, enveloping the entire Team sect. Qin Feng's voice thundered across the expanse, instilling terror in countless hearts. "I, Qin Feng, hereby declare, from this moment forth, I shall eradicate every single soul within the Tianmen sect. Spare not a single one. Until none remain. Those who retreat from the sect shall preserve their lives. You have but 15 minutes to withdraw beyond the mountain gate, thereby indicating your stance. Otherwise, a sword shall hang above your heads." Chapter 62. A sword to slay the sect leader. 10,000 swords to annihilate the sect. Suddenly, the sound of swords howling erupted within the Tianmen sect, echoing through the surrounding mountains that a radiant aura surged upwards, within which a figure slowly ascended. Qin Feng was immersed in a sea of sword energy that in his palm. The Zhongxian sword gleamed brighter, its blazing radiance rendering it impossible for anyone to discern what Qin Feng truly wielded. Beneath his feet, the disciples of Tianmen sect stirred restlessly, their faces a tapestry of astonishment, disdain, mockery, and struggle, some even fleeing the sect in pairs. Wei Hor and Tang Yan exchanged a silent glance, both choosing to exit the Tianmen sect, striving to avoid complicating matters for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, engrossed in caressing the Zhongxian sword, remained oblivious to the fact that Hong Qixiong, Zhang Jujing, and others were soaring towards the main hall where the sect leader resided. Ultimately, it mattered little. This was the fourth sword of the great wilderness sword technique, 10,000 swords piercing the heart, bathed in the radiance of the light beam. Qin Feng was astounded. The terror of the celestial level sword technique was indeed formidable. He realized that this momentum was drawn directly from the heavens and earth. Normally, practitioners must refine spiritual energy through their martial veins, or else how could it be called cultivation? Yet, this sword technique was increasingly peculiar. The deeper he delved, the more it allowed him to directly manipulate the celestial forces. The only drawback was the need for accumulation. It had taken nearly a quarter of an hour to amass sufficient power. In the sky, A milky white sea of sword energy cascaded down like the arrival of early spring, with willow catkins swirling about. Within the Tiamen sect, an overwhelming number of sword energies hovered, far exceeding 10,000. If he were to engage in battle with a formidable opponent, he would likely have been subdued before even completing the accumulation. But in truth, Tang Yin was already spellbound, her heart racing in disbelief. In just 5.5 days, how far had her junior brother progressed? She sensed the sword energy in the air. In an instant, it rendered her entire being tense, cold sweat soaking her back. And at that moment, her scalp tingled. It was as if she were on the brink of death. If that were to strike a person, how powerful would it be? Yi Huo was equally astonished. Her gaze fixated on the blazing light in Qin Feng's hand, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over her. As though she had seen it somewhere before, her emotions surging uncontrollably, though the sword energy was terrifying. Fortunately, it seemed to possess an awareness of its own, targeting only those within the Tianmen sect, ignoring those beyond its gates. That it was not just the two of them. Every disciple within the Tianmen sect felt it. Yet, the disciples had grown so numb that they believed Qin Feng was merely putting on a show. Where did he learn such a trick? It seems flashy yet serves no real purpose. Remember, Qin Feng's methods are not to be emulated. One should remain grounded. Life has no shortcuts. There is no such thing as an overnight rise. He has only been here for 5.5 days. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, the other disciples steadied their gazes, glaring fiercely at the airborne Qin Feng. So this is the path of the wicked. They felt relieved, believing as long as the sect leader was present, all problems would be swiftly resolved. In their eyes, Qin Feng's threats to annihilate the Tianmen sect were utterly laughable, for their perspectives were limited to the Tianmen mansion, which they deemed the strongest, the greatest and the most illustrious place. Perhaps their lifelong aspiration was to achieve something within the Tianmen sect, to bring glory to their ancestors. Indeed, if Qin Gang were to live a few more days and return to Qingyan City, he would become a legendary figure akin to a deity. All the disciples gathered at the main hall, called forth by the sect leader. Qin Feng was taken aback, observing that only a handful of people had retreated from the Tianmen sect, while the remaining disciples placed their unwavering trust in the sect leader. Truly bewitched. However, seeing Yi Huo and Tang Yin outside, Qin Feng felt reassured. The number of others who emerged mattered little to him. At this moment, Lin Qingxian was indoctrinating his disciples, portraying Qin Feng as a malevolent force, transforming the Tianmen sect into a righteous order dedicated to vanquishing evil. In just a brief moment, he stirred the emotions of the entire sect. A tidal wave of fervor crashing over the Tianmen sect. Is it really so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence? Yi Huo raised an eyebrow, observing the disciples of the Tianmen sect as if they were under a spell. Yet concern for Qin Feng crept into her gaze. After all, it was Lin Qingxian. Even she held trepidation. Sect leader, as long as you take action to eliminate Qin Feng, you will reign supreme within the Tianmen mansion. Hong Qixiong's voice echoed in Lin Qingshuan's ear. Below, thousands of disciples stood in formation, their energies coalescing, various spiritual weapons primed for action. At a single command, they could unleash a torrent towards the heavens and pierce Qin Feng with ease. Thus, why not summon the ancient legacy of the Tianmen sect, the ancient mirror of the mountains and seas? Zhang Jujing's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Very well. Lin Qingxian, brimming with confidence, emulated Qin Feng's stance, soaring into the air, extending his arm to reveal an ancient mirror adorned with exquisite landscapes. Gripping the ancient mirror with both hands, his confidence surged. This was a treasure. Just as he prepared to act, a low, resonant sword howl pierced the air, causing the entire main hall of the Tianmen sect to tremble violently. The 7 peaks of the Tianmen sect, towering into the clouds, transformed the once clear sky into a shroud of darkness. A storm of sword clouds descended, eclipsing Qin Feng's radiance and the divine brilliance of the heavens. In the next moment, every spiritual weapon in the hands of the disciples grew warm, subtly trembling, as if yearning to break free and soar toward the blazing light in the sky. Especially the ancient mirror, which slipped from Lin Qingshuan's grip and shot directly into Qin Feng's hands. The eternal divine body technique, devouring the treasures of the world, commanding all precious artifacts. At this moment, Qin Feng emerged like a small sun, bursting forth from the sword clouds, illuminating the entire Tianmen sect. All disciples held their breath, staring in astonishment at the sky, especially Lin Qingxian, who appeared even more bewildered that I in his hands. There was nothing but emptiness. Where, for heaven's sake, was my treasure? Others shared the same query, particularly the disciples of the Tianmen sect beneath them. That I in that fleeting moment. The loss of their spiritual artifacts rendered everyone listless, and a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled that on Qin Feng's shoulder perched a diminutive fairy adorned in a black and white patchwork skirt, with miniature black and white wings fluttering. She bared a row of sharp teeth, her countenance twisted in ferocity as she opened her gaping maw to devour those spiritual artifacts. The ancient mirror shattered instantaneously. When she remained silent, she appeared as an adorable little fairy. However, when she spoke, she transformed into a primordial beast. Qin Feng commanded countless artifacts, and the little fires swiftly refined them. Their coordination was seamless. Merely a moment in time. All who had lost their spiritual artifacts felt their spirits shatter. Lin Qingxian, in particular, had his eyes bulge, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolling down his forehead. Gagging, the little fire retched, releasing a few silver-white beads that bore a striking resemblance to demonic relics. Qin Feng casually caught them, tossing them in his mouth like candy, as torrents of spiritual energy surged through his limbs, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Little fire, your speed has slowed, Qin Feng remarked with dissatisfaction, tugging at the little fire's skirt, seemingly wishing to glimpse her form. But she evaded and threatened him. Are you teasing me? Next time I refine or concoct pills, I might just leave you behind. Do you believe it? The little fire grinned in a menacing manner, hopping from his left shoulder to his right. After some time under Qin Feng's tutelage, the little fire had learned to articulate words, albeit with a rebellious disposition. She genuinely crouched down, tensing her abdomen, displaying an expression of struggle before suddenly releasing a bead. Coughing, Qin Feng dared not utter a word. Redirecting his gaze and adjusting his stance, once again engulfed in blinding radiance, sword held aloft. A thunderous explosion resonated in the heavens, and a sudden tempest arose, causing every onlooker to change countenance. Amidst the swirling sand and wind, lethal sword chi darted about. A series of relentless, unceasing sounds erupted, merging with the howling winds, rendering it impossible to discern whether they were screams of agony or the sounds of flesh and blood being ripped apart. Gradually, the tempest acquired color, the shape of the wind materializing for the first time. Blood red, the air was thick with sword chi, densely packed as if heralding the end of days, instilling despair. The swords fell like rain. The atmosphere steeped in murderous intent. Within the Tianmen sect, cries of anguish and pleas for help echoed incessantly. A multitude of severed limbs soared through the air, blood and flesh splattering, a torrential downpour of crimson. Akin to a hell on earth that in the blink of an eye, nearly all the members of the Tianmen sect had been decimated by Qin Feng's unfathomable methods, leaving scarcely a handful alive. Witnessing such a scene, even Lin Qingxuan's visage contorted. Hong Qixiong's face turned ashen, a glimmer of realization flickering in the depths of his eyes that he understood now. So it was, meanwhile, Zhang Jujing was engulfed in profound regret, pondering that if he had supported Qin Feng that day, at this very moment, would he not have transformed into a formidable disciple of Qingming Peak, wreaking havoc upon the Tianmen sect, with the possibility of becoming the new sect leader? Fortunately, he could never surpass Lin Qingxian. Ultimately, victory belonged to. Yet in the next instant, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Thud, thud, thud. The youth effortlessly severed Lin Qingxuan's head with a single stroke, casually tossing it aside, where it rolled ominously to Zhang Jujing's feet. As he watched the youth approach slowly, Zhang Jujing's expression shifted drastically. His countenance grew grave, his aura surging, brilliant light shattering the void. Overwhelming spiritual pressure crushing the tempest. In that moment, his robe billowed without wind, rustling ominously. The final strike. It was time to unleash it. Chapter 63. Kill, without hesitation, never a saint. Damn it. Qin Feng was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Previously, when he faced suppression from all sides, his final strike had gone unused. Now they realized it was time to act? If you don't wish to use it, then don't. His expression turned cold as he swung his sword. No, Zhang Jujing's complexion shifted wildly, a roar escaping his lips. He had yet to unleash his final strike, and he was unwilling to accept it. His expression twisted in rage and frustration, but ultimately his demeanor faltered. In truth, in his final moments, he relinquished hope. Even facing death, he lacked the courage to utilize his last strike, still clinging to the hope of escaping calamity. Yet, pfft, the sound of the blade slicing through skin echoed in his mind. Zhang Jujing heard the tearing of his flesh, the shattering of his bones, the surge of blood. The sensation was utterly devastating that a sizable head soared skyward, a myriad of emotions swirling before coalescing into a singular question. How could this be possible? Seeing this, Qin Feng chuckled. This is what it means to control power to its utmost. Understand? Understanding dawned upon him. His head fell to the ground. Regret solidified on his face. It turned out that Qin Feng had already attained such a realm. Perhaps if he had not betrayed, he could truly have claimed the position of sect leader of the Tianmen sect. How glorious that would have been, alas, he was fated to remain unworthy, in truth. This was not unfounded. Had he not betrayed, after Qin Feng eliminated Lin Qingxian, he would have been the most likely candidate for ascension, given his lineage. Furthermore, Yi Huo had no desire for that position. Thud! The head thudded heavily to the ground, akin to a colossal hammer striking Hong Qixiong's heart, enlightening him as to why he had not been slain. Why, despite the sect leader's demise, was he still alive? It dawned on him moments ago that Qin Feng had been moved by his past actions. After all, on the day Qin Feng first arrived at the sect, it was he who had bestowed several third-tier spiritual herbs upon him. Those 3 spiritual herbs had granted Qin Feng the capital to soar to great heights. His contributions had been monumental. Without him, there would be no Qin Feng today. Thus, he had spared him. Qin Feng, I always knew you were capable. I had seen your immense potential long ago, you remember. I implored you not to visit Yinluo Peak, and the 3 spiritual herbs I gave you were deliberate. Merely an investment in a prodigy. The facts have proven my insight to be correct. Those 3 third-tier spiritual herbs indeed played a significant role. Hong Qixiong's face glowed with enthusiasm, and as he spoke, he became increasingly convinced of his beliefs. Indeed, Elder Hong, your wisdom prevails. Noticing that Hong Qixiong was unharmed, Qin Feng eagerly descended from the clouds, rushing to his side, for after all, he had truly given him spiritual herbs 5 days prior. Fearing he might, gritting his teeth, Qin Feng, unable to contain himself, leaped down from the clouds and struck him with a sword. Damn, I can't stand this narcissist. Had he conjured up imaginary scenarios, fearing he might die too slowly? He dealt several more blows. Blood sprayed forth, and Hong Qixiong's face contorted as he clung desperately to Qin Feng's burial immortal sword. You, I have repeatedly recognized your talents. I am your patron. Without me, how could this steed of 1,000 miles be discovered? You are so ungrateful now. Hong Qixiong's voice strained to a scream, still lost in his own delusions, unable to extricate himself, believing it to be Qin Feng's fault. I just laughed. What does everything I have to do with you? Qin Feng retorted, slicing through his throat with a sword, extinguishing his life entirely. Once he lay still, several hundred disciples remained, gathered around Lin Qingxuan's corpse. Chatting and laughing, even engaging in cultivation. The sect leader was not dead. How could he be slain by a mere disciple? The sect leader was merely feigning death to stir Qin Feng's compassion, hoping to persuade him to lower his sword and turn back. Yes, let us cooperate with the sect leader's act. Although Qin Feng is not particularly formidable, merely an ordinary disciple, we cannot abandon any lost sheep. These disciples appeared oblivious to Qin Feng's presence, engrossed in their own world, even smiling at this moment. Qin Feng paid them no mind, striding forward to lift Lin Qingxuan's corpse with his sword. He gestured toward the body, coldly stating, "You have 10 breaths to decide who among you will remain." The outcome will be the same as his. Upon hearing this, a few disciples ultimately fled in panic. Qin Feng did not intervene to stop them. However, the majority of disciples chose to remain seated in meditation. Qin Feng, exasperated, swung his sword to slay. Qin Feng, you've only been here 5 days. Don't fantasize about being able to defeat the sect leader. One male disciple muttered to himself, only for his head to explode. Crimson blood splattered onto the face of a nearby female disciple, yet she continued to practice the 9 strikes of Tianmin nonchalantly. The female disciple was slain by a single strike. He is merely a dog under the second prince. Becoming a sword servant must have thrilled him. Qin Feng could never destroy Tianmin. The true genius is solely the second prince. Qin Feng is merely a clown, easily dispatched. Qin Feng is worthless. Pairs of disciples were abruptly silenced mid-sentence, their mouths splitting open as the icy sword tip shredded their flesh, their heads exploding outright. Some awakened in that moment, wishing to flee. Qin Feng coldly raised his long sword. Those who fled felt as if pardoned. The remaining disciples, however, tirelessly slandered Qin Feng. They too were resolute. This made Qin Feng's scalp prickle, and a surge of fury erupted within him. You are resolute. I, Qin Feng, am even more resolute. I shall slay you one by one, utterly annihilating you all. One must execute the task with absolute thoroughness. No words can change that. No one can stand in the way. Their talk of benevolence and compassion is futile. Their discourse on moral coercion is in vain. Their references to celestial and earthly principles hold no weight. For such individuals, the only answer is annihilation. Kill, kill, kill. What of it? 1,000 survivors will ultimately meet their demise. Qin Feng bore not a shred of psychological burden as he drifted away, arriving before the old eunuch. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, making his flesh quiver involuntarily. All are dead. Chapter 64. A sword reaching the heavens. Qin Feng nodded slightly, approaching with an air of serenity. The old eunuch's gaze shifted slightly. To have killed so many yet approach him without a hint of emotional disturbance was indicative of a certain genius temperament. However, he soon shook his head. Lacking intelligence was a significant flaw. In the capital, survival depended not solely on strength. Wait a moment. Let me clarify that I asked Qin Feng sensed 2 streaks of light approaching. He turned to see Yi Huo and Tang Yin, prompting him to respond. All right. I shall wait for you at the outskirts of Tianmen City. Upon witnessing Yi Huo, who was the first to charge in, the old eunuch discreetly withdrew, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through his eyes. Qin Feng. Yi Huo landed and rushed into his embrace without hesitation, unwilling to let go. You must have been frightened just now, Qin Feng remarked, unsure of how to begin, thus resorting to a light jest. I've been on the battlefield. A few deaths are nothing, Yi Huo scoffed, only to soon catch the melancholic gaze of Tang Yin directed at her, that a wave of bitterness washed over her as she glanced at Qin Feng's wrist. Thinking, what do you have to be melancholy about? I can only helplessly watch, unable to do anything. Qin Feng, this is a relic left by Jiang Xin. Yi Huo seemed to recall something, handing a letter to Qin Feng while casting him a sidelong glance. This fellow seems to leave feelings behind everywhere. That a relic. She committed suicide. Before Qin Feng could finish, Tang Yin interjected, noticing the emptiness in Qin Feng's embrace, and she too leaped in to savor the final warmth. Fearing that if she did not act boldly now, she might never have the chance again. Qin Feng did not shy away. He wished to spare Tang Shiji from further hurt as her spirit was just beginning to mend. Yi Huo shot Qin Feng a reproachful look, yet refrained from further comment. Oh. Qin Feng paused, though not deeply affected. He felt a tinge of regret. That horror. After I depart, you should take care of the remaining few hundred members of Tianmen sect and assume the role of sect leader. Recruit some disciples each year, and it won't be long before it flourishes. His gaze was resolute. Forget it. Let Tang Shiji handle it, that I have no desire to tread the path of cultivation any longer. I seek only a quiet life in that small courtyard, undisturbed. When you return, remember to pay me a visit. Yi Huo hesitated and shook her head, having lost interest in everything except for Qin Feng, who alone ignited a spark of passion within her. Had it not been for Qin Feng's arrival 5 days prior, drawn by the commotion of slaying demonic corpses at night, she might have ended her days in solitude within that small courtyard, never to step outside again. Qin Feng remained silent, understanding the root of her ailment. The disappearance of the celestial pillar had left her in despair. Only its return could rekindle her faith that it was still premature to reveal their cards. Saving his sister required reliance on the Zongxin sword. Fortunately, the time would not be lengthy. Qin Feng resolved silently. It would not take long to penetrate the capital. Very well, I shall reluctantly guard this place for you. Tang Yin raised her hands in resignation. fully aware of Qin Feng's intentions. The continued existence of Tianmen's sect would ensure Yihor could retreat into seclusion in peace. Otherwise, other factions would soon catch the scent of blood. The treasury of Tianmen's sect held immense wealth, yet the two women possessed insufficient abilities. With a wave of his hand, countless pills cascaded forth, all crafted by Xiaohua from the spiritual herbs fortuitously found on the bodies of the slain demons during their battles. There were even dozens of fifth-grade pills. These fifth-grade elixirs could purchase several Tianmen sects. Thus, Tang Shiji should utilize them wisely, perhaps hiring someone from the Taba Pavilion to set up a protective mountain formation or inviting a few powerful individuals. Qin Feng felt no particular concern, for he would return shortly. Tang Yin and Yihor inhaled sharply, astonished by the vast quantity of elixirs. Yihor had never seen such abundant resources in the capital. Qin Feng offered no further explanation as he turned to leave. Opening the letter as he walked, the delicate characters flowed gracefully across the page. Qin Feng, as you read these words, I feel as though I am with you. I know I have no right to enter your heart, but since our parting at the Tianmen trial, you have remained etched in my thoughts. That moment of fiery passion shared with you was the greatest fortune of my life. I have become tainted and no longer care, for I have been sullied by others. However, with you in my heart, I cannot accept this wretched form, so I have chosen to depart, leaving you a parting gift. Once, the second prince, Yi Xian, visited Tianmen's sect and violated me. But in the process, I uncovered a significant secret that I hope will be of use to you. Upon finishing the letter, Qin Feng's heart surged with complex emotions. With a gentle flick, the letter ignited spontaneously, turning to ASHI in the aftermath. Zhang Exing truly provided him with a tremendous surprise. Finished, upon seeing Qin Feng emerge promptly, the old eunuch soared over, his expression tinged with suspicion. So soon? That was two women. How could you be so ineffective? The old eunuch began to doubt Qin Feng's capabilities, that if he were inadequate, displeasing the empress would spell disaster for himself, though we merely exchanged a few words. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Umph. The old eunuch let out a cold laugh, tossing a set of clothes to Qin Feng. Serving as a eunuch, Qin Feng was taken aback. What else could it be? Do you think with your meager cultivation, you can enter the capital? In the first realm of the celestial path, you wouldn't even be worthy of begging at the gates of the royal city. The old eunuch continued with disdain. Even if you enter the palace disguised as a fake eunuch, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Once we reach the royal city, I will arrange for you to undergo a talent assessment. Should your potential prove outstanding, you will gain the empress's favor, and if your aptitude is exceptional, it will cause a stir within the palace, opening doors for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Another talent assessment? He wished to pierce the old eunuch's backside with his sword. However, for the sake of rescuing his sister, he temporarily held back, lowering his voice, and if I am indeed talented, if you show promise, I, Wei Lianying, will ensure your success. The old eunuch chuckled confidently. Now that Huang Tianhua had perished, the position of chief steward of the inner court was within his grasp. Will I have the opportunity to encounter Yi Xian? Preferably within 15 days. Qin Feng's gaze hardened. If Zhang Exing's words held true, that was the time frame he had. Wei Lianying's face bore a mocking expression. Think of it as you fall asleep tonight. Envision your aspirations, and they shall manifest. You had a path to the heavens, but alas, you rejected it, digging your own grave. Such foolishness. He shook his head, declaring that Qin Feng would never reach the level of a sword servant in this lifetime. Ultimately, he offered a profound assessment as he regarded Wei Lianying that moment. Qin Feng's expression turned colder. Sword servant? According to Huang Tianhua, Yi Xian sent him to test my servility, that if I failed to perform well, I fear I cannot escape death. Even if they cannot kill me, Yi Xian will come personally, for a sword cultivator can grow to pose a threat to him. Thus, if one cannot be utilized, one must be destroyed. Excuse me, who decreed that I must wait here to be killed? There are still 15 days. That is ample time for me to storm into the capital and strike back. Though a confrontation between the two was inevitable, striking first would yield a vastly different outcome. At the very least, he would not appear weak in spirit. Qin Feng would undoubtedly wield a sword that reaches the heavens. Chapter 65, Cold as an Immortal. Dominance protects Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng and Wei Lianying prepared to set off for the capital, the skies suddenly roared with wind, accompanied by the sound of a sword's cry. That shriek stirred up a tempest of dust, hurtling towards them. The great sword's servant descends. You mere mortals kneel before her. An extremely sharp voice rang out, instantly reversing the fierce winds and churning the clouds. Upon closer inspection, the sword-wielding figure was a tempestuous woman, followed by 4 cold-eyed male sword servants. Thunder rumbled as lightning cracked through the clouds, and the woman descended like a shooting star, that eye in her eyes. Storms brewed, and 2 divine lights shot forth, surveying the vast expanse below with a celestial air. Qin Xiano. Wei Lianying recognized her at once. This fiery figure, with her enchanting beauty, was a 5th-grade sword cultivator from Shuntian Prefecture, who willingly served on Yi Xian's dragon bed, attending to him for 3 days and nights to attain the position of great sword servant. She possessed an extraordinary demeanor, her gaze ablaze, though she served as a sword servant within the capital. She held the esteemed position of a general guarding the northern front with 100,000 iron cavalry, a title bestowed upon her by Yi Xian. Greetings, great sword servant. Wei Lianying could not help but pale, quickly bowing in respect, for she was a high-ranking official and a prodigious talent, her mastery of the sword profound and unfathomable. Moreover, she bore the title of great sword servant without any shame, for all regarded that title as the utmost glory. The abyss, once teeming with countless demonic corpses, now lay desolate, and the Heavenly Gate sect has been utterly annihilated. Who is responsible for this? The great sword slave. Qin Xianer gazed intensely at Wei Lianying, her demeanor exuding an air of hostility and an infinite chill. She accused him of betrayal without hesitation, pointing at those around him, but in truth, it was hardly a betrayal. A mere investigation would reveal the facts, making it seem more straightforward to confess. Did there a problem? Qin Feng's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. Heh. Qin Xianer fixed her icy gaze upon Qin Feng, and then instructed the other sword slaves. Sever his head and deliver it to the Lord of 10,000 demons. Yes. The male sword slave's eyes glinted with a fierce energy, as if he were about to rend the very fabric of space. No. Wei Lianying quickly interjected, raising his hands in protest. Sword slave, you absolutely must not. Qin Feng has made significant contributions in slaying demons. How can he be held accountable? Of course, he is guilty that he acted without sense. His death would be in vain. Qin Xianer shook her head, her eyes as cold as ice. Why? Qin Feng's gaze darkened. The world is embroiled in an eternal struggle against demons. How can slaying them be a crime? The agreement between the Kanglan Emperor and the Lord of 10,000 demons stipulated that cultivators of the empire would not interfere with demon practitioners, allowing for a rare peace within the empire for decades. If you have slain 1,000,000 demon corpses, leaving the abyss barren, and if the Lord of 10,000 demons retaliates by slaughtering the empire's citizens, then you shall be an eternal sinner. Qin Xianer's piercing gaze seemed capable of piercing the heavens as she coldly concluded, peaceful coexistence. Look with your own eyes. How many disciples of the Heavenly Gate sect fell to the hands of demon corpses? How many low-tier cultivators were slain by the remnants of the demon race? How dare you speak so brazenly? Qin Feng could hardly contain his laughter. In Qingyun City, the Tang family was entirely controlled by the remnants of the demon race, with Qin Rulong slaughtering them to the last. Their blood debt was immeasurable. Even the emergence of the other shore demon flower was a testament to their plight, yet one dares to claim peace. It seems other places suffer similarly. Qin Feng, you are a heinous criminal. Do you still dare to argue? A male sword slave roared, his voice resounding painfully in the ears, infused with sword intent. Heinous criminal? Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he scoffed at the audacity of such an accusation. Indeed, you are a sword slave. Perhaps you should be called a base slave instead, with slave branded upon your face. You are no different from a dog, leaping about in desperate need of scraps. Qin Feng's cold laughter was merciless, causing the sword slave to choke in rage, his expression twisted with fury, though they held great prestige. The mark of a slave was a perpetual source of pain. That it's over. Death approaches swiftly, yet you maintain your obstinacy. The male sword slave's lips curled into a cruel smile. Unlike the worthless disciples of the Heavenly Gate sect, He was a top-tier genius, having the honor of serving the second prince. In that moment, he drew forth a long sword, raising it high, where flames and thunder surged, transforming from 1 into 2, then 2 into 4, ultimately manifesting as 100 strands of sword energy that enveloped Qin Feng. The male sword slave displayed a proud expression, with this technique of transforming a single sword into 100. He was truly unparalleled. Even without the favor of the second prince, he would secure a place in the imperial capital, perhaps even ascend to officialdom. Qin Feng, you have committed a grievous crime. There is no forgiveness. Your death is of no consequence. Today, I am ordered to slay you. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness when you descend to the underworld. His voice was filled with confidence, reverberating ominously, truly worthy of a base slave. Transforming one into 100 swords is quite impressive. Qin Feng felt the surge of sword intent within him, eager to showcase what it meant for 100 swords to strike simultaneously. You too are a sword cultivator. Surely you must be quaking in fear. He taunted. Let me enlighten you. Sword cultivators hone their strength and speed. When one masters their power, they can transform 1 into 2, and indeed, into 100. Such control is terrifying. A mark of genius. With a sudden grin, he adopted a dominating stance as 100 strands of sword energy descended upon Qin Feng. The sheer force of 100 sword lights sliced through the air, prompting even Qin Xian'er to nod in silent acknowledgement. Truly, a sword cultivator's genius. A single strike might very well obliterate Qin Feng. Wei Lianying's expression shifted drastically. Even he was uncertain if he could withstand a single blow from such a talent. In that tense moment, a figure in palace attire suddenly blocked Qin Feng's path. Her beauty and grace surpassed even that of Qin Xian'er, immediately captivating all who beheld her. Clad in a striking red phoenix robe, she appeared mysteriously, descending like a wisp of smoke. Qin Xian'er, do you treat me as invisible? Her voice was as cold as ice. Upon seeing her, Qin Xian'er's expression changed, and she quickly bowed respectfully. So it is Her Highness from the West Palace. Forgive my lack of greeting. Simultaneously, she rushed to halt the advancing sword slave. The male sword slave had no choice but to reluctantly retract his sword. This old servant greets your highness. Wei Lianying knelt, bowing his head. Her gaze was laden with frost as she ignored him and turned to confront the others. Do you not think that just because you are with Yixian, you can act with impunity? Not only will you not kneel before me, but you also dare to threaten those I favor. The 5 sword slaves were momentarily stunned, and then they erupted into wild laughter, causing a frown to form on the face of Lung Ruxian. Your Highness, are you truly so starved for attention that after only a few days of neglect from the Emperor, you hasten to find a pretty boy? Chapter 66. Do you think you can just leave after this? The words of the sword slaves completely darkened Lung Ruxian's countenance. Qin Xian'er, did the second prince not instruct you to treat me with respect? Lung Ruxian's voice was chilling. Slap, slap. Qin Xian'er swiftly retaliated, and 2 of the laughing sword slaves were sent flying to no. She trembled slightly and quickly denied, hastily performing a greeting. I greet your highness from the West Palace. May your highness live for 1,000 years. Although she was a great sword slave under the protection of the illustrious second prince, even the prime minister of the empire would treat her with deference. However, if she provoked a member of the royal family, the consequences would be dire. The other 4 sword slaves promptly knelt as well, leaving only Qin Feng standing tall. Are you not convinced? As Qin Xian'er glared. Lung Ruxian lifted her chin. An overwhelming aura of spiritual energy surged forth, as if to obliterate all in its path. The 4 sword slaves were immediately repelled, struggling to breathe under the oppressive force. Qin Feng remained unfazed, recognizing the truth. This boy deserved death. He had previously rejected the second prince's offer to become a sword slave, and now he had slain a multitude of demon corpses, provoking the Lord of 10,000 demons to consider breaking their agreement. Qin Xian'er, bearing the weight of that terrifying pressure, gritted her teeth. Indeed, for the second prince, ascending to the imperial throne is a foregone conclusion. With Yi Xian's acquisition of the right to enter the Divine Continent, it would truly be a blessing for the Kinglan Empire, something to be coveted. In the future, these sword slaves will follow Yi Xian to the Divine Continent, and their status will elevate accordingly. Naturally, they would not fear any princess, for for Lung Ruxian is merely a West Palace princess. Above her are the East Palace, the main palace, and the Empress, 3 levels apart. Thus, while she dared not act too forcefully, her resentment was palpable. What nonsense! Who doesn't know that the agreement does not preclude the extermination of demon corpses? Lung Ruxian's gaze was sharp as a blade. Fixating on Qin Xian'er, I will protect Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian'er's face contorted with rage. Lung Ruxian, do you truly wish to oppose the second prince? Are you prepared to bully us here? Do not drag Yi Xian into this. He has no time to clean up your mess. You should leave. Your presence is unwelcome. Lung Ruxian's expression turned mocking as she pointed at the 5 of them. Qin Xian'er's expression darkened. Today's mission would not be completed. However, after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly raised her head to glance at Qin Feng, her eyes gleaming with a new determination. Very well. I congratulate your highness on acquiring a genius of the sword path. Perhaps he will surpass the second prince in talent, shining brightly and making even our second prince feel inferior. Qin Xian'er abruptly changed her tone, her words dripping with sarcasm. Ha ha, surpass the second prince? That is laughable. The sword slaves behind her erupted into knowing laughter, their mockery evident. You need not concern yourself. He may very well be stronger. Lung Ruxian's response was calm. Stronger than me? Qin Xian'er's mouth fell agape, and she immediately retorted, fine. Let us agree he will surpass me in 5 years. We shall see if his talent exceeds even half of mine. Qin Xian'er sneered. Shall we add a 5-year bet to this? That would make it easy for me to slap your face later. This trope is so cliché. Oh dear, great sword slave, how simplistic of you. What if he is a case of do not underestimate the youth? The male sword slave behind her grinned him. Huh. One should not underestimate the impoverished youth, the middle-aged, or the elderly. Qin Xian'er laughed, her demeanor as lively as a blooming flower. Casting a disdainful glance at Qin Feng, she was somewhat taken aback by his appearance. One must admit, this young man possessed a certain charm that could easily captivate a lady. It was no wonder the Empress was so utterly enchanted by him. Instead of hastily dispatching Qin Feng, Qin Xian'er and her 4 sword servants chose to wait for the opportune moment to witness his failure during the talent assessment. They decided to refrain from futile efforts and turned to leave, knowing full well that they could not eliminate him today. Great sword servant. At that moment, after a prolonged silence, Qin Feng suddenly called out, What is it? Qin Xian'er turned back. You think you can just spout nonsense and walk away unscathed? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Qin Xian'er was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across her face. After all, she was the most influential great sword servant under the second prince. How could Qin Feng dare to humiliate her just as she was about to leave? Even Lung Ruxian was taken aback. Qin Xian'er had just mocked Lung Ruxian regarding the talent assessment, which had already alleviated much of her earlier displeasure. Now, however, her mood darkened once more. Qin Feng, you believe that with Lung Ruxian's protection, you can act with impunity. How dare you provoke us, the great sword servants? You seek death. The male sword servants behind her unleashed a terrifying aura. Pressing forward, this moment, with a somber gaze, Qin Xian'er remarked. Lung Ruxian, look at this fool. He dares to provoke me. You still intend to protect him? Her words were clear, an attempt to embroil Lung Ruxian in trouble. Qin Feng, apologize. Lung Ruxian turned, glaring fiercely at Qin Feng. Her voice icy as she declared, You must kneel and beg for forgiveness, or I assure you, you will leave this place crippled. Qin Xian'er coldly reprimanded. You were about to leave, yet you still dare to cause a ruckus. Akin to lighting a candle in a toilet. A foolish act. Yes, kneel and apologize. The 4 male sword servants echoed, exerting their pressure, enveloping the area in a powerful sword intent, the do as they say. Lung Ruxian shot a piercing glare at Qin Feng, her tone frigid. Though she found Qin Feng's youthful visage intriguing, she had no desire to associate with the troublemaker. The great sword servants held significant status. Today, she could afford to overlook his insolence due to her position. But once Yi Xian ascended to power, the situation would be far less certain that do as they say. Qin Feng calmly surveyed Lung Ruxian. Suddenly, he summoned the Zongxian sword, its surface crackling with purple lightning. Exuding an extraordinary aura that a golden hue enveloped the sword's tip, an embodiment of 2/10 of sword intent. With the emergence of the Zongxian sword, A fierce sword intent surged forth. Qin Feng turned sharply to the four male sword servants. "Did you not wish for me to kneel and apologize?" His voice was icy. "Ha, you are on the brink of death, yet still dare to speak boldly to as long as we are here. You shall kneel." The four sword servants laughed heartily, their confidence soaring. "Very well, then await your fate." Upon finishing his words, Qin Feng gripped the Zongxian sword tightly, its radiance intensifying as he charged at the four sword servants with reckless abandon. "How dare you, you insolent wretch?" They were left in shock that we were discussing your life and death. How could you dare to attack first? They had yet to make a move, and this young fool was already striking. Moreover, the great sword servant Qin Xianer was present, 2/10 of sword intent. Qin Xianer felt her eyelids twitch. They were well aware of the significance of such sword intent. How could this be? Chapter 67. I will slay Qin Feng. Who dares to interfere? Sword intent. The four male sword servants were no strangers to this level of sword intent. It was a hallmark of a sword cultivator's genius that if one did not court death, they might live a few more days. Why did they hastily seek to meet the Grim Reaper today? Seeing the scene unfold, the male sword servants exchanged sinister smiles, swiftly drawing their long swords, forming a sword technique, causing a surge of azure light as they lunged at Qin Feng with ferocity. The value of their sword intent was exceedingly high. With 4 against 1, their attack would be doubled. This young man was destined to be slain. Boom! Qin Feng's long sword erupted once more, its golden light intensifying, appearing almost solidified. How could this be? The faces of the four sword servants changed drastically, turning ashen as soon as they made contact. Qin Feng's Zongxian sword pierced through them like a skewer through candied fruit, impaling the first servant's chest and emerging from the last one's back. Bang, bang, bang! Their long swords shattered, driven into the ground. Their chests erupted, blood splattering as the ferocious sword intent tore through flesh. The 4 of them screamed in agony, their faces contorted in pain, as Qin Feng raised his wrist, sending them flying, rolling on the ground in despair. 1 against 4. Lung Ruxian was momentarily dumbstruck, her heart racing as she found herself lost in the solidified sword intent of Qin Feng, forgetting to stop him, murmuring to herself about the manifestation of reality from the void. 10/10 of sword intent. Qin Xianer, splattered with the blood of the 4, wore an expression of discomfort. You 4 are utterly useless. How could the second prince take a liking to you? Gritting her teeth, she added, but having struck them today is tantamount to striking my face, and that of the second prince, if I do not teach you a lesson. How can I, as a great sword servant, endure this? Her fury surged, yet before she could act, a robust figure surged forth from in front of Qin Xianer, sword drawn. Beasts! The faces of the 4 sword servants paled as they endured the pain, rising once more to swing their swords. Qin Feng, expressionless, had already closed the distance between them. The Huang sword technique, 3rd sword, shattering mountains and rivers. The overwhelming sword intent cascaded down, splitting the ground beneath them. And had the 4 sword servants not been present, the earth would surely have been rent asunder. This strike was a tempest of might. Boom! The 4 sword servants, just as they rose, were slammed back to the ground. Feeling the chilling sword intent and ferocious power of the Zongxian sword, their hearts filled with dread. No, no, no! They cried out in desperation. In an instant, their vision blurred, and they perceived the landscape transform around them. Why are we witnessing our companion's head flying, spinning, and spewing blood? The shared question rose in their minds that as they glanced down, they beheld the young man plunging his sword into their bodies, shattering their meridians, blood and flesh flying. You 4 wished to witness the transformation of one into 100 swords, did you not? Thus, I shall grant you a glimpse of what it means for myriad swords to strike as one. In Qin Feng's eyes, a glimmer of ruthlessness shone through. Do we admit we were too arrogant earlier? Let us speak reasonably. Now cease your assault and return our heads, and we may yet be saved. The terror of death enveloped them, like a dark cloud looming overhead. Thud! Thud! Qin Feng continued to stab them with relentless precision, blood gushing forth like columns. Did you not take pride in being the second prince's sword servants? Why do you now falter? Qin Feng's cold laughter echoed, his hands never pausing, and at this moment, their bodies bore the marks of thousands of stabs, bloodied and mangled. Stop! Stop! They pleaded in madness, their cries echoing. Yi Xian once gave me a worthless token, demanding I become a sword servant and test my servitude, that he sees me as less than human, that it is unfortunate that I cannot meet him now. I can only collect interest from you. Qin Feng was never one to forgive easily. Having been stabbed in the back, his wounds still fresh. How could he remain calm? This matter would not end here. Great sword servant, save us. The four severed heads displayed an endless terror, and fearing they could not endure, Qin Feng preemptively decapitated them, enveloping their life force in a radiant sphere. To witness one's own body torn to shreds was a despairing experience. They looked towards Qin Xianer, their eyes filled with pleading. With a swift motion, Qin Feng clapped his hands, shattering the luminous spheres. Instantly, an infinite darkness engulfed them, and at that moment, their vision faded. The sound of Qin Feng's voice echoed in their ears. In your next life, remember not to perform the transformation of 1 into 100 swords. Thud, thud. The four heads rolled to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. In truth, they were perplexed. Their great sword servant was right there. And even the protective Lung Ruxian had pressured him to kneel and apologize. Shouldn't Qin Feng be trembling in fear, begging for mercy? How could he, with a single sword strike, eliminate 4 prodigious sword cultivators? The severed heads rolled to Qin Xianer's feet, their grotesque demise causing her to instinctively retreat a few paces, still in shock. Before she could even react to intervene, Qin Feng had struck down with lethal intent. Qin Xianer felt her fury escalating, her overwhelming murderous intent almost palpable. To kill 4 sword servants before her eyes was to disregard her status as the foremost aide to the second prince. Did he not understand the meaning of cruelty? With a twisted expression, Qin Xianer clenched her fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. She desired nothing less than for Qin Feng to meet the most excruciating end imaginable. Oh, I understand quite well. Qin Feng pointed towards the distance, and upon Qin Xianer's gaze, she beheld the gruesome sight of 4 sword slaves reduced to a pulpy mass, their final moments spent witnessing each inch of their flesh being mercilessly torn apart. This was true cruelty, a glaring humiliation. Qin Xianer's eyes blazed crimson, cold as an ethereal being. Her voice, filled with wrath, resonated through the air as her gaze swept over the icy figure clad in a crimson phoenix robe. Lung Ruxian. Taken aback, Lung Ruxian quickly turned, her tone frigid as she spoke. Qin Feng, kneel and confess your wrongs now, and you may still have a chance. It's too late. Whatever you say is futile. Qin Xianer retorted, sending the severed heads of the 4 sword slaves flying with a kick. She turned to Qin Feng, declaring, as a member of the Empire, you dare to commit such treason, to defy and provoke the dignity of the second prince. You deserve nothing less than death. Even with Lung Ruxian by her side, she stood firm, emboldened by the current standing of the second prince. Even the emperor must bow and smile in his presence. Today, whoever dares to prevent me from slaying Qin Feng, when I return from the divine realm alongside the second prince, shall surely suffer the fate of being ground to dust, along with their entire lineage, eradicated without a trace. Her words served as a pointed reminder to Lung Ruxian. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lung Ruxian's expression darkened. She realized that outwardly, the other party was restrained by their status. But in the future, that might not hold true. Infuriated, she shook her head and exclaimed, "What nonsense! He is foolishly obstinate and refuses to heed my guidance. Taking him back would only bring me trouble. It is utterly pointless." Chapter 68. A sword that splits the chest, ruthless hands that destroy flowers. To Qin Feng's calm demeanor, the varied expressions of the onlookers seemed a stark contrast. He suddenly cast a glance at Lung Ruxian, and without a word, he advanced towards Qin Xianer, buzzing. The Zongxian sword crackled with thunder, intertwining purple and golden light directed ominously at Qin Xianer. Do you dare to strike against me? A flash of disbelief filled her beautiful eyes, her countenance turning sour. With a swift motion, Qin Xianer brandished her hand, unleashing a deafening roar as a golden dragon sword, its hilt crafted from the skull of a dragon, erupted forth, its blinding golden light enveloping the entire blade. An exquisite artifact, the golden dragon sword, and it was evident that her sword intent was at its peak. The difference between her and Qin Feng lay in the fact that her sword intent was perfected. While his was merely nascent, des for Qin Xian'er's innate talent, he no longer cared. Its rank was inconsequential. Normally, he might have hesitated to act against her, for they shared a familial resemblance, but at this moment, he was filled with murderous intent. She was unworthy of her name. Strike? I yearn to slay you. Qin Feng scoffed, suddenly thrusting forward, his sword intent slicing through the air. The Zongxian sword prepared to sever Qin Xian'er's head from her body. At this moment, Wei Lianying was left utterly stunned. How dare this wretch belittle the might of my sword slave? Qin Xian'er gritted her teeth and roared. Clutching the golden dragon sword, she pointed it at Qin Feng. Her murderous intent surging. One sword shall cleave you, she exclaimed, her sword arcing forth like a dragon's roar. Spiritual energy surging, her garments billowing. A fearsome spectacle. The terrifying sword intent threatened to rend everything asunder. The title of my great sword slave was bestowed by the future emperor, the second Prince Yi Xian. How could you, a mere child, dare to belittle it? Today, you shall taste the bitter fruits of your insolence. Those who disdain my great sword slave must pay with their lives. Qin Xian'er looked down upon Qin Feng with disdain. A mere slave, and yet he dared to take pride. Qin Feng truly laughed. For no matter how great one's potential or achievements, such a person had lost their sense of self, living less freely than a dog. Then his gaze sharpened, and he ruthlessly struck out with his sword. The Great Wasteland Sword Technique, Fifth Sword, Distortion of the Void. Crack! Suddenly, amidst the violent fluctuations of the void's spiritual energy, it solidified, resembling a sheet of transparent glass that briefly imprisoned the furious Qin Xian'er in the void. Maintaining her sword-swinging posture, even the blood and flesh of the four sword slaves surrounding her froze in place, as did a single mosquito, suspended in the air, unable to move. That space had transformed into a still mirror. No one had ever witnessed such a sword technique. It was indeed extraordinarily bizarre. How is it that people are so willing to attach themselves to the powerful and wealthy, finding joy even in being mere slaves? Gazing at the mirror-like smoothness, Qin Feng shook his head, and as his thoughts settled, he struck once more with his sword. Pop! A crisp sound resonated, and the area where Qin Xian'er stood shattered like fragile glass. The remnants of the four sword slaves disintegrating into dust. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual light surrounding Qin Xian'er erupted, all her garments disintegrating, leaving only a dark inner armor that, after a few mournful cries, turned to scrap. Clank! The golden dragon sword clattered to the ground. Having narrowly escaped disaster, she weakly lowered her body, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Her clothing had long been obliterated, exposing a vast expanse of pale skin. An infinite springtime. Fortunately, the nearly ruined artifact-level inner armor had saved her life and concealed her vital parts. This strike sent shockwaves through her, leaving her heart racing. At this moment, Wei Lianying was so frightened that he nearly wet himself. Just moments ago, he had been flaunting his authority over Qin Feng. This move could have effortlessly obliterated him. In my presence, do not feign superiority. The Zongxian sword suddenly flew from his grasp, the sword technique erupting again, resembling a long rainbow slicing through the swirling tempest, racing towards her. By the heavens! Qin Xian'er felt darkness engulf her vision, her hair standing on end, and she hastily seized the golden dragon's sword to defend herself. Seeing that Qin Feng was not employing that bizarre sword technique, but was instead choosing a direct confrontation, she scoffed. How naive, to dare collide with my golden dragon sword. Do you not know this is an exquisite artifact? However, the next moment, clang, an exceptionally crisp sound echoed, causing Qin Xian'er to suddenly change color. The Zongxian sword, with overwhelming force, shattered the golden dragon sword, which let out a mournful cry, splintering into fragments, while the Zongxian sword surged forward. Thud! Qin Xian'er felt a violent explosion in her back, as the Zongxian sword pierced through her armor, shooting out from her back, spiraling in the air for several rotations before returning to Qin Feng's hand. Ah! She cried out in agony, stumbling backwards several steps before finally halting. Unable to comprehend as she gazed down at the woman, her voluptuous figure had lost half, obliterated alongside the flesh behind her. The intense pain and the gaping void in her chest made her believe this to be true. How would she entice the second prince without this figure, Would he still linger by her side every night? Bang! Before she could lift her head, Qin Feng kicked her in the dantian, sending her flying several rolls. Her fair skin scraping against the ground, dirt and gravel lacerating her flesh, drawing blood. How could I be bested by this pretty boy? Qin Xianu's face contorted, her head buzzing. She simply could not comprehend. She was the highest-ranking sword slave personally appointed by the second prince, a female general of the Kanglan Empire, a powerful being of the creation realm. Defeated? A sword slave? How could this be? I thought I was invincible. Qin Feng stood there, leisurely plucking a small bun from the tip of his sword, frowning as he remarked, "This thing ain't even that hard, unable to withstand a single strike from me." He casually tossed the small bun to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xianer was incensed, blood surging within her as she spat a mouthful of fresh blood. This was a humiliation, a blatant humiliation. That was her only means of charming the second prince, the very aspect she took pride in. To think Qin Feng would hold it in his hand, scrutinizing it before disdainfully casting it aside. Her fury knew no bounds, unable to tolerate even a hint of it. "You wretch are utterly lacking as well. 5 years' time, can you match even half of my talent?" Qin Feng replied coolly, "Do you deserve it? You cannot even best me now." The more Qin Xianer heard, the more unbearable it became, her anger surging once more. Wei Lianying, witnessing this, instinctively shrank back, a chill running down his spine. The boy he had just chastised had defeated the sword slave with a single strike. If he sought revenge, could he withstand even one blow? However, looking at the once proud and haughty woman now sprawled in the dirt, this outcome was truly gratifying. In truth, he felt elated, for Qin Xianer had often wielded her power, courtesy of the second prince, to torment the likes of him and his fellow subordinates. "Qin Feng, you are my father." At this moment, Wei Lianying gritted his teeth, glancing at the dazed Lung Ruxian, pondering for a long while before making a decision that defied his ancestors. Father above. Chapter 69. Mother-in-law as sister, each with their own affairs. That sword slave had just inquired who had slain the demon corpse. "And you sold me out directly?" Qin Feng turned his head, casting a calm glance at Wei Lianying, his gaze profound. Although he did not voice it, this matter was easily investigated. Yet Qin Feng was distinctly displeased. "Father, I was wrong." Wei Lianying trembled all over, revealing hints of regret and fear. He saw sword intent swirling within Qin Feng's eyes, and cold sweat streamed down his face as he disregarded his dignity, crawling over to wipe Qin Feng's shoes, feeling as though Qin Feng's gaze was a blade piercing through his skin. "Get lost. I have no such unfilial son." Qin Feng uttered a curse and, with a swift kick, sent him sprawling aside. He had no desire for a eunuch to be his son. To his surprise, Wei Lianying not only did not express anger, but instead laughed nervously, that he exhaled deeply, realizing that Qin Feng was disinterested in engaging with him, rather than being unwilling to act. It seemed that Qin Feng deemed him unworthy of his attention, that a genius of the Heavenly Gate sect. Having yet to arrive in the imperial capital, he had already defeated the strongest sword slave in the service of the second prince. What did this signify? It was all too evident. Qin Feng's aptitude far surpassed that of any so-called first-rate sword slave. Did I not just witness Qin Feng making Qin Xian kneel? How foolish of me. Lung Ruxian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her expression darkening. She sensed a wave of discomfort wash over her, as if even Wei Lianying, her subordinate, was secretly mocking her. "Qin Feng, you are finished. You have provoked someone you should not have." Qin Xianer stumbled to her feet, her gaze filled with malice. "I am finished." Qin Feng sneered, once again drawing his sword, infusing the atmosphere with a chilling intent. Sword energy surged forth, radiating brilliance. "Dare you?" Lung Ruxian's body trembled. Her lips parted, but the venomous words caught in her throat. Although she felt utterly distressed, she dared not speak. She comprehended that Qin Feng was nothing but a reckless fool, disregarding who she, Qin Xianer, was and the power she wielded behind her. He truly dared to threaten her life. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately made an unexpected move, turning on her heel and ascending into the clouds, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Once she had distanced herself sufficiently from Qin Feng, ensuring her safety, she mustered her courage to utter spiteful words. "Qin Feng, when the second prince completes forging the perfect foundation and emerges." If I do not see your head severed and kicked like a ball, I shall stand on my head and eat dung." No sooner had her words left her lips than several streaks of sword light shot forth, shattering the clouds beneath her feet before she could react. What a joke! Trying to escape. Qin Feng's cold laughter echoed. The overwhelming sword intent sent Qin Xian'er into a state of utter terror, her complexion paling dramatically. "Can that even reach me?" she gasped, her face devoid of color, on the verge of tears that in her panic. Two streams of warmth trickled down her fair thighs, soaking her skirt. She had frightened herself to the point of losing control. "Stop!" At that moment, a red figure appeared in the sky, as mysteriously as before, scattering maple leaf-shaped spiritual light imbued with tremendous force. Boom! Instantly, it shattered Qin Feng's sword light. Lung Ruxian had intervened, realizing that if she did not act, Qin Xian'er might truly be left crippled by Qin Feng's sword. Standing in front of Qin Feng, she shouted, "Qin Feng, I command you to cease. Did you hear me?" Staring fiercely at Qin Feng, her expression was one of utter disdain. Behind her, Qin Xian'er hastily wiped the moisture from her legs, nearly losing her balance and falling from the clouds, scrambling to steady herself, her teeth chattering uncontrollably in fear. Witnessing this, Wei Lianying struggled to contain his laughter, his face contorting with amusement. How absurd for a renowned sword slave to be in such a state. Just moments ago, he had boasted of his esteemed status. Yet here he was, reduced to a spectacle as Qin Feng sent Qin Xian'er into disarray. What about returning to the divine continent after achieving greatness? He thought, stifling his laughter. Qin Feng. With Lung Ruxian's protection, Qin Xian'er finally let out a sigh of relief, glaring at Qin Feng with malice. 7 days, just 7 days. You need not wait for the second prince to emerge. I will ensure you are ground to dust and flayed alive. Still daring to speak? Qin Feng's sword, the burial of immortals, shot forth with fierce intensity. This time, even Lung Ruxian's maple leaf light could not halt Qin Feng's onslaught. Qin Xiao'er, already pierced through half her chest, was once again obliterated by the burial of immortals, her rear end disintegrating. Buzz! The burial of immortals spiraled back, spinning in Qin Feng's palm. What a loose tongue! Why not continue? Qin Feng taunted, sobbing. Qin Xian'er covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Qin Feng, if you kill her, it will truly be an unforgivable crime, with no chance of survival. Lung Ruxian stamped her foot, her chest heaving with agitation. Besides, she had already intervened. How could Qin Feng still harm someone? Was he so audacious as to disregard her status as the empress? Killing her is no different from slaying a dog. What will it matter? Qin Feng replied indifferently, nonchalantly wiping the blood from the burial of immortals, his expression one of complete apathy. "That I have investigated you. You have no parents above and no clan below. Your death means nothing. But have you considered Tang Yin from the Heavenly Gate sect and your little wife, Yi Hor?" Lung Ruxian pointed in the direction of the Heavenly Gate sect. Little wife. Qin Feng paused, realizing he had not yet married, yet he tacitly accepted the label. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated earlier. On the other hand, Wei Lianying's eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. How amusing that the empress was playing this game. Qin Feng was unaware that the person before him was Yi Hor's mother. First, solidify his status as her prospective husband, then return him to the imperial capital's royal chamber. How thrilling! In life, one must find their place. Sometimes, one must bow their head. Not every issue can be resolved with sheer strength. One must use their intellect. Understand? Seeing Qin Feng relent, Lung Ruxian adopted a condescending tone. What if I were to conquer the imperial capital through force? Would I still need intellect? Qin Feng raised his head, sneering that a mere sword slave is not to be trifled with. With this sword in hand, I could slay anyone. In truth, had it not been for Lung Ruxian's intervention, Qin Feng would have ended her life today without a second thought. This realization embodied the essence of the sword path he had comprehended since acquiring the burial of immortals. An unparalleled, invincible stance. Do you still harbor such grand aspirations for the entire imperial capital? Qin Feng's words left Lung Ruxian utterly speechless, utterly incomprehensible. What foolish delusions! As long as I am here, the great sword slave dares not act. Return to the imperial capital. Lung Ruxian cast a sidelong glance at her, acknowledging her previous disrespect, Yet who could deny her exceptional master? Very well, I shall depart at once. Qin Xian'er hurriedly prepared to leave in a flurry, choosing to fly low to the ground. Fearing that Qin Feng might shoot at her again, Qin Xian'er made her exit. Qin Feng remarked blandly, Empress Lung, upon my arrival in the imperial capital tonight, will you still require me to demonstrate my aptitude? Lung Ruxian turned, captivated by Qin Feng's appearance, and immediately pulled him close, her hands exploring him as she gazed seductively. Ditto, spare me the title of Empress. From now on, we shall speak as equals that I in private. You may call me Ruxian Jie. Come, little brother, let me feel your cheek. Chapter 70. The most ferocious age, the most ferociouser. Qin Feng's demeanor remained aloof. Yet his body betrayed him, failing to evade her touch. However, as he allowed Lung Ruxian to caress him, he would soon find himself blushing with humiliation upon the revelation of his identity in the days to come. Lung Ruxian was one of the more mature and alluring women he had encountered. Though she could not be compared to the Empress, she possessed an inexplicable thrill. Her presence was imbued with a floral fragrance, reminiscent of something he could not quite place, yet felt familiar. Moreover, her icy hands evoked a sensation that he believed he had experienced before. You too enjoy wearing red. Qin Feng frowned, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. What, do you not like it? Do share your thoughts. My attire is entirely red at present, but I could wear something else for sleep tonight. Lung Ruxian adjusted her dress, clearing her throat. Wei Lianying, overhearing, quickly covered his ears. Was this something one could listen to without payment? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng hastily waved his hand. No, I was merely curious. Lung Ruxian did not respond but beckoned. Wei Gonggong, take him to the Internal Affairs Bureau to complete the necessary procedures. For tonight, do not assess his aptitude. Let him tidy up and secretly deliver him to my chambers, that we shall grant him a false eunuch identity and send him over discreetly. Understood? Understood. Wei Lianying promptly nodded, casting an envious glance at Qin Feng. After Lung Ruxian scrutinized Qin Feng once more, her eyes glimmered with desire, causing Qin Feng to momentarily pause. Then, she transformed into a beam of yellow light and vanished without a trace. Could we not assess his aptitude first? Qin Feng gritted his teeth, glaring at the spot where Lung Ruxian had disappeared, that in truth, his association with Lung Ruxian was merely a means to secure a foothold in the imperial capital. To enter the imperial capital, one needed at least the strength of the 7th or 8th layer of the celestial realm to hold even a minor official position and interact with the second prince. Without cultivation at the transformation realm, one could forget about it, that if Qin Feng were to wait until his cultivation caught up, his sister might not be able to endure the wait. Thus, it was imperative to assess his aptitude first. As long as his aptitude was exceptional, he would garner attention and secure a place in the imperial capital. He could not believe that once he demonstrated his aptitude, there would not be a single discerning eye in the imperial capital. It was unthinkable, for it was Lung Ruxian who presided over the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, and the assessment of aptitude was ultimately her decision, that if she declared it would occur tomorrow, then it would indeed be tomorrow. Wei Lianying shook his head. Qin Feng fell silent. Had he truly resorted to selling his appearance? Very well, let us see if your Empress can withstand my advances. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on his wrist with a cold smirk. With this artifact in hand, he could certainly test just how terrifying this spiritual treasure truly was. This was imperative. Wei Lianying nodded repeatedly, saying, I fear more for your strength to prevail. The Empress once clung to the Emperor for 5 days and nights, engaged in relentless combat. In the end, even the Emperor's Dragon Yang avatar was called upon, and despite the rotation of forces, they could not subdue her. Ultimately, it was I who devised a delay technique for the Emperor. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, immediately grew displeased and retorted, Are you looking down on me? A youth of such vigor, unable to handle her. In my prime, I subdued the fiercest of them all with ease. Wei Lianying was left speechless. Then what delay technique do you possess? Does it even work? Qin Feng, intrigued, replied, Oh, you rascal. You feign aloofness, yet your body betrays you. Of course, it works. Wei Lianying's face twisted with a lewd grin as Qin Feng threw an arm around his shoulder. Nodding as they walked, that my dear son, enlighten me, that I in the Cloud City imperial capital. At this moment, the entire metropolis was divided into 2 factions. One faction, supporting the second prince after he gained power, comprised ministers who occupied half the palace and daily clamored for the emperor to abdicate. They were collectively known as the Eastern Capital faction. The other faction consisted of nobles loyal to the original emperor, safeguarding the Kanglan ancestral hall, believing that the second Prince Yixian was too hasty and plotting foul schemes. They were known as the Western Capital faction. The rift between the father and son over imperial power had split the capital in two. Qin Xian'er belonged to the Eastern faction, while Lung Ruxian was the Western capital's empress. Their opposing allegiances had fostered a mutual wariness and tolerance between them. At this moment in the Eastern capital, towering edifices loomed, and within one grand hall imbued with the essence of swords sat a figure entirely wrapped in bandages. Qin Feng. Qin Xian'er clenched her fists, striking the table with force, her eyes bloodshot, her expression radiating hatred towards Qin Feng. Although she had used top-grade medicinal pills to heal, she still had not fully recovered, her chest uneven, her hips askew. The great sword slave, above her a majestic middle-aged man sat. Yuang. Qin Xian'er respectfully nodded. He was the second prince's uncle and the most influential supporter among those backing the second prince. He was also the interim leader of the Eastern capital following the second prince's seclusion. The Yuang paid little heed to Qin Xian'er's injuries and casually remarked from the Western capital, "That brat Yikong has come looking for you. He has visited several times. You should go see him." Yikong. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian'er stepped outside, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, followed by a wave of panic. Her once proud figure now, Sister Xian'er, just outside the grand hall. A young man clad in a white python robe, exuding an aura of heroism, stood that he was strikingly handsome, with smooth skin, a voice soft and youthful, resembling a charming young scholar, a true heartthrob. As soon as Qin Xian'er emerged, Yikong skillfully took her hand, playfully admonishing, "You said you'd return this morning to try that posture with me. Yet here I am, left waiting all day. Then you shall be punished tonight." Before he could finish, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Yikong's expression turned icy as he intently stated, "You are wrapped in bandages, and there is a strong scent of medicinal pills. Who injured you?" "The great sword slave. You were hurt." At this moment, Yuang stepped out as well, noticing Qin Xian'er's injuries. Looking closely, he could see blood seeping through the bandages. Qin Xian'er scrunched her nose, awkwardly saying, "No, nothing. Just a bite from a dog." Internally, she felt a pang of grievance. The second prince fancied ample bosoms, while Yikong had a preference for curvaceous posteriors. Now, alas, she had none. "Where did you get bitten?" Yikong's expression grew tense as he looked down, noticing that Qin Xian'er's rear was wrapped in bandages. No. Everything is intact." Qin Xian'er forced a smile, gritting her teeth in response, her fists clenched tightly. Internally, she was in torment. She could not dare admit to her infatuated young suitor that she had lost her assets. The great sword slave, with the second prince's current standing, who would even dare to harm you? "Speak up, and I shall take matters into my own hands. Today, I will ensure he is dealt with." Yuang's gaze was cold and resolute. No need. Qin Xian'er tossed her hair and smiled, saying, "Had it not been for Lung Ruxian intervening, I would have long since dealt with him with a single sword strike. He is merely a worthless fool." "Lung Fei?" Yuang inquired, perplexed. "Is she out of her mind? Your daughter has committed a taboo. She was just cast into the cold palace by the emperor, and now she dares to oppose the second prince, offending both sides? Is it cold, aunt?" Upon hearing this, Yikong immediately displayed a look of disgust. She was his mother's arch-nemesis. They had previously competed for status, and now they contended for favor. There was an instance where Lung Ruxian monopolized the emperor for 5 consecutive days, leaving his mother in solitude. Endlessly lamenting, Yikong coldly stated, "If she hindered you from disposing of that fool, what exactly is his background?" Qin Xian'er felt her cheeks flush as they pressed for answers. She hesitated for a long while without speaking. It was too embarrassing to admit she hadn't even bested a mere wild brat. "If he is from the Western capital, then Sister Xian'er, you must tell me. I will certainly help you eliminate him." Yikong grasped Qin Xian'er's delicate hand, his face fluctuating between emotions. With no choice but to respond to their persistent inquiries, Qin Xian'er gritted her teeth and said, "He is a young man from the Tianmen prefecture whom the second prince met while wandering. He possesses considerable talent and seeks to recruit him as a sword slave. However, he openly challenged the second prince's authority, and I intended to kill him for his insolence. but Lung Ruxian intervened to protect him. "Oh, he has already arrived in the imperial capital. I shall go kill him at once," Yi Kong declared fiercely upon hearing this that no need. Qin Xian'er coldly chuckled, shaking her head. "He is but a trifling character. I have already taught him a lesson and nearly left him begging for mercy. And yet you bear all these bandages?" Yi Kong looked at her with concern, reaching out to touch her cheek tenderly. "This fool is quite devious. As I was about to leave, he sneak attacked me and inadvertently pierced me with his sword." Qin Xian'er offered an explanation. "Truly, he's a trash from a small place, lacking the strength, yet resorting to underhanded tactics." Yi Kong responded with scorn. "My cold aunt is nothing but a shameless woman who relies on her bosom for status. Those who collude with her are equally despicable. Comparatively, Sister Xian'er is a gem from the heavens, while she is the refuse of the earth." That he looked at Qin Xian'er with great attentiveness. "Of course, when I draw my sword, that so-called genius favored by the second prince won't even touch the tip of my blade. Within 3 moves, he will be on his knees, begging for mercy." Qin Xian'er pounded her chest, proudly sneering, but inadvertently struck the side where her bosom was absent, causing a sharp pain that pulled at her lips. Her chest felt empty. She had stuffed something inside to make it appear normal. In truth, she was on the verge of madness from her internal suffering. 3 moves, and he was begging for mercy? Yi Wang shook his head in disbelief. "I have time to discuss Xian'er. With his credentials, he does not need just any stray to become a sword slave, especially since he will be following him to the divine land. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Haha, it seems my cold aunt has picked up a treasure from the garbage heap. Others see trash, yet she sees a gem." Yi Kong smiled wryly. "Cold Ruxian has brought great shame upon herself. I must tell my mother when I return. She will surely be delighted." "Humph," Qin Xian'er playfully protested. "Such lowly men. Had it not been for Lung Ruxian's interference, I would normally kill one upon meeting. However, that boy does possess some decent looks. He has a touch of the pretty boy about him. Now that Lord Huang has perished in the demon cave, Lung Ruxian's subordinate Wei Lianying will undoubtedly rise in status. I worry that when that time comes, that boy will have protection and wreak havoc in the western capital's harem." Qin Xian'er spoke with veiled implications. "Sister Xian'er, rest assured, I will return and inform my father, issuing an edict to abolish him, banishing him from the imperial capital, never to set foot here again." Yi Kong's voice was frigid. Upon finishing, he glanced at Qin Xian'er's bandaged form, pondering that Qin Feng had actually ambushed her. Moreover, it was highly likely he had colluded with Cold Aunt, corrupting the harem's decorum. He immediately declared in anger, "No, I will demand my father issue an edict to execute this scoundrel. Let it be. Such actions would make our imperial capital appear petty and tyrannical. Let him be banished from the imperial capital. If I encounter him again in the future, I shall simply slay him with a casual sword strike." Qin Xian'er feigned nonchalance, waving her hand dismissively. "No. A mere low-born wretch dares to harm you, the most favored and closest great sword slave of the second prince, destined to shine upon the divine land." Yi Kong took Qin Xian'er's hand, showering her with devotion. "Sister Xian'er, grant me a chance to prove myself, will you?" "Very well. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes." Qin Xian'er sweetly smiled, her delicate hands drawing circles in Yi Kong's grasp. Appearing utterly compliant, "Qin Feng, do you think that by associating with a cold palace consort, you can soar to greatness? Little do you know, in this imperial capital, what matters is human sentiment and social niceties. Not mere brawls. That I apologize. The pit I have dug for you is ready, just waiting for you to find yourself without a place to rest in death. When you have passed away, who would dare claim that I was defeated by your hand? Would Lung Ruxian dare to do so? And what of Wei Lianying? Even if he did speak such words, who would believe him?" Qin Xian'er couldn't help but smirk coldly within. Ever since her return from Tianmen Prefecture to the imperial capital, she had been unable to eat or sleep peacefully, as a dignified sword servant. How could she face the world after being bested by a mere wild boy? Her reputation, her status, her aspirations for ascendancy in the divine continent. Once this matter spread, they would all turn to ashes, her past achievements rendered null and void. When a person dies, their light extinguishes. She would still be herself. Still that talented sword cultivator, the great sword servant of the second prince. Who cares if you perish under the guillotine of the emperor? Qin Xian'er casually touched him, enticing him with a few favors, igniting a yearning within Yi Kong. The man's spirit surged, eager to showcase himself at that very moment. Sister Cianair, wait for me. I shall return to see my father right away. Yikong's figure appeared and vanished in an instant. Hurriedly departing, great sword servant. After Yikong left, Prince Yi spoke solemnly. The Tianmen prefecture you mentioned, is it the official residence of the Tianmen sect? Indeed. Qin Cianair nodded. This prince recalls that Yi Fan and Yi Hui'er are both there. It seems Yi Fan is scheming something regarding the ancient Tianmen, as it is said that if one can shatter that Tianmen, their aptitude may reach the 6th rank. Prince Yi furrowed his brow. According to our investigation, Yi Fan was indeed humiliated by that lad, and Yi Hui'er has also fallen into his embrace at that time. He may possess considerable ability, and it appears he is also suspected of being a prodigy capable of shattering the Tianmen. Qin Cianair scoffed dismissively. There's nothing particularly astonishing about it. That Yi Fan fellow is merely seeking resources because he is overlooked. Otherwise, there are plenty of Tianmen within the imperial treasury for testing one's aptitude. Prince Ye's interest waned. He had thought Qin Feng was a person of substance, only to realize he was a mere jester. That Tianmen, I could shatter it as well. It holds no significance that it's merely a 6th-grade Tianmen. Qin Cianair laughed derisively. Prince Yi shook his head, not dwelling on the matter any longer, and turned to say, by the way, keep an eye on the movements of the second prince that if he emerges from seclusion, notify me at once. All right. Is there an urgent matter? Qin Cianair paused at his words. What could be more urgent than the second prince attaining perfect mastery of the Tao Foundation? The emperor is to take a new concubine. Allegedly a little enchantress captured from Tianmen Prefecture. Have you heard of her? I believe her name is Qin Xiao'er. It has yet to be publicly announced. Chapter 72. Breaking through the heart's eye at this moment. Qin Feng had already followed Wei Lianying into the Sea of Clouds, soaring upwards that he had previously thought that the so-called imperial capital was merely a place where a few grand structures stood in a feng shui hotspot. Yet, he never anticipated that it would require such soaring heights that it turned out that things were not as he had envisioned. The wind and clouds brushed against his skin, ice and snow slapped against his cheeks. And he let the tearing sensation from the rapid ascent spread throughout his body that this the path of cultivation. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Although the Empress had sent him to the heavenly pillar, which was even higher than this place, there was indeed a difference. This time, he had personally reached this height, and naturally, the scenery was unparalleled that as he traversed through the clouds. Qin Feng gazed down, where mist swirled chaotically. And faintly, he could only see the Tianmen Prefecture as a tiny black dot. It dawned on him that when those figures looked down upon him, they might not have appeared any larger than this little black dot. In that moment, he finally understood why those so-called princes always carried themselves with an air of superiority, but he also comprehended the nonchalance with which Yi Xian had handed him the token, and why he had said he could turn against him at a moment's notice, ready to take him as a servant. The reason was simple. Contempt, just this one word. Yet, Qin Feng quickly cast aside the contempt from his thoughts. For at this moment, he too could look down upon the Tianmen sect, and the Qin family of Qinyan City, that he could easily extinguish several Tianmen sects with a mere swing of his sword. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him that he lowered his gaze once more, and the Tianmen Prefecture and Qinyan City became startlingly clear. There was no longer a mere black. They appeared as they were. The previous mist vanished without a trace. It was not that the Tianmen Prefecture had shrunk, but rather that their hearts had narrowed. Qin Feng understood, and no matter when or where, at any height, he believed he would never harbor a sense of contempt. All things in the world arise from the mundane. No one is inherently superior to another did a glimmer, akin to a thin film, subtly shone in his eyes. Qin Feng's state of mind quietly ascended. The scene within the Tianmen Prefecture unfolded in his mind like an ink-washed painting. What is happening? Qin Feng rubbed his eyes vigorously, looking down again, and it remained crystal clear that my dear son. Look below. What scenery do you see? Qin Feng inquired, pointing downwards. Foster father, what scenery is there? We are already over 10,000 feet above ground. All we see is mist. Wei Lianying observed Qin Feng with some confusion. Though he was no longer as reckless as before, in fact, he even exhibited a hint of deference. Throughout this journey, he had resolutely placed his hopes on Qin Feng, referring to him as foster father, as if it were a matter of fact. and occasionally hinting for Qin Feng to support him in the future, but he had also shared much about Lung Ru Xian, that he had his own ulterior motives. Should Qin Feng truly soar to great heights, he would benefit from that as well. Qin Feng remained silent, merely immersing his consciousness into the sacred fish space. Before he could speak, the Empress's voice suddenly rang out. That is the breaking through Heart's Eye. The two of them had grown increasingly in sync. Even before Qin Feng disrobed, the Empress knew what he was about to say. Breaking through Heart's Eye. What is that? Qin Feng was taken aback. I never expected it, but you have this kind of potential. Though your cultivation has yet to step into the first of the 3 steps of the mortal realm, your state of mind has already transcended to the pinnacle of the 3rd step. Thus, you have acquired this pair of eyes in advance. The Empress's voice held a hint of astonishment. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, this unexpected gain had already surpassed many cultivators of the divine continent, eclipsing numerous powerful figures from the 9 domains. Yet at that moment, Qin Feng was troubled, for the images of the Tianmen prefecture he had just witnessed lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Ever since that moment, everything he beheld was strikingly vivid and unforgettable. For instance, this ethereal sea of clouds, or the aged face of Wei Lianing beside him. Every strand of hair and whisker was crystal clear. Wait a moment, a few strands of hair? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had grasped something, and he swiftly turned away Lianing to my dear son. Do you have any cultivation techniques? Let me take a look. Qin Feng poked Wei Lianing beside him. Wei Lianying's face darkened. Goodness, you reach out just to ask for techniques? You haven't even taken flight yet. And you want me to invest in you? Not a chance. Those are my savings for retirement. No. He shook his head vigorously, as if he were a rattle drum. When we were in the demon cave, you called me a fool, and later, when Qin Xianair troubled me, you just sold me out casually. Now you expect me to support you in the future? Fine, I'll remember this. When I soar to greatness, the first person I'll deal with will be you. Also, when we reach the imperial capital, I'll tell my Rusian sister that you said her backside is ample for childbearing. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. No. Wei Lianing was instantly terrified, cold sweat breaking out. He wished he could slap himself twice for speaking so carelessly earlier. He hastily covered Qin Feng's mouth. Don't say everything. If the Empress hears, she will surely ruin me. Here, gritting his teeth, Wei Lianing pulled out a yellow-grade cultivation technique and handed it to Qin Feng. What a piece of junk. Qin Feng didn't even glance at it, tossing it into the clouds, creating a puff of mist that he then continued to demand more. However, who could blame him for being so reckless? Wei Lianing felt as if his heart were bleeding, and helplessly took out another technique, saying, if you disregard this one, it will truly be gone. This is a mysterious grade. Yet he secretly chuckled to himself, thinking that after tonight, it would be his turn to control Qin Feng. He couldn't help but show a strange expression. The more he thought about it, the better it sounded. As long as Qin Feng ascended to the Empress's bed, it would be like sleeping with his mother-in-law. If Yi Wei found out, wouldn't she explode? With such leverage, he could enjoy a lifetime of benefits. Now that was more like it. Qin Feng took it, only to discover it was a set of sword techniques, an exceedingly rare swordsmanship inheritance called Instant Kill Sword that was quite intriguing. Foster father, it's not that I look down on you, but this sword technique could take you 10 years to master. Its mysterious grade, and its swordsmanship. That great sword servant is recognized as a genius throughout the imperial capital. It is said he took 8 years to fully comprehend a mysterious grade sword technique. Wei Lianying's eyes were filled with astonishment. The talent of the great sword servant was indeed frightening. Let me give it a try. Qin Feng began to peruse it at his own pace, flipping through the pages, each one revealing remnants of shadows. Impetuous. What's the use in merely looking at it now? You need to sit and cultivate. Wei Lianing exclaimed, exasperated. Qin Feng ignored him and finished flipping through the entire technique in less than half a moment. Here you go. He casually tossed it back to Wei Lianing, saying nonchalantly, who said I hadn't practiced? The instant kill sword consists of 108 sword techniques, and I have already integrated them all. The essence lies in the final sword. As long as the first 107 swords are fused together, the instant kill sword will be perfected. Wei Lianying's pupils constricted sharply. What? You have mastered it. Chapter 73. The rebellious little fire craving milk impossible. Wei Lianying chuckled softly, then stored away the martial arts manual that if you don't understand, just admit it. Claiming you've mastered it after such a brief time is quite presumptuous. This sword technique appears to be rather obscure. However, once we reach the imperial capital, I shall seek a simpler sword manual for my adoptive father to practice. The sword technique you were previously training in must have been Huang. Correct? Wei Lianying smiled awkwardly. It wasn't that he looked down upon Qin Feng. Rather, there were only a handful of techniques available within the Tianmen mansion, and sword techniques were even scarcer. Huang was already a stroke of good fortune. He truly meant well, for no matter how talented Qin Feng might be, could he truly challenge the imperial capital? Although he had defeated the great sword slave, there remained a considerable gap when compared to the second prince. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from trying to curry favor with Qin Feng, as individuals of the second prince's caliber were not someone one could easily ingratiate oneself with. Yes, indeed, I practiced Huang. Wei Lianying replied, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. You are quite perceptive that I was merely pretending to understand. Qin Feng thought of the great wilderness sword technique and nodded repeatedly. One should never engage in arguments with fools. Instead, one should agree with their viewpoints and nurture them into greater fools. However, Qin Feng's heart was tumultuous. He had genuinely comprehended the entire sword technique and had mastered it to a significant degree. Just from a brief glimpse of the manual, he felt an unusual sensation, as if he had innately understood the technique. Was it possible for a martial arts manual to possess such an extraordinary function? To grasp a technique simply by reading it once? This was indeed astonishing. Shaking off his distractions, Qin Feng felt radiant energies emanating from beneath his feet, forming a faint Taiji diagram. With still some distance to the imperial capital, he refused to squander any moment that could be spent cultivating the yin-yang sacred diagram. Continuous streams of sacred solar energy surged forth, transforming through his dantian and imbuing the Tianyang sacred fish, causing its scales to glisten and shimmer. Observing the majority of the little fish illuminated by the solar energy, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Over the past few days, whenever he had a moment of respite, he would dive into the sacred fish space, utilizing the time difference to fervently cultivate the yin-yang sacred diagram. This was akin to a second fusion of yin and yang with the Empress. He could hardly contain his anticipation. The opening of the third layer of the sacred fish space was secondary. The primary allure was the exhilarating prospect of intimacy with a formidable woman he could scarcely imagine. Although he was uncertain of the exact power level of an emperor, it was undoubtedly far beyond that of the Kinglan Emperor. The opportunity for such close contact and dual cultivation was simply invaluable. Coughing softly, Qin Feng reined in his thoughts, directing his mind once more into his dantian. There floated a small white fish, a sword, and a miniature girl with wings, resembling a tiny sprite. Notably, after his continuous cultivation of the yin-yang sacred diagram, a portion of the solar energy had also been absorbed by the little fire. She was becoming increasingly lively, her intelligence elevating to the point where she could now communicate with him almost like a real person. In truth, the burial sword also possessed intelligence, yet it seemed constrained in some manner, capable of expressing only the most rudimentary emotions, far from the level of the little fire. Master, if you cultivate more sacred solar energy for me, I shall surely subdue this little brat. The little fire grinned mischievously, her form morphing into a tattoo-like pattern that danced around Qin Feng. Her fierce gaze locked onto the purple snake tattoo on his wrist, which bore the essence of the woman who had left behind the thousand threads calamity, emanating a formidable aura that rivaled the little fire's that in reality, the thousand threads calamity was suffused with a deep-seated fear. Merely putting on a brave front, my little fire is the best. Qin Feng encouraged her, but if she weren't still in her juvenile phase, a single glance would be enough to frighten her to death. The little fire wrinkled her nose. You're just bragging. As Qin Feng was about to tease the little fire further, he noticed her peculiar expression. Suddenly, she lifted her skirt and squatted down, startling him into a hurried reassurance. You are the best. You are the best. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. While he could reluctantly accept her nibbling on him, this was beyond acceptable. The little fire was indeed rebellious in more ways than one. But who could blame her for being his spirit fire? Then, he felt an odd, tickling sensation in his chest. The little fire, unable to contain herself, had transformed into her corporeal form, burrowing into his chest and snugly nestling there. Oh dear, how ticklish, Qin Feng mused, as she felt like a fluffy little sprite. However, one must not underestimate her. She was the primordial spirit fire, capable of incinerating him to ashes if she chose to unleash her heat. This world is truly pathetic. Not even a fraction of the greatness I recall from a powerful being's memory, the little fire remarked, occasionally poking her head out to survey the surroundings. Qin Feng fell silent. All right then, you are all impressive while I am but trash. Hey, is there milk to drink? She exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with fiery excitement as she scuttled towards Qin Feng's chest, with a row of sharp little teeth bared. She bit down, "Ow." Qin Feng yelped, despite his body having been tempered by the sacred solar energy to a near-indestructible state. Still, the little fire's bite easily broke through, feeling a powerful suction drawing at his chest. He burst into laughter as he swatted the little fire away. I am not your mother. I have no milk to give. I do not care. I am still young, and craving milk is instinctual. The little fire retorted stubbornly, her mouth opening again as she lunged for him once more. After several futile attempts to swat her away, Qin Feng finally acquiesced, resigned to his fate. Just a little spirit fire. He thought that if it were a male, it would be utterly unacceptable later. He would regretfully discover a red mark on his chest left by the little fire's persistent nibbling. Quite peculiar indeed, with the clouds obscuring the view. Wei Lianying remained oblivious to the commotion taking place with Qin Feng, only hearing the sounds of munching. Crunch, when Qin Feng's spiritual energy for cultivating the yin-yang sacred diagram ran low, he produced several small silver beads refined by the little fire, as well as some magical relics, tossing them into his mouth like candy. These not only rapidly enhanced his cultivation, but also instantly replenished his depleted spiritual energy. His adoptive father had already reached the first level of the celestial realm. Even in the lower realms, he would be regarded as an ancestral figure. Why, then, was he still indulging in such appetites? Wei Lianying leaned in closer, shaking his head disapprovingly. Though this young man possessed some talent, he seemed rather unreliable. Instantly, even the term adoptive father lost its allure. I am willing to eat. Do you have any say in the matter? Qin Feng shot him an irritated glance, replying impatiently, how much longer? It's already dark out. The two of them had soared upward for a considerable time, and now the sun had set, ushering in the night. Here we are, Wei Lianying pointed ahead at the enormous city wall floating amidst the clouds. He then guided Qin Feng to the ground, finally providing a sense of solid ground beneath their feet that I in the face of the vast sky, flying felt as if one were suspended in a void. The two rushed towards the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where Lung Ruxian had already arranged everything. Following Huang Tianhua's demise, Wei Lianying had become the most powerful eunuch in the Western capital. Consequently, he smoothly ascended to the position of chief of the inner court, commanding all the eunuchs in the Western capital. Afterward, Wei Lianying briefly outlined the political landscape of the two capitals, primarily concerning the conflict between Yi Xian and the current Kinglan Emperor, that I in truth. If one waited 400 or 500 years as the emperor's lifespan drew to a close, Yi Xian would smoothly ascend to power. Yet, how could Yi Xian possibly wait that long? Thus, he had eradicated all contenders in the imperial battle, preparing for a palace coup. Once he finished explaining, he dressed Qin Feng in a manner befitting a newly arrived eunuch. After registering him, Qin Feng began his duties within the palace that, of course, a eunuch's primary responsibility was to serve others. Wei Lianying escorted Qin Feng to the gates of Jingyang Palace, quietly advising him, the royal family places great importance on appearances. Although other concubines may engage in their own indiscretions, they are typically discreet. Should they be caught, it would lead to dire consequences. Therefore, you must keep watch at the palace gates tonight, and after midnight, push open the door to meet with Lady Lung. Do you understand? Chapter 74. Used by Tang Yin. But still usable. Wow, the royal circle is truly chaotic. Qin Feng found it hard to comprehend. Hearing this, the notion that the concubines were indulging in such affairs was evidently a tradition. He couldn't help but admire the emperor's remarkable tolerance. Wei Lianying, noticing Qin Feng's bemusement, whispered, You have a limited perspective, my dear adoptive son. Do you know there are over 100,000 concubines in the imperial harem? The emperor has been favoring one a day for over 300 years. Wei Lianying cast a disdainful glance at Qin Feng. Over 100,000? Qin Feng was taken aback, imagining if they all gathered together, it could potentially drown the emperor. Exactly, so as long as certain matters remain concealed. It is what it is, Wei Lianian cautioned. Now begin your watch that I must return to the inner court to attend to affairs. Remember, keep your head down and avoid conflicts with other eunuchs, that if anything arises. Bear with it for now, that he repeatedly urged with a sense of unease before hastily departing. Qin Feng stood in silence, glancing at the several eunuchs who were also stationed at the gate alongside him. Raising his head, he noticed the plaque inscribed with the three prominent characters of Jingyang Palace, at this moment. The area was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the occasional flickering of lanterns carried by passing maidens, leaving little else to light the scene. However, Qin Feng was different. His unique ability to perceive beyond normal limits granted him extraordinary night vision. While others were enveloped in complete darkness, he perceived the surroundings as clearly as if it were daytime. Thus, he peered through the crack in the door where he distinctly observed a crimson figure within. Cold Ru Xian reclined there, her snow-white skin igniting boundless imagination. She likely did not anticipate being seen. Thus she appeared completely at ease, not fidgeting or adjusting herself. After a brief moment, a series of soft sounds emerged, melodious and fluctuating, captivating in their beauty. Such enchanting sounds stirred a fiery passion within Qin Feng's youthful frame. Though the sounds were subtle, he could discern them with utmost clarity, revealing the allure of the enchanting figure within, who seemed to be languishing in solitude, one hand against the wall while the other busied itself. From the rhythm of her breathing, Qin Feng deduced that she was the sole occupant within, and she appeared to be quite exhilarated. Could it be that after just half the night, she could no longer contain herself? A flicker of inspiration crossed Qin Feng's mind as he suddenly recalled an item. He retrieved a small object crafted from willow wood from the sacred fish space, inserting a spiritual stone into it, which produced a delightful sound. Functional enough for it was in decent condition, though a bit delicate, having sustained a minor fracture from excessive force during a previous encounter with senior sister Tang Yin. Nonetheless, it remained effective. Pushing the object through the gap, he said, "My dear sister, use this." Cold Ru Xian, intrigued by his words, reached out to take it. "What is this?" she exclaimed, and then fell silent from that moment on. It seemed as if Cold Ru Xian had unlocked the gateway to a new world, utterly captivated by the charming little device. Qin Feng remained contemplative. It seemed he would need to procure more of these treasures in the future. Indeed, they were the quintessential tools for courting women. Meanwhile, the two eunuchs stationed at the gate were growing increasingly bored, occasionally dozing off or engaging in hushed whispers. The taller eunuch remarked, "I wonder which eunuch the Empress will summon into her chambers in the latter part of the night. It would be best if it were not us." Those few eunuchs who stepped into the Golden Lawn Hall with their left foot yesterday were executed. The shorter eunuch trembled in fear. "Ah, I fear nothing. Dying beneath the peony blooms is still a romantic affair," the taller eunuch retorted, his gaze ablaze. "But we be left with nothing," the shorter one lamented, patting his empty lower half. His spirits sinking. "How embarrassing. We have fingers, toes, and tongues. Which of them cannot be employed? Why should we be fixated on such trivial matters?" The taller eunuch smacked the shorter eunuch on the head, exasperated at his lack of resolve. "Look at that newcomer," he asked, listening intently. He pointed toward Qin Feng. "Do you think the Empress will call him in tonight?" The shorter eunuch inquired. "With that foolish demeanor of his, it's impossible." The taller eunuch scoffed dismissively. The two then resumed their lewd eavesdropping, pressing their ears against the crack of the door, resorting to listening since they could not see. Noticing their antics, Qin Feng solemnly declared, "For heaven's sake, it seems necessary to impart a lesson to you two." He leaned closer and whispered, "If you can't hear clearly, allow me to teach you." He formed one hand into a circle and pressed it against his ear. Then against the door. "This way. You can hear distinctly." Qin Feng revealed an expression that conveyed a shared understanding. The two, skeptical but curious, had served in the palace for several years without encountering such a method of eavesdropping. After a moment of hesitation, they decided to mimic his actions to their astonishment. They both gasped in unison, quickly covering their mouths, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "It really works, brother. I'm Xiao Sunzi. If you need anything, just call my name. I'm Xiao Di Angzi." Qin Feng silently reveled in his newfound social prowess, marveling at how swiftly he had won over two companions. "Impressive indeed. From now on, do not claim to know me. I cannot afford such a disgrace." The voice of the Empress echoed in his mind, filled with a biting tone. "Alas, I too yearned to pierce through the heart of the imperial capital with a single strike. But for the sake of saving my sister, I must endure. Qin Feng felt a sense of frustration as well, yet he recognized that he was not yet at a level of invincibility within the Kanglan Empire. Acting recklessly could jeopardize his sister's safety. Very well. Seeing your pitiful state, I shall assist you this once. After a moment of silence, the Empress sent a breath of energy into Qin Feng's mind.